Pain. Damn, it hurts. Sun Yang clutched his deformed left leg, cold sweat, mixed with mud, trickling down his entire face, contorted in agony. London Coney Training Center. A few minutes earlier it had been just an ordinary intra-squad training match for the Arsenal youth team. The London winter wind cut across the grass like a knife. But the ball at Sun Yang's feet burned like fire. He received the ball with his back to goal on the right side of midfield. Rant pressed up from behind, shoulder to shoulder, muttering insults. Yellow monkey stopped showing off. Sun Yang didn't look back. He stepped on the ball with his right sole, feinted left. As Rant shifted his weight, Sun Yang flicked the ball away with the outside of his right foot. A step over followed by a half turn. He and the ball slipped past Rant. The movement was as light as a monkey leaping through branches. A few foreign players on the sidelines whistled. Nice. Sun putting on a show again. Nigerian winger Ade grinned, his teeth flashing, holding his training vest. Brother, is your waist made of rubber? French midfielder Matthew also clapped. If this had been an official match, the highlight reel would replay it 10 times. Sun Yang didn't stop. He was enjoying the feeling. The ball at his feet, his body obedient, the rhythm under his control. Since childhood, his father Sun Wu had forced him to practice peaking opera monkey plays. Somersaults, backbends, leg stretches, jumping over tables. Back then he thought it was hard. Now on the pitch, those childhood skills turned into turns and escapes that others couldn't read. Sun Yang flicked the ball with his right foot, dropped his shoulder, and bypassed 2 defenders. He wasn't just showing off. He was looking for the weak side. The left winger had already started his run, and there was space behind the defensive midfielder. If he could thread the pass through, it would be a textbook switch. But Rant's face darkened. At the Arsenal youth team, Rant always thought he should be the midfield core. A local player, strong physique, family connections. What he hated most was a half-Asian mixed-race kid like Sun Yang stealing the spotlight in training. You really think you're Messi? Rant gritted his teeth and chased back from behind. Sun Yang didn't respond. He planted his left foot as the pivot, preparing to send a long diagonal pass with his right. At that very moment, Rant slid in from behind. Not at the ball, at the man. His studs were showing, knees low, whole body falling with momentum into Sun Yang's standing leg. Sun, watch out. Matthew's shout had barely begun when Rant's stud slammed into Sun Yang's left shin. No pulling back. No retreat. The blow landed solidly. Crack. The sound of bones snapping exploded in Sun Yang's ears. The next second, he collapsed onto the grass. The ball rolled 2 meters away. Sun Yang clutched his left leg, curled into a ball, a scream tearing from his throat. Ah! The pain. The pain numbed his mind. It was like a sledgehammer smashing into his bones, twisting. Rant sat on the grass, hands spread in fake innocence, shaping a football with his hands. I touched the ball. This is a normal challenge. Sun Yang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Touch the ball. The ball was 2 meters away. You hit my leg. Players gathered around. A few English local players glanced and quickly dispersed. It's just a training match, a bit of physicality is normal. Sun likes to show off, he was bound to get tackled sooner or later. Rant probably didn't mean it. Not intentional. Ade's face turned even darker. Not intentional. He pointed at the ball that had rolled far away, his voice rising. The ball is over there. Are your eyes just decorations? No one answered. The foreign players stood nearby, some frowning, some shaking their heads. But few dared to speak up. Everyone knew Rant's family situation. His father was a leader of the local fan association and had just donated a new bus to the youth team last month. A half-Asian mixed-race player. A local insider. This choice wasn't hard for many. Only 2 people rushed to Sun Yang's side. One was the French midfielder Matthew. The other was the Nigerian winger Ade. Matthew crouched down, his voice changed. Son, don't move, don't move. Look at me, don't fall asleep, the team doctor is coming. Ade shouted at Rant. You came to cripple him. Rant stood up, brushing grass off his shorts. Shut up, Ade. This is football, not ballet. Ade stepped forward, fists clenched. Say that again. Rant didn't back down, raising his chin. What? You want to get taken out too? On the sidelines, youth team coach Buck blew his whistle. The sharp sound cut through the training ground. Enough. Buck walked over with a dark face. He had seen it. Everyone had seen it. Rant hadn't touched the ball. It was a textbook malicious studs-up tackle from behind. In an official match, a red card wouldn't be enough. He'd face a suspension. But Buck just glanced at Sun Yang's leg and said coldly, training suspended, team doctor on the field. Ade looked at him in disbelief. Coach, that's it. This was a malicious foul. Buck stared at Ade. Are you the coach, or am I? Ade wanted to say more, but Matthew grabbed him. Don't be impulsive, let's take care of Sun first. Sun Yang's vision went dark from the pain. He looked up at Buck. This man had once patted his shoulder and said, Son, you have a chance to make the first team. Back then, Buck had sounded sincere. Now he stood a few meters away looking at Sun Yang like a broken piece of training equipment. The team doctor ran over with the medical kit, knelt down, and immediately cut open Sun Yang's sock. One look and his face changed. Not good, it might be a fracture. Call an ambulance immediately. Buck frowned. How long to recover? The team doctor looked up at him, his tone heavy. Now is not the time to talk about recovery. He needs to go to the hospital immediately. Whether he can still play football in the future is uncertain. At these words, the surroundings fell silent. Ade swore under his breath. Damn it. Matthew held Sun Yang's wrist. Son, can you hear me? Don't be scared, we'll go to the hospital, it'll be okay. Sun Yang tried to speak, but the pain blocked his throat. Buck didn't ask him another word. He just turned to Rant. Go take a shower first. Training is over for today. Rant shrugged. As he passed by Sun Yang, he lowered his voice with a sneer. Stop showing off, monkey. Sun Yang stared at him. There was a fire in his chest. He wanted to stand up to smash Rant's smug face. But the pain in his left leg made it hard, even to lift his hand. The ambulance arrived quickly. The stretcher was carried onto the turf. The medical staff fixed Sun Yang's leg and carefully lifted him onto it. The stadium lights were harsh, stinging his eyes. Young faces flashed past Sun Yang's vision. Some were sympathetic. Some were cold. Others looked relieved. He heard someone whispering, "What a shame. Asian players never get a breakthrough anyway, now it's all over. Arsenal won't keep a youth player with a broken leg, right?" Over. Sun Yang closed his eyes. The fire in his chest burned even brighter. He refused to accept it. He was not ready to give up. He hadn't even made it to the first team. He hadn't played in the Premier League yet. He hadn't heard the fans shout his name at the Emirates. He hadn't made those who looked down on Asian players shut up. He hadn't made his father Sun Woo know that he could become the real Monkey King without performing monkey opera. The ambulance door closed. The training ground was shut out. Yet in Sun Yang's mind another life surfaced. It was a past life. 2026, on the eve of the World Cup in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. He was sitting in a small domestic company's office working overtime to develop an app. The name was Football Hall of Fame. He drank coffee until his stomach hurt. He coded until his eyes were bloodshot. Version after version of requirements. The boss kept saying, young people need drive, nailing him to his desk. Finally, he collapsed in front of the keyboard. On the screen, a line of unsaved code remained. When he opened his eyes again, he had become this English-Asian mixed-race boy Sun Yang. Born in 2000. His father was the domestic Peking opera artist Sun Woo. His mother was English Diana. He was forced by his father to practice monkey opera since childhood, but he fell in love with football. He thought he could finally fulfill his dream on the green field in this life. But he still fell on the turf. Still stomped into the mud in the dirtiest way. Sun Yang's eyes burned. No, he couldn't just end like this. Why? Why could someone like Rant stay in Arsenal? Why could Buck pretend not to see? Why did an Asian player's injury only deserve a what a pity? Sun Yang clenched his teeth. I won't accept it. I won't accept this fate. At that moment, deep in his mind, an electronic voice suddenly sounded. Detected host experiencing major life, turning point, extreme emotion threshold reached. Previous life, residual program activated. Football Hall of Fame system officially bound. Binding successful. Sun Yang was stunned. Football Hall of Fame. He was too familiar with the name. Wasn't this the app he had developed in his previous life? Every interface, every set of player database, every skill description, he had coded them all while working late into the night. The next moment, a transparent panel only he could see appeared before his eyes. Host Sun Yang, age 19, current overall rating 60, youth team substitute level, detailed attributes, speed 68, mediocre shooting 50, amateur passing 70, fair dribbling 50, amateur defense 40, a defense stamina 55, can't run, full game physical 50, knockdown, easily vision 70, a midfielder commander needs work balance 80. Peking opera foundation, excellent flexibility. Sun Yang was almost amused by these numbers. Good grief. He was somewhat famous in the youth team. But in the system's eyes the evaluation was so harsh. Shooting amateur. Dribbling amateur. Defense high defense. Physical knockdown easily. The panel might as well say directly, if you're bad, practice more. But passing and vision were decent. Balance was sustained by his childhood training. Sun Yang's heart calmed down. If the system could display attributes, it meant it wasn't just an illusion. Newcomer gift pack has been issued. Do you want to open it? Sun Yang didn't hesitate. Open. Open immediately. Fuck Arsenal. Fuck Rant. My fate is mine to control. Newcomer gift pack opened successfully. Reward 1, physical talent, iron leg. Description, heals all leg injuries, bone reconstruction. In the subsequent career, any malicious foul damage is reduced by 50. Sun Yang's heart leaped. Heal the leg injury. 50 damage reduction. This wasn't a survival skill. It was a ticket back to the field. Reward 2, lifestyle multilanguage pack. Description, automatically master German, French, Spanish, Italian, etc. Communicate seamlessly, say goodbye to silent football. Sun Yang's breathing quickened. Football wasn't a game of dribbling alone, especially as a midfielder. If you can't shout command or communicate with teammates, you'll always be a fringe player. Reward 3, exclusive BUG level skill, aim where you point. Description, midfield engine, exclusive divine skill. When the host raises the left hand pointing at the target and stretches the right leg backward, passing accuracy is locked at 99. Ignores wind direction, ignores distance. Where you point the ball goes. Sun Yang's breath stopped. What do midfielders fear most? Not fancy tricks. Not dribbling. It's the final pass being half a meter off. Half a meter and the one-on-one is gone. Half a meter and the counterattack is broken. Half a meter and a world-class organizer becomes an ordinary worker. But now the system told him, as long as he pointed his left hand at the target and completed the passing motion with his right leg, the ball would definitely arrive. What did that mean? It meant he could pierce the opponent's entire defense from midfield. He could switch the ball from the right wing to the weak side on the left. He could make the striker run and the ball land at his feet. This wasn't just a huge profit. This was installing navigation on the midfield engine. System prompt host's passing attribute has been increased from 70 to 99 points. Current passing evaluation era superstar level. Sun Yang's heart raced. 99 points in passing. From youth team substitute to having era's superstar passing ability. Other attributes were still poor. But with this one he had the right to knock on the door of professional football again. Fusion begins. The next second, a scorching hot current surged into his left leg. The broken bone was reconnected by an invisible hand. The bone gap closed. Muscles tightened. Nerves were seared by fire inch by inch. Pain. More painful than before. Sun Yang's jaw trembled, nearly crushing the stretcher handle. The medical staff was startled. His heart rate is rising. Hold him, don't let him move. Matthew ran alongside the ambulance door, shouting through the glass. Son, hold on. Ade stood at the edge of the training ground, punching the air towards the ambulance. Bro, you'll be fine. Inside the car, Sun Yang could no longer hear the outside sounds. His consciousness was flooded by the system light. At the last moment, he only saw a line of text jump on the panel. Iron leg fusion complete. Injury repairing. Football Hall of Fame first stage permission about to open. The next moment his vision went black and with pain and ecstasy, he fainted happily. Where's my son? Where's Sun Yang? A booming voice echoed down the hospital corridor. Sun Wu, his tone thick with urgency. He wore a dark wool coat with 2 buttons fastened wrong, his hair a wild mess, as if he'd just sprinted from behind a theater stage. Diana followed close behind, her eyes red, still gripping her phone. On the screen sat a message from an Arsenal youth team staff member. A few cold lines: injured during training. Sent to hospital. Condition pending evaluation. The moment the nurse pointed them in a direction, the two of them burst into the ward. Sun Yang had just been wheeled out of surgery. His left leg was encased in a thick cast, his face the color of blank paper. The moment Diana saw him, tears spilled over. Yang, my boy, can you hear me? Sun Yang opened his eyes, his voice rough. Mom, I'm fine. Those words sent Diana into fresh sobs. How could he say he was fine like this? Sun Wu stood by the bedside staring at his son's cast-clad leg, his lips trembling. Suddenly, he turned and headed for the door. Dad, where are you going? Sun Yang called out. Sun Wu's eyes were red, his whole body coiled like a volcano about to erupt. I'm going to Arsenal. I want to know how they run their team. A broken leg in a training match. Is that football? They're trying to cripple him. Diana grabbed him. What good will that do now? Can you even argue with them in English? Sun Wu stiffened his neck. My English may be rough, but my fists and kicks are sharp. Diana glared at him, furious. Can you stop reaching for violence every time you get flustered? You still think we're back home where you can just lay hands on someone and run to England? This is London, not your backstage practice room. Sun Wu's suppressed anger boiled over as he pointed at Sun Yang's leg, his voice rising. I told you, football was the wrong choice. You should have learned monkey opera from me. All our Sun family's grace, all our core and leg strength, wasted on a pitch. Lying in bed, Sun Yang's head pounded. What was monkey opera even about now? Dad, can we focus on this leg first? Diana exploded. Sun Wu, shut up. Just stop talking. Sun Wu froze. Tears still clung to Diana's cheeks, her voice trembling. Learn Peking opera from you. Who in Britain would watch that? With your China-Europe Arts Exchange Association, we'd have been starving for years. Sun Wu's face flushed crimson. That's still better than having his leg broken right now. Do you think he isn't in pain? Diana pointed at Sun Yang in the bed, crying and scolding him. He's loved football since he was a child. Every time you made him practice the monkey staff, he'd sneak to the backyard with a ball afterward and juggle it. You know this. You just refuse to admit it. Sun Wu opened his mouth, but said nothing. The ward fell silent. Sun Yang felt a pang of sorrow in his chest. In his past life, he'd been an orphan who died alone at his desk with no one to inherit his debts or his bank card. This life was different. His father was stubborn, his mother tender-hearted. They argued and exchanged harsh words, but their love for him shone through everything. Before Sun Yang could speak, someone knocked at the ward door. Without waiting for a response, youth team coach Bark walked in, followed by a club staff member carrying a folder. The sight of Bark sent fresh anger surging through Sun Wu. You're the coach, Shy. Bark frowned, clearly expecting this confrontation. Mister Sun, I understand how you feel, but I ask that you stay calm. Calm. Sun Wu stepped forward, his voice rising sharply. My son had his leg cleared off on your training pitch, and you want me to stay calm. What the hell are your coaching staff doing? Do you have no VR, no eyes? The staff member quickly stepped between them. Sir, this is a hospital. Please mind your behavior. We're here to resolve this. Sun Wu let out a bitter laugh. You don't penalize fouls on the field, but now you come to a hospital telling me to behave. Bark didn't respond. He looked toward Sun Yang on the bed, wearing that practiced expression of regret. The same hollow pity Sun Yang had seen before when corporate leaders would say the project was hard work, but bonuses will have to wait. Son, I'm sorry this happened. The club doesn't want to see any player injured either. Sun Yang met his gaze, his eyes turning cold. What about Lant? Bark paused. He was attempting a defensive play. Physical contact is common in football training, and I don't think this should be overinterpreted. Diana's expression darkened. Normal contact. My son's bones are broken. But Bark's tone remained steady. Mrs. Diana, I understand your concerns as a mother. However, injuries can't be entirely prevented during high-intensity football training. Tackles, positioning, physical contact. These are all part of the game. Sun Yang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. So that's how it was. To Arsenal, he hadn't been viciously tackled. He was just unlucky. He was just an Asian Youth Academy player. If his leg broke, it broke. The training base would always have more kids waiting. Land had connections, homegrown status, and the market value the club wanted. But Sun Yang was just a replaceable name. Sun Wu clenched his fists. You came to the hospital just to spout this nonsense. Bark set the file on the bedside table. After preliminary assessment, the club believes there's significant uncertainty regarding Sun Yang's recovery timeline. His current condition makes him unsuitable to continue with the youth team program. He paused before adding, therefore the club has decided to terminate his youth contract early. Sun Wu froze for a moment. Then he erupted. What did you say? Bark stepped back half a pace, his voice dropping. This is standard procedure. We have to be responsible to the team. Standard procedure? Sun Wu lunged forward, grabbing for his collar. My son's leg was cleared on your training ground, and now you bring papers to terminate his contract. Is that Arsenal's process? Break someone, then throw them away. The staff member quickly intervened. Sir, please don't resort to violence. We're here with solutions, not to argue. Sun Wu's eyes turned red. A solution? You call that a solution? That's passing the buck. Diana rose as well, her voice trembling. I'm hiring a lawyer. You can't treat a 19-year-old like this. He trained at your club and got injured right under your coach's supervision. You should be investigating the foul, not rushing to serve termination papers. Bark's patience was clearly wearing thin. The contract terms are clear. The club has the right to make decisions based on a player's health status and development potential. Glancing at Sun Yang's leg, he added, we'll provide a base compensation. Medical expenses will be covered according to contract standards. Looking at Sun Yang, he continued, I know this is hard to accept, but professional football works this way. Not everyone makes it to the first team, and not every injured player recovers fully. Bark set the pen down on the file. Just sign it. It's better for both you and the club. With those words, the air in the ward seemed to freeze. Sun Yang stared at the contract. White paper, black ink, each line couched in polished language. But translated, it amounted to only 2 words. Get out. Arsenal. So that was their true stance. They wouldn't touch his injury, they'd protect the one who caused it, and discard him once he was broken. Fine. He'd remember this. Sun Yang didn't speak immediately. Instead, he opened the system panel in his mind. Iron leg integration complete. Host's left leg injury has been repaired. Passing attribute increased to 99. Current overall rating 62. Sun Yang took a deep breath. The pain in his left leg was gone, truly gone. Beneath the cast, his toes shifted slightly. His bones, muscles, and ligaments felt as though they'd been reconnected to a power source. That sensation of his body responding to his commands again brought him fully back to life. The system hadn't lied to him. He wasn't finished. He was just getting started. Sun Yang looked up at Bark and spoke suddenly. Give me the pen. Sun Wu became frantic. Sun, don't sign. They're bullying us. We can't just give in. Diana grew panicked too. Yang, we can find a lawyer. We can appeal. We can make them answer for this. Don't sign this out of anger. Sun Yang shook his head. Dad, Mom, trust me. Sun Wu didn't understand, pacing back and forth with worry. Listen to your father. You can't just sign away something like this. Once you sign, they'll have even less reason to help you. Sun Yang looked at his father. Dad, I'm not giving up. Then he turned to his mother. Mom, trust me just once. Diana froze, studying her son's eyes, and suddenly felt something shift. The Sun Yang from moments ago had seemed like an injured child, but now he carried himself like a blade drawn fresh from the fire. Bark at least seemed relieved. He gestured for the staff member to hand over the pen. After a moment's hesitation, the staff member passed it over, his tone noticeably gentler than Bark's. Son, you're still quite young. Even without Arsenal, there might be other paths ahead. There are so many clubs in England. Even lower league teams could offer opportunities. Sun Yang took the pen and offered a faint smile. There will be. He looked up at Bark. And there'll be wider paths than what Arsenal offered me. The staff member blinked in surprise, but Bark merely furrowed his brow, dismissing it as typical youthful defiance. Sun Yang kept his head down and signed his name on the last page of the contract. The pen scratched across the paper. Sun Yang, with those 2 characters completed, his youth contract with Arsenal was officially terminated. He handed the contract back. From now on, I have no connection to Arsenal, correct? Bark nodded. Yes. After the contract termination, the club will complete the follow-up procedures. Sun Yang smiled. Good. Then both his hands gripped the edge of the cast on his leg. Diana's expression shifted instantly. Yang, what are you doing? Don't touch your leg. Sun Wu became frantic too, his voice cracking. Son, don't do anything reckless. Do you want to lose that leg? Bark's expression darkened. Son, don't do anything foolish. Your tibia has just been treated. Any wrong movement could affect healing. Your career is already in jeopardy. Don't make things worse for yourself. Sun Yang ignored him. Crack. A fissure appeared in the cast. White fragments fell onto the bedsheet. Everyone in the ward held their breath. The staff member's eyes widened. Good God, son, stop. I'll go get the doctor. Even Bark's composure cracked. Son, are you mad? Your leg hasn't healed. Sun Yang looked down at that left leg they'd already condemned. Not healed. Pardon me. Your script ends here. Crunch. Another sharp sound echoed. Sun Yang forcibly pried open the thick cast. White fragments scattered across the floor, revealing his left leg. No deformity. No swelling. Even the pale discoloration from the injury was fading. Sun Yang braced himself against the bed edge and slowly sat up. Sun Wu's mouth hung open, speechless. Diana covered hers with her hand, tears suspended on her cheeks. Sun Yang threw off the blanket and placed his left leg on the floor. Once. Twice. He rose to his feet. No crutches. No one to lean on. Not a trace of pain crossed his features. He stood there in the center of the hospital room, spine rigid as a beast clawing its way out of the mud. He had been humbled. He had suffered. Yet he refused to bow his head. Diana pressed a hand to her mouth, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Sun Wu stared, eyes wide as Saucer's mouth hanging open for the longest time. Are you really better? Sun, you're scaring me. Buck retreated half a step, his composure finally crumbling. That's impossible. The doctor clearly said your tibia was fractured, that you'd need at least a year to recover. The staff member beside him stood frozen, his folder crumpled tight in his white-knuckled grip. Just minutes ago, he had been certain this Asian boy would have to bid farewell to professional football. Yet here the kid was having removed his own cast, standing steadier than anyone. How could anyone process this? Sun Yang lifted his left leg and gently stamped it against the floor. After the iron leg fusion completed, this leg felt as though it had been reforged. Bones, muscles, ligaments, every fiber obeyed him. Sun Yang raised his gaze to meet Buck's. Now do you see clearly? Buck's lips twitched, but no sound emerged. This was the same patient who had just arrived. The same patient who had just been put in a cast. The same player Arsenal had deemed too high a risk for the future. And now he stood there before Buck. This was no mere recovery. This was grinding a medical report into the dust. Sun Yang walked to the bedside and picked up the copy of his termination contract. In front of Buck, he tore the contract in two. The rip was soft. Small. But inside that hospital room it rang louder than any referee's whistle on the pitch. Buck's expression turned as ashen as if Arsenal had just lost the North London Derby. Sun Yang tossed the torn contract at Buck's feet. Go back and tell Rant. That tackle of his didn't end me. Someday I'll shatter every ounce of his arrogance. Buck's throat bobbed, forcing himself to speak. Son, you're emotionally unstable right now. The club will conduct an internal review later. There's no need to be so absolute in your words. Sun Yang simply laughed. Internal review. Review what? How to write a malicious flying tackle as a fair challenge. How to drive the victim out of the team. Or how to keep shielding that so-called local English genius. Buck's face grew paler still. Every word cut deep. And not a single one could he rebut. Sun Yang stepped forward. As for Arsenal, they don't want me today. Tomorrow they won't be able to afford me. Whenever I step back onto the pitch, every encounter with Arsenal will end the same way. I'll beat them. Diana gazed at her son in a daze. Sun Wu stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. At this moment, they both realized their child had truly changed. The old Sun Yang had been proud and stubborn too. But that was just a young man's refusal to yield. The Sun Yang now, he had fire in his eyes. A fire that wasn't meant for arguments. It was meant to blaze a path all the way back to the Emirates Stadium. Buck watched him, and for the first time a nameless regret stirred within him. What Arsenal was discarding today might not be an injured player at all. It might be an Oriental sun that would one day shine right back over North London. Sun Wu was the first to snap back to reality. He rushed forward and knelt down, reaching for Sun Yang's leg. Are you really okay? Don't push yourself. Yang, if it hurts, just say so. Don't try to be a hero in front of your old man. Sun Yang couldn't help but find the whole situation amusing. Dad, I'm really fine. Sun Wu wasn't convinced. He carefully traced along the shin bone. Does this hurt? No. How about here? Not there either. Sun Yang sighed. Dad, if I were truly injured, would I be standing here, letting you perform an orthopedic examination? Sun Wu stared at his son's leg for the longest time, muttering to himself. Strange. Truly strange. Could it be that our Sun family's child discipline techniques also have bone-setting magic? Sun Yang barely held back his laughter. Dad, your thought process is truly one of a kind. Diana finally came to her senses. She rushed forward and embraced Sun Yang. Oh my God, my son, you really scared me. Just moments ago, she had believed her son's football dreams were shattered. She had even feared this child would never walk normally again. But now Sun Yang stood before her. Whole. Intact. Like a dream she dared not wake from. Sun Yang patted his mother's back, his voice gentle. Mom, I'm fine. Truly fine. Diana suddenly released him. She wiped the tears from her eyes, and her expression grew serious. Yang, you can't stay in England anymore. Sun Yang looked at her. Sun Wu furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Diana took a deep breath, speaking quickly, but with perfect clarity. The way Arsenal treated you proves they never truly considered you one of their own. I'm British. I know how these people operate. If you stay, the media will hound you. The youth football circles will gossip about your injury. Other clubs will worry about the risks. Those local golden boys will only see you as someone they can walk all over. She fixed Sun Yang with a steady gaze, her tone heavy with conviction. You need a fresh start somewhere else. Get away from here. Don't waste your time trapped in their prejudice. Sun Yang fell silent. He knew his mother was right. English youth football was ruthless, especially for someone like him, an Asian mixed-race player trying to make his mark. He'd always have to run extra miles that others didn't. Now that Arsenal had cast him out, other English clubs wouldn't dare take the risk. Even if he recovered, doubts would linger. Injury history, physicality, locker room adaptability. Each of these words would become another layer of dust settling on his resume. Diana reached for her phone. Your Uncle Henry is in Germany. He works in car sales now and knows people at some local clubs. I'll call him and see if he can arrange a trial for you. Sun Wu frowned. Germany. We'd be strangers there. And German football is brutal. Those Bundesliga defenders are a different breed, each one rougher than the last. Diana shot him a sharp look. Brutal as it might be, it's still better than staying here to be bullied. Sun Wu opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. He couldn't counter that logic. He glanced at Sun Yang and muttered quietly. Germany it is then. A new environment is probably for the best. He turned back to Sun Yang. If they dare to hack you down again, I'll buy a ticket and come over. I may not have many skills, but I know how to flip tables and swing a staff. Sun Yang felt warmth bloom in his chest. Dad, this time you don't need to lift a finger. The score's on the pitch. I'll settle those myself. Sun Wu studied his son for a long, silent moment. You really want to keep playing football? Sun Yang nodded. Yes. More than ever before. Sun Wu drew a slow breath as if finally accepting the inevitable. All right then, keep playing. But remember what our Sun family tradition teaches. The monkey kung fu spirit is about somersaulting high and landing steady. When you go to Germany, you have to plant your feet firmly too. No matter what others say, don't let your steps falter or your heart waver. Sun Yang nodded with quiet resolve. I will. Diana had already dialed the number. Soon the call connected. Henry, it's me. A man's voice came through the phone carrying the groggy tone of someone recently awakened. Diana, calling this late. Is something wrong? You don't sound like yourself. Diana glanced at Sun Yang, her voice still hoarse. Yang had an accident. Tension immediately spiked on the other end of the line. What? What happened to him? He got injured during training at Arsenal, but he's fine now. Henry visibly relaxed, though his tone soon cooled. Training injury. What did Arsenal say? Diana let out a cold laugh. They just came to the hospital to terminate his contract. Silence hung on the line for several seconds. When Henry spoke again, his voice had dropped considerably. How pragmatic of them. Sun Wu snorted nearby. Pragmatic. More like shameless. The kid's still lying in the hospital ward, and they're already shoving the termination papers in his face. Their calculations are running faster than cloud hopping. Henry heard Sun Wu's voice and sighed. Son, I know you're furious. But what's most important right now is what happens to Yang next. Diana didn't beat around the bush. Henry, I need you to help Yang find a trial opportunity in Germany. Henry fell silent, stunned. Germany trial? Diana, are you certain? This isn't some short visit. Language, tactics, life. Everything would need to be readapted. I'm certain. Diana turned to look at Sun Yang. Sun Yang took over, speaking fluently in German. Uncle, I'm ready. As long as there's an opportunity, I'll show the coach my worth. Silence hung on the other end of the line for a couple of seconds. Wait, Yang. When did your German become so good? Sun Yang's expression remained unchanged. Been studying recently. Sun Wu stared, eyes wide. You know German too? Sun Yang cleared his throat. A little bit. Sun Wu looked dubious. You call that a little? Your old man has been in England all these years, and I still have to point at menus to order food. Son, did you secretly hack the system? Sun Yang glanced at him. Dad, you've hit the nail on the head. But that was something he couldn't say? Diana was also somewhat surprised. But right now what she cared about more was the opportunity. On the phone, Henry's tone grew serious. I know someone in the youth training circles near Dortmund. He used to have connections with scouts from several clubs. I can ask around for you. But I want to be clear up front. I can't guarantee anything. German clubs are extremely pragmatic. They look at data, at how you perform under pressure, at your off-ball movement, and at your tactical understanding. Talent alone isn't enough. They want to see if you can fit into their system, if you can handle the ball cleanly under intense pressing. Especially for midfielders, the first touch, receiving angle, turning direction, passing, lead time. Coaches can spot all of that with just one glance. This was said quite bluntly, but Sun Yang listened with gleaming eyes. This was professional football, not something built on connections or hype, not something propped up by local identity. It's proven on the turf, with every touch, every turn, every pass. Sun Yang spoke up. That's enough. Give me a patch of grass, and I'll prove myself. On the other end of the line, Henry laughed. Good lad, you've got fire. Come to Germany, then I'll ask around for you. But remember, a trial isn't a performance. Let me tell you, I've been a die-hard fan for decades. Don't think you can impress the coaches with fancy stepovers. Passing lanes, receiving positions, counter-press, speed, awareness on the weak side. The coach watches everything. Sun Yang smiled. Better. I love having eyes on me. Sun Wu gave him a look. Kid, how did you get so cocky? Sun Yang spread his hands. Dad, how can a striker score without swagger? How can a midfielder dominate the entire pitch without confidence? Sun Wu snorted. Less of the lip. Cockiness is fine, just don't get carried away. If you really start floating, you won't escape your mother's iron grip, and your old man will still deal with you. Sun Yang grinned. Relax, I know what I'm doing. After Diana hung up, the hospital room finally fell quiet. Buck and the staff had long since slunk away. The shredded contract still lay on the floor. Sun Yang glanced down at it. Black and white on paper, it had just tried to pronounce his future verdict, now reduced to scattered debris. He walked to the window and looked out at the London night. This city was cold, but his blood had already grown hot. Germany. Dortmund. He remembered clearly. The winter of 2019, a Norwegian monster had just joined there. Haaland, nicknamed Majin Buu by fans. A heavy tank inside the penalty box. A finishing machine on the counterattack. Give him one lane to sprint into, and he'd drag center backs into nightmares. The defenders ahead, the goalkeeper, whether fully grown adults or small children. Anyone who stood in his attacking path, he could devour whole. If his passes could land precisely at the exact spot Haaland was sprinting toward. If his weak side switches could let Dortmund's winger accelerate in open space. If his through balls could pierce the gaps in Bundesliga high defensive lines. Could those center backs still recover in time? Would those keepers dare to play so high? What would Dortmund's counterattacks become? The more Sun Yang imagined, the faster his heart raced. His passing attribute had already been raised to 99. What did that mean? It meant that as long as he could see the passing lane, he had a chance to deliver the ball to the most lethal position. Not safe passes, not back passes, but surgical blades that could slice through any defense. Just then a system voice rang in his mind. Main quest activated. Leave Arsenal land in the Bundesliga. Quest reward: unlock the Football Hall of Fame Dream Training Ground. You may now draw for your first legendary mentor. Enter training tonight. Sun Yang's gaze froze. Dream Training Ground. Legendary mentors. The Football Hall of Fame he had personally developed in his previous life was finally about to truly open. Those names once existing only in data videos and code. Pele, Maradona, Cruyff, Beckham, Carlos, and more legendary players who had left their mark on football history. And now he had the chance to stand before them and learn those signature skills that could truly change games. If this draw went well, the entire landscape would shift. Sun Yang took a deep breath. He didn't answer the system immediately. Instead, he turned to look at his parents. Mom, I'm going to Germany. I want to start over. Diana looked at him. Yang, Mommy doesn't need you to become a superstar. I just want you to be safe, to not end up lying in a hospital again like today. Sun Wu patted his shoulder. His palm was heavy, but also warm. Go. Don't bring shame to the Sun family. Sun Yang smiled. Dad, don't worry. This time I'm not just going to establish myself. I'm going to kick my name so that all of Europe remembers it. He paused, looking at the shredded contract on the floor. His voice was soft, yet like a thunderous shot aimed at the corner of the goal. Arsenal. Get ready to regret this. That night, as Sun Yang closed his eyes and sank into sleep, a muffled blast exploded in his ears. Thud. The sound was all too familiar. The impact of a ball struck with a full instep, the leather spinning away with a whistle of wind. Sun Yang opened his eyes. He stood in the center of an empty stadium. No spectators. No lights. The darkness stretched endlessly around him. Only the patch of turf beneath his feet shone blindingly bright, as if reserved for him alone. Welcome to the Football Hall of Fame Dream Training Ground. The host trains here without physical limits or risk of injury. Drawing the first legendary mentor. Sun Yang's breathing slowed. Here they come. The names he had once coded into the system in his past life were finally stepping out of the data. From the darkness, a tall figure approached him. Flowing long hair, broad shoulders, and a thick back. Muscles carved like stone. A violet battle robe. The jersey of Fiorentina in Serie A. The man stepped on the ball, looked up at Sun Yang. His gaze was as hard as a blade. Congratulations, host. You have drawn mentor Gabriel Batistuta. Current learnable skill Badigal. Sun Yang's throat tightened. Batistuta, the god of war. The man who treated goalposts as targets and goalkeepers as mere backdrop. Sun Yang had watched his shooting compilations countless times in his past life. Unreasonable. No flashy tricks. Just swing. Swing until the goalkeeper began to doubt why he stood in the goal. Batistuta wasted no time on pleasantries. With a flick of his ankle, he sent the ball to Sun Yang's feet. Shoot. Sun Yang froze. Now, Batistuta looked at him, his voice cold. On the pitch, no one waits for you to be ready. Hesitate 1 second longer, and the defender will knock you over. Sun Yang gritted his teeth. Run up. Swing leg. Strike. Thud. The ball floated weakly forward, stopped by Batistuta's foot before it even reached the goal. Batistuta frowned. You call that a shot? Sun Yang's face darkened. Stinging. But he couldn't argue. The system panel displayed it clearly. Shooting 50. In other words, amateur level. Batistuta walked up to him, first pointing at his standing foot. Your standing foot is off. Your body's center of gravity isn't stable. Then he patted Sun Yang's abdomen. Your power breaks here. Your thigh, shin, and instep aren't connected. Finally, he pointed at Sun Yang's instep. Your point of contact is off too. You're not striking, you're just kicking the ball away. Sun Yang took a deep breath and asked, then what is the Badigal all about? Batistuta stepped on the ball, his voice low. Power, technique, and determination. My shooting isn't fancy. It's not art for the crowd. Power over skill. When the ball is at your feet and the goal is ahead, blast it in. A shot over 120 kilometers per hour. Even if the goalkeeper reads it, he may not dare to block it. He finished, nudged the ball forward. No long run up. No complex feints. Just his standing foot planted, core tightened, instep locked. Thud. The ball flew through the air without spin, a heavy whoosh toward the goal. The next second it slammed into the net. The net bulged high. Sun Yang's scalp tingled. That was a real shot. Simple, brutal, clean. Against such a ball, a goalkeeper's problem wasn't whether to dive. It was whether to dare to stretch out a hand. Bodystuda turned to him. Again. Sun Yang took a deep breath and stood before the ball. Thud. Soft. Thud. Slow. Thud. Is that a shot or a pass back to the keeper? Thud. Steady your standing foot. Don't stand like you're on cotton. Thud. Drive from your core, not just your calf. Again. That night Sun Yang lost count of how many shots he took. In the dream, there was no physical limit. But the pain was real. The fatigue was real. He fell again and again onto the turf. His knees, shoulders, back, all scraped raw. Bodystuda's voice showed no mercy. Look up at the goal. Keep the ball down. Don't be afraid to miss. Those who fear missing will never unleash a cannon. Again, Sun Yang got up. Fell. Got up again. Only one thought remained in his mind. Learn it. He had to learn it. He didn't want to be just a passer. A passing attribute of 99 was strong. It could tear defenses apart, deliver the ball to the most lethal spots. But he wanted more. To stand at the edge of the penalty area one day, making defenders afraid to leave him unmarked. Making goalkeepers tremble the moment they saw him lift his leg. Before dawn, Sun Yang finally struck a decent shot. His standing foot dug into the turf. His core tightened. His thigh drove his shin. His instep locked. Thud. The ball skimmed the grass and slammed into the inside of the net. The net shivered. Bodystuda finally didn't curse. He glanced at Sun Yang, his tone still not warm. Barely looks like a human shot. Batagal proficiency, 1100. Sun Yang nearly choked. A whole night of practice, and only 1 point. The system was truly ruthless. But the next second he smiled. Because he could feel that his shooting motion had changed. Before he had only kicked the ball with his foot. Now for the first time he understood what it meant to blast the ball with his entire body. The next morning, at the airport, Sun Wu stood nearby holding a backpack, his expression awkward. Take this. Sun Yang took it and opened it. Inside were a pair of shin guards. On the guards was painted a golden monkey king, a staff resting on his shoulder. The image was exquisite, like the painted face of an opera performer before going on stage. Clean lines. Sun Wu turned his face away, as if afraid Sun Yang would laugh at him. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not sending you to put on a show in Germany. Wear them. Don't let anyone break your leg again. Sun Yang's nose stung, but he still managed to smile. Dad, this monkey is really beautiful. Sun Wu immediately glared. What do you know? That's the great sage, equal to heaven. Your father spent half the night painting it, and my hand nearly cramped up. Sun Yang looked down at the shin guards. The golden monkey king was vivid, as if truly carrying a staff standing before his legs. Sun Wu's voice dropped. Yang, our Sun family has practiced monkey opera. It's all about a somersault landing firmly on the ground. When you get to Germany, if others look down on you, don't argue. Use your football skills to shut them up. Sun Yang put the shin guards into his bag and nodded earnestly. Dad, I'll remember. Diana came over and hugged him. She didn't say much, but she held him tightly. Call me when you arrive in Germany. Your Uncle Henry will pick you up. Don't wander off alone. Sun Yang smiled. Mom, I'm not a child. Diana let him go, her eyes still red. In your mother's eyes you'll always be. Sun Wu coughed beside her, deliberately lightening the mood. All right, don't make it sound like a farewell forever. Boy, don't just talk big. Make a name for yourself. Sun Yang shouldered his bag and looked toward the boarding gate. I will. A few hours later the plane landed in Germany. Henry was waiting outside the airport. He was a portly, middle-aged man, his suit buttons straining valiantly, and beside him sat a second-hand Mercedes. The moment he spotted Sun Yang, Henry spread his arms wide and embraced him. Son, your mother told me everything. Arsenal's people don't know talent when they see it. Maybe the Germans will. Sun Yang patted his uncle's back and smiled. Uncle, is the trial arranged? Henry released him and patted the car door. Borussia Dortmund's youth team. This afternoon. Sun Yang's eyes lit up. It had actually worked. As Henry stuffed the luggage into the trunk he added, but I should warn you. Dortmund isn't a tourist destination. They examine players closely. Positioning, receiving, counter-pressing, first touch. If anything's lacking, they won't miss it. Sun Yang got into the car. Then I have no intention of hiding anything. Henry blinked, then burst out laughing. All right, you've got your father's spirit from back in the day. Though your dad was doing backflips and you're playing football, just don't flip yourself into the medical room. Sun Yang touched the shin guards in his bag. Not this time. Afternoon. Dortmund training ground. Youth team coach Kramer held Sun Yang's file, his brow furrowing deeper with each page. Arsenal just terminated your contract. Sun Yang nodded. Yes. Kramer flipped a page. The medical report is quite severe. Are you certain you've recovered? Certain. Kramer looked up at him, clearly disbelieving. Any reasonable person would have doubts about a player who had just suffered a potential broken leg claiming to be fully recovered. Moreover, Sun Yang's profile was far from impressive. Below average physicality. Decent pace, but not the explosive kind that could blow past fullbacks. Mediocre dribbling. Even more mediocre shooting. Without a standout weapon, a midfielder forward would struggle to stay at Dortmund. Kramer closed the file. A 10-minute training match. He fixed Sun Yang with a direct stare. You only have 10 minutes. This isn't a rehabilitation center, nor is it a charity. If you want to stay, give us a reason. Henry quickly jumped in. Coach Kramer, he truly has exceptional talent. Arsenal made a mistake. The boy showed real flair in their youth team. Kramer glanced at Henry. Henry, I'm giving him this chance as a favor to you. Then he turned back to Sun Yang. But whether you stay or not doesn't depend on what your uncle says. The pitch will speak for itself. Sun Yang nodded. 10 minutes is enough. Kramer raised an eyebrow. Young man, quite the confidence. The assistant coach standing nearby murmured, let's hope he's not the type who only makes highlight reels. Kramer said nothing, simply reaching for the stopwatch. The training match began swiftly. Sun Yang was assigned to the yellow team, playing in a position close to a number 10. This was a difficult role to fill. He had to support the striker when pushing forward and drop deep to receive when retreating. He needed to find space between the lines while completing turns and passes under pressure. The moment the ball was kicked off, two opposition defenders pressed forward immediately. They knew Sun Yang was on trial and showed no mercy in their challenges. One went for the body contact. The other blocked his passing lanes. When the yellow team's defensive midfielder sent the ball forward, Sun Yang received it with his back to goal, and the center back behind him charged straight into him. Shoulder against shoulder. Sun Yang's body swayed half a step. Physical attribute 50, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Once the physical battle intensified, his lower center of gravity proved insufficient. On the sidelines, Kramer shook his head. Too weak. The assistant coach whispered, at this physical level in the German Youth League he'll be devoured. Especially receiving with his back to goal. He can't withstand the first wave of pressure. Henry's face tightened. He gripped his car keys, his palms sweating. He wasn't a professional coach, but even he could tell. Sun Yang had nearly lost possession on that play. Yet just as everyone assumed Sun Yang was about to be dispossessed, his left hand suddenly shot up, pointing toward the opposite side of the pitch. Before his body had fully stabilized, his right foot was already swinging through. Thwack! The ball sliced through the gap between the two defenders. Not a blind clearance. Not a desperate hack. The ball carried a precise trajectory, cutting across half the pitch, landing in the open space on the left flank. The left winger had been jogging casually, but when the ball came flying, he froze. Because there was no defender within 5 meters of him. More critically, Sun Yang hadn't passed the ball to where the winger stood. He placed it perfectly in front, exactly where the winger would be most effective when making his run. No need to control it. No need to adjust. Just sprint forward and build up full speed. Sun Yang shouted at him. Run? Don't watch me, just run. The left winger snapped to attention and bolted. On the sidelines, Kramer's expression shifted. The assistant coach was stunned too. That timing. Kramer said nothing, his gaze already lifted from the data sheet back to the pitch. The left winger charged into the penalty area with the ball. The opposition right back was half a step too slow in recovery, forced to shepherd him toward the byline to deny any shooting opportunity. The winger didn't hog the ball. He delivered a cross into the box. The center forward made a feint at the near post. A teammate at the far post swept it home. The ball hit the net. 1-0. The yellow team players erupted in celebration. The left winger turned to look at Sun Yang, his face filled with astonishment. Brother, how did you know no one was covering me? Sun Yang caught his breath, tapping his chest. Because there was space. I just played it there. Whether you make the run is your job as a striker. You were too slow, I was worried for you. The winger froze, then laughed in mock frustration. All right, new guy, sharp tongue. Sun Yang grinned. As long as the ball reaches you and you get into position. On the sidelines, Henry finally exhaled. He glanced at Kramer. Coach, what about that goal? Kramer didn't answer immediately. He lowered his eyes to the stopwatch. The training match had barely started, not even a minute in. 10 minutes. It seemed this young man might not need 10 minutes at all. Kramer reopened the file, his gaze falling on Sun Yang's name. Arsenal just terminated. Injury risk. Below average physicality. Mediocre shooting. But that switch to the weak side just now. No ordinary player could have played that pass. That wasn't a simple long ball. That was a pass born from observation, anticipation, technique, and spatial awareness, all working in unison. Kramer lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Sun Yang on the pitch. His eyes sharpened for the first time. Let's keep watching. This kid has something to him. 2 minutes later, Sun Yang was marked again. This time the opponents did not give him the opportunity to turn comfortably. One player pressed forward to close him down, another cut off his right foot passing lane, while a center back leaned against his back from behind. The challenges were clean, but absolutely brutal. This was the most direct welcome German football had to offer. You want to play as an attacking midfielder. First, survive the initial onslaught. The defensive midfielder of the yellow team slid the ball over, but it came in a bit fast. Sun Yang moved to control the ball, but he stopped it too far ahead. The football rolled half a meter away from his foot. The opposing defensive midfielder immediately stretched out his leg and poked at it, nearly winning the ball back. On the sideline, Kramer's eyes, which had just lit up, sank again. The first touch was messy. The assistant coach nodded and wrote something down in his notebook. His receiving quality dropped under pressure, and his ability to shield the ball with his back to goal is merely average. Sun Yang gritted his teeth. He knew that move had looked terrible. His physical attributes were what they were. In a direct confrontation, he was genuinely at a disadvantage. But the ball had not yet been lost. Relying on the flexibility forged through his childhood training in Peking opera, he wrenched his waist sideways with a violent twist, slipping free, like a monkey squeezing through a narrow gap, and dragged the ball back with the outside of his right foot. The opposing defensive midfielder muttered a curse in German. How did he get past that? Sun Yang had no time to retort because a third player was already crashing toward him. A shoulder bumped him. Sun Yang staggered, a heaviness pressing against his chest. He did not try to force his way forward. Half a second more of clinging to the ball, and he would have lost it for certain. His left hand rose, pointing toward a teammate, making a forward run on the right. His right foot followed through with a strike. Thud. The ball swept past midfield, carved over the defensive line, and landed with pinpoint accuracy in the space between the wing and the center. It was not played into his feet. It was delivered ahead of his teammate's sprinting path. The player on the right who had been hesitating saw the ball arrive, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Mine! Sun Yang gasped and shouted. If it's not yours, whose could it be? Run! The teammate immediately burst forward. 1-on-1. A simple finish. Another goal. 2-0. On the sideline, Kramer straightened up. He had watched that sequence unfold with crystal clarity. Sun Yang had nearly made a mistake on the reception, and his physical battles were clearly lacking. But that final pass still came out. And it was extraordinary. The assistant coach could not help but lower his voice. He has weaknesses, but that long pass. That is truly not youth-level football. Kramer did not respond immediately. He stared at Sun Yang, his expression complicated. If you only looked at his physique, this kid would struggle terribly against the defensive midfielders in the German Youth League. But if given a single second to look up, he could make the entire opposing defense question their existence. Let's watch him one more time, Kramer said. His voice had shifted from casual to serious. On the sideline, a tall, blonde-haired man stopped his warm-up. Tall and broad-shouldered with long legs, he stood like a beast just awakened from winter's snow. Erling Haaland. He had just joined Dortmund and was still acclimating to his new club and the team's tempo. Originally, he had only come to do individual training nearby. But those two passes from Sun Yang had awakened his interest. A top striker understands the value of such passes best. It is not about delivering the ball near you. It is about placing it exactly where you want to go next. No need to stop it. No need to adjust. You simply run into position and shoot. This is not just a pass. This is feeding the meal directly to your mouth. Haaland licked his lips and turned to Kramer. Coach, can I go on for a few minutes? Kramer was taken aback. Erling, you just joined the club. Your body is still adjusting, and this is not the first team. It is the youth squad. Haaland watched Sun Yang on the pitch, his eyes shining with excitement. I will just make a few runs. I will not challenge physically. He paused, then added, I want to see if he can actually deliver the ball right to my feet. Kramer hesitated. Haaland was a highly anticipated signing for the first team. If something went wrong in a trial match like this, no one could take responsibility. In the distance, first-team head coach Favre stood with his assistant on another training pitch. Haaland had already picked up a training bib on his own. Coach, 5 minutes. If you are worried, 3 will do. Kramer watched his eager expression and could not help but shake his head. Fine, 5 minutes. Do not engage in unnecessary challenges. Haaland pulled on the bib and walked onto the field. The moment he reached the forward position, he shouted to Sun Yang. Hey Chinese kid, can you see me? Sun Yang glanced up at him. Good heavens. That physique looked more imposing than all the defenders combined. Sun Yang smiled. When you are running, I will see you. Haaland grinned. Then you better aim well. I do not like wasting runs. Sun Yang shot back quickly. Then you had better not waste my passes either. I do not like wasting them. Haaland laughed out loud. Interesting. Play resumed. The opposition was not foolish either. As soon as Haaland came on, the two center backs immediately adjusted. One stayed close to mark him, the other dropped deeper to protect the space behind. The entire defensive line retreated 2 meters, clearly afraid Sun Yang would play another ball behind them again. Sun Yang called for the ball near the center circle. The yellow team's defensive midfielder glanced at him, but still passed it over. But this time the pressure came instantly as the ball arrived. The opposing attacking midfielder pressed from behind, the defensive midfielder blocked head-on, and the wide midfielder cut in from the angle. 3 players converged quickly. Dortmund's youth academy players, not to mention anything else, had excellent collective defensive awareness. They did not just chase the ball. They cut off the passing lanes between Sun Yang and Haaland. Sun Yang had barely controlled the ball when his shoulder was bumped again. His body drifted backward half a step. The ball almost escaped his control. Kramer frowned. See, he is vulnerable to continuous pressure. Without space to look up, his technique breaks down. The assistant coach whispered, and his defensive positioning has issues too. When he lost the ball just now, his first instinct was not to press back, but to watch it. Kramer nodded. That is dangerous at the first team level. Dortmund's pressing demands are extremely high. If he is half a beat slow, someone behind him has to cover for him. On the pitch, of course, Sun Yang could not hear any of this. But he could feel the pressure. The 3 opponents were not pressing randomly. They forced him back from the front, blocked his passing options from the sides, and stood ready to hit him from behind. This was not the disconnected rhythm of Arsenal's youth setup. This was German football. Fast, physical, disciplined. Sun Yang dug his soul into the ball and twisted his body, barely escaping the first wave of pressure. But he could not shake them completely. The opposing defensive midfielder stretched out his leg and swept at the ball. The football deflected slightly. Beside the stands, Henry's heart skipped a beat. Yang, watch out. Sun Yang chased after it, planting his left leg and forcing his body back upright. In that moment, the golden monkey king shin guards hidden in his socks seemed to urge him on. Even if he stumbled, he would need to land on his feet. His left hand rose once more, this time pointing toward the right channel ahead. Haaland was already moving. That was the instinct of a world-class striker. The moment Sun Yang's hand lifted, Haaland had already sliced diagonally behind the opposition's defensive line. Sun Yang did not overthink it. A long pass with his right foot. The ball soared from midfield, arcing over the retreating center back's head, landing not too early and not too late, just half a meter ahead of Haaland's sprinting path. Haaland felt a thrill run down his spine. How could a striker not love a ball like this? He did not even need to take an extra touch. Meeting the descending ball, he swung his leg powerfully. Thud! The ball threaded past the goalkeeper and into the net. The keeper's hands were still rising as the ball hit the back of the net. Haaland turned and pointed at Sun Yang, shouting loudly, "Again. Pass it again." His tone carried the hunger of a man starved for 3 days, finally spotting a steaming bowl of rice. On the sideline, Kramer's eyelid twitched. The assistant coach could not help but speak. The quality of that through ball was exceptional. The timing, the trajectory, the pace, all positioned perfectly for the striker's comfort zone. Kramer watched Sun Yang, but still did not fully give in. Passing ability is top tier. That is undeniable. He paused and lowered his voice. But as you have seen, he is like a blade without a guard. Sharp, yes, but dangerous to himself and capable of disrupting the entire team's balance. In the distance, Favre had already noticed them. He did not approach, simply standing with his hands in his pockets watching quietly. His assistant asked beside him, "Lucien, should we go over and take a look?" Favre shook his head. Let him play first. Talent means nothing in comfortable conditions. What matters is whether he can still make the right decisions when pressed. The second attack. Sun Yang got the ball again. This time the opponents clearly intended to prevent him from comfortably delivering long passes. For players closed in on him. The attacking midfielder blocked his retreat, the defensive midfielder pressed him from the front, the winger cut off the outside line, and the center back behind pushed directly into the midfield. They were about to cage him. Haaland had already started pulling wide, ready to charge behind the center backs. Everyone expected Sun Yang to pass. But this time Sun Yang did not release the ball immediately. The impulse surged in his chest again. Last night in the dream training ground, Batistuta's powerful strike exploded once more in his mind. He looked up at the goal. He pressed down on the ball. Don't be afraid to sky it. Those who fear missing will never unleash a thunderbolt. Sun Yang nudged the ball forward. He pushed it too far. Kramer's expression shifted instantly. Damn, he got greedy. The assistant coach frowned. That choice is unreasonable. Haaland has already run into space. Haaland shouted anxiously from ahead, "Pass. I'm wide open here." Sun Yang did not pass. He knew Haaland was open. He also knew that passing now would almost certainly create another one-on-one. But he didn't want to be forever the one who handed the knife. He wanted to tear the goal open with his own hands. The opposing defensive midfielder pressed up, slamming his shoulder hard into Sun Yang. Sun Yang's body tilted, nearly losing balance. For an ordinary young player, that would have been the end. But he had practiced monkey kung fu since childhood, the best at finding balance in imbalance. He planted his right foot on the grass, wrenched his core back, and forced half a body width between two defenders. It wasn't pretty. It was even a bit awkward. But it was enough. In front of the arc, a defender stretched out to block. Sun Yang's eyes turned fierce, his right leg drew back like a fully pulled bow. Bang! The ball was brutally struck. No tricks, no curve, just raw power. The ball speed was immense, skimming along the grass. The goalkeeper reacted quickly, but by the time his hand went down, the ball had already darted past him into the net. The net shuddered violently. The training ground fell silent for half a second. Then the yellow team's substitutes bench erupted. Holy shit! That strike was insane. Wasn't he almost knocked off just now? How did he still unleash that? Haaland's eyes widened, then he laughed even more joyfully. Kramer opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time. In the distance, Favre finally walked over. The assistant coach followed beside him, muttering, "That strike had a bit of Batistuta's flavor." Favre praised nothing. He saw more than others. Sun Yang's shot was indeed intimidating. But in this attack, he also saw another side. Sun Yang had not chosen the more reasonable pass. His dribbling was not steady enough, his movements deformed after physical contact. That he managed to shoot was a mix of talent and recklessness. In a youth team training match, this was a heroic play. In a Bundesliga match, it could be a lost possession that leads to a counterattack. On the pitch, Sun Yang stood still, his chest heaving violently. He could feel the soreness in his thighs and a fire clogging his lungs. That effort drained him far more than in the dream training ground. Reality had no infinite stamina. Reality would not give him clean space to shoot either. The system voice echoed in his mind. Initial success in replicating Batagal in reality. Batagal proficiency increased to 3,100. Shooting attribute increased 5,053. Sun Yang almost laughed out loud. He had practiced all night, been scolded by Batistuta in his dreams until he doubted himself. In reality, he had to fight for half his life to raise proficiency by 3 points. The system really knew how to be stingy. But he still smiled. Because he knew this path was viable. Haaland ran over and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. What's your name? Sun Yang gasped twice. Sun Yang. Sun. The sun. You can also call me Sun Dashing. Haaland didn't understand. Sun Yang switched to English. Monkey King. Haaland grinned widely. Alright, Monkey King. That pass of yours really suits my style, and that shot just now was crazy enough. Sun Yang glanced at him. Are you praising me, or do you want me to keep passing to you? Both. Haaland didn't pretend. From now on you pass, I score. We'll handle this job together and definitely win big. Sun Yang shook his head. No. Haaland was taken aback. Sun Yang pointed at the goal. I want to score too. Haaland was stunned for a moment, then laughed even louder. Fine, then we'll score together. But if you had passed me that ball, I could have scored too. Sun Yang shot back. Then you need to run even harder next time, so hard that I'd feel guilty for not passing. Haaland patted his back. Fair enough, Monkey King. You've got spirit. As they spoke, Favre had already walked over to Kramer. Who was he? Kramer immediately handed over the file. Sun Yang, a youth player just released by Arsenal. 19 years old, Asian mixed race. The file says he can play both midfield and shadow striker. Favre flipped through the file and looked back at Sun Yang on the pitch. Released by Arsenal. Kramer nodded. I heard it was due to injury risk. He broke his leg before, and the report says the injury was severe. Favre watched Sun Yang. That explosive shot just now didn't look like it came from an injured player. But he wouldn't be swept away by two good plays either. How's his physique? Kramer spoke honestly. Physicality is weak, first touch is unstable, continuous sprint ability needs to be seen. Defensive issues are obvious, slow awareness after losing the ball, and positioning is not professional enough. The assistant coach added, but his passing talent is extraordinary. Not just good technique, his vision is top tier. He can see the forwards run and advance, dares to play through balls, and also switches to the weak side. Favre nodded. That was exactly what he saw. Sun Yang was not a finished product. He was far from it. But some talents cannot be hidden on the training ground. A player who can deliver such through balls under pressure is worth a small risk for Dortmund. Besides, Haaland was already interested in him. Sometimes a striker's preference for a passer is more telling than a coach's report. Favre turned to the assistant coach. Notify Zorc and the team doctor. Give him a full medical check. The assistant coach asked, if the check is fine, is it a youth team contract? Favre did not answer immediately. He glanced at Sun Yang again. Sun Yang was now bent over, hands on his knees, panting. Clearly his stamina was dropping. Haaland was still talking beside him, as if urging him to deliver a few more passes. Sun Yang looked up and glared at Haaland. Haaland laughed even more. Favre suddenly felt the scene was intriguing. A starved striker. A number 9.5 with passes accurate to the point of absurdity, yet stubbornly wanting to shoot himself. If disciplined, well, this could be a unique weapon in Dortmund's front line. If not, it would be a tactical disaster. Favre spoke. Not a youth team contract. The assistant coach was startled. Kramer also looked at him. Favre's tone was calm. Give him a first-team young player contract. Salary not too high, control the risk, but give him training privileges. Kramer couldn't help but remind him. Lucien, he's only played 10 minutes, and he has plenty of flaws. Favre nodded. I know. He looked at Sun Yang on the pitch. His body is not strong enough, yet his handling under pressure deforms. His defensive discipline is also lacking. In first-team training, Delaney and Witsel will make him suffer. But his vision, the anticipation of passes, and his audacity to go forward are what we need now. Some players' 10 minutes is enough to see. Not because he's perfect, but because his strengths are special enough. Kramer was silent for a moment, then nodded. He accepted that. Geniuses are not flawless. Geniuses have a pile of flaws, but as long as they have one exceptional ability that can change the game, that's what makes you unwilling to let go. On the training ground, Sun Yang heard his name and looked up. Favre met his gaze across half the pitch. Favre said, Sun, train with the first team tomorrow. Haaland whistled beside him. Monkey King, congratulations. But I warn you, the first team guys won't be as kind as today. Sun Yang looked at him. Will you be kind? Haaland said seriously, I'm only kind to those who pass me good balls. Sun Yang smiled. His chest was still burning. His legs were sore. But his heart was racing faster. He knew. His chance had come. Favre continued, but I'll be clear. You're not a Bundesliga player yet. You've only earned a ticket to prove yourself. Sun Yang stood tall. Favre went on, tomorrow's first-team training, I want to see your receiving, pressing, off-the-ball positioning, and the quality of your passes after continuous sprints. If you can only deliver one or two good passes, that's not enough. If you can survive in the real first-team tempo. He paused. The entire training ground fell silent. Favre finally said, this weekend's Bundesliga away match against Augsburg I'll bring you. There's a spot for you on the bench. The medical center was situated right next to the training base. Sun Yang followed the assistant coach inside. Uncle Hung trailed behind, his fingers nervously fidgeting with the zipper of his jacket. He was even more tense than Sun Yang. No matter how spectacular the training session had been, it was still just a trial. A professional contract wasn't something that could be blasted open with a single long-range strike. Especially Sun Yang's resume. It was a bit too hot to handle for any club. He had just been released by Arsenal. His left leg had recently been flagged for a severe risk of fracture. 19 years old. Asian mixed race. No first-team official match experience. These labels stacked together. Even mid-tier clubs, let alone giants, would frown upon seeing them. The team doctor Sure Might was already waiting in the examination room. He wore a white coat, his hair meticulously combed. On the desk lay a stack of forms along with several medical files transferred from Arsenal. No pleasantries. Sure Might directly handed the pen to Sun Yang. Son, we need to conduct a comprehensive physical examination. Bones, muscles, heart, and lungs, joint stability, athletic performance. All of it. You need to understand this isn't just a formality. Sun Yang took the pen. No problem. Sure Might looked at him, his tone firm. If there's any obvious injury risk, Dortmund won't let you sign a professional contract. No matter how brilliantly you played just now. Uncle Hungley immediately grew anxious. Doctor, it wasn't just brilliant. It was extraordinary. Those 2 passes and that long-range shot. I'm not exaggerating, absolutely top tier. Sure Might raised his hand, cutting him off politely, but unyielding. Mr. Hungley, I saw it. But football isn't a 10-minute highlight reel. The Bundesliga has physical contact, high pressing, and back-to-back matches twice a week. Whether a player can endure it depends on the data. Hungley opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. He understood. They weren't targeting Sun Yang personally. This was professional football. Sun Yang didn't argue either. Being able to pass didn't mean his body could withstand the Bundesliga. Being able to blast a body goal didn't mean he could survive every match under the pincer of center backs and defensive midfielders. He walked into the examination room. First item, MRI. Left leg, knee joint, ankle joint, tibia, fibula. The cold hum of the machine buzzed in his ears. Sun Yang lay inside, calmer than Hungley. He knew the state of his iron-like legs. But Arsenal's diagnostic report was too alarming. If the Dortmund team doctor spotted any issues in the scans, all his efforts today might be blocked outside this door. After the scan results came out, Sure Might sat in front of the computer staring for a long time. Hungley stood at the doorway, rubbing his palms together, muttering something under his breath. The assistant coach remained silent. The only sound in the room was the sliding of the mouse wheel. After a few minutes, Sure Might took off his glasses. No bone issues. Hungley let out a long breath. Thank God, really nothing wrong. Sun Yang's shoulders relaxed slightly. But Sure Might didn't close the report. He turned to the next page, his frown deepening. The old injury marks are a bit peculiar. Sun Yang's heart tightened. Sure Might stared at the images. According to the scans, your bone recovery is excellent, the joint surfaces are clean, and there are no risk points as I expected. But from the records we received, you were previously diagnosed with a severe fracture risk, even long-term hidden dangers. The assistant coach asked, could it be that Arsenal's initial diagnosis was too conservative? Sure Might paused for 2 seconds. Possible. In an emergency setting, initial diagnoses tend to be cautious. Hungley scoffed coldly. They weren't being cautious, they were too lazy to take a proper look. If those people had treated Yang like their own child, they wouldn't have kicked him out like garbage. Sure Might glanced at Hungley, not refuting. He simply wrote a line on the report. Sun Yang bent down to tie his shoelaces. Let Arsenal take the blame. They deserved it anyway. Next was body fat percentage. DEXA scan. Basal metabolic rate. Muscle mass distribution. Sun Yang stood on the machine, watching the data pop up one by one. Body fat percentage 10.8. Not bad, but not top tier among professional players either. Lower limb muscle mass was slightly low. Upper body strength was average. Core strength was acceptable. Sure Might held the report, speaking bluntly. You don't look like you just broke a leg. But you also don't look like a player who can immediately adapt to the physical demands of the Bundesliga. Hungley's expression changed again. The heart that had just settled was now lifted once more. Sun Yang, however, looked up and asked, where am I lacking? Sure Might tapped the data with his pen. Posterior thigh muscles. Hip drive. Upper body resistance. If you play in the middle, defensive midfielders will push you, center backs will collide with you, and wide midfielders will squeeze you from the sides. Especially when receiving the ball with your back to goal. If you hold it too long, you'll be in danger. Sun Yang chuckled. Then I'll hold the ball less. The assistant coach looked at him. Sun Yang added one touch passing. Sure Might's pen paused. The assistant coach couldn't help but smile. That's very German. Sure Might scribbled a few notes. Provided you can see the passing lanes every time. Sun Yang didn't explain. Of course he could see them. Most of the time, it wasn't the eyes that found the answer first. The strikers run the defense's center of gravity, the fullback's positioning. They had already laid out the answer. The pitch speaks. It's just that some people can't hear it. Then came the shuttle run. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Repeated sprints. Sun Yang changed into training shoes and stood behind the line. The timer lit up. First set, 20-meter sprint 3.7 seconds. The assistant coach glanced at the data. Not bad, your acceleration isn't slow. Second set, third set, fifth set. By the 8th set, Sun Yang's breathing began to falter. The issue of insufficient physical attributes started to show. He could sustain explosive bursts for a few rounds, but as the continuous sprints increased, the quality of his movements declined. Sure Might recorded meticulously. Repeated sprint ability is average. Lactate tolerance is average. This means his current body can't handle a full match. In the final 20 minutes, his ball handling quality might drop. The assistant coach nodded. The Bundesliga tempo bites. Especially now that we press high up front and need to counterpress immediately after losing the ball. If he plays as an attacking midfielder or second striker, he can't just pass. Sun Yang leaned on his knees, catching his breath. Harsh but true. In the past, watching matches, he thought star players running all over the field was no big deal. But standing in a professional test, he realized every sprint felt like digging something out of his body. By the end, his legs were no longer legs, and his lungs were no longer lungs. Then came the yo-yo intermittent endurance test. The beep sounded. Sun Yang began to run back and forth. Once, 10 times, 20 times. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the ground. Hung Lee stood nearby, initially wanting to shout encouragement, but eventually closed his mouth. He was afraid that shouting too much might distract Sun Yang. Sun Yang gritted his teeth and reached level 18. 4. Sure might nodded. Not bad by youth team standards. The assistant coach asked what about in the first team. Sure might didn't beat around the bush. Benchwarmer level. Hung Lee's face fell. But his passing is really good. You saw it. The timing, the curve. That wasn't something you just luck into on the training ground. Sure might put down his pen and looked at Hung Lee. I know. That's why I'm going to keep testing. That sentence silenced Hung Lee. He suddenly realized that this German doctor wasn't trying to make things difficult for Sun Yang. He was taking responsibility for Dortmund and for Sun Yang as well. Professional football isn't a fairy tale. Once a contract is signed, the training plan, match intensity, and injury management all fall on someone's shoulders. The next test was jumping. Reverse vertical jump. Single leg hop. Landing stability. Agility ladder. T-run. 505 change of direction. Sun Yang's explosive data wasn't particularly impressive. But when the balance tests began, the numbers started to shift. Single leg standing with eyes closed. Dynamic balance board. Hip flexibility. Ankle range of motion. Schmidt had been sitting comfortably in his chair. As he watched, he stood up. Do it again. Sun Yang complied. He stepped onto the balance board with his left foot. His body wobbled a few times before quickly stabilizing. Then his right foot. Stable again. The assistant coach murmured, "These numbers are good." Schmidt stared at the screen, his tone turning serious. Not just good. Very rare. His flexibility, balance, and joint control far exceed most players his age. Henry suddenly perked up. His father is a peking opera performer. Schmidt didn't understand. Henry quickly mimed a few gestures. Chinese opera monkey king backflip splits. He trained since childhood. Don't let his thin frame fool you. When he was young, his flexibility was so extreme it hurt just to watch. The assistant coach chuckled. So that's how he can still pass the ball when he's knocked off balance. Schmidt nodded. That explains it. He's weak in physical confrontation, but strong in body control. As long as he isn't knocked down head-on, he can keep the ball at his feet, even in an unstable state. Sun Yang stood nearby, saying nothing. This was his foundation. Not strong, but flexible. Not tough, but he wouldn't fall. Arsenal only saw that he wasn't strong enough. They didn't see that when his body was twisted, he could still deliver the ball to the most critical position. The final test was field-specific. Passing lanes. Passing under pressure. Scanning awareness. Mannequin interference. 2 youth team defensive midfielders were brought in to assist. The tester passed the ball to Sun Yang. A man was pressing from behind. 2 mannequins blocked the through ball route ahead. A runner on the left started his movement. Sun Yang raised his hand to call for the ball, his shoulder giving a slight feint before receiving. He struck with his right foot. The ball threaded between the 2 mannequins and landed half a step ahead of the runner. The runner didn't need to slow down. He took the ball in stride into the wide channel. The tester checked the computer trajectory. Error 23 centimeters. Schmidt looked up. Second attempt. A ball behind the defense into the right half space. The ball crossed the simulated center back line and landed ahead of the forward run. Error 18 centimeters. Third attempt. A half-turn switch to the weak side. Sun Yang received the ball with his back to goal, flicked it with the outside of his right foot, spun his body, and swept the ball directly to the left flank. The ball skimmed across the turf. Error 11 centimeters. The assistant coach fell silent. Even Schmidt, who wasn't a tactical coach, could see this was something special. For the 4th attempt, the tester deliberately fed the ball off target. Sun Yang took a half step back, planted his left foot, opened his shoulders, and swept the ball to the left with his right. The ball landed inside the sideline. The running teammate didn't even need to break stride. The tester looked up. Again. Sun Yang delivered 10 consecutive passes. 9 were on target. The only one that missed by half a meter was because the runner himself had stopped early. The youth team defensive midfielder paused a bit, embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't think that ball would make it. Sun Yang caught his breath and smiled. Just run. I'll handle the rest. A quiet statement. But everyone in the training hall heard it. Just run. Getting the ball to you is my job. Henry nearly let out a shout. That was so Sun Yang. Arrogant. But you couldn't call it bragging. Because those 10 passes had already backed it up. The assistant coach picked up the phone and stepped aside. Michael, you'd better come see this. 20 minutes later, Michael Zorc arrived. Borussia Dortmund's sporting director. He wore a dark coat, holding Sun Yang's test report. Head coach Favre came along as well. There were no pleasantries. Zorc first asked the team doctor. Health risks. Schmidt replied, no serious injuries. His left leg can pass the medical. But his physical strength is insufficient. To play in the Bundesliga, he needs a specialized strength program, especially for the posterior chain core anti-rotation and upper body duels. Zorc continued, can he make the matchday squad? Schmidt said medically yes. Competitively, it depends on the coach. Favre looked at the assistant coach. The assistant handed him the passing test data. Long pass accuracy under pressure is very high. Half space through balls, weak side switches, and half-turn passes are all stable. He doesn't scan excessively before passing, but his judgment is quick. He doesn't rely on looking for a long time. He already knows where his teammates will be. Favre stared at the report, his expression shifting subtly. It wasn't shock or excitement. It was the focused look a head coach gets when he sees a tactical puzzle piece. That's what's valuable. Zorc flipped to the contract risk page. Arsenal let him go? If we sign him now, people will ask why. Henry's heart tightened again. That was too real. Picking up a player a big club discarded. If he doesn't pan out, it's a joke. But Favre was calm. Because Arsenal didn't understand. Zorc looked up. Favre continued, he's not physically strong enough, not good enough defensively, and his dribbling is inconsistent. Henry's mouth twitched at those words. 3 strikes before the praise. Germans really don't sugarcoat. Favre didn't stop. But his passing can change the way forwards run. Haaland needs those balls. So does Sancho. We bought finishers in the winter window. This kid can provide the service to those finishers. Sun Yang looked at Favre. The first-team coach hadn't called him a genius or a savior. He only said one thing. He was useful. In professional football, that was harder than any praise. Zorc closed the report. The contract can't be too big. He has no professional match experience. Henry tensed up immediately. So is Dortmund still signing him? Zorc looked at Sun Yang. Yes. Henry nearly slapped the table. This is a steal. The words had barely left his mouth before he caught himself clearing his throat and pretending to be composed. I mean, Dortmund has great vision. Schmidt lowered his head to write the report, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sun Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. The weight that had pressed on his chest since leaving Arsenal finally shifted a little. Zorc continued, a young player's first-team professional contract. Term 2.5 years until summer 2022. Base annual salary €2,000. Bonuses for making the Bundesliga matchday squad. Bonuses for official appearances. Goals and assists are separate. When he heard about goal bonuses, a fire kindled in Sun Yang's eyes. Passing was satisfying, of course, but the sound of the net rippling was more like the drumbeat in his heart. Zorc added, if you reach 20 first-team appearances, a salary increase clause will automatically activate. That number wasn't extravagant. In fact, it was quite restrained. But for a young player just cast out by Arsenal, it was more than enough to show sincerity. Henry lowered his voice and asked, Yang, what do you think? Sun Yang didn't answer immediately. He looked at the contract on the table. Then he recalled the cold stares on the Arsenal training ground. He remembered Lance's tackle. The silence of those around him as he lay on the turf. Back then they all thought he was finished. They thought a half-Asian, mix of fringe youth player, a unlucky bastard with a broken leg wasn't worth a second glance. But now the Borussia Dortmund contract lay before him. First team. Bundesliga. Haaland. Sancho. And a place on the bench for the weekend trip to Augsburg. Those who crawl out of the dust know the taste of the grass best. Sun Yang picked up the pen. I'll sign. Henry's eyes reddened. He reached out and patted Sun Yang's shoulder, his voice a bit choked. Good kid. Call your mother later. She'll be overjoyed. Don't mind if she cries. She's had a tough few years because of your father. Sun Yang nodded. The pen point touched down. He finished writing his name. Sun Yang. Those two characters were now officially on Borussia Dortmund's contract. Zorc watched him sign, his tone still calm. From today you are no longer a trialist. You are a Borussia Dortmund player. Favre added, tomorrow at 9 a.m. First team training. Don't be late. Sun Yang put down the pen and looked up. I won't. Favre glanced at him and said, also son. On the training ground, Haaland will be asking for the ball constantly. Sun Yang smiled. In that smile was the arrogance of youth and the ruthlessness of someone who had crawled out of the ruins of Arsenal. That's fine. I want to see just how much he can take. Sun Yang gazed at the contract on the table. 2.5 years. Borussia Dortmund first team. A place on the Bundesliga substitute bench. Weekend matches. Possibly traveling to Augsburg with the squad. What else could he hesitate about? Arsenal had rejected him. Dortmund offered him a jersey, a training ground, and a chance to make the matchday squad. This was not the end, but it was his starting line for another surge forward. Sun Yang picked up the pen. Zorc did not rush him. He simply watched Sun Yang. Once you sign, you become a Borussia Dortmund player. Training intensity, discipline, standards, media protocols. Everything will follow first-team requirements. If you cannot keep up, we will send you back to the youth academy. The words were not gentle. They were painfully realistic. And yet Sun Yang appreciated them. Professional football demanded no coddling. Sun Yang looked up at Zorc. I will not be returning. Zorc studied him for a few seconds. Many young players when first seated here say the same. Sun Yang offered no rebuttal. He bowed his head and signed his name with deliberate care. Chinese signature. English signature. Sun Yang. The pen touched paper. In that moment his name was officially bound to Borussia Dortmund's contract. Henry had been stifling his excitement the whole time and finally could not contain himself. He stepped forward and embraced Sun Yang, squeezing him tightly. Good lad, you did it. Uncle, I haven't even stepped onto the pitch yet. Henry loosened his grip, his eyes glistening though he strove to maintain composure. True, of course. But you have already kicked open that first door. Kid, that is remarkable. Zorc folded the contract away. Favre passed over a training schedule. First team training begins at 9 tomorrow morning. He fixed Sun Yang with a steady gaze. Do not be late. Sun Yang took the paper. I will not be. Favor did not depart immediately. He added one more remark. That long-range strike today was impressive. Sun Yang opened his mouth to respond, but Favor continued without pause. Yet do not assume you will score so easily every time. Bundesliga goalkeepers will study you. Center backs will throw their weight against you. Defensive midfielders will disrupt your rhythm before you even lift your leg. If you wish to survive here, you must first forge your body. Sun Yang nodded. I understand. Favor turned toward the door. Just before exiting, he paused once more. Also tomorrow you will meet the actual first-team squad. They will not greet you at the door simply because you threaded a few clever passes. Sun Yang answered without hesitation. Then I shall deliver a few more. A brief silence fell over the room. Henry nearly chuckled aloud. This boy was occasionally arrogant enough to cause headaches. Yet he truly possessed something special. Favor glanced at Sun Yang and said nothing further. He departed. With the contract signed, Henry drove Sun Yang to the player accommodations. Beyond the car window, the training facility's lamps streamed past like scattered stars. Henry gripped the steering wheel, his words light, but his voice betraying barely concealed emotion. Your mother would be overjoyed to hear this news. Sun Yang smiled. I will call her now. He dialed Diana's number first. The phone rang twice before she answered. Yang, how did it go? Her tone carried palpable anxiety. Sun Yang recognized immediately that she had been waiting restlessly on the other end. Sun Yang looked out at the passing lights. I signed it. A 2-second pause on the line. Then Diana's breath seemed to lighten. Dortmund, you really signed. Truly. A first-team professional contract. Silence followed on her end. Not a silence of speechlessness, but one swept over by emotion. When Diana spoke again, her voice had softened considerably. Oh, my child, hold on. Let me fetch your father. He has been pretending not to care while pacing the living room for 15 minutes. Soon Sun Wu's booming voice filled the line. Signed. Signed. How much? Diana immediately interjected. Wu, honestly. Your son just secured a professional contract, and your first question is about money. Sun Wu protested. If professional players do not discuss wages, what should we ask? Whether their shin guards look handsome? Sun Yang could not help but laugh. 22,000 euros annually plus bonuses. Sun Wu hesitated. Euros? Yes. Before tax. Sun Yang chuckled. Dad, you know about this sort of thing? Sun Wu hummed dismissively. Your old man spent years working in Britain. I can still count properly. Diana snatched the phone back. Do not listen to your father. He is merely too overjoyed and babbling nonsense. She paused. Yang, what did the doctor say? Is your leg truly all right? Do not hide anything from me for the sake of a contract. Sun Yang relaxed his tone. It is fine. The doctor says my left leg is no problem. Simply that my overall physique is not yet strong enough and requires specialized training. Diana exhaled softly. Then all is well. Physique can be built gradually. Do not rush to prove yourself in every regard. Football does not end tomorrow. Sun Wu leaned back into the conversation. Build it then. When you were a child, I made you hold horse stances, and you complained of fatigue. Sun Yang was rendered speechless. Dad, I was only 6 years old. What of being 6? I was already performing somersaults at 6. Diana could contain herself no longer. Wu, if you keep reducing your son's professional football career to your childhood drills, I am hanging up. Sun Wu immediately relented. Very well, very well. Football. Professional football. The voices behind him rose into animated chatter. Listening to them, Sun Yang felt a profound steadiness settle within him. The Dortmund contract was real. The German night beyond the window was real. His parents' voices were real. He was not abandoned here alone. After a while, Sun Wu cleared his throat. Son, yes. Do not be afraid at Dortmund. Sun Wu's voice dropped lower. Should others look down upon you, play to silence them. If you truly cannot endure it, return home. There is always food on our table. Diana added gently. Yes, home is forever yours. Sun Yang held the phone tightly. I will not be returning so soon. Sun Wu replied. Then do not bring shame upon yourself. Diana immediately warned Wu. Sun Wu clarified. What I mean is, make a name for yourself. Sun Yang smiled. I understand. By the time the call ended, the car had reached the player dormitory. Henry helped him unload his luggage. He glanced at the dormitory building, then at Sun Yang, his manner still characteristically courteous. I can arrange an apartment in the city center for you. It is a 20-minute drive from the training base, comes with a kitchen, and offers a quiet environment. Now that you have signed a professional contract, you deserve to live comfortably. Sun Yang shook his head. I will stay in the dormitory for now. Henry raised an eyebrow. Certain. This place lacks the elegant window views of a London flat. Sun Yang looked toward the training pitch behind the dormitory block. It is close to the training grounds. I can add extra sessions at night and arrive earlier each morning. Henry studied him in silence for a few moments, then smiled. Very well. That is a reason I cannot dispute. He drew a card from his wallet and offered it. Take this. Sun Yang pushed it back. No need. Henry pressed the card into his hand. This is from your mother. His tone was gentle, yet left no room for refusal. You may choose not to use it, but you must keep it. Let her have peace of mind, and let me have mine as well. Sun Yang met his gaze and accepted the card. Henry patted his shoulder. Germans can be blunt. sometimes even cold. Do not take their directness to heart. Sun Yang slung his bag over his shoulder. On the pitch, directness is simply part of the game. Henry laughed. Fair point. Welcome to the adult world, Mr. Son. The dormitory room was small. A bed, a desk, a wardrobe. A Borussia Dortmund emblem was pasted on the wall, yellow and black. It was very eye-catching. Sun Yang put down his backpack. He took out the shin guards his father had given him. The Golden Monkey King. The painting was indeed exquisite. The eyes were spirited, especially with that unruly look. But Sun Yang stared at it for a long time. He thought of the turf at Arsenal's training ground. He recalled the tackle from Lant from the side and behind. He remembered the people standing nearby. Some were silent. Some sneered. Some pretended not to see. He also remembered his father's casual words when he shoved the shin guards into his hands. Don't bring shame. Sun Yang put the shin guards in the outermost pocket of his training bag. He placed them where he could easily reach. After showering, he lay down on the bed. The dormitory was very quiet. Wind blew outside the window. The light from the training base filtered through the curtain gap, falling on the team emblem on the wall. The next moment a system prompt appeared. Main quest stage completed. Leave Arsenal land in the Bundesliga. Reward issued. Football Hall of Fame Dream Training Ground activated. Current mentor Gabriel Batistuta. Current skill body goal. Proficiency 3100. Current reality replication rate. Preliminary prototype success rate affected by physical fitness, posture, and confrontation. Sun Yang stared at those words. The fire in his chest burned again. Passing the ball was certainly satisfying. Tearing apart the defense with one kick, giving a teammate a one-on-one, making the opposing defenders eat dust. That felt exhilarating. But it wasn't enough. He wanted to hear the net trembling from the strike. He wanted to hear the goalkeeper cursing after landing. He wanted to see all those who doubted him shut their mouths when the ball smashed into the net. He wanted to score. He wanted to use his own foot to kick back those cold stares from Arsenal one by one. Sun Yang closed his eyes. Enter training. The darkness receded. The stadium lit up. In the dream training ground, the lights were blindingly white. The turf was so flat it didn't seem real. Yet the air was filled with the smell of sweat, earth, and a sense of pressure that only came before a great battle. Batistuta stood at the top of the penalty arc. He stepped on the ball. His long hair hung beside his shoulders. He looked like a lion that had just stepped off the battlefield. Not a coach. More like a veteran carrying a knife. He glanced at Sun Yang. Signed a contract. Sun Yang was stunned. You know about this? Batistuta kicked the ball to him, his tone lazy. I don't know. He lifted his chin. I only know that your shooting is still terrible, boy. Sun Yang's face darkened. I scored one today. Batistuta laughed. He laughed annoyingly, but also genuinely. Training match. The goalkeeper wasn't ready. The defense didn't block your leg. If that were in Serie A, the defensive midfielder would first hit your waist, the center back would eat up your space, and the goalkeeper would have positioned himself in advance. He stared at Sun Yang. His gaze was like a knife. Then that shot of yours would most likely fly into the stands. Sun Yang gritted his teeth. Then I'll keep training. Batistuta nodded. Good. Tough talk is useless. The tough legs are what matter. He didn't rush to start training. Instead, he sat down on the turf and lowered his head to untie his boots. Sun Yang frowned. What are you doing? Batistuta took off his shoes and tossed them aside casually. Then he stretched his foot out in front of Sun Yang. After Sun Yang saw it, clearly his breath caught. It wasn't a good-looking pair of feet. The toes were deformed. The joints were thick. There were marks from old injuries on the instep. Some places seemed to have been worn flat. Other places bulged out. These feet were completely unlike the god of war who shattered goals in TV highlights. They didn't seem to belong to the same world. Batistuta patted his own instep. See this? Sun Yang was silent. Batistuta grinned. Many people only see my violent goals. They see me charging to the corner flag to celebrate, see the fans shouting my name, and see the net going crazy from my kicks. As he said this, his tone dropped. But they don't see this. They don't see that after every training session my toes swell so much I can't fit them into my shoes. They don't see me being kicked down by defenders and unable to stand, yet still gritting my teeth to get up and shoot again. They don't see that I train my ankles to be as hard as stone just to gain 1 more kilometer per hour in ball speed. Batistuta put his boots back on. His movements were slow, but each movement was like teaching Sun Yang a lesson. Success is not a fairy tale. He stood up, his eyes turning fierce again. A striker is not a prince. A striker is a butcher. The goal is right there. What you need to do is not pray, but open fire. Sun Yang's chest felt tight. Not from fear, but from being ignited. Batistuta raised his hand and pointed to the penalty area. Today we practice shooting under pressure. 2 dark shadow defenders appeared beside Sun Yang. One pushed his shoulder. The other blocked his right foot. Batistuta pointed to the goal. Receive the ball, turn, and shoot. The ball came. As soon as Sun Yang stopped it, his shoulder was knocked away. The ball was lost. Batistuta's face was expressionless. Again. The second time. Sun Yang blocked the position in advance. He nudged the ball with his right foot. He wanted to create an angle. Another shadow defender immediately closed in, blocking his leg swing path. The ball was lost again. Batistuta didn't even raise an eyebrow. Again. The 3rd time. The 4th time. The 10th time. The 20th time. The 50th time. Sun Yang got up from the turf, his training clothes completely soaked. The dream wouldn't let him get truly injured, but the pain was real. The fatigue was real. The frustration of being knocked into a deformed posture, unable even to swing his leg, was also real. This wasn't training. This was getting beaten up. It was getting beaten up with a teaching objective. Sun Yang lay on the turf, gasping heavily. Are you sure this is practicing shooting? Batistuta watched him with his arms crossed. Of course. Sun Yang looked up. I feel like you're practicing how to beat me up. Batistuta laughed. If you can't even withstand this when you get to the Bundesliga, you'll find they hit you more legally. Sun Yang was choked. The words were harsh, but he couldn't refute them. Batistuta walked to the top of the penalty arc like a cold marble statue of the god of war. If you want to learn my shooting, first learn to maintain your form after physical contact. Just swinging your leg in open space, that's not body goal. Sun Yang asked breathlessly, then what is it? Batistuta stopped the ball with his foot. Luck. Sun Yang was so angry he laughed. Amazing. This old man's mouth was truly venomous. But he was right. Anyone could dream of smashing a ball from open space. In a real match, no one would roll out the red carpet for him. No one would say, Mr. Sun, please take a comfortable shot. The defensive midfielder would hit him. The center back would crowd him. The goalkeeper would guess his intention. The pitch was not a stage. But Sun Yang was precisely the one who had rolled out of the training room. He wasn't bulky, but he could twist. He wasn't hard, but he was agile. Arsenal only saw that his body wasn't strong enough. But they didn't see that after being knocked off balance, he could still deliver the ball to the knife's edge. What if he applied that kind of body control to shooting? Sun Yang gritted his teeth and stood up. Again, Batistuta looked at him. There was something new in his eyes. Not praise, but more like a warrior seeing another warrior who hadn't yet knelt. Good. He kicked the ball over. Let me see if you're just all talk. This time Sun Yang didn't rush to turn. Before the ball came, he first used his shoulder to brace against the shadow defender behind him. His left foot planted on the turf. Knees slightly bent. Core tightened. The ball arrived at his feet. Sun Yang used his right foot to guide the ball half a step forward. Another shadow defender closed in. If it were before, he would have dodged. He would have tried to avoid contact. But this time he didn't dodge. He used the impact to twist his body open like a maneuver on a peaking opera stage before a dramatic reveal. Not resisting head-on, but borrowing the force. His right leg swung. Bang. The football shot toward the goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper dived. Didn't reach it. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. The net shook violently. The sound was so satisfying, like someone beating a drum on Sun Yang's chest. Thump, thump, thump. A system prompt appeared. Body goal proficiency, 4,100. Shooting attribute, increased 5,354. Sun Yang sat on the turf, gasping heavily. His lungs felt like they were on fire. His legs were sore. But he laughed. He laughed heartily. This was it. This was the sound he wanted. Not applause after an assist. Not a nod from the coach. It was the net surrendering. It was the goalkeeper's silence. It was the expression on the opponent's face when they looked back at the ball that, how did that go in? Look. This wave was worth it. Batistuta finally nodded. That shot barely qualifies as a goal. Sun Yang looked up at him. You're really stingy with praise. Batistuta kicked the ball back to him. Praise is reserved for those who can be satisfied. He lifted his chin, his eyes wildly arrogant. A striker doesn't need satisfaction. A striker only needs to score. Sun Yang's smile slowly faded. Batistuta took 2 steps forward. Remember, boy, when you stand in front of the goal, don't think about proving how pitiful you are. No one cares who abandoned you. No one cares if your leg was broken. No one cares what Arsenal did to you. He pointed to the goal. You kick the ball in, then they will listen to you. Sun Yang looked down at the ball rolling to his feet. At that moment he thought of land. He thought of bake. He remembered the looks on the Arsenal training ground, like watching a monkey show. He slowly stood up. His feet pressed into the turf. The fire in his heart burned hotter and hotter. Batistuta's voice sounded again. Had enough rest. Sun Yang looked up. Enough. Batistuta laughed. The smile was like licking blood from a blade. Good. Another 100 shots. Sun Yang bent down and nudged the ball in front of him. He knew that this old man had no intention of making it easy for him. But he had no intention of running away either. The goal was right ahead. He would train this foot until it could shut everyone's mouth with a single blast. The next morning the world beyond the window remained shrouded in gray-blue hues. Sun Yang opened his eyes precisely at the appointed hour. After a satisfying stretch that loosened every fiber, he pushed open the window to find the lights of the Dortmund training base flickering to life, one after another. This vast football factory had begun its daily operations. Sun Yang felt his body impossibly light. The entire night of devilish special training within the system dreamscape had left not a trace of exhaustion in reality, instead granting him a refreshing sensation of complete transformation. He understood clearly that to survive in the top 5 leagues, one must train unto death. Even if one improved by only the slightest margin each day, that was still visible, tangible strength. After all, professional football never believes in tiers, it only recognizes running statistics and whether you can deliver the ball in meat grinder confrontations. Sun Yang slipped into his training attire, tucking his father's leg guards with the Monkey King illustration into his gear bag. Stepping into the morning breeze, the training base in its infancy hours exuded the meticulous precision befitting a top-tier powerhouse. A delicate veil of dew clung to the grass, while the distant automatic sprinkler system had already engaged its water mist, catching the light and shimmering with brilliance. A small mowing cart crept along the field's edge, its blades humming as it inscribed an immaculately straight deep green stripe across the lawn. Sun Yang paused to observe. This was a European top club. Even a patch of grass received professional care, as though it were a work of art. Nothing like the bumpy, deteriorated pitches back home. Not some training ground where you simply draw 2 white lines and call it done. Every inch of grass here seemed to declare, "Want to play professional football? First prove yourself worthy of this ground." After a brief warm-up and stretching, Sun Yang began his slow jog around the pitch. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The sky brightened. His breathing grew heavier. His lungs burned. His legs felt increasingly leaden. Yet he gritted his teeth and never stopped. Choosing to live in the dormitory was never about saving rent. It was about becoming the first to step onto the grass. Others could sleep until 7. He could complete 3 extra laps by 6. Others went home after training. He returned for another half hour of passing and shooting practice. Sun Yang acknowledged his talent, but in this place, crawling with monsters, talent alone wouldn't even secure a seat on the substitutes bench. Arsenal had rejected him. Then he would train until they couldn't sleep at night. Completing his final lap, Sun Yang bent at the waist, supporting himself on his knees as sweat dripped from his chin onto the grass. He caught his breath, then raised his head to gaze at the distant yellow and black crest. Dortmund. He had arrived at this place, not as a tourist, but to make the entire world notice the name behind this yellow and black jersey. After morning training concluded, Sun Yang took a shower and made his way to the players' dining hall. The restaurant was spacious. Through the glass windows, the training grounds were visible. Rows of stainless steel serving counters gleamed polished bright, with nutritionists stationed beside them, recording what each player selected. Screens on the walls scrolled through today's training schedule alongside recommended meals. Low-fat yogurt, whole grain bread, poached chicken breast, salmon slices, quinoa salad, avocado, steamed eggs, bananas, and recovery drinks formulated according to each player's physical data. No fried chicken, fries, or soda. Here, even a single bite of carbohydrates was calculated precisely. Sun Yang took chicken breast, whole grain bread, 2 steamed eggs, and added a portion of vegetable salad and bananas. He carried his tray to a corner seat. After taking just a few bites, 2 staff members nearby lowered their voices in conversation. "That's him, right? The Asian kid they signed yesterday. You heard he was in Arsenal's youth team before being released. Arsenal let him go and Dortmund gives him a first-team contract directly. That's quite bold." Another staff member shook his head. "You didn't watch the youth team trial yesterday, did you? That long pass of his was something else. Half the field fed directly to the striker's feet. Erling's the type of striker who loves that kind of service. A prodigy. Maybe. When Sancho first came to Germany, people said he was too young too. Look at him now. The English can't stop raving about him. But he doesn't look particularly strong physically. The Bundesliga isn't youth league. That's exactly why today's first-team training will be interesting. We'll see if he can handle it." Sun Yang heard it all, but he didn't even lift his head. Expressionless, he swallowed the dry, fibrous chicken breast and chased it with a sip of yogurt. That was normal. Asian. Arsenal cast-off. With labels like these plastered on you, anyone would have questions. It didn't matter. The more labels you accumulate, the louder the sound when you tear them off. Finishing breakfast, Sun Yang shouldered his training bag and headed toward the first-team locker room. As he passed through the corridor, he paused. To his left stretched an entire wall of honors. Photos of Bundesliga championship trophies, German Cup victories, even historical images documenting their climb to the pinnacle of Europe, the Champions League trophy. Those legendary names who wore the yellow and black. Sammer, Kohler, Riedel, Rosicky, Lewandowski, Götze, Reyes. Each photograph's backdrop was that spine-chilling South Stand, the yellow wall of the Westfalenstadion. Sun Yang gazed at that ocean of yellow, his heartbeat accelerating beyond his control. The footballing shrine he had only admired in video games and highlight reels. He now stood before it in flesh and blood. Tightening his backpack straps with force, Sun Yang pushed open the locker room door with unwavering resolve. His first glimpse inside revealed rows of intimidating squad numbers affixed to the lockers. Number 11, Reyes. Number 15, Hummels. Number 28, Witzel. Number 7, Sancho. Number 10, Götze. Those names had only existed on screens before. Now they stood before him. Reyes was arranging his wristbands, movements deliberate, like a veteran captain easing into his day. Hummels sat in a chair flipping through tactical sheets, his brow perpetually furrowed. Witzel organized his shin guards, his distinctive bushy hair making him instantly recognizable. Sancho was changing his shoes while joking with someone beside him. Götze sipped coffee, appearing somewhat quiet. The locker room atmosphere wasn't particularly lively. Professional teams weren't school clubs. When a newcomer arrived, no one lined up to applaud. Your survival depended not on welcoming ceremonies, but on your ability with the ball. The social butterfly Sancho spotted Sun Yang and bounded over with his head full of dreadlocks, greeting him in English thick with a London accent. "Hi bro, You're that beast who fed the ball directly into Erling's mouth yesterday, right? What's your name? Sun Yang. Sun Yang shoved his bag into an empty locker. From England. London. Sancho raised an eyebrow with exaggerated surprise. Arsenal youth product. What were those executives thinking, filling their heads with mud from the Thames, letting you slip away like that? Sun Yang organized his boots. No worries. They'll pay for that decision eventually. Someone nearby let out a laugh. Midfielder De Hout murmured in German under his breath. The youth these days really are something. Their mouthwork is faster than their shooting. Sun Yang turned and fired back in German. Then they'll have more regrets to add. De Hout froze. You speak German, eh? Enough to get by. Guerrero was lacing up his boots. He murmured to the person beside him in Portuguese. This kid's ears are sharp. Can't badmouth him nearby. Sun Yang glanced over and replied in Portuguese. Go ahead, just keep it quieter. The shoelace in Guerrero's hand stopped dead. How many languages do you have installed in that head of yours? Sun Yang considered. Quite a few. Sancho burst out laughing, clapping his hands. London-born Chinese-German-Portuguese Frankenstein. That's one ridiculous loadout. Sun Yang corrected him. English-Asian hybrid. Sancho shrugged. Fine hybrid, Monkey King. Erling will definitely love that nickname. Sun Yang shot him a look. I'd suggest you don't follow along with him. Too late, bro. Sancho grinned wider. That guy already posted it in the group chat last night. Sun Yang was speechless. It was only his first day reporting for duty and the nickname had already circulated. Monkey King, huh? Fine. Did they really think Sun Yang the great sage had no temper? At this moment, veteran Captain Hummels finally set aside his tactical board and approached. His tone wasn't harsh, yet the pressure emanating from this defensive linchpin instantly filled the entire space. Knowing several languages is good. It makes communication much easier. He fixed his gaze on Sun Yang, his tone measured, but his presence imposing. But you'd better face reality. On the pitch, the only thing that truly silences opponents is your skill, not your mouth. Sun Yang met the veteran captain's stare without flinching, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. Hummels continued his scrutiny unrelenting. Those long passes from yesterday, they can flourish in youth league matches, but not necessarily in the first team. The pressing here is at least 2 gears faster. You hesitate for half a second, and the ball's gone. Hesitate another half second, and you're lying on a stretcher. Sancho interjected from the side. Matt's your rookie welcoming routine is so German. Hummels didn't even glance at him. I'm simply telling him the truth early. Sun Yang offered no backtalk, his voice firm with resolve. I'll adapt as quickly as possible. Witzel, seated nearby, organizing his gears, spoke in a much gentler tone. Don't rush to prove everything. The training pace here is brutal. First make sure you can survive, then think about standing out. This approach was clearly more effective than sheer pressure. Sun Yang looked at this veteran who had once played in the Chinese Super League. Thanks. Witzel nodded. Also, don't just chew on that dry chicken breast for breakfast. You put in extra training this morning. You need to replenish carbohydrates or your stamina will collapse during group training. Sun Yang blinked. You noticed? Witzel pointed at his feet and laughed. The soles of your backup boots are still wet. The dew hasn't dried. You must have reached the training ground before us. Sancho whistled nearby. Grind king right here. First day and already grinding. Makes us old hands look pretty awkward. As Sun Yang pulled out his shin guards, he replied calmly. My frame isn't strong enough, so I have to make up for it with diligence. Gotza, passing by with his coffee, paused lightly and nodded approvingly. Young men who understand their own shortcomings are rare. The vast majority of trial players naively believe admitting they're a genius is all it takes. Across the locker room, a backup defender lowered his voice in German. Favre really took a gamble picking up Arsenal's discarded scraps as treasure. Another player chimed in. Probably just saw he could pass a bit, figured they'd throw him in as Erling's dedicated practice partner anyway. When things get serious, what's that flashy footwork good for? Sun Yang heard every word, but he didn't turn his head. He'd heard this tired rhetoric far too many times at Arsenal. Eastern face, weak in physical duels, flashy technique lacking substance. Every word dripping with bone-deep arrogance and prejudice. Hearing it so often, even getting angry felt like a waste of time. Right now he had no desire to argue. His feet burned with anticipation, longing to burst onto that grass and shatter every last whisper of doubt, along with the goal. On the training ground, head coach Favre was already waiting. The pitch at the training base was as level as a tabletop. The touchlines had been marked with pristine precision. A row of portable training goals stood behind the entrance. The fitness coach was calibrating the speed measurement equipment. A data analyst held a tablet as he stood by the sideline. Another assistant distributed GPS vests to the players. Sun Yang slipped on the vest, feeling the sensors press against his back. He had seen similar equipment during his time at Arsenal's youth academy. But the thoroughness at Borussia Dortmund's first team was on an entirely different level. Every sprint's peak velocity, every running pattern's coverage heat map, every fluctuation in heart rate, all meticulously recorded. Trying to slack off during training. Impossible. The cold hard data would speak for itself. A turf maintenance cart slowly rolled past from the other side. The staff member stepped out to inspect a small patch of loose grass, knelt down, and pressed it firm with his tools. Watching this scene, only one thought filled Sun Yang's mind. This is professionalism. Warm-up began. Dynamic stretching. Hip activation. High step cadence. High knees. Short distance acceleration. The fitness coach called out the rhythm. Move, move. Keep your hips open. Sun Yang moved with the group. Every movement he executed was flawless, even meticulous to a fault. The seasoned veterans beside him merely went through the motions by rote. Sun Yang, however, performed as if taking an exam. Because he understood clearly. They were maintaining their competitive edge. He was desperately closing a gap. Just as he stepped aside after a set of movements, catching his breath, Haaland's imposing bulk sauntered over. Hey, Monkey King. Sun Yang lifted his head helplessly. Can we negotiate? Get a different nickname. Haaland grinned widely, his blonde hair a wild mess like a golden lion just woken from sleep. Nope. This nickname is perfect. Easy to remember. He sat directly on the grass. Come on, partner. Let's stretch. Sun Yang sat down, and they began stretching each other. This monster's strength was simply too overwhelming. With just a slight push, he nearly flung Sun Yang's leg straight over his head. Sun Yang sucked in a sharp breath and cursed immediately. Are you stretching my legs or planning to disassemble me into parts and ship me back to London? Haaland laughed even more heartily at that. Aren't you the iron leg? Sun Yang paused. Who told you that? I guessed. Haaland leaned in closer, his typically boisterous voice dropping lower. Yesterday you got knocked around a few times, but your movements didn't look like someone with an injury. Someone who actually broke their leg would instinctively protect that leg, but you had no such reaction at all. Sun Yang gave him a deep look. This guy looked like a big Nordic dog, but his heart was surprisingly sharp. Haaland continued, don't worry about what those guys in the locker room say. This is a top club's first team. Newcomers get scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Young players get watched. And players with an Eastern face. They get watched several times more. Sun Yang asked back, what about you? Have you ever been looked down on? Haaland shrugged dismissively. Of course. Some said I only knew how to charge forward like a wild bull. Others mocked my stats from the Austrian league as inflated. And some said my footwork was crude. Then what? Haaland turned his head, those aggressively intense eyes gazing toward the far goal. Goals. He said it casually, like commenting on what to have for lunch. Knock the ball into the net. Score until they shut up. Keep scoring until they can't help but start praising me. Finally keep scoring until they pretend they never insulted me in the first place. Sun Yang laughed. Simple and brutal logic. Haaland nodded. Football is that simple. They don't like you. Pass well. They keep running their mouths. Keep passing. If someone loses their cool and dares to hack you down, just pass the ball to me. He slapped his chest. I'll go bulldoze them all. Sun Yang looked at this 19-year-old Norwegian striker. Suddenly he felt this place in Dortmund wasn't bad. At least on this patch of grass someone was willing to speak common sense in football's purest language. Warm-up concluded. Possession games began. Favre held his tactical board. The entire team fell silent. Today we focus on front third offensive and defensive transitions. Team B drill the 3 center-back build-up system. Team A execute high-pressure pressing. He turned to Sun Yang. Sun, you're with Team B. Positioned between right midfielder and attacking midfielder. You'll be responsible for receiving support and also for the first forward pass. Sun Yang nodded firmly. Understood. Favre turned to Haaland. Erling, you're with Team A. Haaland froze. Coach, can I be on his team? I just got a taste of his service yesterday. Now you're cutting off my supply. Someone on the team laughed. Favre's expression remained unchanged. If you want to feast, you first need to learn how to snatch the big pancake from the opponent's mouth. Sancho beside him chuckled. Big man, today you gotta fend for yourself. Haaland sighed, standing at the front of Team A. Fine, Monkey King. I'm bringing my A game. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Sun Yang rotated his ankle. Let's talk. Let's go. Sun Yang positioned himself in Team B's central channel. Defensive enforcer Witsel patrolled right behind him. On the left was the nimble Brandt, and on the right was the constantly charging Sancho. Veteran Captain Hummels orchestrated the build-up play from the backline. Team A pressed forward aggressively. Haaland stood at the very front, eyes locked on Sun Yang. His physique was overwhelmingly imposing. Like a moving wall. The whistle blew. Hummels calmly received the ball at the back, played a ground pass to Witsel. Witsel didn't linger on the ball, immediately laying it off to Sun Yang ahead. The ball rolled perfectly to his feet along the grass. Before Sun Yang could settle it, Haaland had already charged in like a gust of wind. This kind of pressure was nowhere near what the soft, listless pressing at youth level could compare to. Haaland was remarkably intelligent. He didn't blindly reach for the ball. Instead, he blocked Sun Yang's body position, prioritizing the closure of his forward turn lane. The opposing winger also rushed back quickly like a pair of pliers, directly severing Sun Yang's passing lane to Sancho on the right. Within just 3 seconds, the space around Sun Yang had been compressed to its absolute limit. Nothing but legs everywhere. Favre, standing by the touchline, showed no intention of stopping the play. This was precisely what he most wanted to witness. The first lesson every newcomer with a youth prodigy aura must endure upon joining the first team. Not a performance, but suffocating high-pressure strangulation. Sun Yang pressed his right foot down on the ball, his shoulder dipped. Haaland didn't fall for the feint, pressing directly forward. Sun Yang's body was nudged off balance. The ball nearly lost. Someone by the touchline murmured, "See, the first team isn't the youth academy." No matter how spectacular that long-range pass was yesterday, holding onto the ball is what matters. Without that, it's all for nothing. Sun Yang heard it. He didn't panic. The next second, he raised his left hand, not pointing toward the attacking third, but toward the diagonal space behind him. Witsel understood immediately, quickly dropping back, half a step to create space. Sun Yang didn't even turn his head. His right foot, using the outside of his boot, delicately played the ball back. The ball rolled along the grass past Haaland's feet, arriving precisely at Witsel's feet. Witsel collected it without breaking stride, immediately switching play to the left flank. Brandt burst forward at full speed. Guerrero made an overlapping run from the touchline. Team B used this masterful technique of using less force to overcome greater force, gliding smoothly into the opposition half. Favre, standing by the touchline, tapped his pen once. No reckless risk-taking turn under pressure. No showboating and desperate need to prove himself. This was a mature choice. Hummels also glanced at Sun Yang. The veteran captain didn't speak any words of praise, but that stern gaze had already lost some of its previous scrutiny. The second round began. Sun Yang drifted deep into the central area, again demanding the ball. Sancho launched from the right flank. Just as Sun Yang raised his left hand, the team, a fullback assigned to mark him, had already turned reflexively to track back defensively. Clearly, they had studied him. Someone shouted, "Cover the direction his fingers point. Don't let this kid play traffic controller on the pitch." Sancho sprinted frantically, while looking back, laughing loudly. "Hey son, they think you're an air traffic control tower." Sun Yang's mouth twitched slightly. "Control tower. Fine. Then let me show you what it means to change flight paths." Haaland pressed, even harder this time. As he charged, he shouted, "Monkey King. Same trick won't work twice. I absolutely won't give you any backward passing lanes this time." Sun Yang planted his right foot on the ball. His left shoulder dipped right. Sancho's lane was sealed. An extra defender appeared in front of Witsel. Everyone assumed he would be forced to pass back to Hummels. A substitute defender on the touchline already smiled. No space left. Sun Yang didn't look at him. His eyes swept across the pitch. Right side blocked. Center congested. Pressure from behind. Haaland was already there. This was the intensity of first-team football. Hesitate for a moment, and the ball is gone. Let a shred of timidity enter your heart, and you'll be crushed. Sun Yang pulled the ball gently under his foot. His body twisted left. That movement wasn't like a traditional player's conventional turn. More like on the peaking opera stage, that moment of intense twisting waist movement before a warrior's somersault. So fluid. So fast. With an inexplicable hint of eeriness. Haaland instinctively stretched out his long leg to intercept. But Sun Yang had no intention of passing toward his indicated direction. His left hand pointed right. His eyes looked right. Yet his foot, with remarkable stealth, ruthlessly struck the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball threaded through the narrow gap between Haaland and the defensive midfielder, carving out an extremely counterintuitive inside spinning arc, flying diagonally and straight toward the massive open space behind the left side of the pitch. This move was like predicting every single one of the opponent's predictions. Brandt had just begun his run. Guerrero had already sprinted up from the touchline. Team A's entire defensive line, completely fooled by this ghostly touch, stood frozen in bewilderment, collectively turning their heads toward the left side. The person who just shouted, "Cover his finger direction," suddenly changed expression. Sancho on the right flank slammed on his brakes, staring in disbelief, shouting loudly, "Holy shit, that ball wasn't for me. You tricked me too." Brandt cushioned the ball with exquisite control, drove forward with it, supported by Guerrero's overlapping run. Team B, like a sharp blade, instantly carried the battle deep into the penalty area. Though the final shot was tipped over the crossbar by the informed goalkeeper's outstretched palm, the previously noisy touchline fell into an eerie silence. A flash of wild joy darted across Favre's eyes. He quickly lowered his head and wrote two highly professional phrases in his tactical notebook. Deceptive positioning. Lethal switch to the weak side. Weak side lethal switch. Haaland stood before Team A's forward line, clapping his hands. "Come on, let's go again." The third round of competitive drills officially began. Team A clearly had no intention of letting Sun Yang receive the ball comfortably. The Danish defensive midfielder Delaney pressed against him like a thick steel plate, shoulders colliding squarely with full body pressure applied at the waist. This was authentic Bundesliga-level physicality, nothing like the gentle, showy tackles you see in youth football. Here the rule was simple: knock you down first, then ask if you can keep your footing. As Sun Yang received the ball with his back to goal, the tremendous force pushed him backward half a step, and Delaney seized the moment to poke the ball away. In this heart-stopping moment, Sun Yang relied on the extraordinary flexibility honed through his childhood training in Peking opera, dragging the ball swiftly with the sole of his foot. His entire body rotated like a martial arts performer, protecting the ball beneath him. His mind raced to find a passing lane, but scanning the field, all directions were dead ends. Sang was marking on the right, and veteran Versessel in the center was also locked in a fierce battle. Behind him, Haaland was pressing back. A passing attribute of 99 was indeed impressive, but this wasn't a game with God mode vision, where tactical maps could be casually rewritten. Against such an impenetrable iron wall, even a deity would need to find a crack first. Sun Yang prepared to play it back to the defensive midfielder. Just then Haaland surged back from the front. The guy wasn't going for the ball at all. He had brilliantly anticipated Sun Yang's intended passing lane as he turned. The two collided head-on without any flourish. At a severe disadvantage in physicality, Sun Yang lost his balance, and the ball slipped from his control. Possession changed hands, and Team A immediately launched a counterattack with full force. This was the real Borussia Dortmund tactical system. Once possession was lost, not a single player stood idle. Every figure in yellow and black training gear immediately swarmed like hungry hornets. Haaland received the ball and drove forward, delivering a pass to the winger. The winger took it on the right flank, cut inside, and struck it goal, but Berkey threw himself across to make the save. A few appreciative cheers echoed from the training ground sidelines. That substitute defender shrugged and called out half-jokingly to Sun Yang. "Welcome to the first team, bro. That's the first team welcome gift." Sun Yang swiftly rose from the turf, brushing grass stains from his jersey. His knees throbbed dully. His shoulders felt numb and unresponsive. Yet he didn't even frown. Compared to that devastating leg break suffered against Arsenal, this surface-level pain was nothing at all. Haaland grinned broadly and stomped over, thrusting out his right hand. "You alright, bro? I didn't hold back at all. That was just standard match intensity." Sun Yang gripped that large hand firmly and pulled himself upright, his gaze utterly fearless. "Cut the chatter. Let's go again." Haaland just laughed outright. "Yeah, I love that stubborn refusal to back down. You've got real grit." Favre blew his whistle. "Stop." Everyone turned their heads toward the sideline. Favre didn't launch into a scolding like he would for a typical academy player. Instead, he fixed Sun Yang with a calm gaze and posed a question. "Tell me, why did we lose possession during that transition just now, eh?" Sun Yang drew a deep breath to steady himself and answered with crisp clarity. "Before receiving the ball, my scanning wasn't sharp enough. I failed to anticipate Delaney's pressing angle in advance." Favre nodded. "Beyond that, anything else?" Sun Yang glanced toward Vercessel nearby and spoke honestly. "The moment I was closed down, I should have played it to the defensive midfielder instead of holding onto the ball too long and slowing the rhythm." The veteran coach's eyes sharpened. "Is there a deeper reason?" Sun Yang fell silent for 2 seconds, the entire training ground so quiet you could hear the wind. He knew exactly where the problem lay. That mistake wasn't about flawed technique. It was a mental lapse. He lifted his head and met Favre's gaze directly, his tone resolute. "Because I was too desperate to prove myself in front of everyone, trying to single-handedly dismantle the defense." Those words silenced the veteran players who had been waiting to gloat, and even the usually boisterous Sancho wiped the smile from his face. Favre tucked his tactical board under his arm, his voice as measured as ever, yet each word cutting deep. "Son, you need to understand one thing. You didn't come here to perform acrobatics at a circus. Your core value lies in helping the team break down defenses and secure victories. Proper passing, intelligent movement, high pressing, controlling second balls, and immediately counterpressing the moment possession is lost. On the professional pitch, these fundamentals of tactical discipline matter 10,000 times more than your flashy dribbling." Sun Yang clenched his fists tightly, offering no rebuttal. "I completely understand, coach." Favre glanced at his watch. "Continue." The whistle blew again. This time Sun Yang was different. He no longer tried to blast through the defense with every touch. No longer attempting to prove himself through reckless lone wolf charges into crowded defenses. Clean, quick one-touch passes. Clever diagonal runs to receive. Bold diagonal switches of play. Seamless 1-2 combinations with Vercessel. Long diagonals to the weak side. The tempo quickened. Though his total touches decreased noticeably, Borussia Dortmund B's overall progression accelerated visibly, creating far more chances in the final third. Once B team crossed the halfway line, Sun Yang's left hand, like a conductor's baton, would rise high. It felt like an inescapable death sentence. Not every pass led to a direct assist, but the ball always seemed to find the most dangerous areas, like it had a mind of its own, locating the spaces where defenders felt most vulnerable. Winger Sancho began enjoying frequent one-on-one opportunities against fullbacks, relishing the luxury of it. Central playmaker Brandt found space twice in devastating positions just outside the penalty arc. Grello on the left was flying up and down the flank with the most energy, and after a brilliant overlapping run and cross, he gave Sun Yang a thumbs up. "Good ball. Son, give me more of those, I like it." Vercessel found himself watching Sun Yang more often now too. Veteran players aren't afraid of a cocky rookie. They fear the one who can't take instructions. Sun Yang was cocky, but he could adapt. A central midfielder with this kind of engine would be absolutely irresistible on the transfer market. Captain Hummel's position deepest in defense watched as Sun Yang twice dispatched simple one-touch passes to escape the opposition's press. His brow, usually relaxed, slowly furrowed tighter. It wasn't frustration. The top-class center-back was now really studying him with the critical eye reserved for a top-tier club's key player. This kid wasn't just putting on tricks. He was learning, and learning fast. With 15 minutes remaining, Favre reshuffled the sides. Sun joined Team A. Erling, you're with him. Haaland clapped immediately. Thank God. Coach finally made an incredibly wise decision today. Favre shot the Joker an exasperated look. Haaland quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'm quiet. Sancho, standing nearby, was thoroughly amused. Big man, weren't you having fun stealing the ball earlier? Now you want to sit back and wait for service? Haaland wasn't pretending either. Of course, defending is exhausting work. Nothing beats comfortably waiting in the box for a feed. Meanwhile, Sun Yang swapped his training bib and jogged toward the forward line. Haaland leaned close and lowered his voice. They had fun cutting off your passing lanes. For the next 15 minutes, just throw it at my head and watch me crush them all. Sun Yang surveyed the pitch ahead. Watch for my signal. Make a diagonal run into the half space. Haaland nodded. Got it. The moment you raise your hand, I'm off. Sun Yang shot him a glance. I need you to time your runs precisely, not just sprint randomly. Haaland just grinned, his confidence unmistakable. Don't worry, brother. I smell goals more keenly than a bloodhound. Tweet. The whistle blew. Dahoud Team A's tenacious midfielder won the ball cleanly in his own half and immediately laid it off to Sun Yang. Sun Yang received the ball just outside the center circle. Immediately, a towering figure pressed in. A suffocating presence, none other than Hummels, Dortmund's world-class center-back renowned for his defensive positioning. He didn't charge in recklessly. He cut off Sun Yang's passing lane with his right foot, while calling out behind him, watch out for Erling's run. Manu, mark him. The defensive line began to drop back. Akanji stayed glued to Haaland. Under normal circumstances, forcing this ball through wouldn't work. Forcing it would just hand possession away. Sun Yang scanned the field quickly. Haaland made a sudden move to the left. Akanji followed half a step. Just that half step. The right half space opened completely. Without hesitation, Sun Yang's distinctive left hand shot up high. Every defensive player on the pitch immediately tightened their nerves to the breaking point. Hummels immediately stretched his leg to block the aerial pass. But Sun Yang broke from the expected pattern entirely. His right foot swept along the turf. The football became a precision-guided missile, skimming just above the grass, spinning inward with fierce rotation as it whispered past Hummels' toe. The equivalent of a razor-sharp scalpel slicing directly into the most dangerous right half-space channel. Waiting in the half-space, Haaland had already timed his run, perfectly executing an explosive dart into the vacated zone. Akanji turned a fraction too late, helplessly watching Haaland surge past him. Goalkeeper Burki rushed out decisively, attempting to cut down the shooting angle. Haaland, still at full stride, didn't bother with any extra touch, simply guided the ball with his left foot, and it nested cleanly into the far corner of the net. Haaland spun towards Sun Yang and let out an enthusiastic roar. That's it. Son, exactly what I wanted. Sancho stood nearby with his arms spread. Bro, that was incredible. Are you two just starting to gel and already playing like teammates for years? Haaland pointed at Sancho. Don't be jealous, Jadon. When he gets a chance, he'll feed you too. Sancho laughed and retorted. I'm good, you glutton. Just don't hog all the assists on the pitch, and I'll consider this a victory. Hummels watched Sun Yang, his frown deepening. He wasn't angry. He was genuinely serious now. That pass hadn't been luck. Sun Yang had first used his left hand to draw everyone's attention upward, then delivered the ball along the ground in the most deceptive manner possible, threading it into the half-space blind spot that defenders found hardest to handle. Defending aerial balls, anyone could anticipate. But this damn low-driven pass through the half-space was absolutely lethal. Favre jotted a note in his notebook. Meanwhile, sporting director Zorc had appeared unnoticed at the training ground's edge. He watched the drill and turned to ask his assistant coach. If we take him to Augsburg for the Bundesliga match this weekend, how risky do you think it is? The assistant coach hesitated. There's definitely some risk. He hasn't fully adapted to the first team pressing intensity yet. That turnover earlier was telling. Zorc said nothing. But the lad's tactical intelligence is terrifying. He corrected his mistake instantly and adapted faster than I've seen in years. The assistant added. At 19, a player with this level of composure and game-reading ability. I've rarely seen anything like it in all my coaching years. Hearing this, Zorc's lips curled slightly upward, genuine appreciation glowing in his eyes. On Dortmund soil, we never fear young players making mistakes on the pitch. He paused. What we fear is when they lose their heads and shut down after a mistake. The moment Sun Yang's toes grazed the ball, Witzel's signature afro appeared right in front of him. The Belgian international had no intention of blocking the passing lane. He was purely aiming for the man. The movement was flawless, but as rigid as a moving iron plate. How brutal is a Bundesliga-level physical duel? Shoulder against shoulder, chest against chest. No room for any fancy footwork. The immense impact sent Sun Yang's body lurching sideways, and the ball at his feet rebounded into the air. Haaland ahead had already sprinted forward at full speed. Hummels behind was desperately chasing back, and goalkeeper Burki was positioned well forward. Everyone was convinced Sun Yang would cushion the ball comfortably to Haaland. After all, that was the most logical choice and the tactical focus that head coach Favre had been drilling into them. But before Sun Yang landed, his right foot performed an incredibly deft touch, nudging the bouncing ball forward. He didn't raise his left hand to signal for the ball, nor did he pass. Like a bloodhound catching a scent, he shifted gears and charged straight for the top of the penalty arc. Favre on the sidelines instantly furrowed his brow into a deep frown. Haaland, prowling ahead, shouted frantically, "Give it to me. I'm right here waiting for the easy tap-in." But Sun Yang paid him no mind. The nearly brutal quote from Badigal in Last Night's Dream echoed wildly in his mind. It completely ignited the destructive urge within his bones. Taking a shot from an open space is just luck. When someone's crashing into you, blocking you, and the goalkeeper stands there waiting for your challenge, That's when you smash the ball into the net. That's a real shot. Seeing Hummels closing in like a mountain to block the right foot, with Witsel still tugging fiercely from behind. Sun Yang, reckless and undeterred, simply pulled the ball back, braced against the violent collision, and swung his right leg like a drawn bowstring. Bang! An extremely dull, explosive sound erupted from the ball, which flew like a cannonball towards the far corner of the goal. Berkey's reaction was world-class. He launched himself like an eagle, spreading its wings, barely brushing the edge of the ball with his fingertips. The next second, a deafening noise exploded over the training ground. Thud! The ball slammed viciously against the crossbar, the violent impact sending a shiver down everyone's spine, the frame itself seeming to tremble. The ball bounced back into the box, and Haaland, already there, didn't hesitate. He calmly slotted it into the empty net. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence for 2 seconds, then erupted into a chorus of incredulous shouts. How the hell did he manage to take that shot? What kind of joke is this kid playing? Sancho exclaimed dramatically. Yo! That crossbar nearly got smashed to pieces by his foot. Berkey scrambled to his feet from the grass, patted his gloves, and shouted at Sun Yang, "Son, next time give me a heads up you're going for the top corner, so I can buy my ticket and take off early." At this moment Sun Yang was panting heavily, his chest heaving like a bellows. The high-intensity force shot under such physical duress had nearly dislocated his entire frame. The ball didn't go in, only a lack of finesse to blame. Haaland sprinted into the net, fished out the ball, and walked up to Sun Yang, his baby face taut with seriousness. "Monkey King, listen to me. Next time don't shoot yourself." Sun Yang raised an eyebrow and shot back, without hesitation, "Why?" Haaland spread his hands and delivered a supremely cheeky reply with a straight face, "Because you can't score, and I have to slog over to clean up your mess. That's exhausting." Sancho doubled over with laughter, pointing at Haaland. "Big man, that sounds so punchable." Haaland shrugged nonchalantly, sporting a smug expression that screamed, "I'm just stating the truth." Sun Yang was about to retort when the familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Completed a primitive Batagal-style shot under high-intensity physical duress. Batagal proficiency, 5,100. Shooting attribute, 5,455. Sun Yang's breath caught involuntarily, his eyes brightening. The shooting attribute had increased. Only by a measly 1 point, but this was definitely not the kind of stat grinded from empty net drills. It was forged from Witsel's collisions, hummed from Hummels' pressure, squeezed out by the swarm of yellow jackets from Dortmund's first team. This was the real gold that could stand in the top 5 leagues. Haaland was still rambling beside him. "You hear me. From now on just serve the ball to me and I'll handle the tap-ins. Got it?" Sun Yang looked at the ball in his arms, a defiant smile curling at his lips. "Dream on, mate. Next time I'll take the whole pot myself." Haaland paused for a second, then grinned even wider. "Fine, I'll just stand by and watch. If you miss, I'll still clean up the leftovers with interest." Favre on the sidelines watched the two jokers without a trace of a smile, his gaze growing sharper. The young man's choice had been rash. There was a perfect passing opportunity, yet he insisted on unleashing his own shot. But undeniably the quality of that shot was terrifyingly high. Ambition, execution, even willing to take a hit to make his move. This kind of trait was a born nuclear weapon. Beep. Favre blew his whistle. "Everyone stop." He walked straight onto the pitch, stopped in front of Sun Yang, and spoke sternly, "That ball. You should have known to pass it with your eyes closed." Sun Yang nodded honestly. "I know." Favre pressed on, "Then why did you still take the shot?" Sun Yang met the coach's gaze without flinching. "I wanted to test my limits." Favre glanced at his right foot, his tone still calm. "So what did you find out?" "I'm still far from there." Sun Yang admitted his weakness without hesitation. Haaland quickly interjected to back him up. "Boss, his shot was actually pretty wicked. Didn't you see?" Berkey, swearing under his breath. Berkey from the goal shrugged helplessly. "I was swearing in my head, thanks for loudly passing it on." A wave of laughter rippled across the training ground, and even Favre couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "Son, wanting to prove yourself, wanting to score. That's fine." Favre put on a straight face again. "But you need to understand, professional matches are not your personal show nor a skills test. Making the right choice at the right time sounds cliche, but it determines whether you become a superstar who dominates the game or a shooting star who only appears in highlight reels." Sun Yang dropped his smile and nodded solemnly. "I'll remember that, coach." Favre took a deep breath and roared, "Continue. Last 5 minutes. Execute the 5-second counter press after losing the ball to the letter. Everyone run your socks off." The intensity of these final 5 minutes was absolutely suffocating. This was Borussia Dortmund feared across Europe, not merely a terrifying yellow and black wall at the Signal Iduna Park. Once this team lost possession, the forwards pressed, the wingers cut inside, the midfield tangled, and the defenders surged forward, all like a swarm of agitated hornets viciously biting their opponents. As soon as Sun Yang received the ball on the right, 3 opponents immediately formed an enclosing circle. This time he had learned his lesson, no longer blindly attempting to turn, but decisively clearing the ball to Dahud before swiftly making a horizontal run to support the second phase. After several short passes, Sun Yang spotted an opportunity and played a precise through ball to the flank. Unfortunately, Haaland received it, but attempted to overpower his marker only to have the ball dispossessed by Akani. Possession turned over and the opposing side immediately launched a counterattack. Sun Yang did not stand idle like he might have in the youth squad. Instead, he threw himself at the ball carrier's side, like a cheetah, firmly sealing off the passing lane back. Haaland pressured from the front, while one player closed in from behind, forcing Witsel to play a sideways pass. Sun Yang anticipated the move, positioning himself a step ahead to cleanly intercept the ball. From the sidelines, Favor watched this sequence and finally nodded in satisfaction. This lad possessed remarkable understanding. He was not only learning how to deliver a decisive pass, but also how without the ball to become the deadliest cog in Dortmund's defensive machine. The drill continued. Sun Yang received the ball near the touchline, with Hummels compressing the space until there was barely any room. Haaland up front anxiously called for the ball. "Don't hold it. Pass it here." Sun Yang flicked his ankle lightly, and the ball skimmed the ground like a sprite slipping silently past Hummel's blind spot. But just as Haaland prepared to accelerate, Akani decisively stepped in and cleared the ball once again. My bad. Haaland shouted in frustration, then turned and sprinted back in pursuit. Sun Yang wasted no words, seamlessly matching his teammates' rhythm. The two moved left and right like a pair of pincers, pinning Akani near the sideline and forcing him to boot the ball out for a throw-in. Possession returned to their side. Haaland, gasping for air, turned to Sun Yang and gave a thumbs up. "Monkey King, that's the way." At Dortmund, losing the ball is like having your wallet snatched. You've got to fight bloody to win it back. Sun Yang wiped his sweat and joked, "Then maybe we should cut down on such messy business. If I just don't lose the ball, problem solved." Haaland immediately shook his head, his tone surprisingly serious. "Impossible. Everyone loses the ball. The difference is whether you have the courage to reclaim it afterward." Sun Yang fell silent for half a second, etching those words deep into his mind. The whistle finally sounded to end training, and a large number of players collapsed onto the pitch, heaving for breath. Sun Yang felt as though his throat were on fire, his legs weighted with lead. The baptism of first-team football far exceeded his imagination. Here your talent would not be coddled, it would be slammed into the mud and ground relentlessly until you bit through your teeth and rose on your own. Haaland sauntered over and tossed a ball to Sun Yang. "Not bad for a rookie." Sun Yang caught it steadily and shot back. "That push you gave me on the pitch earlier carried some real weight." Haaland grinned wildly. "What courtesy. That was Big Bro's special welcome ritual." Walking by, Sancho mercilessly exposed him. "Don't mind this bull. His way of welcoming someone usually involves sending them straight to the hospital." Finally, Captain Hummels approached, casting a deep glance at the lean Asian lad before him. "Your passing lanes are razor sharp." Before Sun Yang could thank him, the top defender changed tack. But on the Bundesliga pitch, if your thoughts lag half a second, that kind of inspired pass becomes an opponent's lethal counterattack. Sun Yang shed his casual manner and nodded solemnly. "I will make my mind turn even faster." Hummels patted his shoulder, his voice low yet firm. "Not faster. You must calculate the next 3 moves before the ball even reaches your feet." Watching the old captain walk away, Sun Yang took a deep breath. There was no excessive compliment swapping, only hard-earned practical wisdom. For a genius desperate to grow, it was nothing short of priceless. On the sideline, Favor closed his tactical board and stood shoulder to shoulder with director Zorc. Zorc glanced at Sun Yang not far away and casually posed the most crucial question. "After watching most of this session, do you still think it's risky to include him in the matchday squad for the away game against Augsburg this weekend?" Favor answered without hesitation, "Of course it's risky." Zorc couldn't help but laugh. "You never soften your words, do you?" Favor calmly watched the back of the player juggling the ball, a barely perceptible fervor gleaming in his eyes. He holds onto the ball too long, acts on impulse, and chooses to shoot even in the most reckless moments. But this lad has a wolf's nature. He knows how to evolve through punishment, to carve a bloody path through suffocating pressure. He paused, then delivered his verdict. "Leave him a spot on the substitutes bench." A deeper smile touched Zorc's seasoned eyes. Watching Sun Yang's defiant spirit, so perfectly suited to Dortmund's style, he uttered a loaded remark. "Those Arsenal idiots who only look at pedigree are likely missing a huge troublemaker who will shake up world football." Just then, Haaland wrapped an arm around Sun Yang's neck and eagerly headed toward the dressing room. Let's go, hurry up, get the ice bath ready. I'm counting on your through balls to run riot this weekend." As soon as the training session ended, Sun Yang was escorted by Haaland into the ice bath area. Adjacent to Borussia Dortmund's locker room was a vast professional recovery zone. A row of inflatable bathtubs with churning water stood on the floor, filled with large chunks of floating ice. The water temperature was consistently maintained between 10 and 15 degrees Celsius. When players sat down, the icy water reached up to their waists. Sun Yang had just placed one leg inside when he jolted, as if electrocuted, nearly leaping out of the tub. "Fuck!" Jadon Sancho beside him burst out laughing. "Bro, welcome to real adult football. You thought playing in the Bundesliga was just about running around the pitch. Dead wrong. The real torture begins after the final whistle." Erling Haaland was already sprawled at the bottom of his tub, most of his body submerged in the icy water, his face radiating pure contentment. "Save your energy for Howling Monkey King. Weren't you about to tear down the goalpost with a single kick just now? Already backing down from a little ice water." Sun Yang gritted his teeth and forcibly submerged himself. "Cold. bitingly cold. This was not the chill of an ordinary cold shower, it was a penetrating bone-deep cold that drilled directly into the muscle fibers, suppressing the soreness from the training session. He could clearly feel the fascia around his thighs, calves, and even knees tightening. Haaland casually scooped a piece of ice from his tub and tossed it in a parabolic arc into Sun Yang's bath. Stay in longer, it's good for you. High-intensity clashes create micro-tears in the muscles. Cold water rapidly constricts the blood vessels, nipping inflammation and swelling in the bud. The towering Norwegian explained with mock seriousness. Once you get out and your body temperature rises, blood flow accelerates again, flushing out the lactic acid and all the metabolic waste. Sun Yang winced, sucking in cold air, and glanced at him sideways. You know a lot, huh? Haaland spread his hands earnestly. No shit, I'm not just a machine that only scores tap-ins. Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi's teams place enormous importance on this. For top players who want to wreak havoc on the pitch for a few more years, recovery is just as crucial as extra training. Sancho nodded in agreement, chiming in, exactly. If you don't go through this whole routine, come the weekend match away, you'll be gasping for air after 20 minutes. Sun Yang's heart stirred. In the system's dreamscape, he had an infinite stamina cheat, never needing to worry about fatigue. Reality was no dream. Favre's final 5-minute drill of extreme high pressing had already made him suffer immensely. The system's pinpoint pass could indeed boost his passing stats to 99, but the endurance, physical toughness, and the toll of off-the-ball runs and pivots all depended on him gritting his teeth and grinding it out in reality. This was the real deal, one of the top 5 leagues. There were no shortcuts, and opponents wouldn't give you a moment's respite just because you had good vision. In the adjacent tub, Axel Witsel, a towel draped over his shoulder, leaned against the edge and spoke. Son, the way you handled the ball today was genuinely impressive. But you'd better remember that in the Bundesliga, no one will brew you a coffee while you adjust your shooting stance. The veteran captain Mats Hummels, also sitting nearby, added in a measured tone, especially for someone like you, the core responsible for orchestrating attacks. Opponents will first cut off your passing lanes, then engage you physically. If you haven't checked your surroundings before the ball reaches you, the moment you receive it, you're trapped. Sun Yang dropped his playful demeanor and nodded solemnly. I'll remember that, Captain. Goalkeeper Roman Burki wiped the ice water from his face and stared at Sun Yang with a meaningful look. You'd better remember this too. Next time you want to try a worldie, give a signal beforehand. I almost thought my career was going to end with that shot. Sancho laughed so hard his hand shook, nearly dropping his phone into the ice water. Roman, come on, that save you made was damn cool, okay? Burki shot back with a roll of his eyes. Can coolness put food on the table? My wrist is still throbbing. The entire recovery area erupted in laughter. Listening to the banter of these first-team stars, Sun Yang felt an indescribable exhilaration. The atmosphere here was a world apart from the Arsenal youth team. In London, it was clique-driven exclusion, cold stares tinged with prejudice, and dark corners where local players could break someone's leg and still be shielded without consequence. But in Dortmund, they would mock you without reservation and be ruthless with their tackles on the pitch. Yet when it came to football, no one was fake. If you got knocked down, they'd shout for you to get up. If you pulled off a wonder pass, they'd cheer loudly. If you chose the wrong route, the seniors would curse you straight to your face. Straightforward and pure. Just then Sancho, who was scrolling through his phone, suddenly dropped his smile, his expression turning odd. He looked up at Sun Yang, then glanced at Haaland. Yo guys, we're trending online. Haaland, eyes closed in relaxation, said arrogantly, normal, I make sports headlines as easily as drinking water. Sancho clicked his tongue twice. This time it's not official news. It's a fan forum for die-hard Dortmund supporters. Someone started a thread evaluating the winter window signings. Erling, you're number 1 in popularity. Emre Can is second. Sun, you're third. The replies under your post have gone crazy. Sun Yang raised an eyebrow, praising my passing style and good looks. Sancho let out a frustrated laugh. You've got some nerve? Want to hear it for real? Go ahead, read it. Sun Yang leaned against the edge of the tub, his gaze calm. Haaland also opened his eyes. Louder, let's hear the brilliant insights from these football experts. Sancho cleared his throat and adopted a sarcastic, exaggerated tone. Majin Bue, Haaland was a goal machine in Salzburg. This deal is a total steal, well done by the management. Haaland nodded in satisfaction after hearing that. This guy has some good taste. Sancho continued scrolling. Emre Can, a veteran of the top 5 leagues. Can play as a defensive midfielder or fill in at center back. This is a perfect immediate reinforcement, rock solid. Witsel chimed in a fair assessment. Reading up to this point, Sancho suddenly paused, his finger hovering mid-scroll. He glanced at Sun Yang. Sun Yang tapped the water surface. Don't stall, just read it. Sancho sighed and read directly. As for the last signing, that mixed-race Asian Sun Yang. I completely don't understand this move. A discard that Arsenal would rather terminate than keep. Why would Dortmund pick him up? He hasn't even played a single second of senior professional football. Haaland's brow furrowed in the tub. Sancho sped up his reading. I heard this kid just suffered a broken leg not long ago. How did a glass cannon with that medical report pass the physical? Is Zorc out of his mind? Burki let out a long whistle beside them. That's some savage keyboard work. Sancho tapped another highlighted hot comment. This one has over 1,000 likes. He looked at Sun Yang with a hint of concern. Finish reading. Fans aren't going to stop cursing me just because you shut up. Sun Yang's voice was steady. Sancho gritted his teeth and read it out bluntly. Dortmund has indeed liked to buy lottery tickets on young prospects over the years, but an Asian glass cannon, a reject from a top club, and a youth team substitute resume. Stacking these three buffs together, I can't see any tactical value beyond attracting attention. We need a championship puzzle piece that can step on the pitch and deliver points. Not some damn supporting character in an inspirational drama. Haaland wiped the water droplets off his face, his expression turning dark, and let out a curse. These idiots full of shit. Sancho swallowed and added quietly, someone also posted a taunt saying Dortmund bought Haaland for a title push. Bought Emre Can as double insurance. Buying Sun Yang is just charity for European football. Sun Yang listened, saying nothing, just quietly staring at the ceiling light above. Angry. A little. But he understood better. In competitive sports, mediocrity is the original sin. Without results and stats, why would anyone treat you like a superstar? Arsenal had thrown him out like garbage. That was an indisputable fact. And if it weren't for the system awakening the god-tier vision and maxed-out passing of pinpoint pass, with his current overall rating of a mere 60, he wouldn't even be able to get through the door of Dortmund's youth team. Erling Haaland abruptly sat up straight from the ice water, with a splash. Water droplets splattered all over Jadon Sancho's head. Jadon, send me the link. Sancho wiped his face, eyeing the Norwegian beast warily. What are you up to? Don't switch to your main account to trash talk fans, or the club's PR department will actually kill you. Haaland stubbornly extended his large hand. Cut the crap, I just want to take a look. Sancho shook his head repeatedly, not falling for it. Like hell you will. Last time you said the same thing, and you ended up arguing with Salzburg fans in the comments for 20 minutes. Haaland retorted with righteous indignation. Those idiots insisted I only score against weak teams. Sun Yang reached out an arm to hold Haaland back. Forget it. Haaland glared with wide eyes, his voice rising an octave. How can we let it go? Those keyboard warriors are trashing you. They say you're a reject from Arsenal, that the board bought you as a charity project. Sun Yang leaned against the edge of the ice bath, the freezing temperature making his teeth chatter. Let them curse. They've never seen me play, and my resume isn't exactly convincing. Oh, you can really take it. Haaland raised an eyebrow. It's not about tolerance. Sun Yang glanced at the screen of Sancho's phone, full of mockery, his eyes surprisingly calm. In competitive sports, being weak is the original sin. I haven't played a single minute of official match yet, though I don't have the right to shut them up. As soon as he said this, Sancho wiped the smirk off his face. The veteran captain Mats Hummels, sitting nearby, gave Sun Yang a second look. Sun Yang took a breath. My long passes are decent, and I can serve you a few in training. But that doesn't mean I'm ready to hold my own in the Bundesliga. In that high press, just now I couldn't even last 5 seconds without almost throwing up. He paused, his tone objective. The fans say I haven't proven myself. That's not wrong. Haaland was about to interrupt impatiently, but Sun Yang raised his hand first. However, a glint of sharpness flashed in Sun Yang's dark eyes. They say Dortmund signed me as a charity. I'll remember that. Upon hearing this, Sancho laughed under his breath. Here we go, I knew you weren't really a Zen master. Sun Yang looked at the ceiling light, exhaling a cold breath that turned into mist. I've made up my mind. If I make the squad this weekend, I'll come off the bench and serve you a nice comfortable assist. Then they'll have to line up to delete their posts. Haaland finally grinned with satisfaction. That's right. You just send the ball through from the back, and I'll blast it into the net. Then I'll charge in front of the camera and ask those haters, how does this charity project taste now? Sancho slapped the edge of the bath, laughing hysterically. Erling, your celebration moves are getting more and more illiterate. Haaland didn't care at all. As long as I score, I'm not taking a college entrance exam. Veteran Axel Witsel leaned against the side, also chuckling. Young man, don't read the comments too much. Our South Stand fans are famously clear about who they love and hate. If you perform brilliantly, they'll lift you up like a god. If you play like crap, they'll drown you with spit. Sun Yang nodded seriously. I like that directness. Hummels finally spoke, his tone mature and steady. Directness is fine, but don't let emotions affect your tactical execution. The match against Augsburg this weekend is definitely going to be a tough battle. They'll fight physically, and it'll be a war of attrition. Goalkeeper Roman Burki chimed in with deep agreement. Those guys at home hate it when the away team passes the ball comfortably. Son, if you really get on the pitch, someone will definitely come hard at you on your first touch. Haaland turned to look at Sun Yang, his eyes carrying a hint of challenge. Are you scared? Sun Yang didn't waste words. He simply lifted his left leg, the one that had been broken by a tackle from Lante. Soaking in the freezing ice water, the leg remained as steady as Mount Tai veins faintly visible. I came from London to Germany not to take a bath. Sancho couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Bro, that line is golden. It could be cut straight into the new season's promo video. While they were bickering, the glass door was pushed open. Assistant coach Edin Terzic, carrying a tactical folder, strode in. He looked around and gave a direct command. Son, Erling, Jadon. The three of you come to the meeting room right after you finish soaking. Haaland, bare-chested, leaned out from the ice bucket. It's normal for me to go and for Jadon to go. But Sun is coming with us too. Terzic's gaze fell on Sun Yang, and he gave a definite answer. Yes, him too. Sancho's eyes lit up, and he blinked excitedly. Does this mean our new guy made the weekend squad? Terzic kept a straight face, not revealing anything. I'm just a ruthless messenger. The final list won't be confirmed until tonight. With that he turned and walked away briskly. As the door closed, the recovery area erupted. Haaland excitedly slapped the water, sending a huge splash. See, I told you this pancake chef has a chance. Sun Yang kept a composed exterior, but his heart in his chest had already started racing uncontrollably. Although the official squad list hadn't been announced yet. But being called to attend the core tactical briefing of the first team was definitely not a privilege given to a benchwarmer just filling a spot. Favre was really going to use him. The opportunity had arrived. This was the real ticket to the top 5 leagues. 15 minutes later the group changed into dry training gear and filed into the tactical meeting room. The atmosphere in the room had turned serious. Marco Reyes, Mats Hummels, Axel Witsel, Julian Brandt, and Rafael Guerreiro, the core starters, were already in place. Head coach Lucien Favre stood expressionless before a large tactical board densely covered with Augsburg's 4-2-3-1 formation alongside detailed data on their key players. Favre never beat around the bush. Augsburg's style at home is very aggressive. Once they get the ball in midfield or defense, they'll go straight to the wings with high crosses, and they fight fiercely for the second ball. We must not let them drag us into a chaotic rhythm. He struck the whiteboard heavily with his tactical pointer. Remember 3 points. First, the ball must be played out of the back quickly. Second, in the first 5 seconds after losing the ball, the high press must be coordinated. Third, the switch to the weak side must be decisive. As soon as he finished, Favre's sharp gaze swept directly to Sun Yang, who was sitting in the back row. Sun. In the meeting room, the first team stars all turned their heads in unison. Sun Yang immediately straightened up. Coach. Favre uncapped a marker and drew a heavy circle on the right flank of the tactical board. After 60 minutes of the match, their fullbacks will be exhausted and the weak side will have big gaps. That surgical pass you made in training today, put it into this area. Sun Yang's mind raced, and he immediately understood. Attract defensive attention on the right, then a one-touch pass to break through behind the left flank. Smart. Favre nodded with satisfaction, then drew a long arrow on the left. Then Guerreiro or Sancho will make the run and Haaland will pin down their center back. When you receive the ball, no unnecessary moves. You must get the ball out within 2 touches. Hearing this, Haaland excitedly raised his hand. Boss, I love this combo. Favre didn't even lift his eyelids. Nonsense, I know you love having things served to you. The serious meeting room immediately erupted in good-natured laughter. Haaland, thick-skinned and completely unaware of embarrassment, gave Sun Yang a smug chin jerk. You hear that, kid? It's written on the tactical board. You're supposed to feed me. Sun Yang, seeing his smugness, replied calmly. Just don't spit it out when I serve it to your mouth. Sancho, leaning back in his chair, was in stitches. Don't worry, son, this brute never spits out the bread. He'll only complain that the plate you serve isn't big enough. 2 loud bangs. Favre pounded the tactical board, cutting off the chatter. Everyone quiet. The group immediately wiped their smiles and focused. Favre turned to Sun Yang, his tone suddenly stern. Son, don't get too excited. You have a long list of weaknesses. You're physically weak, your defensive positioning is a mess, and sometimes you get greedy on the ball. Remember, you're being sent on to break the deadlock, not to show off. Marseille turns in midfield like a circus act. Sun Yang stared intently into the coach's eyes without any rebuttal. Favre raised one finger, his tone filled with undeniable authority. When you go on, I only give you 3 hard targets. First, before receiving the ball, you must be aware of your surroundings. He raised a second finger. Second, the rhythm of your passing must be fast. He pointed a third finger sharply at Sun Yang. Third, if you lose the ball, win it back immediately. No complaining, no shrugging like a spoiled star, and definitely no walking around watching. Sun Yang replied in a low voice, understood. Favre's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, piercing into Sun Yang's. I don't want you to just say you understand. I want you to fight to the end on the pitch. Sun Yang met that oppressive gaze without flinching. I will do it. Seeing the burning ambition in the young man's eyes, Favre did not press him further. Instead, he turned to the whole team and issued a resolute order. Augsburg is by no means a pushover. This is the first league match after the winter break. We need a victory, and more importantly, we need to find our championship rhythm. Everyone stay tight. The tactical session would continue. Sun Yang stared intently at the tactical board. Augsburg's pressing traps, aerial balls, landing zones on the flanks, midfield, second ball battles. Every set-piece, run, and screen was a completely different world from the youth team. The youth team relied entirely on individual heroics to solve problems. The first team, however, was a precision-engineered machine. Every off-the-ball run was designed to stretch space. Every high press carried an explicit trigger signal. When the opposing goalkeeper played short, someone pressed the center back, someone cut off the defensive midfielder's receiving lane, someone sealed off the fullback's retreat route. The division of labor was meticulous to an alarming degree. The more Sun Yang listened, the clearer his mind became. In the past, he had relied on flashes of inspiration that flickered through his mind. Now he had to seamlessly integrate that instinct into head coach Favre's tactical system. Otherwise, even the most dazzling passes would only become lethal poison converted into counters by the opposition. The meeting concluded, and the players rose one by one. Favre tapped the tactical board. Son, you stay behind. Haaland had intended to linger at the door to eavesdrop, but Favre shot him a sharp glance. Erling, get your ass to the weight room. You're still short one core recovery set. The Norwegian giant's face instantly fell. Come on boss, I just crawled out of an ice bath. Favre remained expressionless. That precisely means your mind is crystal clear right now. Sancho, standing nearby, nearly doubled over with laughter and draped an arm around Haaland's broad shoulders. Let's go, big man. Your hulking frame still needs Mr. Terzic's loving education. Before stepping out, Haaland couldn't resist casting a series of expressions back at Sun Yang. Bro, hold strong, and don't get talked into losing your edge. This weekend I'm counting on you to feed me the ball right at my feet. The conference room door closed. Inside remained only Favre assistant coach Terzic and Sun Yang. Favre slid a stack of printed analysis reports towards Sun Yang. These were advanced training data captured by the player monitoring system. Sprint heat maps, peak sprint speed, progressive pass completion rate, ground duel win rate, and the number of regained possessions within 5 seconds of losing the ball. The passing column glowed red-hot miles ahead of everyone else. But the numbers for physical duels and defensive positioning were simply appalling. Favre's knuckles rapped against the desk. Your strengths are dazzling enough to stun the entire field, but your weaknesses are more than enough for opponents to exploit you thoroughly. Sun Yang studied those cold figures without looking away. I understand where my problems lie. No, you don't, Favre replied, his tone carrying the severity of authority. If you truly understood before taking that long-range shot in today's training match, you should have glanced at Erling's position first, not just blindly firing away. Sun Yang fell silent. Tactically, that ball should indeed have been played to the striker in a better position. But he didn't regret it, because he needed goals. He needed to test the power of body go in actual competition. More importantly, he had to prove to everyone that he was absolutely not just a utility player who only distributes passes from deep positions. Someone like Favre, a seasoned veteran, could see through the stubbornness deep in a young player's bones in a single glance. You want to be the one to finish games yourself? Sun Yang met the head coach's piercing gaze. Yes. You dream about it. Yes, I dream about it. For once, Favre nodded. Ambition is not a bad thing. An attacker who doesn't even desire to shoot might as well retire right now. But you must understand priorities first. Figure out how to survive in the Bundesliga, which is a meat grinder, before you start talking about how to kill games. The words struck right at the pain point. Sun Yang took a deep breath and carved the words firmly into his mind. Favre pressed the remote, and the large screen began playing clips from the training match. The first clip showed Sun Yang receiving the ball in the right half space, pressed closely by the experienced Hummels. Lacking a proper shielding motion, he failed to lay it off in time, and the ball nearly got stolen. The second clip showed Sun Yang checking his shoulder before receiving the ball, delivering a precise lofted pass straight to Sancho, who was making a diagonal run down the left flank. The third clip showed Sun Yang not throwing his hands up in frustration after a misplaced pass in the final third. Instead, he immediately sprinted back, cutting off Witzel's passing lanes and forcing him into a sideways pass out of play. Favre hit the pause button, freezing the frame on Sun Yang's ferocious pressing. This is the very moment that convinced me to include you in the weekend squad. Sun Yang was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. He had always believed it was those eye-catching through balls that had impressed Favre. Favre pointed at the screen. Stunning passing talent may help you attract the attention of scouts. But only this kind of grit-filled defensive attitude can win you a head coach's trust. Terzic, standing nearby, patted Sun Yang's shoulder and added, "Mate, the pace of the Bundesliga is an entirely different matter from the youth team. When you come on as a substitute, what you face on the pitch is likely a scenario where your team is trailing, the game is chaotic, or the opposition has just brought on a wave of fresh, physically imposing giants. The last thing you should do is show off your Miserio turn. What you need to do first is use your running to help us stitch together a formation that's about to fall apart." Sun Yang nodded heavily. "I fully obey tactical arrangements." Favre switched off the projector, his tone returning to the calm of a tactical mastermind. "After tomorrow morning's set-piece drills, you'll work with the reserves for half an hour on counter-attack patterns. Remember the position, receive the ball in the right half space. There are only two choices: a sweeping diagonal switch to the weak side winger, or a direct through ball to Erling to make a run. You cannot touch the ball more than twice." Hearing this highly targeted tactical deployment, the blood in Sun Yang's chest began to surge faster. "So coach, my role this weekend is definitely not just sitting by the water cooler watching the show." Favre raised an eyebrow but didn't answer directly. Terzic laughed heartily from the side. "Kid, if you were just another ordinary substitute playing as a mascot, old man wouldn't waste his time giving you private coaching." Favre picked up his tactical pen and drew 2 heavy lines on the white paper. "I'll be straight with you. The final weekend squad hasn't been confirmed yet. But if you do make the lineup, you need to be mentally prepared." Sun Yang sat up straight. "I'm ready to follow orders anytime." Favre looked straight into his eyes, showing no concealment about the ruthlessness of tactics. "If the match remains one-sided with us dominating and leading on the scoreboard, you will never get a chance to come on as a substitute this weekend." The words were blunt and starkly realistic. Sun Yang was not discouraged at all. Instead, he grew more excited. "Then what if we can't break them down, or we're trailing?" Favre threw down his pen and crossed his arms. "If the forward barrage goes silent, and I urgently need a pass to shatter their turtle shell defense, my first glance will go to your bench." Sun Yang felt his heart skip another beat. Favre quickly poured cold water on the moment. Remember, I'm only giving you one chance. On your first touch after coming on, if you choose to dribble recklessly or make a mistake, your teammates won't pass to you for the rest of the match. The game itself will abandon you too. Sun Yang rose abruptly, his ambition blazing. Then I'll pierce through their entire defense with my very first touch. Favre gave this arrogant yet confident young Eastern player a deep look. Anyone can make empty promises, but tomorrow you'll need to show real skill on the pitch. Picking up the files, he headed for the door when Telzic's voice stopped him from behind. Son. Sun Yang turned around. Telzic tapped the tactical board. Don't just focus on showing off your skills. German center backs love to overwhelm technical players like you. To survive here, learn to shield the ball with your body first. Sun Yang raised the folder and flashed an okay gesture. Understood. Pushing open the door into the corridor, Sun Yang couldn't help but smile. Erling Haaland, towering at 194 meters, was leaning against the corner wall, chugging down a protein shake. Sun Yang tilted his head. Erling, didn't the coach tell you to hit the weight room? Haaland wiped the white powder from his lips and deadpanned. Bro, I did go. Not a second was wasted. Sancho popped his head around the corner and mercilessly exposed him. Don't believe this silly donkey. He walked to the door of the weight room, had a sip of water, and slipped back. All this time he's been obsessing over your news. Haaland glared fiercely at Sancho. Jaden, the basic quality of being a bro is keeping that filthy mouth of yours shut. Watching these two hot first-team superstars fooling around right in front of him, Sun Yang's tense nerves finally relaxed. Haaland strode over. Tell me, what did the old man actually decide? Sun Yang handed him the data sheet. Might make the squad, but won't play if we're winning comfortably. If we can't break them open, they might put me in for that crucial pass. Haaland's blue eyes suddenly lit up. A crucial pass. Bloody hell, that's a tactic tailored just for you and me. Sancho leaned in to read the report and whistled mockingly. Your dual stats are so dismal. Bro, come clean. How many times did old man Mats drag you across the sideline today? Sun Yang snatched the folder back and fired back mercilessly. Oh please, how many times were you dispossessed by Akanji in today's scrimmage? I could count them on both hands. Sancho spread his hands confidently. Come on. I'm an explosive wing forward, you know. For a stormtrooper, losing the ball is just part of the process of pursuing football art. Haaland nodded furiously beside him, adding, Yeah. When you got tackled out of bounds, body, and all the pose was truly artistic. Sancho, enraged, jumped up and kicked Haaland's calf. The three young men linked arms and swaggered back to the locker room, laughing and bantering. As soon as they entered the room, Sun Yang's phone vibrated. It was a message from his father, Sun Wu. You rascal, your mother told me you might make the Bundesliga squad. Stand tall. Play hard once you're on the field. Our family's opera singers don't go becoming extras for foreigners. Right after came a message from his mother, Diana. Don't listen to your father's boasting. Just protect yourself in your debut, play according to the coach's tactics. No matter what, we're proud of you. Reading these two messages full of care, Sun Yang felt warmth in his heart and quickly typed 4 characters, wait for me to play. He was just about to pocket his phone when Sancho suddenly approached with a serious expression, gripping his own phone. Son, I don't want to ruin your good mood, but you'd better look at this. Sun Yang frowned. What new nonsense is this? Sancho shoved the screen right in Sun Yang's face. The rumor post from the Dortmund diehard forum just a few hours ago had completely blown up. Not only were fans piling on comments, but German sports media were openly reposting the story. The thick, bold headline was highly provocative. Dortmund's riskiest winter signing, Arsenal cast-off, Sun Yang, a commercial gimmick compromising the market, or a hidden genius. The comment section below had become a carnival for internet mobs. Someone spat, for the Asian market the executives have gone mad. Signing an unknown water boy. Others sneered, Zorc has probably been swindled by a shady agent. Someone even dug up screenshots of his serious injury at Arsenal's youth team, pairing it with a scathing comment, a glass cannon who just had his leg shattered, probably won't last 30 minutes in the Bundesliga. Sun Yang stared fixedly at those words, his chest heaving, fingers involuntarily clenching. Haaland snatched the phone, read the content, and erupted, fuck. What do you keyboard warriors know? Sancho had lost his joking mood now. Once the media gets involved, this will blow up. If you make the squad this weekend, dozens of cameras will hunt for your mistakes like mad dogs. Haaland pounded Sun Yang's shoulders heavily. Don't care about those trolls. You handle the passes, I'll blast them into the net. We'll slap those keyboard warriors' faces together on the field. Sun Yang didn't speak. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the enormous yellow-black Dortmund crest in the center of the locker room. That glaring yellow-black resembled raging flames. In his mind, the cold termination contract from Arsenal's hospital room resurfaced. Lance's arrogant sneer after that dangerous slide tackle from behind. Back's condescending hypocrisy and coldness when handing him the signing pen. The past humiliations surged like tidal waves. He had endured the agony of a shattered leg, battling all the way from London to Germany's Ruhr Valley, not to beg for charity or recognition here. Even in the dust, embers can hide. Within the ordinary, legends are born. Since you all see me as a discarded pawn for marketing purposes, I will reclaim every inch of my lost dignity before the 80,000 souls at Westphalen. Sun Yang decisively locked his phone screen. No matter how the forum trolls leaped, how the German media sneered those glaring words, glass man, and a foolish move by the management, he simply disdained to argue. In the brutal world of professional football, typing on a keyboard cannot win even a single point. Goals are what shut their mouths, assists are what slap their faces. In the locker room, Haaland was still loudly cursing. Bro, I really don't understand those idiots out there. If they could take one look at those passes you fed me today, they would absolutely bite off their own tongues and chew them up. Sancho leaned against the locker, his fingers still swiping on the screen. Don't overestimate the level of online trolls. Even if they saw it, they would just say Erling's runs were like a god of war, and it had nothing to do with the passer. Haaland turned his head. Jaden, can't your mouth say something that makes people feel good? Of course I can. Sancho shrugged mischievously. For example, that volley of yours today was pretty decent, only a tiny bit worse than my shot. Get lost. Sun Yang ignored the banter between these two clowns, bent down, and carefully stuffed the shin guards into his backpack. On that shin guard, the Monkey King drawn by his father's son, who had been slightly soaked by sweat, the red and black patterns appearing even more profound. He carefully wiped the sweat stains with a towel. Seeing him packing up, Haaland immediately grabbed his backpack and walked over. Son, let's go, brother, we'll drive you home. We still have tactical drills tomorrow, don't exhaust yourself today. Sun Yang zipped up his backpack, but didn't lift it onto his back. You guys go ahead, I'll stay a bit longer. Hearing this, Sancho raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise. Don't tell me you're going to do extra training. Just half an hour, Sun Yang said calmly. Haaland shook his big head like a rattling drum. Damn, half an hour. I've heard that so many times my ears are calloused. You grinders usually end up starting with 2 hours. Sun Yang couldn't help but laugh. If you know why, ask. Sancho rarely put away his usual playful grin, his tone turning very serious. Bro, I know you've got a fire in your heart, wanting to slap those media faces. But if you really make the squad this weekend, and you train too hard tonight, draining your energy, the old man will mercilessly kick you off the list. Sun Yang met Sancho's gaze. If I don't train, I'll have even less chance. Haaland wanted to persuade further. Sun Yang reached out and patted the big guy's arm firmly. Rest assured, I'm not going to sprint or do high-intensity contests. I'll just polish my ball control, half-turns, two-touch passing, and also find my long-range shooting feel. Sancho sighed helplessly. Bro, you call this just a little practice? For me, this is the most basic part. Haaland roughly shoved the big protein powder container into his bag, muttering a Norwegian curse. Fine, keep grinding. But don't train until late at night. I don't want to finally see you play on the weekend only for you to run 2 steps, and then crouch like that, holding your knees and gasping. Sun Yang nodded heavily. You just run into the one-on-one position. Haaland grinned widely, extending his huge fist. You take care of getting that damn ball to my feet. Their fists collided forcefully in the air. Sancho quickly leaned, enforcing his fist between theirs. Hey. And me? Don't forget the weak side winger. If you two dare to play only among yourselves on the field, I'll definitely report you for excluding teammates in training. Sun Yang looked at him with a half smile. Then please, mister. Sancho, don't be offside when you make your runs. The little black guy immediately got riled up. Me offside? Bro, that's called the art of riding the line, you know. Haaland ruthlessly added from the side. Too bad the linesman usually doesn't understand your abstract art. The 3 young men shoved each other, laughing and cursing. After Haaland and Sancho left, the Brackle training ground gradually became empty. The teammates' supercars drove off the parking lot one after another, the roar of engines fading into the night. Sun Yang changed into a fresh, dry training suit, turned around, and stepped back onto the turf. The base after nightfall had shed the daytime bustle. 2 tall floodlights illuminated half the training ground, as bright as day, and the freshly cut turf emitted a pleasant grassy scent. The groundskeeper, old Hans, strolled over, jingling a large bunch of keys, and froze on the spot when he saw Sun Yang. Son, are you sure you want to keep messing around? I'm about to lock the equipment room door. Sun Yang responded politely in fluent German. Mister Hans, could you make an exception? Just lend me 10 balls, push 2 small goals over, and grab a few cones. Old Hans looked up and down suspiciously at this black-haired Eastern kid. I'll lend them to you, but don't scrape the turf ball. Last week, those hyperactive little brats from U19 dug holes all over the edge of the penalty area, and the gardening team cursed for 3 whole days. Sun Yang grinned. Don't worry, I promise tonight, I'll only torture the football and treat the turf with care. Hans grumbled a few complaints, but still turned and walked over to open the equipment room door. 10 standard balls, 2 half-height small goals, 6 bright orange cones, and a heavy mobile dummy wall. Sun Yang precisely placed the cones on the right flank of the field. This was exactly the death zone that head coach Favre had circled in red on the tactic board that afternoon. Receive the ball on the right flank. Touch the ball no more than twice. First option, long switch to the weak side for Sancho's burst. Second option, surgical through ball to Haaland's forward run. There is no third option. This was not just a tactical requirement, it was the only ticket for him to stand on the Westfalenstadion pitch. Sun Yang took a deep breath and began to relentlessly drill his ball control. The ball bounced off the inside of his foot and landed half a meter in front of him. No good. Too far away. Those ruthless defensive midfielders in the Bundesliga could charge in half a second and take both the ball and the man. Again. The ball stopped tightly against the turf at his feet, but his body was completely turned away from the attacking direction. No good. Against a defensive veteran like Hummels, seeing you receive the ball with your back will make him press up and give you heavy physical contact, not leaving you even a crack to turn. Continue. Sun Yang kicked the ball forcefully at the rebound wall. The moment the ball bounced back, he feigned a convincing shoulder fake with his left shoulder, then smoothly cushioned the ball with his right foot's outside, completing a half turn as if his body was greased with oil. Then his left foot immediately struck, sending the ball toward the far small goal over 40 meters away. Boom. The ball precisely drilled into the frame. He didn't celebrate at all. He lowered his head and silently ran to pick up the next ball. Once 10 times 50 times. The monotonous movement was treated as a lifeline, repeatedly chewed and polished. Long pass with the right instep to the far side. Left foot control and pass in one motion to complete the layoff. Before receiving the ball with his back to goal, he forcibly used his back muscles to shield against the imaginary defender. He laboriously dragged the heavy mobile dummy wall behind him, forcing himself to adapt to the lingering sense of pressure. First time the dummy hindered his space and his release rhythm was a beat slow. Second time, to save time, his passing angle was too flat, easily intercepted. Third time, insufficient power, the ball speed wasn't enough to tear the defense. Sun Yang supported his knee with one hand, gasping heavily, sweat dripping from his chin onto the turf. In his mind, like a haunting melody, was Favre's cold warning: touch the ball no more than twice. Those keyboard warriors were right. His current physical condition indeed couldn't meet the standard of a Bundesliga starter. But he had to play with his brain, using extreme speed to compensate for his weakness in physical duels. He placed the ball back beside the cone. Before receiving, he turned his head to observe and advance. Check the position of the weak side winger, the starting point of Haaland, the gaps in the opponent's defensive midfielder positioning. Then receive the ball. At this moment, the half field was empty, but in Sun Yang's bloodshot eyes, 20 men had already materialized. Augsburg, a relegation-threatened team, would likely park the bus, completely locking down the center. If Dortmund got bogged down, Haaland would definitely be marked by two big men, and Sancho would be subjected to flying tackles. Then his first touch as a substitute must be like a scalpel, directly slicing open the opponent's first line of defense. Absolutely cannot be slow. Half a second of hesitation would become a disaster. To survive in the Bundesliga, don't fantasize about taking an extra step for showiness. Again. Boom. The ball hit the board and rebounded. Boom. His right foot inside curled an extremely exaggerated arc straight toward the small goal. Boom. This time it grazed the post and missed by half a meter. Sun Yang cursed irritably under his breath, rubbed his sore thigh muscles vigorously, quickly ran over to retrieve the ball and repositioned it. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the office building, the lights in the head coach's office were still glaringly bright. Favre sat with his hands crossed on the leather chair, his desk covered with reports of Augsburg's last 3 matches. Assistant coach Terzic held a tactic pen, freezing the video on the big screen at a frame of Augsburg's high press. Boss, look, this is the dirty tactic they use against strong teams. The forwards cut off the number 6 passing lanes like mad dogs, forcing us into dead ends on the wings. As long as our right side can't get through the huge space on the left, it's just for show, not for use. Favre rubbed his brow irritably. I understand the tactics. The core problem now is who can calmly pick out the ball under this kind of meat grinder pressure and send it to the weak side. Terzic opened his mouth but couldn't give an immediate answer, because they both knew the score. Brandt had flair in passing, but at critical moments he always overthought and missed the chance. De Hout had delicate footwork, but once subjected to physical contact he lost all rhythm. Veteran Hummel's long passes were certainly accurate, but as a center back he was too deep. The long ball's flight time was too long, unable to create the lethal threat of a sudden late run. That new Chinese kid could pass, but he was a fresh newcomer who didn't even know which way the professional league's door opened. That was the biggest time bomb. Favre exhaled a long breath, stood up, and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. He had only intended to cool off with some fresh air. But the moment his gaze dropped, his eyes flickered with a slight shock. He saw the lonely figure still tirelessly running back and forth under the half-field floodlights. It was Sun Yang, receiving on the right flank. Smooth half-turn, then an extremely concealed second touch, low diagonal pass. The ball, as if with eyes, precisely darted into the far small goal. After completing that sequence, the kid ran over to retrieve the ball again, this time switching to a powerful through ball behind the opponent's center backs. Terzic, coffee cup in hand, also came to the window. Damn, this kid hasn't left yet. Favre stood with his hands behind his back, saying nothing, his gaze deep and fixed on the green field below. Terzic observed for a full 2 minutes, then suddenly chuckled. Boss, do you see? This kid is grinding those 2 passing routes you drew on the tactic board this afternoon. He even placed the cones in exactly the same positions. I'm not blind yet. Favre's mouth involuntarily twitched upward a fraction. Want me to go down and stop him? There's a training match tomorrow. Favre was silent for a long 5 seconds, then shook his head. Leave him alone. Terzic turned his head in surprise, looking at the head coach who usually emphasized scientific training so much. Favre had already turned around, picked up the internal phone on the desk, and dialed the logistics duty room. Hans, leave the big lights on the training ground. Also notify the recovery room to have someone stay tonight, prepare the ice bath and stretching mats. Oh, and tell the kitchen to keep a high-protein, low-fat supper for him. Old Hans on the other end of the line was obviously stunned by this series of instructions, muttering whether he was to arrange overtime for some big-name star. Favre put down the tactic board, his tone unusually resolute. Not overtime. This is called investment. The third floor of the office building. After hanging up the phone, assistant coach Terzic leaned against the corner of the desk and chuckled aloud. Boss, you keep saying the final roster isn't settled, but the logistical arrangements are incredibly thoughtful. Favre cast him a sidelong glance and lifted the cup of cold coffee. I simply loathe talented hotheads who refuse to follow discipline. Terzic walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and nodded toward the ground below. What about that grinding machine downstairs? Do you hate him too? Favre did not answer immediately. His gaze pierced through the glass, settling on the patch of turf below that glowed as bright as day. Downstairs, Sun Yang had just completed a crisp one-touch pass, then immediately turned and sprinted back to execute a 5-second high-intensity pressing drill. He kicked the ball hard against the rebound wall, deliberately causing it to ricochet toward an awkward receiving angle. Then he surged forward and slid into a tackle to block the passing lane. One attempt missed the mark. He rose and tried again. The BR Acknell training base at midnight held no spectators. No applause. Nor those scornful keyboard warriors from the internet. The air carried only the rasping sound of boot studs grazing the turf, heavy and unmistakably real. Favre watched for a full 10 minutes before finally speaking. I despise those who waste their talent. Terzic understood instantly and smiled. The Chinese lad down there clearly did not belong to that category. The night wind turned chill. Old Hans strolled over with his arms crossed and tossed a clean towel onto the sideline from over 10 meters away. Son, 10 minutes left. If you keep training like this, the groundskeeping crew will come after my head tomorrow. Sun Yang glanced down at his wristwatch. He had originally told Haaland he would only train for half an hour. It was now past 1 hour and 40 minutes. Almost done. This is the final set. Old Hans rolled his eyes extravagantly from the sideline. Don't try that line on me. Every lazy veteran in the locker room who pockets a weekly wage uses the same excuse when they don't want to leave. Sun Yang offered no explanation, simply gathering the marker discs in silence. For the final set, he decided to stop obsessing over passing drills. He cradled 3 footballs and positioned himself at the right edge of the penalty arc. Body stew to go. That was the finisher taught by the god of war in his dreams. He knew better than anyone that the muscle memory in his real body was still far from fully mastered. In the dreams, the system protected him. In reality, even a slight miscalculation would send the ball sky high. The system only helped reshape his talent. It would not play matches for him. His left foot planted heavily on the turf. His center of gravity shifted forward, forming an explosively coiled posture. His right leg drew back like a fully drawn trebuchet, then lashed down hard against the lower middle portion of the ball. Bang! The first shot struck too thick and the football soared high over the crossbar. The second shot was too straight. The goalkeeper didn't even need to move from his position to collect it. The third shot had power, but it clipped past the outside of the goalpost and rolled out of bounds. Sun Yang stood rooted, one hand on his hip, gulping oxygen into his lungs as sweat streamed from his forehead down past his eyelashes. Body Studa's fierce roar from the dream still echoed in his ears. Shooting isn't about posing for a photo shoot. You must make the goalkeeper feel despair. You must make the center back tremble the moment he sees you cock your leg. Sun Yang took a deep breath and rolled the final ball beside him into position. This time he did not deliberately chase absolute maximum power. Small adjustments. Aiming true. Lowering his body. Bang. An exceptionally crisp strike shattered the night silence. The ball schemed along the dew-laden turf, transforming into a streak of white light and burrowed precisely into the bottom corner of the small goal. It wasn't particularly glamorous, but the motion was lightning fast, brutally direct, brutally lethal. Sun Yang walked over, fished the ball from the net, and stuffed it into his kit bag. By the time he reached the sideline with his bag, old Hans had already pushed open the door to the therapy room where steam was billowing inside. The manager personally ordered this. 10 minutes in the ice bath, 20 minutes of stretching to clear lactic acid. Then you eat whatever's in the kitchen before you're allowed to leave. Sun Yang paused in surprise. Hasn't the manager finished work yet? Old Hans pointed toward the main office building behind him. What did you expect? You really think those fortune-burning floodlights are running all night just to put on a light show for you? Sun Yang followed old Hans's finger and looked upward. The light in the manager's office on the 3rd floor remained bright. The window before the glass was empty. But he knew that stubborn Swiss old man had taken in everything. He did not run upstairs to offer thanks, nor did he send any groveling message of loyalty. He simply bent down calmly and helped old Hans arrange the scattered equipment by the sideline piece by piece. After his shower and the agonizing facial stretching routine, forcing down that bland chicken breast pasta, Sun Yang returned to the player dormitory. The clock was nearly midnight. He had barely tossed his bag onto the floor when his phone vibrated. Haaland had dropped a message in the group chat. Bro, is that weathered leg of yours still attached? Sun Yang stripped off his training kit and typed back with one hand still attached. Still breathing. Haaland replied instantly, good. Tactical scrimmage tomorrow morning. You'd better not pretend to be dead on the pitch and summon the medical staff. Sun Yang's lips curled into a smile. As long as you don't catch us offside whenever that Nordic behemoth charges, that'd be a huge favor. Haaland sent an angry emoji. Blast it. That's what we call pressure running along the offside line. That's art, understand. Sancho also couldn't resist popping into the group chat. Hey guys, can we not turn the tactical group into a stand-up comedy show at midnight? Son, shut off the lights and sleep already. Those German tabloid photographers will blockade the base gates tomorrow morning, and you'll need energy to deal with them. Sun Yang simply replied with an okay hand gesture. The phone screen went dark and was placed face down on the bedside table. Every muscle in his body screamed in pain. But his heartbeat at this moment was unusually steady. This exhaustion was worlds apart from the desperate powerlessness he had felt lying in that London hospital bed. It bore no resemblance to the humiliation of being swept out by Arsenal like discarded trash. This was the fulfillment forged drop by drop through sweat, rebuilding himself from shattered pieces. He closed his eyes. The surrounding darkness receded like a tide replaced by the familiar white glow. The dream training ground activated on schedule. The immaculate green pitch, the empty stance. And the Argentine warrior who always wore the number 9 jersey, arms crossed and standing upon the goal line. Batistutta's sharp-featured face was etched with disdain. You practice shooting in the real world today? Sun Yang hopped in place, twice loosening his ankle joints. Hit a few shots. You hit them like dog filth. Sun Yang nearly laughed in irritation at the legend's bluntness. Did you see everything, sir? Obviously. The system didn't pull you in so you could learn surface-level tricks and strut around like a big shot. Batistuta unleashed his ruthless criticism. Your final few kicks. Your supporting foot was splayed too wide and you exerted force with such haste, as if you were rushing to catch a train. Come the weekend's Bundesliga match, those 200-pound center-backs would already be pressing against your face. Do you think they'd stand like wooden posts waiting for you to wind up? Sun Yang uncharacteristically did not argue. Batistuta flicked the ball into the air, catching it cleanly on his instep. Today we're not practicing comfortable open shots. Sun Yang patted his cheeks, his eyes focused. Then what are we practicing? Your survival instincts in the penalty area. Batistuta pointed at the grass beneath his feet. Receive the ball with your back to goal. When you're being wrestled by the opponent's physical pressure, you must shoot on the third step. Sun Yang's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Must be the third step. First step, hold your position and survive. Second step, use the force to break free. Third step, finish directly. Batistuta snapped his fingers. A flash of light illuminated the dream stadium, and 2 fully equipped virtual center-backs materialized out of thin air. They stood 1.9 meters tall with bulging muscles and cold eyes, their defensive movements all aimed at stealing the ball and injuring the opponent. Sun Yang stared at those 2 human tanks and couldn't help cursing inwardly. You call this a confrontation drill? This is a meat grinder. Batistuta nodded in profound agreement. Welcome to the professional football pitch. If you want to make a living as an attacking core, don't be afraid to get tossed into the meat grinder and lose a layer of skin. The first ball was delivered. Sun Yang held his position, receiving the ball with his back to goal. The virtual center-back behind him crashed into him like a wall. Sun Yang's balance shifted as he tried to drag the ball inward with the sole of his foot to complete the turn. Smack! The ball was brutally poked away by the center-back's long leg. Batistuta's scolding followed like a shadow. What kind of fancy nonsense is that? Playing such delicate tricks with your back in a dangerous area. Are you not satisfied with how fast the opponent counterattacks? The second ball came swiftly. Sun Yang had learned his lesson. He lowered his shoulder early to engage in physical battle, putting all his strength into holding his position. The ball was settled. But he had expended too much energy on the fight, and his turn was half a beat slow. The other center-back, closing and pounced like a mad dog, sealing off the shooting angle completely. Another dead end. The third ball whistled in. Sun Yang simply abandoned the idea of forcing a turn. He chest-trapped the ball, passed it back to a virtual teammate, then turned and made a forward run off the ball. A piercing whistle echoed across the pitch as Batistuta directly stopped the training. That move would be a reasonable choice in a real match, but not here. Your task today is to finish on your own. Sun Yang rested his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, sweat blurring his vision. Old man, your demands are too schizophrenic. You don't let me show off, yet you want me to force a shot. How am I supposed to choose? Batistuta strode over to him, jabbing his finger forcefully into Sun Yang's chest. This is the difference between a top striker and those mediocrities. When you should pass, you pass without hesitation. When you should shoot, you show no mercy. This isn't decided by a hot head, it's about the space on the pitch. Your mind must always hold the goal, coordinates your teammates' positions, and also sense the weight shift of the defender behind you. The war god's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's. Right now your head is full of proving yourself to those who look down on you. It's fine to want revenge, but that fire can't burn away your own reason. Those words struck Sun Yang's heart like a hammer. He recalled the long-range shot in the day's practice match that had been criticized by the head coach. Favre was absolutely right. At that moment, Haaland's position was clearly better. He could have formed a one-on-one chance. If that had been a real Bundesliga match, his selfish long-range shot might have squandered the only chance of the game. But if he was content to be just a reliable passer for his whole life, European football would only regard him as a useful distributor. Finish or create. This line was extremely subtle. He had to tread it steadily. Sun Yang straightened up, wiped the sweat from his chin. Old man again. The fourth ball. Sun Yang firmly leaned his back against the center back, and as he controlled the ball with his right foot, he smoothly guided it to the outside. He didn't clash head-on with the opponent's brute force. First step, used the shoulder to create half a body's worth of space. Second step, thrust his left foot hard against the grass, using a feint to force the defender's weight to drop. Third step, without seeking complete evasion, he used the outside of his right foot to drive a powerful shot directly. Bang! The ball shot out like a cannonball, but was tipped over the bar by the heroic virtual goalkeeper with a single hand. For the first time, Batistuta did not curse. The tactical thinking is fine, but your release was still half a second slower. The fifth ball. Too much power veered wide of the post. The sixth ball. His intention was read, and the shot hit the center back's thigh and bounced back. The seventh ball. The ball smashed against the underside of the crossbar, slammed hard onto the goal line, and bounced out. Sun Yang lay spread-eagled on the grass, his chest heaving violently. Although the dream system could infinitely refresh his stamina, the soreness from each muscle collision was a 100% realistic reproduction. Batistuta walked over slowly, nudging the ball with his toe to the side of Sun Yang's face. Don't lie there playing dead. Didn't you swear to make all of Europe remember your name, Sun Dashing? You can't win the Ballon d'Or lying on the ground. Sun Yang grinned, showing his white teeth, and sprang up with a carp-like flip. The eighth ball. The ninth ball. The 10th ball. Time after time, he was knocked over, and time after time, he got up to reposition. Until the 23rd ball whistled in. The defending center back charged into his back like an enraged bull. Sun Yang no longer held his ground. He went with the force of the collision, turning his body, nimbly deflecting the ball, while simultaneously flicking it into the space to his right front. The movement was as smooth as flowing clouds and water. 3 steps set perfectly. He pulled his foot back and unleashed a fierce shot. The ball, with a strong dipping curve, threaded precisely through the gap between the center back's legs. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to react. The ball had already grazed the inside of the far post, violently rippling the white net. The empty dream training ground fell into a 2-second silence. Then a crisp mechanical electronic sound exploded in his mind. Ding. Batistuta Go proficiency 5100 increased to 6100. Shot stability has been slightly improved. Sun Yang rested his hands on his knees. Only 1 point. Batistuta sneered. Do you think my signature shot is a discount item at a supermarket? 1 night of training gives you max level. Sun Yang also laughed. Then let's continue. Batistuta stepped on the ball. We can continue. But remember, don't overdo it in tomorrow's real training. In the dream, you can be hit 100 times. In reality, your muscles will protest. Professional players aren't made in 1 night. Sun Yang nodded. Understood. And another thing. Batistuta looked at him. That pinpoint passing of yours is strong, but don't let it become a crutch. A true star can't have only one fixed button. Sun Yang was silent for a moment. Favre said the same thing. Then he wasn't wrong. The dream training resumed. This time Sun Yang no longer practiced only shooting. He also brought the 2 choices Favre had given him into the dream. Right channel. 2 touches. Switch to the weak side. Threw ball to the center. Batistuta didn't know Haaland's movement habits, but the system could simulate a sprinting center forward. The virtual number 9 kept making forward runs. Sun Yang had to find the passing lane while under pressure. The ball had to pass between the defensive midfielder and the center back. Too fast, the striker can't keep up. Too slow, the goalkeeper collects it. Too high, the center back can clear it. Too low, the grass friction slows it down. This is harder than a long-range diagonal, because the Bundesliga won't give him 3 seconds to lift his head. The Brackle training base was shrouded in silence in the early hours. Sun Yang woke from his dream training session, the alarm clock on his bedside yet to ring. He propped himself up on the bed, a dull ache immediately spreading through his calf muscles. This was no lingering injury from a fracture, but the most honest physical feedback after intense combat. After getting out of bed and completing a few routine dynamic stretches, Sun Yang picked up his phone with no mind to scroll through the forums filled with ridicule and pessimism. He directly opened his notes and typed out 3 lines. First, turn the head to check the defensive blind spots before receiving the ball. Second, strive to complete the action within 2 touches. Third, don't just focus on setting up Haaland, but once the defensive line is breached, be ready to take the shot yourself. He exited the notes and tossed the phone back onto the bedside. There was a tough battle to fight this morning. To quell the recent criticism from German media regarding the new signings, the club had abruptly scheduled a winter transfer window press conference. At the same time, in another German city, Dusseldorf, Zhou Qiming, a correspondent for Sports Weekly stationed in Germany, sat at a small desk in his rented apartment staring at a German news article on his computer screen. The cold coffee beside him had long lost its aroma. The headline of the news pop-up was extremely eye-catching. Borussia Dortmund bets big on Arsenal's discard 19-year-old Chinese prodigy could feature in weekend squad. Zhou Qiming's first reaction was not excitement, but instinctive doubt. Having worked as a sports journalist for so many years, he had seen too many so-called European talents. A few photos and trial kits, a few promotional articles sent back to China for hype, and then the story fades away. European professional football isn't a place for storytelling with PowerPoint. Moreover, this kid was a marginalized figure kicked out of a Premier League giant, and just recovering from a broken leg. Frowning, he dialed the number of his acquaintance, market journalist from Germany's kicker. Buddy, that Chinese kid named Son that Dortmund just signed, have you heard any whispers over there? The background noise of a bar filtered through the phone. Mark spoke with a slurred tongue. Now half the fans in Westphalen are cursing the club's management for losing their minds. But I heard from an inside source that Favre kept him alone in the meeting room yesterday to watch tactical videos. You know that's not the treatment a commercial signing with connections would get. Zhou Qiming's spirits lifted. After hanging up, he immediately opened a domestic fan chat group. As expected, the news had already caused an uproar back in China. First team at Dortmund, but he's just there to get Reyes water. He's just an ethnic Chinese, why is he trying to ride the hype? He hasn't even played a single Bundesliga game, let's not praise him too soon. Don't want another laughingstock. Looking at the screen full of sarcasm, Zhou Qiming let out a long sigh. Chinese fans had been let down too many times. The conflicted mindset of hoping for someone to step up, while fearing being proven wrong, was something only those who truly cared about Chinese football could understand. That's why many people prefer to start by criticizing. If their criticism proves right, it makes them look knowledgeable. If it proves wrong, they can dismiss it as a jinx. He checked the timetable for the Intercity Express to Dortmund and sent a message to the editorial office back home. I'm going to the press conference for Dortmund's new signing. If he's a flop, I'll be the first to criticize. But if he's truly a gem, we must get the exclusive. At 10 in the morning, the press conference hall of Borussia Dortmund. The long lenses and microphones were already set up. Like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, various media outlets swarmed in for this impromptu news signing press conference. Zhou Qiming squeezed into the back of the media crowd, his gaze fixed on the few people seated on the stage. On the left was the stern-faced German international Emre Can. In the middle was the arrogant Norwegian phenomenon Erling Haaland. On the right was the young Chinese player at the center of the controversy, Sun Yang. After the club's press officer had dutifully read out the signing announcement, the question and answer session began. A German local journalist immediately launched an attack. A reporter from Bild stood up but cunningly directed his first question to Haaland. Erling, there is a widespread belief that Dortmund's signing of Son is purely a commercial stunt to cater to the Asian market. As the core of the attack, what is your assessment of a teammate with no experience in senior football? Haaland pulled the microphone closer, his brow deeply furrowed, a hint of undisguised displeasure in his Nordic accent. Commercial stunt. I've never seen a commercial signing do extra training until midnight after regular sessions. As a striker, I only like partners who can deliver the ball precisely to my feet. Son can do just that. If you want to find fault, you'd better wait until after the weekend match to talk. These words caused a stir in the audience. For the proud Nordic talent to openly support him, it was clear that the kid had won over his teammates with his footwork on the training ground. Next, a journalist from Ruhr-Nachrichten pointed the microphone at Sun Yang. Son, Arsenal's medical reports show your left leg recently suffered a catastrophic fracture. Do you truly believe your body can withstand the brutal physical battles of the Bundesliga? Sun Yang faced the camera, his expression extremely calm. The multilingual package granted by the system allowed him to easily understand the sharp edge hidden in the words. He leaned into the microphone, his voice low but exceptionally clear. Whether my body can handle high-intensity matches is something Dortmund's medical team is far more qualified to judge than gossip columns in newspapers. Furthermore, if the club only wanted to sell a few jerseys, Coach Favre wouldn't have bothered to let me take hits from Hummels in training matches. Football is played with the feet, not with baseless speculation. This sharp, clean counterattack silenced the entire room of journalists for half a second. In the back, Zhou Qiming's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this composed and unyielding response. He took a deep breath, decisively raised his hand, and shouted in Chinese, Sun Yang. I'm a journalist from Sports Weekly back in China. Right now, countless fans in China are watching you. Facing the immense expectations and controversy at home, what do you most want to say to them? The foreign journalists in the room, hearing this unfamiliar language, turned their heads to look at Zhou Qiming. Sun Yang, hearing his native tongue, finally showed a trace of warmth in his eyes. He looked at his fellow countrymen, whose eyes were full of anticipation, and spoke with sincerity and conviction. Don't be too quick to put me on a pedestal, nor too quick to trample me into the mud. I have yet to play a single minute in the Bundesliga. Wait until I truly set foot on that pitch and let my performance speak for itself. Then everyone can judge me. How candid. No flashy empty promises, no pretentious self-pity. Zhou Qiming's hand holding the voice recorder trembled slightly. He pressed on with the final question. If you get the chance to make your debut in the weekend league match, what is the one thing you most want to prove to the world? The harsh white light of the press conference hall fell on Sun Yang's young, handsome face. He didn't glance at the prepared public relations statements on the table, nor did he heed the frantic looks from the club's press officer. Staring directly into the camera lens, his eyes sharp, he answered in fluent English, enunciating each word precisely, to prove that the Arsenal board is completely blind. The entire hall erupted in commotion. Countless camera flashes went off in a frenzy, nearly illuminating the entire room. This was not just a response to the criticism, it was a slap in the face preemptively aimed at the Emirates Stadium in North London. The press officer, his face pale, hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow and forcefully ended the press conference. Dear friends from the media, today's meeting is concluded. Thank you for coming. Watching Sun Yang's tall, receding figure, Zhou Qiming stood still, quickly typing the headline for today's article into his notes. The revenge declaration of Arsenal's discard. Wait until I step onto the Bundesliga and let all of Europe see clearly. He had a strong premonition that this cornered Chinese prodigy was about to stir up a storm that would sweep across Europe in this bitter winter. On the training ground, Favre stood at the edge of the pitch. The players began their warm-up. As Sun Yang jogged into the formation, Haaland sidled up to him, the tall Nordic man grinning with raised eyebrows. Bro, the way you fired back at those reporters was absolutely epic. Sun Yang slowly rotated his ankle, his tone flat. I was just stating the facts. Sancho juggled nearby, shrugging. Man, professional football fears nothing more than the truth. Welcome to the adult world of fame and fortune. Hummels sauntered over, exuding the air of a senior. Rookie, the media's specialty is chopping up your honest words and taking them out of context. After throwing down a tough statement, you'd better pray you have the ability to back it up. Sun Yang looked up at him and nodded. I know. Hummels pushed the ball with his instep, sending it to Sun Yang's feet. Good. Now let me see what you secretly practiced last night. In the small-sided match later, I'll mark you personally. Sun Yang trapped the ball under his sole. Mats, you're 31. Wouldn't it be wiser to save your energy? Hummels patted his chest and swaggered back. For a newbie like you, positioning and experience are more than enough. Several veteran players burst out laughing. The small-sided match officially began. After the set-piece drills, Favre divided the group into two teams, and Sun Yang put on the bib of the substitute side. Right half space. Haaland led the line. Sancho lurked on the weak side. The lineup was clearly no coincidence. Favre tapped the tactical board, his European coach's sternness evident. Attack starts from the back. The no. 6 pulls the defensive line forward, and the right center back plays directly into the half space. Sun, when you receive the ball, you have only two options. Find the weak side, or play the ball in behind. The rest of you move. Don't stand there like wooden posts watching the show. Assistant coach Terzic loudly added 5-second counterpress rule after losing the ball. If you can't win it back, immediately collapse the center. Don't let them slice through the defense with one pass. The whistle blew. First attack. The substitute defensive midfielder rolled a ground pass to Sun Yang's feet. Hummels' massive frame immediately pressed from behind the physical challenge immense. Sun Yang chose not to fight for a turn. Before receiving the ball, he had already glanced around to assess the situation. With the inside of his right foot, he guided the ball outward, then, with his second touch, he slanted it forward. The ball skimmed the grass, slipping past Hummels' lunging foot, cutting through the midfield line, and finding Sancho on the weak side with precision. Sancho took a touch inside and curled a shot that was punched away by goalkeeper Burki. Favre stood on the sidelines without applauding. He merely lowered his head and made a quick mark on his tactical notebook. Second round. Almost the exact same position. But this time Witsel shifted early, locking down the weak side passing lane to Sancho. Hummels' arm pressed against Sun Yang's back. Akanji stepped a half-yard forward, ready to cut off any vertical through ball. All of this Sun Yang had already scanned into his mind before touching the ball. He didn't raise his left hand in the trademark pointing gesture. With his left foot, he cushioned the ball back half a step, using the rhythm of the stop to trick Hummels into shifting his weight forward. The next second, his right outer foot flicked sharply. A highly concealed ground through ball. The ball's trajectory wasn't aimed at Haaland's feet. Instead, it went straight into the space ahead of Haaland's run. Haaland, like a charging dinosaur, forced his way past Zagado's defense, chased down the ball, and slotted a low shot into the far corner. Goal. Haaland turned and pointed at Sun Yang from across the pitch. That's it. Bro, that's the spot. Sancho at the far end spread his arms in protest. Hey, I was completely open too. Haaland shouted back, that was fake space. The real chance was right here. Sancho laughed and cursed, you scored, so of course you're right. Sun Yang ignored the striker's banter. He turned to look at Favre. Favre remained expressionless, just lowering his head to jot down another note. Third round. As soon as Sun Yang received the ball, Hummels body checked him without warning. Thud. This time Sun Yang lost his balance, and the wily Hummels poked the ball away. Witsel collected the ball and took a long stride, ready to launch a counterattack. Sun Yang didn't allow himself a moment of frustration. He turned, gritted his teeth, and sprinted back. Within 5 seconds, he angled in from the side and used his body to block Witzel's forward passing lane, forcing him to turn and play a safe pass back. Terzic clapped hard from the sideline. Beautiful. That's the pressure. Lose the ball, don't look at the sky. First shut down the passing lanes. Hummels jogged past Sun Yang and muttered under his breath that reaction was decent. Sun Yang wiped the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand. Next time you won't even get close. Hummels grinned. I'll be waiting. The small-sided match wasn't intense, but Favre's attention to detail was ruthless. From the body orientation of every reception to the recovery runs after losing the ball, Favre corrected without mercy. Sun Yang completely abandoned the reckless long-range shooting from the previous day. Once with a golden opportunity just outside the box, he had already cocked his leg to shoot, but his peripheral vision caught Haaland dragging two center-backs away, leaving Sancho completely free on the left. The shooting motion was forcibly converted into a lobbed pass. The ball landed perfectly at Sancho's feet, and the Englishman slotted it home with ease. He ran back and slapped Sun Yang on the back. Vision is a 10. Though I bet you wanted to take that shot yourself. Sun Yang panted heavily. Shut up and eat your assist. Sancho raised his chin proudly. That's right, serving your master is also an art. When the training ended, Sun Yang's bib was completely soaked against his body. Favre blew a short whistle and gathered everyone in the center circle. Morning training is over. Go stretch, ice bath, and this afternoon, we have tactical video session. The players dispersed with chatter. As Sun Yang turned to head to the locker room, Terzic called him. Sun, hold on a moment. Sun Yang stopped. Favre walked over holding a printed sheet. Sun Yang's heart tightened. He recognized that paper. The preliminary matchday squad list. Favre never beat around the bush. This weekend against Augsburg, you're in the 18-man squad. Sun Yang's feet rooted to the grass, his throat inexplicably tight. Favre immediately doused him with cold water. Don't get too excited. Being on the list doesn't mean playing time. Even if you get on the pitch, you're not the star. Right now, you're just an option on my tactical board. Sun Yang took a deep breath and nodded firmly. I understand. Favre folded the squad list in half. You'd better truly understand. From now on, the cameras will be watching you, and the opponent's analysts will scrutinize you under a magnifying glass. Even scratching your head on the pitch could end up in their video for targeted study. Terzic added seriously, especially that move of pointing before you pass. It's too telegraphic. Unless you can make it deadly, keep it hidden. Sun Yang took these instructions to heart. Favre glanced at him. Sit in the front row for this afternoon's video analysis session. Yes, coach. Favre was about to turn and leave when the club's press officer hurried over from the sideline, his face as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. Lucien, we have a media issue. Favre frowned. What now? The press officer handed him the tablet. On the screen, major sports websites had already edited Sun Yang's press conference comments into explosive short videos. The headline was glaring. Arsenal's reject declares I'll prove they're all blind. The comments section below was in complete chaos. Worse, a young Arsenal Academy player had just given an interview to a British tabloid. Only one stinging remark: Sun Yang was never part of Arsenal's future plans. His physique simply can't handle top-level football. Sun Yang stared at the subtitles on the screen, and the suppressed fire in his chest blazed up. Haaland, who had come back unnoticed, peered at the screen and swore loudly. Sancho dropped his usual Joker demeanor and muttered, those London lot are afraid you'll actually make it in Germany and show them up. Favre shoved the tablet back to the press officer. I'll handle this at tomorrow's pre-match press conference. Sun Yang lifted his head, his eyes calm but chilling. Coach, no need. Favre turned to him. Sun Yang clenched his training bib in his hand. Just put me on the squad list. I'll solve the rest with my feet. Before Favre could respond, the press officer's phone rang. After listening for a few seconds, the officer gasped and turned the screen toward them. Augsburg's official social media just released their pre-match hype poster for the weekend. In the center of the poster stood Augsburg's starting defender, his face full of aggression. Beside him was a highly insulting German slogan. Welcome to the real Bundesliga, meet grinder glass boy. Sun Yang stared at the arrogant poster for 2 seconds. The atmosphere on the sidelines turned icy. The next second, Sun Yang walked to the sideline, flicked a football up with his toe, and nudged it to a spot just outside the arc of the penalty area. No one spoke. He took 3 big steps back. Deep breath. Run up. Swung his leg and blasted. Crack. The ball tore an unreasonable arc through the air, smashed the underside of the crossbar at the far post, and slammed into the white net. Sun Yang turned and met Favre's eyes. Coach, before the video session this afternoon, can I have 10 extra minutes of shooting practice? Favre didn't stop Sun Yang. During those 10 minutes of extra practice, Sun Yang cast aside all flashy tricks. Like a tireless pile driver, he unleashed powerful shots from outside the edge of the penalty area, one after another. The ball tore through the air, smashing into the net and striking the underside of the crossbar. It also struck his chest, which had been stifled for too long. In his dreams, Batistuta's roar still echoed in his ears. Plant your standing foot firmly. Open your hips completely. Don't swing with your calf. Throw your entire weight into it. Sun Yang gritted his teeth. He forced that brutal wild power into the muscle memory of his right leg until the equipment staff came to collect the balls. Only then did he wipe his sweat with his jersey and turn to head to the locker room. Scene shift to China. CCTV Sports Channel office area. The clock on the wall ticked away on a Friday evening. The office was like a substitute's bench before a match. Keyboard clicks and editing tracks mixed into a chaotic stew, and no one could sit still. Duan Xian clutched a stack of fresh English materials, strode briskly into the meeting room, and slapped a few sheets of paper onto the table. Tao Wei was staring at his computer, dragging back and forth through the match footage of Augsburg. Coach Tao, the station has made the decision. Duan Xian pulled out a chair, his voice brimming with excitement he couldn't suppress. Tomorrow night's Bayern away game against Hertha Berlin has been cut and won't be broadcast. We're switching to Borussia Dortmund's away game against Augsburg. Tao Wei rubbed his sore eyes, picked up his thermos, and took a sip of strong tea. As expected, ever since that Dortmund press conference video made it back to China, the hotline has been ringing off the hook. He set down the cup and sighed. Wu Lei's playing time at Espanyol has been cut and domestic fans are fuming. Out of nowhere, a Chinese talent emerges, joining a Champions League giant like Dortmund. Who can stay calm? This is the second hope for our side. Duan Xian flipped through the materials, but his brow furrowed. But there's so little information. This kid practically popped out of a crack in the stone. No trace in domestic youth teams. I had our London correspondent dig around, and all we found was that his father sings Peking opera, and he grew up in Arsenal's youth academy. Duan Xian found it absurd. Even crazier, just after being maliciously tackled and his leg broken by an Englishman and being discarded by Arsenal like trash. Not only did his leg heal, but he also landed a first-team contract with Dortmund. Coach Tao, even web novels wouldn't dare write something this outrageous. Tao Wei glanced at the materials, his eyes fixed on the height and weight columns. His position is listed between attacking midfielder and second striker, a classic trequartista. Top-tier passing vision excels at threading through balls into the half spaces. He tapped the paper firmly twice. Look here, from his Arsenal physical tests, balance and flexibility are maxed out, probably from his Peking opera training as a kid. But his weight is under 70 kilos, which is a fatal flaw in the Bundesliga. Tao Wei pressed the spacebar, freezing the footage. On the screen, Augsburg's defensive midfielder, like a wild boar, sent the opponent's attacking midfielder flying, ball and all. The Bundesliga doesn't care about sentiment, especially at a place like Augsburg's home ground. They won't let you show off near the edge of the box. Tao Wei's tone was low. They'll teach rookies a lesson with iron elbows, knees, and savage collisions. It's a true meat grinder. Duan Xian leaned back in his chair, letting out a long, heavy sigh. The internet is already in chaos. Half are hoping he and Wu Lei shine together as twin stars. The other half are sarcastic, saying Dortmund signed him just to sell jerseys as a mascot. The German media are even worse, calling him Glass Boy right to his face. Tao Wei tightened the lid on his thermos. Glass or not, you can only tell on the pitch. That old fox Favre never gambles with league points. If Sun Yang makes the squad, he definitely has tactical value. He hit play? Let's work overtime tonight and break down Dortmund's 3-4-3 formation completely. See if he actually gets on, whether he replaces Brandt or feeds Haaland in the right half space. As long as he can deliver one defense splitting through ball, our ratings tomorrow night will explode. Duan Xian stared at the screen, rubbing his face with a wry smile. All right, let's go all in. The whole nation is watching. We can't afford to mess up. At the same time, in Germany, North Rhine-Westphalia, a bus emblazoned with the Dortmund crest sped down the highway toward Bavaria. 450 kilometers. The atmosphere in the cabin was initially relaxed. In the back row, Haaland hung his massive headphones around his neck and jabbed Sun Yang in the ribs with his elbow. Dude, did you sneak off last night to rob a bank? Your eye bags are so dark you look like you've been drained dry. Sun Yang leaned against the seat, too lazy to open his eyes. Last night, Batistuta had drilled him mercilessly in his dreams. How to plant the standing foot, how to generate power. Every muscle was dismantled and reassembled. Now his legs were still cramping. He opened his eyes and twisted his neck. Still alive. You though. If your headphones leak any more sound, the head coach up front will be dancing to your rhythm. Haaland grinned wide, laughing like a berserker. Nordic death metal, you know. Pre-match fuel. After listening to this, I just want to embed the opposing center back into the advertising board. He lowered his voice, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. If you get on tomorrow, don't be polite to those hicks. Just send the ball ahead of me. Those media bastards have filthy mouths. I'll make them kneel and sing conquer with my goals. Sancho turned around from the front, holding a tactical tablet. Erling, save your breath. You first need to pray you start. Augsburg's home ground isn't an amusement park. The grass is long, they don't water it, and the ball moves slow as a snail. Your first touch will definitely stick. Sancho swiped through footage on the screen. Our ground play will get bogged down by them. As soon as you get the ball in the middle, their defensive midfielder will bite down like a mad dog, forcing you to play with your back to goal. Haaland rolled his eyes. Jaden, you sound like a boring weatherman right now. Sancho shot back instantly. Listen, mate, a weather forecast can save your life at a critical moment. If you get taken down from behind tomorrow, don't say, I didn't warn you. Across the aisle, Hummels closed his tactical manual and glanced at Sun Yang. The veteran spoke his words unhurried but weighty. Rookie Jaden isn't scaring you. Teams like Augsburg get fired up at home against big clubs. They have no relegation pressure, no European games to play, and nothing to lose. Hummels mimed a blocking motion. This is your first taste of a Bundesliga away game. Remember, check your shoulders more before receiving the ball. Don't just stare at the ball like an idiot. If you stand still with your back to goal, their defensive midfielder will fly in from your blind spot and grind you, ball and all, into minced meat. The referees here are lenient. As long as you don't show your studs, many collisions are waved off as fair challenges. Sun Yang nodded seriously. Got it. Observe before receiving. If I can pass it in one touch, I won't hold it. If I'm really trapped, I'll shield the ball first and look for a chance to lay it off. Hummels leaned back, satisfied. Clear head. Keep it up. At that moment, assistant coach Terzic walked over with a tablet. He sat in the empty seat in front of Sun Yang and turned the screen toward him. Son, since maths has already started, let me give you some more practical details. On the screen, recent clips of Augsburg's defense were playing. Terzic paused on the right wing. Notice this. Their defense is extremely cowardly. They pack the center very tight, just to force you wide. Once you get to the right half space, the fullback presses, the defensive midfielder shifts over, and the center back steps up. 3 of them swarm you in a local trap. The footage continued. The opponent's attacking midfielder had just stopped the ball when 3 burly men closed in. He didn't lose it, but his rhythm was completely destroyed. Terzic locked eyes with Sun Yang. So if you're asked to get the ball in the right half space tomorrow, absolutely don't try fancy tricks on the spot. Your current frame can't withstand 3 of them rotating physical challenges. Sun Yang didn't reply. His gaze was fixed on the blind spots in the movement on the screen. With his maxed out passing attribute of 99, he instantly visualized countless deadly passing trajectories in his mind. Once the fullback steps up, there's bound to be a huge space behind. Once the defensive midfielder shifts, the central half-space line opens up a seam. If the weak side wingback tracks too tightly, the left wing becomes a freeway. Sun Yang's head snapped up, his eyes shining. I understand. I won't wrestle with them in the right half-space. I'll be bait, pull the fullback and defensive midfielder out, then hit the space behind them directly. Erling attacks the first ball and Jaden sneaks into the weak side blind spot. Terzic patted Sun Yang on the shoulder and smiled. Absolutely correct. Great vision. Remember, 1 touch at most 2. Don't fall in love with the ball at your feet. The ball is lovely, but holding it will get you carried off on a stretcher. Sancho laughed out loud from the front. Hear that? Don't try to be an artist. On the pitch, you need to be a cold-blooded killer. Haaland immediately chimed in. If he just sends the ball ahead of me, I'll be the killer. Sun Yang glanced at the 2 of them, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You'd better both make your runs. It'd be embarrassing if the bread is baked and no one's there to eat it. The cabin erupted in laughter. The tension that had been freezing the air finally thawed a little. A few hours later, the bus pulled into Augsburg city center. The city wasn't big, but the smell of football's gunpowder was already sharp. Red, white, and green flags lined the streets, and bars were packed with beer-swilling rabid fans. Some people flipped off the bus, and the deafening jeers rattled the windows, pounding eardrums. The laughter in the cabin died completely. Hundreds of hardcore fans swarmed like a beehive, pounding on the iron railings, their jeers shaking the sky. Haaland leaned toward the window for a glance, his big face turning dark. Come on, these idiots' provocative slogans look like kindergarten graffiti. Sun Yang followed his gaze. At the front of the crowd, several burly men held up 2 massive posters. The first poster showed a Nordic pirate in a Dortmund shirt with a line of bold text beside it. Norwegian brat, go home and drink your mommy's milk. The Bundesliga doesn't need Nordic mercenaries. Haaland sneered. All right, tomorrow I'll make them cry for their mommies. The second poster was even more vicious. A small figure with black hair and yellow skin wearing Sun Yang's jersey number was depicted on crutches with an exaggerated plaster cast on his left leg, his face painted black and blue. Below it, a bold-faced German sentence read, "Take your scrap metal to London. Augsburg doesn't welcome glass boys." The temperature in the cabin plummeted. Smack! Out of nowhere, a raw egg flew and hit the window beside Sun Yang's face. The yellow yolk splattered, running down the glass like a disgusting scar. The Dortmund players were all furious. Haaland shot to his feet, his knuckles cracking. Those sons of bitches. Do they really think I'm easy to push around? Hummels grabbed him firmly, his voice stern. Sit down, Erling. There are cameras everywhere outside. If you charge out now, tomorrow's headlines won't be about the match. Sancho also looked grim, tossing his tablet aside. Mate, calm down. They're just trying to provoke us to mess with our heads before the game. Haaland's chest heaved violently, his eyes blazing at the celebrating fans outside the window. He sat back down with a heavy breath. Sun Yang didn't move an inch. Through the glass, he watched the gesticulating extremists. His hand, resting on his sports bag, slowly moved to feel the shin guard printed with the great sage equal to heaven. Some accounts are beneath arguing with words. Tomorrow, on the green pitch, let the ball do the talking. Under the heavy escort of security guards, the coach finally came to a halt outside the hotel's main entrance. The door opened. The head of security shouted into his earpiece as the guards linked arms to form a human barrier. Head coach Favre was the first to step off the bus, his face as cold as a slab of iron. The Dortmund players followed in a line. The crowd's jeers grew even more fervent. A torrent of foul language poured over them like dirty water. Sun Yang slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out of the carriage. He made no effort to avoid the piercing stares. Facing the storm of boos, he stopped and fixed his gaze on the burly man holding up a poster that read "Glass Boy." He neither lost his temper nor showed any sign of fear. Haaland strode up from behind. The Norwegian beast threw an arm around Sun Yang's shoulder, his right hand clenched into a fist, clearly about to flip off the crowd of fans. The club's press officer, quick as a flash, grabbed Haaland's wrist and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Erling, control your hand. Want to get suspended by the FA on your debut." Captain Hummels walked up behind them, his broad hands giving their backs a firm shove. "Move it, all of you. Don't waste your adrenaline on these idiots. The louder they shout, the more scared they are. Save all your fire for the pitch." The group strode quickly through the lobby under the overwhelming barrage of jeers, shutting all the noise behind the glass doors. 8 o'clock in the evening. WWK Arena Media Center. There was no standing room left at the pre-match press conference. The long lenses and microphones of Germany's major media outlets were already set up. Journalists from Bild and Kicker stared at the empty seats on the podium like a pack of Siberian wolves that hadn't eaten in 3 days. Favre, wearing a Dortmund jacket, took his seat with Hummels. Before they could even settle, the barrage of questions began. The bald reporter from Kicker was the first to stand and launch his attack. Coach Favre, Dortmund spent big this winter window to bring in Haaland and Emre Can. You're now just 4 points behind Bayern. Tomorrow's match, will Haaland start? Can the greenhouse flower of the Norwegian league withstand the lumberjack defense of the Bundesliga? Favre pulled the microphone closer, his voice cold and hard, without a trace of warmth. Erling only arrived a few days ago. He still needs to master the tactical runs. He won't start tomorrow, but that doesn't mean he can't come on to decide the match. As for the physicality issue, Norwegians have plenty of muscle. You needn't worry yourself. The bald man had barely sat down when the curly-haired famous reporter from Bild snatched the microphone, his questions sharper than a knife. Coach, let's talk about that Chinese kid named Sun Yang. All of Europe knows Arsenal tore up his contract because he was a cripple with a broken leg. Word on the street is that Dortmund signed him solely to pander to Chinese broadcasters' wallets. Squeezing someone who could go lame at any moment into the squad. Isn't this kind of bottom-line commercial marketing a bit too shameless? The press room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Cameras flashed wildly, capturing the stage. Favre's face darkened completely. He grabbed a plastic water bottle from the table and slammed it heavily onto the surface. Which tabloid cooked up this trashy fiction? Borussia Dortmund is a pure football club. When I pick players, I don't look at skin color, nationality, or some damned broadcasting market. Favre stared at the curly-haired reporter with an oppressive gaze. Sun's medical report is spotless. The passing penetration he showed at the training ground fits perfectly into my tactical system. He joined because he has the ability. Dortmund doesn't take in garbage. If he didn't have the chops, he wouldn't even get an access card to the training base. A local reporter stood up, refusing to let go. Since you're singing his praises, will he dare to step onto the pitch tomorrow? Augsburg's fans have prepared a special gift for him. A rookie who's never played a senior match. In a pressure cooker away game like this, won't his mental state collapse? Favre cut him off impatiently. I'm the head coach. Who plays and how we play? That's not for you to teach me. When we take 3 points tomorrow night, you'll all shut your mouths. Veteran Hummels pulled the microphone straight to his mouth. The old-timer, when his temper flared, was even fiercer than the coach. We faced him in training. That Chinese kid's bones are harder than all your mouths combined. Poster psychological warfare. That trick is too childish. I suggest you go to church and pray your own goal doesn't get turned into a sieve. When the match ends tomorrow, make sure you have plenty of tissues to wipe your tears. The press conference was forcibly adjourned in a thick atmosphere of gunpowder. The next day, 3:30 p.m. Only half an hour remained before kickoff. Outside the WWK arena. Although the away team's locker room doors and windows were tightly shut, the stomping and roaring of 30,000 home fans above still shook dust from the ceiling. The stands here had almost no buffer from the pitch. Fans could spit and hit the players on the touchline. Inside the away team's locker room, the atmosphere was suffocating. Everyone silently arranged their shin guards and boots. Sun Yang sat on the bench near the door. He bent over, peeling off white athletic tape in circles, tightening it around his ankle. Then he unzipped his backpack, carefully took out the shin guard his father had painted with the great sage equal to heaven, and solemnly tucked it into his sock. Favre stood at the center of the tactical board. Red and black marker had written the starting lineup's names. The front three, Reyes, Sancho, Hazard, Witsel, and Brandt, anchored the midfield. Hummels led the entire defense. Look at me, all of you. Favre turned and slapped the board hard with his palm. Augsburg will press like mad dogs from the start. Don't get tangled up in the middle. Get the ball out wide immediately. Mats, watch the arc of the box. Don't let them shoot from distance. Hummels jumped up and clapped his hands together. Wake up, all of you. Did you hear the coach? Our target is the Meisterschale, not a vacation in Bavaria. Borussia Dortmund. Kill. The players erupted in a deafening roar, pushed open the door, and strode toward the tunnel. Favre walked toward the corner where the substitutes sat, his gaze sweeping over Sun Yang, who had already put on his long jacket, and Haaland beside him, who was cracking his knuckles in excitement. Both of you go straight to the bench and wait. Keep your eyes open and study the opponent's defensive positioning. The two nodded firmly. The substitutes took their seats on the bench. Sun Yang and Haaland, wrapped in thick jackets, walked along the edge of the pitch beneath the hostile stands. The moment they appeared, the home fans above erupted. Tens of thousands of mouths booed wildly, and flying beer cups and popcorn rained down on the roof of the dugout, crackling loudly. Sun Yang sat on the farthest bench. Next to him, bundled up like a big bear, was Dortmund's injured veteran No. 10 Mario Götze. The German golden boy had been plagued by injuries all season and was traveling with the team today purely as a spiritual leader. Götze breathed warm air into his hands and patted Sun Yang on the shoulder. Hey rookie, scared? This is the Bundesliga away game. They want to win, but they also want to tear your skin off with their spit. Götze pointed at the noisy stands. They don't care about courtesy here. The more afraid you are, the harder they bite. Sun Yang didn't speak. His gaze crossed the half field, landing on the Augsburg players warming up. As luck would have it, The bearded Augsburg center back happened to run to the touchline near the substitutes bench. The big beard immediately recognized Sun Yang's Asian face, which had sparked heated discussions online. He stopped a malicious sneer spreading across his face. In front of the entire crowd, the bearded no. 6, Gaolu raised his hands and made a gesture of forcefully snapping a small stick in front of his chest, breaking both legs. The gesture was utterly filthy. Haaland jumped up from the bench ready to curse, but Gotza grabbed his shirt. Sun Yang sat firmly on the bench, his back straight as a ramrod. He met the bearded man's provocative stare without even a flicker of his brow. He slowly raised his left hand. His index and middle fingers came together like the sight of a gun pointing arrogantly at the goal behind the bearded man through the air 10 meters away. The meaning was clear: point where it will hit. If you dare to leave an opening, I'll blast that goal to pieces today. The CCTV Sports Channel studio. The red and white broadcast screen flickers to life precisely on schedule. Duan Xin straightens his tie and leans forward toward the microphone. Good evening, dear viewers. You are watching the live broadcast of Matchday 18 of the 2019-2020 Bundesliga season, brought to you by CCTV Sports Channel. Dortmund are away to Augsburg. I am commentator Duan Xin, and beside me today is still our analyst Tao Wei. Tao Wei adjusts his glasses and offers a friendly nod toward the camera with a smile. The scene cuts to the interior of the WWK arena. The red, green, and white flags on the stands surge like ocean waves. The live microphone catches nothing but earth-shattering German profanity that rattles the air. In the CCTV online livestream room, the concurrent viewer count is soaring at a terrifying rate. The Dameku barrage has already covered the entire screen. Finally, it's live, selling sunflower seeds and peanuts in the front row. An Arsenal old-timer here to watch the show. Can that leg-broken Chinese guy even make the matchday squad? I don't believe it. This is definitely Dortmund hyping things up. Get lost, the previous commenter. Wu the King is struggling hard in La Liga. This is the second hope for our entire village coming to the Bundesliga. We must support. Stop the chatter. Let's look at the starting lineup. Old bastard, put up the formation diagram. Duan Xin glances at the teleprompter on the director's console and speaks at breakneck speed. Let us first examine the starting lineups for both teams. On Dortmund's side, Coach Favre has deployed a highly attacking 3-4-3 formation. The goalkeeper is number 1 Berkey. In defense, 3 center-backs Akanji Hummels and veteran Piszczek. The 4-man midfield left wing-back is number 13 Guerrero. The right side is the swift Hakimi. Witzel and Brandt form the double pivot. The attacking trio Reyes leads the line as center forward with the smaller Hazard on the left and number 7 Sancho on the right. This is a lineup fully committed to an open offensive game. Tao Wei picks up the conversation, tapping on the tactical board with his pen. Correct. Dortmund's starting 11 has a combined market value of 143 million euros on the transfer market. Meanwhile, hosts Augsburg's starting lineup totals only 22.85 million. A fraction is higher than the other side. But, Duan Xin, look. Home team coach Heiko Herrlich has deployed an extremely pragmatic and defensive 4-5-1 formation today. He's clearly stacking numbers in midfield and defense, using a grinding physical battle to wear down Dortmund's technical style of play. Just as the words fell, the public broadcast feed from the front lines in Germany obligingly panned the camera straight to the away team's bench. The entire screen was filled with Dortmund players wrapped in thick black down jackets. The lens swept past the tall, blonde-haired number 17 Haaland past number 10 Gotza. Finally, the close-up landed with precise accuracy on the most peripheral Asian face. That face remained utterly impassive, black tousled hair stirred slightly by the cold wind. The livestream Dameku exploded instantly. Holy crap, he's actually on the bench. Alive. I'm about to cry seeing a Chinese player on a top 5 league bench again. Don't celebrate too early. Dortmund needs points today. There's no way they'd let a rookie who just broke his leg play in this situation. They're purely bringing him along for the atmosphere. Beep. The referee's long whistle pierced through the din of the boisterous stadium. The match officially kicked off. Dortmund, clad in black away jerseys, got the ball rolling first. Brandt passed the ball back to Witzel, and immediately Dortmund's entire squad pressed forward like an expansive net unfurling toward Augsburg's half. But barely 3 minutes had passed when the game situation revealed something unmistakably wrong to everyone's eyes. The home team's turf had been left unusually long and clearly had not been watered before the match. The ball rolled across the ground with tremendous resistance. Dortmund's usual fluid one-touch passing had entirely transformed into bumpy, sluggish movements today. The 5th minute. Brandt received the ball in the center circle, lifting his head to find Reyes ahead. Just as he was about to push the ball forward, Augsburg's defensive midfielder came charging in from the side like an out-of-control bulldozer. Thud, a dull crash. Brandt was sent flying 2 meters with the ball writhing in agony on the ground, clutching his ankle. The referee stood only 5 meters away, glanced over, and raised both hands flat. Play on, no foul. My goodness, you won't call that. The challenge was aimed directly at the player. Duan Xin's voice escalated in pitch at the commentary desk. Tao Wei's expression turned grim. This is the home survival doctrine for Bundesliga relegation battlers. They know you have the technical advantage, so they'll never let you turn comfortably on the ball. The referee's leeway today is extremely generous, and that spells disaster for a team like Dortmund that relies on footwork and technique. On the pitch, after the home players won the ball, they didn't linger for a second, directly launching a long ball toward the lone striker up front, number 7 forward Niederlechner. Veteran Hummels showed his experience, positioning himself early to head the ball out of play. But this still sent goalkeeper Berkey breaking out in a cold sweat. On the bench, Haaland yanked the scarf from around his neck and cursed loudly in Norwegian profanity. What the hell are these guys playing? Is that football or mixed martial arts? Sun Yang sat on the bench, his eyes fixed on every single transition of ball possession on the field. In his mind, that 99 passing attribute from the Football Hall of Fame system was allowing him to deconstruct this match from a bird's-eye godlike perspective. Something's off. Very off. Dortmund's two flanks are pressing way too high. Hakimi and Guerreiro are practically standing at the opposition's penalty area corners. This pressure certainly creates panic. But Augsburg simply refused to take the bait. All their players retreated into their 30-meter zone, compressing the central defense so tightly that not a single fly could squeeze through. Sancho attempted consecutive breakthroughs on the right flank, twice, only to be brutally shoved away by two burly opponents using their bodies. The match reached the 20th minute. The game had completely devolved into a wrestling match. The smaller Hazard, just as he built up speed on the left flank, was yanked and kicked to the ground by the home team's fullback. This time the referee awarded an attacking free kick, but didn't even pull out a yellow card. Favre stood in the technical area, pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, constantly waving his arms and shouting, "Get back! Don't press so high! Create space!" But the players on the pitch couldn't hear a thing. The deafening boos from tens of thousands of home fans tore Favre's shouts to shreds. These star-studded Dortmund players were clearly growing frustrated. The winter break had just ended, and their physical conditioning hadn't fully returned to peak form. Compounded by this extremely hostile away environment, their mental defenses were crumbling inch by inch. Witzel was holding onto the ball longer and longer. He always wanted to control the tempo in midfield, but this was precisely walking into Augsburg's trap. 35th minute of the first half. A catastrophic mistake appeared. Witzel had the ball in his own half. Two Augsburg midfielders suddenly abandoned their positions and swarmed him like mad dogs, closing him down in a pincer. Witzel slipped slightly, and his pass to Brandt was too soft. Augsburg captain Bayer suddenly burst out and intercepted it midway. The entire WWK arena erupted in a tsunami of cheers. "Danger!" Duan Xian shouted from the television commentary box. After winning the ball, Bayer didn't pause at all. He hit a first-time low-through ball. The pass was like a scalpel slicing straight through Dortmund's back line, which had been left utterly exposed by their own high press. Akanji turned half a beat too late. Augsburg's no. 7 striker Niederlechner, like a cheetah that had caught the scent of blood, forced his way through the seam between Akanji and Hummels and was clean through on goal. Berkey rushed off his line, spreading his arms wide to make himself bigger. Niederlechner calmly slotted it low. The ball slipped under Berkey's armpit and rolled lazily into the Dortmund goal. 1-0. The relegation-battling home side was now leading the title favorites, a squad worth over 100 million. Boom. The home fans in the stands went completely insane. Countless cups of beer were hurled into the air, and beer foam rained down onto the roof of the dugout. Niederlechner sprinted to the corner flag and screamed wildly at the camera, venting the ecstasy of the goal. Goal. Augsburg's counterattack was too ruthless. Duan Xian slammed the table. Dortmund's backline pushed far too high. Akanji's turn was as heavy as an old clunker. Favre is in serious trouble now. Tao Wei shook his head. This is the price of failing to adapt to the tempo. Dortmund always wants to pin opponents down with possession, but with a mispass rate this high, they're just feeding the other side ammunition. The situation is extremely bad for Dortmund now. These young lads are about to lose their heads. On the touchline, Favre's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He turned around and viciously kicked the water bottle at his feet. The plastic bottle arced through the air, hit the advertising board, and bounced away. Assistant coach Terzic quickly grabbed the furious Favre and shouted something into his ear. On the bench, every Dortmund player rose to their feet. Haaland charged to the touchline and cursed at the celebrating Augsburg players, pointing at them. "Shit. A bunch of cowardly thieves. Fuck them up." The fourth official immediately ran over and sternly pointed at Haaland, ordering him back to the substitute area. Sun Yang stood in front of the bench, his cold gaze locked on the scorer on the pitch, then quickly swept across Augsburg's defensive line, which had remained compact even after the goal. Too compact. There was simply no way through the middle. Sancho and Reyes's dribbling success rate today was almost zero. To break open an ironclad defense like this embroidery was useless. Someone had to deliver guided long-range shells from deep, launch them over that chaotic midfield meat grinder, and hit the 3 to 4 meter pocket of space behind their fullbacks. The match restarted. After conceding, Dortmund looked even more chaotic. Desperate to equalize, the players started going in harder. In the 42nd minute, Hummels went in too aggressively to win the ball high up the pitch, scythed down the opposing attacking midfielder, and was shown a yellow card. The game was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Favre paced endlessly along the touchline, tugging at the collar of his coat. He glanced at his watch, then at the forward line stuck in the mud. Suddenly, he spun around sharply and strode toward the bench. Favre's piercing gaze shot directly to the two men sitting in the farthest corner. He raised his index finger. Erling, son. Favre's voice was hoarse but piercing, cutting through the noise and landing squarely in both men's ears. Get to the warm-up zone. Loosen up your muscles. In 3 minutes, I don't want to see a single bit of stiffness left in your legs. Veteran Gotza on the bench froze. Reina beside him also stared wide-eyed. The first half wasn't even over and the head coach was sending 2 new signings with 0 Bundesliga experience to warm up. Haaland's bloodshot, rage-filled eyes lit up. He ripped off his thick coat, revealing the taut muscles underneath like a Nordic brown bear that had broken free of its chains. The old man finally got it. Brother, we've got work to do. Sun Yang said nothing. He stood up, grabbed the bottom of the zipper with his right hand, and yanked it all the way down in one clean, ruthless motion. The black long Dortmund windbreaker slid off. The away jersey with the number 29 printed on it was fully exposed to the air. His gaze swept across the ultras in the stands who were still celebrating, jumping, and making obscene gestures. Then he stretched his long legs and followed the fitness coach straight into the warm-up zone by the sideline. The international broadcast cameras captured the entire scene. Inside the studio, Duan Xian raised his voice, his tone nearly distorted with excitement. Dear viewers, did you see that? Dortmund's bench is stirring. Favre can't sit still. He's told Haaland and Sun Yang to warm up. There are still a few minutes left in the first half. Calling substitutes to warm up now means that as soon as the second half starts, Favre will very likely make changes. Tao Wei's eyes went wide too. Oh boy, making changes at a time like this. One is a Norwegian center forward who just joined the club today and hasn't even taken part in a full training session. The other is a young Chinese player who has just recovered from a serious injury and has never played a first-team match. Favre is cornered. He's gambling everything. In CCTV's live stream room, the bullet comments that had been complaining about how ugly the match was just a second earlier erupted into a frenzy the moment Sun Yang took off his coat and walked to the sideline to stretch his legs. The server even lagged for 2 seconds. The entire screen was flooded with exclamation marks and dense text. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. He's really coming on. Oh, Sun Yang is a beast. Number 29. I'm tearing up, man. Finally this day has come. Where are the haters? Come out and show yourselves. Didn't you say he would never get on the pitch? Favre didn't even call Gotza. He sent Sun Yang to warm up. Does your face hurt? Brothers, get your heart pills ready. If he actually plays in the second half, this will be a historic moment for Chinese football. Sun Yang couldn't hear the online frenzy at all. He was methodically doing high knees and shuttle runs in the warm-up zone. Beside him, Haaland was also doing interval runs. On the pitch, the referee glanced at his watch and gave no stoppage time at all. He blew the whistle to end the first half. Augsburg's players excitedly high-fived one another, and the cheers from the stands were deafening, as if they had just won the Champions League final. Dortmund's players, by contrast, trudged dejectedly toward the tunnel. Reyes stood with his hands on his hips, his face livid. Sancho walked with his head down, silent. As he walked, Hummels argued fiercely with Akanji over who was to blame for the goal they had conceded. Favre waited for no one. The 62-year-old Swiss coach's face was so grim it seemed ready to drip water. Without looking back, he plunged headfirst into the pitch-black tunnel. The dressing room door was wide open. The air was thick with an intense smell of gunpowder and an oppressively suffocating silence. Everyone knew a storm was about to break in that cramped room. Sun Yang finished his final set of sprints. He straightened up, his chest heaving slightly, and wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Haaland came over, threw an arm around Sun Yang's shoulder, and squeezed hard. Brother. The Norwegian stared at the tunnel entrance, licked his dry lips, and a crazed, all-destroying fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Second half. Ready to smash this crappy stadium to pieces with me? Sun Yang glanced at Haaland and removed the hand from his shoulder. He patted the hard, great sage equal to heaven shin guard on his leg. You go smash their bones apart. Sun Yang strode toward the tunnel and tossed back a line without looking back. As long as you make the run into space, my passes will shred their defensive web to pieces. The door to the visitors' locker room was thrown open with brutal force. The dull thud of impact made every Borussia Dortmund player involuntarily straighten their backs. Favre strode in with a darkened face. He didn't even approach the tactical board. Instead, he slammed the crumpled tactical notes onto the floor with a heavy thud. Look at the garbage you've been playing. A winter break, and where did you go on vacation? Did the Caribbean sun fry your brains completely? Favre's hoarse voice echoed in the cramped locker room, barely contained fury simmering beneath. Possession. Possession. How many times have I emphasized not to make meaningless lateral passes in their defensive third? The pitch is long, the resistance is high. Can't you see it with your own eyes? And yet you still insist on dribbling and brawling with those butchers from a relegation team. Veteran Piszczek lowered his head. Defender Akanji wiped sweat from his face with a towel, not daring to meet the head coach's eyes. Favre spun around abruptly, pointing at the two core players seated in the middle. Marco, Thorgan, Reyes, and Thorgan Hazard called out, lifted their heads. Both of you had sandbags tied to your legs today. Your speed never got going, you played entirely at their pace. Go take a hot shower and loosen your muscles. Rest for the second half. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the locker room plummeted to freezing point. Substituting 2-star forwards at halftime. This was an extremely rare and drastic move for a coach like Favre, who usually preferred stability. Thorgan Hazard opened his mouth as if to speak, but finally chose to stay silent, silently untying the tape on his shin guards. Favre paid no attention to the others' reactions. He strode to the corner where Son Young and Haaland had been sitting all along. Erling, you'll be the spearhead in the second half. Favre stared at the Nordic tower before him. I don't care how you do it. Pour all the rage in your body onto their center backs. Charge at their backline, push that damn offside trap backward. Stretch out the space for me. Haaland grinned excitedly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, cracking his knuckles. Old man, you should have let me on earlier. I'll smash those softies' bones to pieces. Favre didn't respond, his gaze shifting sideways to Son Young beside him. His tone softened slightly, but remained stern. Son, your task is the heaviest. Favre traced a diagonal line in the air with his finger. Augsburg's midfield is vicious and they're pressing. You've had a major injury. Your current physical condition absolutely cannot engage in a positional brawl with them. That will do you no good. Release the ball immediately after receiving it. Don't hold onto the ball, don't get tangled physically. Open your vision, pay attention to the weak side for reverse transfers. You need to be the one who presses the launch button in the midst of artillery fire. Understand? Son Young pulled on the black away jersey of Borussia Dortmund, smoothed the crest on his chest, and nodded coldly. Favre turned to face left winger Sancho. Jaden, in the second half, run freely on the left. Their right back is pushing too high, you exploit that area. Tactical instructions concluded. Favre glanced at his watch and waved for the team to prepare for the pitch. The players rose one by one and filed out of the tunnel. Son Young walked in the middle of the formation. Haaland and Sancho flanked him on either side. Sancho rubbed his calf, which bore a red mark from a tackle in the first half, and muttered under his breath, "Those guys aren't even playing football, their tackles are too dirty. Son, you need to give more weight to your passes. I don't want to receive those slow, dangerous balls. I'll get taken out." Son Young stopped. He looked at the English golden boy on his left, then at the Norwegian beast brimming with battle fury on his right. "Listen," Son Young said, his tone utterly flat, yet carrying an indomitable authority. "In the second half, whenever you see a gap of more than 2 meters behind their defense, no matter where the ball is, just sprint full speed forward." Sancho was taken aback. "Just run. Aren't you afraid of offside? What if you can't get the ball out? We'll be wasting energy." Son Young adjusted the bandage on his wrist. "That's my concern." He raised his eyelids and swept a glance at the two of them. "As long as you get to the position, the ball will be waiting for you there." Such an audacious statement ignited Haaland's blood. He slapped Son Young hard on the back. The second half was about to begin. Outside the WWK arena, the temperature in Bavaria in January was a mere 1 degree Celsius. The cold wind mixed with damp chills swirled above the pitch. At the tunnel exit, the assistant referee raised the red and yellow flag high. The fourth official walked expressionlessly to the sideline, holding the electronic substitution board aloft. "No. 23 Thorgan Hazard off, no. 29 Son Young on. No. 11 Reyes off, no. 17 Haaland on." This substitution instantly drew a thunderous chorus of boos from the tens of thousands of Augsburg fans. "Get back to the roar and suck your milk, baby soldiers." Is Dortmund so short of men that they have to send a cripple with a broken leg to fill the numbers? The torrent of abuse poured down from the stands. In the CCTV, 5 Studio Duan Xian pressed his hands firmly on the desk as he watched the broadcast. The second half has begun. Just as we expected, Favre made an extremely bold personnel adjustment in the locker room. Son Young, wearing the No. 29 black away jersey. Son Young replaces Thorgan Hazard, who had a mediocre first half. This is the first time in years that a Chinese player steps onto the turf of the Bundesliga. Tao Wei beside him was also invigorated. Yes and no. 17 Haaland replaces forward Reyes. Favre is using 2 youngsters under 20 to storm Augsburg's solid defense. Son Young has a full 45 minutes to prove himself. At that moment, the bullet comments on major domestic streaming platforms exploded. "He's really on. Favre is awesome. Go Son Young." Common sense says the opponent was so dirty in the first half, so going on now means he'll definitely get kicked. Worried about Son Young's body, those Arsenal quacks said he's finished. Can he handle such a high-intensity match right after recovery? Who cares, just watch the game. It's his Bundesliga debut. On the pitch, Son Young strode forward, his pure aluminum studs digging firmly into the slightly slippery long grass away turf. The cold air filled his lungs. He felt no nervousness, only a long-lost excitement. In that very second of stepping onto the field, deep in his mind, the familiar mechanical synthesized voice sounded on time. Ding. Detected that the host is participating in an official professional match. Random match mission triggered. Mission objective: turn around the team's current deficit and lead the team to victory in this match. Mission requirement: record an effective assist or goal during the match. Mission reward: after the match, the system will evaluate based on the host's overall performance. The higher the rating, the richer the rewards. Reward pool includes free attribute points, exclusive physical enhancement points, special skill fragments, etc. Son Young ignored the system prompt entirely. His eyes were fixed only on the black and white ball in the center circle. The referee blew his whistle. The second half officially began. Augsburg kicked off. Home striker Niederlechner passed the ball back. Midfield core Bayer received it and tried to repeat the tactic, holding the ball in the front to waste Dortmund's time. Dortmund midfielder Witzel, breaking his first-half habit of holding the ball, showed intense aggression from the start. He charged straight and used his strong body to shove Bayer aside and stretched out a foot to intercept the ball. The boos from the stands grew louder. After intercepting, Witzel scanned the pitch. No supporting option ahead. He smoothly passed the ball backward to Sun Yang, who had just come on and was roaming near the center circle. This was also Sun Yang's first touch of the ball on the Bundesliga stage. The ball had barely left Witzel's foot. Augsburg's ball defensive midfielder No. 31 Max charged at Sun Yang from the side like a mad bull. The home team's coaching staff's tactical intention was blatantly obvious. Bully the newcomer. No matter whether this young Chinese player had just recovered from a serious injury, the moment he first touched the ball, they had to hit him with the fiercest physical confrontation to shatter his psychological defenses directly. Facing this Bavarian meat grinder charging at high speed, Sun Yang didn't even look at the opponent's movement. His gaze didn't even linger on the rolling ball. He lifted his head. His eyes pierced through half the pitch, bypassing the chaotic crowd in the midfield, and locked directly onto the vast area behind Augsburg's defensive line. Because the home team was just about to press forward aggressively, a huge arc-shaped blind spot had appeared in front of their two center backs. Sun Yang raised his left hand. His index finger pointed arrogantly at the massive gap where no Dortmund player existed. In the next second, the system panel's maxed-out passing attribute of 99 points fully activated. It was a terrifying intuition that required no mental calculation of trajectories, wind speed, or grass resistance. No need to stop the ball. No need to adjust body balance. One beat before Max's body was about to crash into him, Sun Yang's right instep met the underside of the fast-rolling ball. He struck. Bang. A dull yet crisp sound of impact traveled through the on-field microphone, clearly reaching every corner of the broadcast network. The ball skimmed the grass, barely lifting off the ground like a sniper bullet loaded to full pressure. With an abnormally fast penetrating speed, it shot directly between Max's legs as he lunged and missed. Not only did it pierce through Max, this black and white projectile, with surgical precision, sliced through the gaps of two other Augsburg midfielders who were retreating like a ghostly scalpel that had no physical form, cleaving the home team's vaunted iron defense right through the middle. Within 1 second, the ball covered a distance of 30 meters. Finally, it settled perfectly into that empty defensive pocket. Augsburg's two center backs were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't even begun to turn and chase. Because 2 seconds before the ball reached that area, a golden figure 194 meters tall had already started bulldozing forward from the edge of the offside line, like a heavy accelerator stomp to the floor. It was Haaland. Sun Yang's arrogant words in the tunnel echoed in Haaland's mind. He didn't even look at who had the ball. He only saw space behind the defense, so he sprinted at full speed. Ball arrived, man arrived. Haaland's acceleration was terrifyingly beyond the norm for his physique. He left the two still stunned center backs 2 meters behind. One-on-one. A massive one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The ball's speed and power after friction with the grass bizarrely decelerated just as it reached Haaland's right front, landing perfectly at his stride. Comfortable. Haaland felt every pore on his body explode with this pass. This feed was damn comfortable. He didn't even need an extra step to adjust his pace. Augsburg's No. 21 goalkeeper Kubek roared and charged out, spreading his giant gloves to block the shooting angle. Too late. Haaland, facing the still-moving ball, planted his left leg as a powerful support deep into the turf, swung his right thigh in a full arc, pouring all the explosive power of the Nordic muscles into this shot. Boom. The ball was deformed by the kick, whistling through the air as a white blur. Kubek didn't even raise his hands. He only felt a gust of wind past his ear. Then the white net behind him bulged high, almost snapping under the immense force. Top corner. A thunderous shot. At that moment, the electronic scoreboard clock had just ticked to 4509. The second half had begun. Less than 10 seconds. The ball was in the net. The WWK arena, once as boisterous as a market, was now silenced, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The voices of over 30,000 home fans were caught in their throats, as if they had collectively swallowed a fly. A chilling silence enveloped the entire stadium. After a brief half-second of stunned disbelief, the small section of away fans in the distant stands erupted into a deafening roar that shattered the sky. The die-hard Borussia Dortmund supporters who had stifled their frustration for 45 minutes were now utterly insane. Beer mugs were hurled into the air as golden foam and jackets danced together in a frenzy. Fans who had traveled over 400 kilometers to Bavaria embraced wildly hoarse voices, screaming with abandon. Favre is a genius. That substitution was nothing short of divine. What a steal. Zorc has unearthed a treasure. 10 seconds to slice through the entire defense. This kid's vision is a tactical nuclear weapon. Augsburg's defense is made of paper. Go home and drink milk. A sharp whistle cut through the pitch as the referee pointed decisively to the center circle. The goal was valid. The score was now 1-1. After scoring, Haaland couldn't be bothered with an elaborate celebration. He turned, spread his massive arms, and sprinted across half the pitch before pulling Sun Yang into a tight embrace, slapping his back with thunderous force. Beautiful. Absolutely brilliant. This is what you meant by ball meets man, right? The Dortmund bench erupted, players jumping 3 feet in the air. Old man Favre punched his fist in the air, turned, and chest bumped his assistant coach, Terzic, his face flushed crimson. Sancho sprinted from the left touchline, leaped onto Sun Yang's back, and locked his arm around his neck, yelling in protest. Hey, you can't be so biased, man. You can't just look for that blonde giant. Sancho pointed toward the home team's backline. My left flank was wide open. Could have parked a Boeing 747. What happened to passing to the weak side? Next attack, you'd better feed me the ball. Sun Yang yanked Sancho off his back and turned to look at the two, both fired up with excitement. He didn't suppress his emotions. This was his first match on a professional pitch, the pinnacle of the top 5 leagues. It was also his first powerful blow back to the top after a broken leg, a terminated contract, and a fall into the abyss. Sun Yang's chest heaved, a wild, unbridled grin curling at the corner of his mouth. He pounded the Dortmund crest on his chest twice, then high-fived Haaland. Run faster. As long as you dare to charge, I'll get the ball to your feet. Then Sun Yang turned, his gaze piercing the crowd across the pitch, to find head coach Favre on the sideline. He raised his arm high, clenched his fist, and pounded his left chest. Thank you for your trust, and for daring to send me on in this desperate situation. This assist is my gift to you. Back in China, the CCTV broadcast booth had erupted. Duan Xian slammed his headphones onto the desk, launched himself from his chair, and screamed with a cracked voice. It's in. Heavens. Just 10 seconds into the second half. Dortmund equalizes. It's the assist from the young Chinese player Sun Yang. First touch. No pause. A 30-meter low-driven through ball. Haaland didn't even need to adjust his stride. He smashed it in. Tao Wei slammed his hands on the table, eyes fixed on the slow-motion replay. A divine ball. This is a masterstroke that turns the entire pitch into a holographic sandbox. Tao Wei grabbed a tactical pen and drew several lines on the screen. Duan Xian, look at this from the overhead view. Max was charging like a mad dog. If Sun Yang had trapped the ball, he would have been taken down with the ball. But watch his eyes. He didn't even look at the ball. He locked onto Haaland's run with his peripheral vision and even calculated the turf's friction on that low drive. This is the ultimate pitch awareness. The ball pierced the entire defense like it was equipped with Beidou navigation. In the live streaming room, the barrage exploded in a nuclear-level frenzy, obscuring the video feed entirely. Oh, I'm on my knees. This goal made me wet. Arsenal are blind. They threw away a midfield maestro with a super brain like he was trash. 10 seconds of pure manhood. 2 rookies linking up for the first time and demolishing the opponent's goal. This isn't football. Sun Yang just pressed the missile launch button. The hope of the entire nation. That's what a big game player looks like. On the pitch of the WWK arena, the Augsburg players' faces had turned the color of liver. Goalkeeper Quebec fished the ball out of the net in frustration and kicked it toward the center circle. The big screen kept replaying the stunning 10-second strike. This wasn't just conceding a goal. It was a humiliation that rubbed Augsburg's entire team's face in the dirt. Their proud, tenacious pressing had been stripped bare by an Asian kid who had just come on with a single brilliant through ball. After a brief silence, the home fans in the stands were ignited by a burning sense of shame. A deafening barrage of insults laced with the most vile German profanity rained down onto the pitch. At the front of the stands, a group of extreme hooligans unfurled a massive banner. The banner depicted Sun Yang with a heavy plaster cast on his left leg, leaning pathetically on crutches. The edge of the banner was daubed with bright red paint, forming a dripping slogan, "Break his other good leg." The Bundesliga doesn't welcome glass cripples. The raging taunts engulfed the entire stadium. As Sun Yang prepared to walk back, his eyes caught the massive, hateful banner. He stopped in his tracks. The peaking opera discipline of his youth and his untamed wildness collided within him. He didn't lower his head and walk away like a good boy, nor did he complain to the referee. Sun Yang turned, his eyes as cold as icy blades fixed on the section of extreme fans. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands, he slowly raised his left hand. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, pointing toward the Augsburg goal, making a precise locking gesture. Then with his right hand, he formed a gun shape with his thumb and index finger aimed at his left hand. Bang. Sun Yang's lips moved slightly, mimicking the action of pulling a trigger. He blew on the imaginary smoke from his right hand, a contemptuous smirk curling on his lips. Want to cripple me? Then today I'll turn your goal into a sieve. This outrageously arrogant killer gesture ignited the home crowd like a powder keg. The boos multiplied tenfold and debris began raining onto the pitch. The center-back Gao Lu, who had earlier taunted Sun Yang by snapping a wooden stick, spat a bloody glob onto the turf. His fierce eyes locked onto Sun Yang in the center circle. He turned his head and barked a crude Bavarian dialect curse at the defensive midfielder and fullback. The tactics changed completely. To hell with the rules of football. They were thoroughly enraged by this insolent Asian kid. Whether the ball was at his feet or not, whether it was a foul or not, today they had to carry that monkey off on a stretcher. He must never pass the ball again. In the third minute of the second half, Dortmund managed a desperate headed clearance. The ball arced through the air along the sideline, dropping towards Sun Yang, who had dropped back to receive. At that very second, three Augsburg defenders, like starving wolves who had caught the scent of blood, charged at Sun Yang from three different blind spots, with terrifying acceleration converging on him full speed. The cold aluminum studs of their boots tore deep furrows into the turf. They had no intention of pulling back. The ball was still plummeting through the air. Augsburg's center back number 6, Guardiola, number 23, Max, and number 18, Jedvich, all three moved as if they had coordinated in advance. They had completely abandoned their defensive zones, their eyes filled with the murderous intent to tear Sun Yang apart. At this moment, Sun Yang was facing away from the direction of attack. He had just executed an extraordinarily relaxed chest control. The ball struck his chest and bounced down toward the grass. Sun Yang didn't even turn his head. His peripheral vision had already caught the dark figure charging from behind. It was Guardiola. This Augsburg center back with the full beard launched his entire body through the air from 2 meters away from Sun Yang in an utterly exaggerated lunge. His right leg stretched out rigid and straight, the gleaming aluminum cleats fully exposed, aimed directly at Sun Yang's supporting leg's knee joint. Not going for the ball at all. This was clearly a career-ending tackle. Seeing this, an image flashed uncontrollably through Sun Yang's mind. The scene not long ago when Land had broken his leg with a flying tackle from behind at Arsenal's youth academy. The same treacherous intent. The same shamelessness. But this time he was no longer the disposable castaway of the youth academy. At the instant when the cleats were less than 10 centimeters from Sun Yang's shin, Sun Yang's right toe tapped against the grass. The Peking opera monkey skill training his father's son, who had beaten into him with rot 10 switches since childhood, played an extraordinarily terrifying role at this critical moment. Those European youth academy coaches could never teach such movements that defied human biomechanics. Sun Yang's entire body seemed to break free from gravity's pull. Using only that tiny bit of counterforce from his toe, he shot upward like a leak from dry earth, violently twisting toward the upper left. Mid-air, he forcibly twisted his core, pulling back the vulnerable joint that had been exposed to his opponent. The tackle missed. Guardiola's seemingly certain death scissor kick slid past the gap where Sun Yang had jumped. But this old bastard had raised his foot impossibly high, and the high-speed sliding cleats still caught Sun Yang's black sock. A tremendous pulling force threw the airborne Sun Yang off balance. The two crashed into each other with full force, tumbling onto the grass. Due to gravity and the distorted landing position, Sun Yang's entire body weight landed precisely and heavily on Guardiola's right shin that was still sliding across the grass. A crisp and bone-chilling crack of breaking bone cut directly into the worldwide live-stream signal through the high-precision sound equipment at the sidelines. The vast WWK arena fell silent for half a beat in this eerie moment. Then a scream 10 times more mournful than a pig being slaughtered pierced through the cold air above the Bavarian pitch. My leg. Guardiola thrashed about on the grass like a loach thrown into boiling water. His hands gripped his right shin desperately, his entire face contorted from the excruciating pain, cold sweat mingling with tears across his features. From the broadcast footage, viewers could clearly see his right shin at the position above the shin guard bent backward at a horrifying angle, completely snapped. Broken. The bone had shattered completely. Sun Yang, who had just risen and brushed the grass off his hands, glanced down at Guardiola, still wailing on the ground. He didn't even glance at his own right leg. With the maxed-out iron leg passive attribute protecting him plus 50% damage reduction, a collision of this level felt no more than a mosquito bite. Sun Yang brushed the grass off his jersey and spread his hands, innocently shrugging at Guardiola on the ground. "Buddy, I haven't even exerted myself yet. How can your bones be more fragile than biscuits?" This extremely provoking taunt instantly pushed the surrounding Augsburg players' anger to its boiling point. Number 23 Max's eyes turned bloodshot. Like a rutting bull, he charged up to Sun Yang and shoved both hands hard against Sun Yang's chest. "You damn bastard. You ruined his leg. You murderer." Jedvich also lunged forward, reaching for Sun Yang's collar. Faced with the shoving from these two hulking men, Sun Yang didn't retreat a single step, his cold gaze fixed on Max. He had no need whatsoever to fight back himself. An earth-shaking roar sounded from beside him. "Take your filthy hands off my brother. You want to die?" A 1.94 meter golden giant appeared, just like a heavy armored vehicle with failed brakes, barreling over from 10 meters away. Haaland. This Nordic demon didn't bother with any rules at all, crashing through the crowd and swinging his thick arm in a wide arc. Bang! Jedvich, who had been about to grab Sun Yang's collar, was shoved back 5 or 6 steps by Haaland's violent force. Sancho also sprinted from the left flank. Though this kid was short in stature, his temper was explosive. He jabbed his finger at Max's nose and unleashed a stream of English slang. You want to throw down? Come on then. Let's see who takes out who. You bunch of soft-ass dirty tacklers." All of Borussia Dortmund's other players rushed to surround them immediately. Over 20 players from both sides crowded around the center circle, shoving and pushing against each other on the verge of an all-out brawl. In the stands, all manner of beer glasses, lighters, and coins rained down onto the field like hail, while the home fans' German curses crashed over each other in waves. This impending full-scale confrontation actually snapped Sun Yang back to clarity. He grabbed Haaland's jersey, pulling back the man who was still pushing forward, and pulled the raging Sancho protectively behind him. Enough. Nobody throw a punch. Sun Yang lowered his voice, his tone unusually composed. Getting a card right now would only make things easier for them. That bastard broke his own leg with his foul. I have no interest in taking a premature shower in the locker room with trash like him. Hearing Sun Yang's words, Haaland finally stopped in his tracks, but his mouth still wouldn't let up, spitting fiercely at Max's feet. Borussia Dortmund's captain on the field, Hummels, demonstrated an elder brother's absolute control of the situation. He shoved Max aside, who was still trying to cause trouble, spread his arms wide to shield Sun Yang and Haaland behind him, and turned to glare at the sprinting referee. Have you got eyes? He led with his cleats. That was a move entirely aimed at ending a career. If Sun Yang had dodged even a fraction slower, just now we'd be the ones with someone lying on a stretcher waiting for the ambulance. The referee was drenched in sweat, frantically blowing his whistle to disperse the crowd, while vigorously pressing the communication microphone on his earpiece. At that moment, inside CCTV's domestic broadcast studio, all hell broke loose. Duan Xian stared at the slow-motion replay that had just aired, breaking out in a cold sweat. Dirty. Absolutely filthy. Augsburg's defending has no bottom line at all. Guardiola's tackle was clearly a straight red offense. He wasn't even looking at the ball. He was going purely for Sun Yang to take him out. Tao Wei's brow furrowed tightly beside him. This is trouble. Big trouble. Sun Yang just came back from a broken leg, right? Although from the slow motion, it looked like he narrowly avoided the flying tackle, those two definitely collided when they went down. That bone-breaking sound was just too loud. Please don't let it be Sun Yang getting injured again. He's our entire village's hope right now. The broadcast cut to a high-definition slow-motion replay. Tens of millions of fans across the nation, glued to their screens, all saw that image. The first replay. Willy Woo slide tackled from Sun Yang's side and rear, his right leg fully extended, sole facing upward, clearly not aimed at the ball. The second replay, the camera zoomed in. Sun Yang, with his back to the goal, controlled the ball, stabbed his toes into the turf, and twisted his core with an almost unreasonable force, his entire body vaulting over that flying tackle. This was no ordinary evasive maneuver in football. It resembled the acrobatic tumbling of a Peking opera monkey performance, swift, bizarre, and wildly unorthodox. Duan Xian gasped, his voice rising sharply. That was terrifying. A studs-up tackle from behind. If Sun Yang had been half a second slower, his career could have been over. Tao Wei stared at the screen, his brow furrowed into a knot. The key is how Sun Yang evaded it. An ordinary player could never do that. Forcibly retracting the standing leg. The core strength is incredible. That childhood training is no gimmick. The image froze on the moment both players landed. Willy Woo's slide missed, but his studs caught Sun Yang's sock, dragging him off balance. Sun Yang crashed down, his full weight landing on Willy Woo's shin. The next frame showed Willy Woo's shin bent at a sickening angle. The barrage of comments paused for half a second. The streaming platform's servers nearly crashed. Damn, that gave me chills. I thought Brother Yang was ruined again. Trying to cripple someone, but ending up with a broken leg. Heaven's justice never misses. What's this called? Thorn's damage passive activated. Instant karma. Brother Yang's move wasn't football. It was Chinese kung fu. Go ahead, Augsburg fans, keep waving your banners and mocking us. Watch your butcher get carried off the pitch. Inside a London apartment, Sun Wu braced his hands on the edge of the coffee table, his chest heaving as if he had just been pulled from water. Diana sat beside him, covering her mouth. She hadn't dared to watch that moment. Only when the camera showed Sun Yang getting up and brushing off grass, while the one writhing on the ground was Willy Woo, did she let out a long breath. Sun Wu could no longer sit still. He slammed his palm on the table, rattling the teacups. Good. That withdrawal of the leg was beautiful. He pointed at the TV, his eyes wide. See that? That's core strength. When I made him practice those acrobatic rolls as a kid, he thought I was too harsh. If not for that childhood training, those lowlifes would have succeeded. Diana rolled her eyes at him, her voice a little hoarse. Save your boasting about childhood training. After the match, I'm going to confirm with Dortmund's medical staff about his leg, inch by inch. Sun Wu's neck stiffened. Check, we must check. But in this match, our son didn't back down one bit. As he said this, his eyes reddened as he stared at the screen. Inside the WWK arena, the team doctor sprinted in with a medical kit, stretcher bearers close behind. Willy Woo was pale with pain, muttering curses between gasps. Augsburg's team doctor knelt, stabilizing his broken leg, while shouting, "Don't move. Listen to me, stay calm, look at me, and breathe deeply." Willy Woo, drenched in cold sweat, couldn't hear. My leg. Damn it, my leg is broken. Augsburg's coach Masson fumed on the sideline, protesting to the fourth official. He injured my player. You have eyes, right? You saw that. The fourth official remained expressionless, pointing to the technical area, indicating he should step back immediately. The referee was unfazed by the sideline commotion. He pressed his earpiece, listening carefully to the VAR's instructions. Seconds later, he pushed aside the chattering players and shoved off Augsburg's captain. Then he drew a square in the air with both hands. He was going to check the VAR. The stadium erupted in deafening boos. The Augsburg fans in the stands were furious. In their view, their player had a broken leg, and the referee was still reviewing the replay, outright bullying the home team. On the away side, Dortmund's hardcore fans gave no quarter. Watch the replay. Let all of Germany see how dirty that tackle was. Stop playing the victim. Your butcher showed his studs first. The referee ran to the sideline monitor, hands on his knees, examining several angles. First angle, Guiliwu accelerating from the side and rear. Second angle, his sole raised high, aimed directly at Sun Yang's standing ankle. Third angle, the ball was already gone, but his foot was fully committed to the player. This was not a mistimed tackle. It was a serious foul intended to injure. After watching the last replay, the referee's face turned cold. He turned and sprinted back onto the pitch, heading straight for Guiliwu, who was about to be stretchered off. Tens of thousands of eyes followed his steps. Augsburg substitutes were already shouting curses. Come on, he's already broken his leg. The referee didn't stop charging to the stretcher and reaching into his breast pocket. A bright red card was raised high directly at Guiliwu on the stretcher. The entire WWK arena erupted in an uproar. Augsburg players swarmed like scalded cats. Max rushed forward, veins bulging on his neck. What kind of joke is this? His leg is broken. You're giving a red card to the victim. Augsburg's captain also roared at the referee. You can't make that call. He's already paid the price. The referee raised his hands to push them back, enunciating clearly. Number 6 slide tackled from the side studs, showing dangerous action, no control of his body. This is a serious foul, no room for discussion. Max tried to argue further. The referee pointed at the deep gouge left on the pitch. Injury doesn't negate the foul. VAR confirmed number 29 had no additional offensive movement. The decision is final. Everyone back off. Max laughed bitterly, throwing his hands out to his teammates. Brilliant, just bloody brilliant. We lose a center back and the culprit stands there like nothing happened. Hummels heard this, stepped forward and said coldly, your man went for the injury first. Now you're playing the victim. Haaland, like a tower of iron, stood in front of Sun Yang, his nostrils flaring. He stared down at Max, his voice like a beast's growl. Try touching him again. I promise the next few minutes will be a nightmare for you. Sancho swaggered over his mouth, equally sharp. Bro, save the acting. If that tackle happened in the Premier League, you'd be getting a shower and a suspension package. Sun Yang tugged at Haaland and Sancho's jerseys. Don't lose your heads. They're trying to provoke you into a card. Haaland turned back, his eyes still full of fury. They wanted to cripple you. Sun Yang patted the Norwegian Viking's thick arm. So we need to win even more. Putting the ball in their net is 100 times more effective than trash talking here. Haaland stared into Sun Yang's eyes for 2 seconds, then nodded firmly. Fine. Just pass me the damn ball. Sun Yang laughed out loud. Don't worry, I'll feed you until you're full. On the away stand, Dortmund fans were ecstatic. Red card. Get out. Serves him right. This is a huge win. They're down a main center back. Their defense is full of holes. The big screen showed the VAR decision. Guiliwu's studs-up tackle was clearly magnified from 4 angles. The entire sequence of Sun Yang being dragged down and breaking the opponent's shin was also fully scrutinized. The home stand, which had been roaring with curses, fell silent. Even if a few radical fans still insisted the evidence on the screen was irrefutable. CCTV commentator Duan Xian hit the nail on the head. This red card is indisputable. A serious foul is judged by the action itself, not by who got injured. If Sun Yang hadn't dodged this, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tao Wei nodded. Augsburg is in big trouble now. Losing a center back forces them to reshuffle the defense immediately. With Haaland as a giant threat in the middle, Sancho attacking the weak side, and Sun Yang's deadly long passes, Dortmund is unstoppable with 11 against 10. The on-site director knew how to manipulate the crowd's emotions. As soon as the chaos subsided, the telephoto lens zoomed in on Sun Yang. Sun Yang was adjusting his sock. Although he had dodged Guiliwu's lethal tackle, the sharp studs had torn a long gash in his black and yellow sock. He tried to pull it flat, but failed, so he folded the torn edge upward. The close-up camera followed him perfectly. Through the torn sock, millions of fans across Europe and China clearly saw the shin guard on his leg. It was no mass-produced brand product. It was a hand-painted majestic shin guard. Authentic peaking opera red and gold oil paint with sharp, fierce lines. The Monkey King with a purple gold crown, his painted face glaring angrily, a golden cudgel slanting through flames and clouds. The great sage equal to heaven. Under the stadium's harsh floodlights, the Monkey King's gold-painted eyes seemed alive, radiating a terrifying, unstoppable ferocity, staring at the world through the screen. At that moment, the domestic streaming platform exploded again. Great Sage. The Great Sage returns. Bless us, Great Sage. This shin guard is absolutely epic. This is cultural export. Sun Wukong lives up to his name. Who understands, brothers? I was on edge, but now I just want to shout Monkey King charge. Is the Yiwu boss asleep? Put the same model on the shelves immediately. Don't make me crawl through the internet to beg you. Inside the London apartment, Diana looked at the magnificent shin guard on the screen and asked softly, did you paint it yourself? Sun Wu puffed out his chest, feigning nonchalance. Just a casual doodle. The kid's going to Germany alone. He needs something from our ancestors to hold the fort. Diana glanced at him sideways. You call that a casual doodle? You stayed up until 3 in the morning that night. Sun Wukong grabbed his teacup to hide his embarrassment and immediately changed the subject. The match is about to resume. Watch the game, watch the game. The camera returned to the pitch. Sun Yang finished adjusting his sock, ignoring Augsburg's furious players. He stamped on the turf twice to confirm his legs were fine. Then he walked straight to the referee. Sir, can we resume the match? The referee looked him over. Are you sure you don't need a medical check? Do you want a new pair of socks? Sun Yang shook his head. No need. I'm fine. The hold doesn't affect my running, and it certainly won't stop me from tearing apart their defense. Then he slowly raised his head, his gaze scanning Augsburg's half like a radar. With Guardiola gone, their four-man defense was stretched wide. Every gap on the left and right midfield was exposed, deadly openings everywhere. This fragmented defensive formation in Sun Yang's eyes with his godlike vision was like an open invitation for slaughter. Haaland had already drifted to the center, his massive frame bullying the last center-back. Sancho hugged the left touchline ready to cut inside. Dortmund's sharpest teeth were fully bared. Sun Yang licked his dry lips. They're a man down. He glanced at the referee, then fixed his gaze on the crumbling penalty area. We're in a hurry to score. The referee blew a long whistle, and the match resumed. Guardiola was carried into the ambulance, leaving Augsburg with only 10 men on the pitch. Coach Mawson was beside himself on the touchline, sweat pouring from his brow. He pressed his hands down with all his might, bellowing into the pitch and ordering a full retreat. With a man down facing those ferocious attacking beasts from Dortmund, they had no choice but to comply. The entire defensive line retreated like a turtle pulling into its shell all the way back to the edge of the penalty area. The midfielders fell back, two crowding into the 30-meter zone of their own half. Only the number 7 Niederlechner remained up front, wandering alone around the center circle, making a token effort to disrupt Dortmund's build-up play. As this ultra-defensive bus parking formation took shape, the air at the WWK arena grew thick and suffocating. Dortmund showed no mercy, pressing forward with overwhelming force. Goalkeeper Berkey and the last remaining center-back stayed in their own half, while the other 9 Dortmund players all crossed the halfway line, turning the match into a half-field attack and defend drill. The score remained at 1-1. Though Augsburg had retreated deeply, their dirty work continued unabated. Whenever a Dortmund player touched the ball in the danger zone, 2 or 3 opponents pounced on them like wolves. The moment Dortmund passed the ball backward, Augsburg's players shrunk back toward the edge of the penalty area like they'd been electrocuted, blocking every inch of grass. The home team's cowardly display drew deafening jeers from the away Dortmund fans. Even some volatile Augsburg home supporters could take no more, joining in the whistling. By the 50th minute of the match, Dortmund patiently circulated the ball on the right flank, searching for an opening. Witzel took a one-touch pass, glanced up at the densely packed defensive wall ahead, and decisively slid the ball along the ground to Sun Yang in the right half space. Sun Yang cushioned the ball with a delicate touch of his instep, the ball seemingly magnetized to his foot. His first movement upon receiving it immediately sent Augsburg's defensive radar into red alert. 2 midfielders and a fullback surged forward in a fan-shaped formation. Hakimi made a clever overlapping run down the right flank at high speed, drawing away part of the defensive cover. Haaland raised his hand high in the center, demanding the ball. His frame, comparable to a Nordic giant bear, loomed there, freezing the remaining center-back in place. The extreme right-side pressure stretched Augsburg's defensive line like a tattered cloth, completely skewed toward Dortmund's right flank. Sun Yang lifted his head and scanned the entire pitch. He saw it clearly. The top left corner of that tattered cloth had already torn wide open. The lopsided defense had directly created a massive void of nearly 30 meters in Augsburg's left half. Sancho, who had been leisurely wandering on the left flank, recalled Sun Yang's instruction before the second half kickoff. Whenever there's space, run forward with your eyes closed. Sancho gritted his teeth, his thigh muscles bursting into action. He cared nothing for whether the ball was at his feet, flooring the accelerator toward that vacant space. At the same time, Sun Yang found himself trapped in an encirclement of 3 defenders. Their long legs probing, continuously attempting to dispossess the ball from his feet. Sun Yang planted his foot on the ball and executed a sharp pull back, using his body to absorb the collision. In the next instant, he performed a move that sent the entire home crowd into collective cardiac arrest. He deliberately raised his left hand, pointing his index finger straight toward the vast open space on the left flank of the attack. That was the audacious signal. Augsburg goalkeeper Kubik stood inside the 6-yard box. Upon seeing this gesture, his head exploded with alarm. He erupted into a furious roar at his defensive line. Damn it! Watch the left. Get over there and mark. Tail that damn spot where the number 29 is pointing. The veteran keeper screamed until his vocal cords nearly tore, yet how could a recovering defender outrun a ball already in flight? Surrounded by the mass of defenders, Sun Yang struck the bottom of the ball with his right instep, using an extremely deceptive hidden power. A muffled thud echoed. The ball soared with fierce spin. This was an irrational long ball spanning nearly half the pitch, a distance of nearly 40 meters. The ball drew a rainbow arc of violent beauty through the stadium sky. It perfectly evaded all aerial defenders, crashing directly into Augsburg's left-back blind spot. This was no mere pass. It was a cruise missile equipped with a guidance chip descending with pinpoint accuracy onto the English superstar's running path. Sancho didn't even need to slow down for adjustment. At full sprint, he stretched out his foot and cushioned the ball with supreme comfort. The ball glided smoothly forward. Open grassland lay ahead. The nearest home right-back Lichtsteiner was still 10 meters away in pursuit, but could only watch helplessly as this dark lightning bolt surged directly into his penalty area. A clear one-on-one chance. Goalkeeper Kubik, overwhelmed with despair, gritted his teeth and rushed out of his goal. He spread his massive frame attempting to block the final shooting angle. This was a golden opportunity served on a platter. How could Sancho possibly squander it? Faced with the intimidating Kubik, he remained remarkably composed. His right toe delicately slid beneath the ball, lifting it with nonchalant ease. The ball floated effortlessly over Kubik's fallen head, settling gently into the net's depths. 2-1. Dortmund had taken the lead. The referee's arm pointed to the center circle. The goal stood without controversy. The away end erupted in deafening cheers that nearly lifted the stadium roof. Sancho went wild, spinning around and sprinting straight towards Sun Yang on the right flank. He leaped and hung himself on Sun Yang's back. Heaven be my witness. Whenever I get into position, your pass always finds me. This is bloody magic. Sancho yelled, arms wrapped tightly around Sun Yang's neck. Haaland rolled over like a heavy tank. He extended his thick arms, locking both Sun Yang and Sancho in an embrace, letting out a beast-like roar. Brilliant work, brothers. Let's stuff these cowardly turtles into the trash can. Near the goal, Kubik scowled blackly as he retrieved the ball from the net. He was fuming with rage, unleashing a torrent of abuse at his defenders. How many times did I shout to defend the left? And he just casually played that ball right where his damn left hand was pointing. At the domestic CCTV broadcast studio, commentator Duan Xian's voice reached a fever pitch. Magnificent. A rock soars with the wind, rising 90,000 miles in a single bound. This long pass is a true work of art on the football pitch. Nearly 40 meters of range, evading three-man pressure and threading it perfectly to the sprinting Sancho. Beside him, Tao Wei clapped continuously. That's the power of a midfield engine. Sun Yang single-handedly toyed with Augsburg's entire defensive line. That move completely drew all the opponents to the right side, leaving the left as an open backyard. At the same time, the live stream chat exploded completely. Left hand points to the moon, right foot delivers the kill. Brother Yang's moves are absolutely insane. This passing vision is on another level. The keeper screamed himself hoarse and still couldn't stop it. What an incredible play. What kind of caretaker can serve a goal directly into someone's stomach? The English superstar dined like royalty today. This isn't playing football, it's pure map hacking, sending death notices to the opposition. The match resumed. Augsburg was pushed to the brink. With a man down at home and trailing by a goal, the home fans could not bear the humiliation. They were far from ready to concede defeat. Manager Masson paced frantically along the sideline, wildly gesturing for a formation change, trying to wrestle midfield control from Dortmund. They simply lacked the resources. It would only tear wider gaps in their defense. The most primitive tactic was resurrected long balls and aerial bombardment. The match reached the 55th minute. Augsburg goalkeeper Kubek launched a booming long ball from the back. The ball arced across the midfield, plummeting straight toward the heart of Dortmund's defensive line. Due to the relentless pressure moments before, Dortmund's entire backline had pushed up a bit too high. Crisis struck. Augsburg's forward number 7 Niederlechner rose like a leaping giant in Dortmund's half, overpowering Akanji to claim the first aerial duel. He had no intention of controlling the ball. Using the momentum of his jump, he nodded a precise header to his teammate number 10 Bayer, who was charging forward from behind. Bayer met the descending ball without adjusting his stride. Just outside the penalty area, he swung his leg and unleashed a ferocious, thunderous strike. Goalkeeper Berkey, fully focused, sprang into the air like a coiled spring, punching the powerful shot out of danger with both fists. But fate was unkind. The ball's unfortunate landing spot was right in front of Niederlechner. Berkey had just crashed onto the turf and could not get up. Niederlechner gratefully accepted the gift, casually nodding the ball. It curved into a high parabola, sailed over the fallen Berkey and nestled into the empty net. The referee's whistle blew, his arm pointing to the center circle. Goal valid. 2-2. The entire Augsburg fanbase was ignited by this unexpected delight, and the WWK arena erupted with a roar that threatened to lift the roof. Favre on the sidelines was so furious he slammed his tactical notebook to the ground, cursing at his defense. Wake up. You're leaving every second ball uncovered. Are you lot strolling on the pitch? In the CCTV studio, Duan Xian let out a long sigh. This is the beauty of football. Augsburg's crude long ball tactic tore through Dortmund's defense. The livestream comments exploded. Frontline like a painting, defense like tofu. Absolute truth. Dortmund's paper-thin backline is unbelievable. Yang Gu served a perfect dish, and the defense spat it all out in one turn. Sun Yang stood silently in the center circle, staring at the celebrating Augsburg players. He licked his dry lips, and the burning desire to conquer everything began to surge in his chest. He strode over and thumped Haaland's back hard. Bro, these guys are a bit cocky. Can you keep charging? Haaland's eyes gleamed with ferocity like a beast guarding its prey, and he bumped Sun Yang's shoulder. Nonsense. Give me the ball, and I'll smash that goalpost and the keeper into pieces. The referee blew the whistle again. Dortmund took the center kick. Sun Yang scanned the opponent's positions like a cheetah. The equalizer had boosted Augsburg's morale, and their impenetrable defensive wall had unconsciously crept forward a short distance. In Sun Yang's eyes, that was like exposing their throats. Haaland tapped the ball to start. Sun Yang received the ball and immediately knocked it back to Hummels, then shot forward like a bullet heading straight into Augsburg's front line. Haaland and Sancho, in perfect sync, saw Sun Yang sprinting, and both accelerated from the flanks, overtaking the defenders. The three became three razor-sharp daggers plunging ruthlessly into Augsburg's heart. Hummels, without a second thought, launched a God's eye over-the-top long ball from the back. The ball tore through the defense mid-air, locking onto the space above Sun Yang's sprinting head. Sun Yang glanced back at the incoming ball, while running at full speed, his brain rapidly calculating the trajectory. Augsburg's defenders panicked. Number 18 Jedvich and number 31 Max 1 on each side chased back with all their might, attempting to close the door and trap Sun Yang in a brutal aerial duel. As the ball plummeted about to enter the collision zone, Sun Yang suddenly slowed down and with audacious arrogance raised his left hand, pointing his index finger straight at Haaland, who was storming up the right flank. That damn gesture again. It was like a death knell slamming into the nerves of Augsburg's defenders. Max's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Goalkeeper Kubek's curses were still ringing in his ears. How could he dare to gamble whether Sun Yang would actually chip the ball to that Nordic beast on the right? If he really passed it, Haaland would chew their defense into bone dust. Instinct outran reason. Max abruptly shifted his weight, abandoned the aerial challenge entirely, and sprinted toward the right flank to cover. The double team instantly became one-on-one. Now beside Sun Yang was only the Iron Tower-like Jedvich. Jedvich had supreme aerial dominance. He gritted his teeth, leaped with all his strength, and prepared to use brute force to shove Sun Yang away. But Sun Yang had no intention of a head-on collision. In the moment Jedvich took off, Sun Yang unleashed the essence of his peaking opera acrobatic skills. Tuck his neck. Drop his shoulders. His entire upper body contorted like a boneless serpent, impossibly ducking low, perfectly evading all physical contact. The incoming ball slipped right over Sun Yang's head, skimming the grass and rolling forward. Jedvich mid-air lost his target entirely and headed into thin air. His massive body stumbled upon landing completely off balance. A fake header and a real let-through. Leveraging the shoulder drop momentum, Sun Yang jabbed his toe into the turf, his body as light as a creature defying gravity, brushing past Jedvich's massive frame. The fatal weakness of a tall center back, slow turning, was magnified 100-fold in that instant. By the time Jedvich frantically stabilized himself and turned, Sun Yang had already left him in the dust. Jedvich did not even have a chance to grab the back of Sun Yang's shirt. Another one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Ahead lay only the vast green field and the white goal frame. Goalkeeper Kubek's mentality had completely shattered. In just over 60 minutes of this match, this was already the third time he had been beaten in a one-on-one. And these young lads were all younger than him, playing by no known rules. No more. Kubek roared, his massive body charging out like a wall, trying to block Sun Yang's shooting angle. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Sun Yang's mind was free of distractions. He had no intention of showboating with stepovers or a tricky dribble. In his dream training ground, the beastly roar of Batistuta echoed in his eardrums. The essence of scoring is to tear the net apart. Sun Yang nudged the ball forward a step. His left foot stamped firmly on the turf, his system-enhanced supporting leg as solid as a driven iron pillar. His right leg swung back, the thigh muscles tensed to the breaking point like a fully drawn bow. The air around him seemed to be sucked dry by the explosiveness of his motion. To hell with technique and fancy tricks. Only the pure, bone-chilling violence of aesthetics. Batagal. Sun Yang's right instep crashed like a sledgehammer into the center of the ball. At the moment of impact, the poor football underwent a terrifying visible distortion. Boom. A dull, horrifying implosion detonated above the pitch, slicing through the clamor of tens of thousands. The ball turned into a white meteor, utterly unreasonable, whistling past Kubek's ear. The veteran goalkeeper did not even have time to blink. Clang. It was a heavy metal blast that could send any striker into ecstasy. The ball, carrying the violence of destruction, slammed into the underside of the crossbar, then fell like a meteorite into the depths of the net. The ferocious impact made the entire net ripple like a tsunami. The thick metal crossbar under that cannonball emitted a tooth-grinding hum that lingered for a long time. The ball spun in the net. Intense friction sent a spray of grass clippings flying. The metal crossbar struck by the cannonball still hummed with a dull resonance. Augsburg goalkeeper Kubek collapsed like a hollow log, his soul seemingly drained, sprawling limply on the goal line. His oversized gloves scraped fruitlessly at the turf. His eyes, fixed on the ball still bouncing in the net, were vacant and unfocused. The referee blew his whistle, sharply pointing toward the center circle. Goal. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the away section erupted into a thunderous roar. Over 3,000 traveling Dortmund fanatics went absolutely wild. They surged like a tide toward the front fence, waving their black and yellow scarves hysterically. Sun Yang was in a state of pure ecstasy. This was his first official match on a professional pitch. 2 surgical assists that defied logic, and now this Batistuta-style thunderbolt that nearly tore the net apart. His heartbeat pounded like a drum in his eardrums, adrenaline flooded through every vessel like a burst dam. He gulped down air and spun around abruptly. His gaze locked onto the boiling Dortmund section behind the goal. He began to sprint. He charged at full speed toward the left corner flag. Just a dozen meters from the goal line, Sun Yang suddenly changed his stride. The childhood peking opera training his father had beaten into him with a rattan stick now took full command of his body, reshaped by the system into a supple machine. His core exploded with power. He planted both feet hard on the turf. Like a feather defying gravity, he launched himself into the air. A perfectly executed front flip landing with absolute stability, not a single pause. His toes touched down again, and with the terrifying rebound of his lumbar spine, he soared once more. The second, the third. The tens of thousands in the stadium had been fixated on the battered goal, but now all eyes were on Sun Yang's biomechanically impossible display. The referee had just raised his whistle to urge the teams back to the center circle, but upon witnessing this spectacle, the whistle dropped onto his chest. The fourth, the fifth. Sun Yang's body arced through the air in seamless natural circles. Each rapid rotation left his balance perfectly intact. Every landing was as precise as if guided by radar. In the CCTV broadcast studio, Duan Xian literally sprang from his chair. His pen clattered to the floor. My God, he's still flipping. Duan Xian screamed into the microphone, veins bulging from his neck. Beside him, Tao Wei could barely form coherent words, scrambling toward the monitor. 6th, 7th, tied. The record is tied. The 2002 World Cup record of 7 consecutive flips by Nigerian striker Agahoa, equaled by a young Chinese player. Before he finished, the TV screen showed Sun Yang with no intention of stopping. His lower back was like a coiled spring. 8th, 9th. After completing 9 high-speed front flips in a row, Sun Yang finally planted himself firmly on the grass at the left corner flag. His boots didn't slide even half an inch. This astonishing body control left the entire European television directing crew dumbfounded. Sun Yang let out a long breath, then grabbed the yellow corner flag and shook it. His left leg stood straight as a cast-iron bridge, while his right knee shot up, foot pressed tightly against the inside of his left knee. He released his right hand, made a playful monkey face, and placed his palm flat above his brow. With half-closed eyes, he performed a gaze of profound cultural resonance toward the stands. The great sage scouting the sea. The Monkey King gazing afar. The on-site director, savvy enough, zoomed his long lens straight on his Sun Yang's arrogant face. High floodlights glinted off his sweat-soaked black hair, complemented by the ferocious Monkey King shin guard peeking through his torn sock. At that moment, the essence of Eastern tradition unleashed its most unbridled expression on the German turf. Domestic streaming platforms crashed for a full 5 seconds. Once the servers recovered, a barrage of comments blanketed the screen. Reaching for the moon from the 9 heavens. This is the true Monkey King descending. Holy shit. All I can say is awesome. Who counted how many he did? My titanium alloy eyes are dizzy. 9. Exactly 9 flips. Newton's coffin lid can't hold any more of physics has become metaphysics under Bro Yang. What kind of godly core strength is that? With that coordination, he could win a gold medal for the national gymnastics team. The guy above doesn't get it. Did you see Bro Yang's final pose? That's authentic peking opera monkey-style fundamentals. The great sage scouts the sea and looks back at the moon. Our childhood training is the best in the world. Those Augsburg bastards called Bro Yang a glass child in their poster. You try flipping 9 times in a row. I'll change my last name if you don't break your back. At the same time, in that apartment in London, Sun Wu sat dazed, sunk into the sofa. The purple clay teacup in his hand had long tilted, spilling tea onto his thigh, but he didn't even frown. He stared at the LCD TV, at the upright figure looking into the distance with a hand shading his brow. The bloodshot veins in his eyes grew redder. Suddenly, Sun Wu slammed the teacup onto the coffee table. 2 streams of tears burst from his eyes, without warning. Good boy. You've really made it. Sun Wu sniffled hard, wiped his rough hand across his weathered face. That waist hasn't stiffened. Those bones haven't been trained in vain. The legacy our ancestors left. You didn't shame me today. Beside him, Diana hugged her husband's shoulder tightly. The strong British woman's eyes were also red. She leaned down and kissed Sun Wu's temple. Stop crying, darling. Your son is the brightest star in all of Germany now. You should open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Sun Wu laughed through his tears. Champagne, my ass. I'm going to Chinatown to buy 2 bottles of Erguo. That flipping was too damn beautiful. The scene cut back to the WWK arena. Sun Yang's pose had barely lasted 2 seconds when a nearly 200-pound behemoth crashed onto his back. Haaland was like a berserk Nordic bear. His thick arms locked around Sun Yang's neck. Fuck. Dude, you're an absolute lunatic. What the hell kind of oriental witchcraft is this? Haaland roared into Sun Yang's ears, spittle flying onto the latter's neck. Sancho slid in from the side on his knees, so excited he scrambled over to them, prostrating himself in a five-body worship gesture. My God, I was pulling wide on the left waiting for your pass, and when I turned around you were bouncing around on the grass like a ball. 9 rotations. Bro, do you even have a spine? Veteran Hummels also sprinted from his own half, panting heavily as he ruffled Sun Yang's black hair. Well done, kid. That cannonball could kill a man. But this celebration is way too flashy. Clothes didn't cause such a ruckus in the World Cup. Your flips definitely scared the piss out of our medical team. Akraf and Witzel also charged in howling. The players surrounded Sun Yang, excitedly pounding the Dortmund crest on their chests toward the stands. On the sideline, the Dortmund bench had completely erupted. Head coach Favre had already popped a button off his suit jacket. He stared in disbelief at the chaotic pile of players near the corner flag. Assistant coach Terzic hopped and shouted beside him, shaking Favre's shoulders. Boss, did you see the power on that strike? No run-up needed. Pure explosive force from the calf and ankle. That's a flawless siege cannon. What kind of god-tier talent did Arsenal let go? Favre swallowed hard. The old man's wrinkles folded into a brilliant chrysanthemum smile. Tell the medical team. From tomorrow, give Son 2 extra packs of the finest protein powder every day. Those legs of his are a gift from God to Westphalia. The unrestrained revelry of the visiting team formed a stark contrast with the gloom of the home team. Less than 20 meters away from Favre at the other end of the coaching area, Augsburg's head coach Massen's face had turned a mottled liverish purple. He pointed at the scattered home team players on the pitch and stomped his feet, cursing furiously. It was no wonder Massen was completely losing his composure. At the 55th minute, Niederlechner had finally seized a mistake in Dortmund's defense and managed to equalize with a hard-fought header. Playing at home, a man down snatched from the jaws of defeat. This was supposed to be the beginning of a thrilling comeback script. But reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. From Augsburg's equalizer to Dortmund's restart at the center circle to Sun Yang's deceptive dummy and breakthrough culminating in that astonishing long-range shot from outside the box. Counting every second, the whole process took less than 50 seconds. Augsburg couldn't even hold on for a single lousy minute. Before the home players' excitement over the equalizer had even fully dissipated, their own net was brutally pierced once again. This feeling of a rapid freefall, like riding a plummeting elevator, ground the entire defensive line's psychological fortitude into dust. The high-hanging scoreboard flickered harshly. 2-3. Dortmund, away from home, had once again taken the lead in a chilling manner. The referee glanced at his wristwatch. The Dortmund players were shouting and jumping in the corner flag area, their celebration time severely exceeding the limit, dawdling for a full 2 minutes. He trotted over with a dark face, blowing his whistle furiously, and gestured to shove the young players back to their own half one by one. Sun Yang gulped down fresh air, reached out to pat Haaland, then turned and jogged back toward the center circle. At that moment, the familiar electronic voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Successfully unleashed Batty Go in a real combat environment and scored a goal. Skill proficiency greatly increased, reward 4 points. Current proficiency 10,100. Advancement conditions met. The system's basic shooting course is officially completed. The first mentor, Gabriel Batistuta, ends his residency. In the depths of his consciousness, the long-haired Argentine warrior's silhouette gradually faded. Before disappearing, Batistuta left a rough remark with a thick South American accent. You're starting to look like something, kid. That shot finally had some power, not a weakling's effort. From now on, tear through every goal net in the world. Sun Yang grinned, silently thanking the legendary player who had accompanied him through countless falls. The system prompt continued to scroll. The second legendary player blind box is ready. It will be unlocked together with the final rewards after the match concludes. The referee's whistle once again pierced the night sky of WWK Arena. Augsburg striker Niederlechner kicked the ball to his midfield teammate behind him, and the match restarted. The time on the scoreboard stood at the 58th minute. Trailing by another goal, Augsburg was completely desperate. Head coach Massen slammed the tactical board loudly on the sidelines, wildly waving his hand toward the front. A man down. Counterattack. Throw it all away. After all, being down by 1 goal or 3 goals makes no difference on the standings. They won't get a single point. Massen directly ordered the abandonment of midfield, grinding, throwing caution to the wind, and committing all players forward in a desperate gamble. They hoped to rely on home advantage and the traditional bloodiness of German teams to overwhelm the opponent with chaotic attacks and force an equalizer. In the CCTV sports broadcast channel, Duan Xian looked at the screen and shook his head repeatedly. Augsburg is really backed into a corner. Their formation is pushed so far forward that even both fullbacks have crossed the halfway line. Tao Wei chimed in, Massen has no choice. But by doing this, he's basically putting his own neck on the guillotine. Dortmund now has a playmaker with a god's eye view in midfield. Augsburg's backline is so wide open they might as well have "welcome" written on their foreheads. In the barrage comments, many domestic fans had already entered holiday mode. Feeding tactics, huh? My brother Yang puts all arrogance in its place. Augsburg thinks they're not dying fast enough, they have to feed Haaland until he's sick. These German brutes have no idea how terrifying the mysterious Eastern power is. The match's progression indeed followed Tao Wei's prediction. After Augsburg pushed forward en masse, the problem of their disconnected formation was magnified infinitely. Sun Yang had no need to engage in physical battles with the opposing muscle men. Relying on his godly passing attribute of 99 points, he strolled near the center circle as if taking a leisurely walk. The match reached the 70th minute. Two Augsburg defensive midfielders aggressively double-teamed Sun Yang on the right flank. Sun Yang gently nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, twisting his body to easily evade the opponent's extended leg. With his peripheral vision, he scanned the entire forward situation clearly. A large number of Augsburg defenders were all drawn to the strong right flank. The left side of the pitch was as empty as a landing strip for a helicopter. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yang planted his left foot and curved an extremely exaggerated arc with the inside of his right foot. Long-range switch of play. The ball landed precisely on the weak left flank. The winger speedster Sancho sprinted forward, controlling and bypassing in one motion, then knocked the ball ahead and stormed into the attacking third. The Augsburg defense panicked, chasing back, desperately driving Sancho toward the corner of the byline. Sancho was blocked by the opposing right back, losing the angle for a direct cross. The quick-witted lad slammed on the brakes, stopped the ball, then turned his ankle to pass the ball back to the on-rushing Dortmund no. 13, Guerrero. Guerrero received the ball without even looking at the goal because he caught a glimpse of a black shirt sprinting in from the corner. He lightly tapped the ball, sending it rolling horizontally to the top of the arc in the center. The one coming to support was none other than Sun Yang. By now the area in front of Augsburg's penalty area was a complete mess. Dortmund's no. 28, Witzel also pushed forward, just arriving at Sun Yang's right front. The two exchanged a glance, their tacit understanding as natural as could be. Without stopping the ball, Sun Yang pushed it with the inside of his right foot, sending it straight to Witzel. Witzel likewise didn't dwell on the ball. He held off the opposing center back with his back and knocked the ball back in one motion. Consecutive one-touch passes in a wall pass combination. This intricate short passing penetration, typical of European Latin style, completely disoriented the Augsburg defenders. The ball returned to Sun Yang's feet, and he already had 1 foot across the edge of the penalty area. Augsburg's center back Jedvig and fullback Max were terrified out of their wits. They threw themselves at Sun Yang recklessly, trying to close the door and trap the damned Chinese origin lad in the crowd. But Sun Yang had no intention of shooting himself. Facing the two defenders' charge, he made an extremely realistic feint of a long-range shot with his upper body, while his base remained as steady as a rock. The moment Jedvig shifted his weight, Sun Yang's left hand pointed subtly to his side, and his right foot gently pushed the ball forward with the inside. A beautiful ground-through ball. The ball seemed to have eyes, slipping precisely through the gap between Jedvig and Max's legs like a sharp scalpel, slicing open Augsburg's heart. And on that artistic passing line, Dortmund's Nordic bulldozer had already launched at full speed. Haaland's massive yet surprisingly agile frame emerged like a ghost from behind the defenders, cutting diagonally. He didn't need any extra adjustment, because the ball's trajectory and power were controlled flawlessly by Sun Yang, perfectly stopping at Haaland's most comfortable left foot striking point. Boom. A dull thud. Haaland smashed the ball with a powerful shot. The ball didn't even give goalkeeper Kubek time to react, crashing through the net's resistance with an unstoppable momentum. 2-4. After scoring, the golden-haired beast was as excited as a giant child. He spread his arms and charged straight at Sun Yang, tackling him onto the grass, shouting Norwegian wildly. Sancho also screamed and piled on the three of them, rolling into a heap in the corner flag area. This single strike completely shattered the morale of the Augsburg players. After the kickoff at the center circle, the home team's movements were visibly weighed down, their pressing no longer as fierce, and their eyes were filled only with numbness and bewilderment. Facing Dortmund's utterly unreasonable midfield commander, they didn't even have the right to touch the ball. The game clock ticked steadily toward the 85th minute. With victory firmly in hand, Dortmund slowed their attacking tempo, beginning to circulate the ball in the midfield and defensive zones, leisurely consuming the remaining time. At that moment, Sun Yang, stationed on the right side of midfield, could truly run no more. He bent over, hands on his knees, mouth wide open, greedily sucking air into his lungs. Sweat dripped along his brow into his eyes, stinging fiercely, but he had no time to wipe it away. Those legs, strengthened by the system, now felt like lead. Every inch of movement triggered aching protests from the muscles. His stamina bar had hit rock bottom. He had previously only played at the level of English youth teams. The Bundesliga, with its high-intensity transitions, fierce physical battles, and constant nerve-wracking concentration, was brutally draining on his stamina. 40 minutes of extreme sprinting and non-stop passing had squeezed the last ounce of energy from his 19-year-old body. From the sideline, the seasoned coach Favre, with a sharp glance, instantly saw that the young man had reached his limit. To protect this newly unearthed treasure, and to grant him the privilege of receiving a solo ovation from the entire stadium, the old man decisively turned and signaled to the bench. Dortmund substitution. Number 8 De Hout came on, replacing number 29 Sun Yang. The electronic substitution board by the pitch was raised high. The red number 29, glaringly conspicuous, seared into the memory of every fan present that night. As Sun Yang trudged slowly toward the sideline, with heavy steps a spine-tingling scene unfolded at the WWK arena. It wasn't just the traveling Dortmund ultras who erupted in thunderous cheers. Large numbers of local home fans in Augsburg jerseys also rose from their seats. They set aside their malicious jeers, raised their hands, and clapped forcefully. Sporadic applause quickly spread, merging into a torrent that resounded through the night sky. Respect for the strong is the purest and most hardcore law of survival in European football. 3 assists and 1 goal. Single-handedly created 4 goals. A substitute who had been on the pitch for only 40 minutes turned a match teetering toward a draw into a one-sided glorious massacre. This dazzling achievement deserved the respect of everyone in the stadium. Sun Yang stopped, raised both hands above his head slowly, turned his body, and applauded in all directions toward the stands. Just as he reached the bench, head coach Favre strode up and gave him a solid bear hug. The old man, excited, patted his back vigorously and repeatedly exclaimed, "Well done." Even more surprising to Sun Yang was that Götze, the veteran number 10, who had once won the European Golden Boy Award, personally stood up with a dry towel and a thick club-down jacket. Götze placed the towel on Sun Yang's sweat-soaked hair and casually draped the jacket over his young teammate's shoulders. The German veteran's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. "You played damned brilliantly, kid. Watching you orchestrate the ball out there tonight, you were even more seasoned than I was 7 years ago. Today you were the true core on this pitch." The 2 generations of talent bumped fists in that moment, as if completing some mystical football inheritance. The remainder of the match turned into mere formality. During stoppage time, Haaland, like a frenzied Nordic bear in the penalty area, overpowered 2 center-backs, leaped to head the ball, and smashed it into the net, achieving a miraculous hat trick of 3 goals in his Bundesliga debut. Only in the final seconds before the final whistle did Augsburg's number 23 Richter manage a lucky deflected long-range shot, scoring a face-saving goal. The score on the big screen finally settled at 3-5. This dramatic goal fest came to an end. In the away team's locker room, after the match, the atmosphere was about to blow the roof off. Haaland, shirtless, clutching a bottle of champagne provided by a sponsor under his arm, and holding the mini trophy for man of the match in his massive hand, kicked the door open and barged in cursing. The golden-haired beast strode to Sun Yang's locker, and without a word thrust the small glass trophy into Sun Yang's chest. Those German judges have water in their heads. How could the MVP possibly go to me? Haaland fumed, white vapor puffing from his nostrils, his face full of displeasure. "Without those easy balls you fed right into my mouth, I wouldn't have gotten a single bite up front today. Listen, mate, this thing has to go in your locker." Beside him, Sancho, while pulling off his sweat-soaked jersey, twisted and chimed in with a strange yell, "Absolutely right. Your vision on the pitch today was like a cheat code. You're the real backbone of our Dortmund." Sun Yang glanced down at the shimmering little trophy, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and casually shoved it back into Haaland's arms. "Come off it. If I, a substitute who only played 40 minutes, took the man of the match, the German media would write tomorrow that our club rigged the voting." Sun Yang shrugged, joking half seriously. "Besides, even if I bake the perfect cake and feed it to your mouth, you still need a real beast that can chew through bones and meat and swallow it all down. Keep it. You earned it." This high EQ remark, both complimentary and not overly flattering, pushed the locker room atmosphere to a boiling point. The veteran Hummels, sitting on the bench, watched the scene and nodded to himself. This Chinese-descended kid not only had incredible technical skills, but also knew how to win people over. He had the natural makings of a locker room leader. Just as his teammates were lining up to head to the showers, Sun Yang leaned against the locker door, eager to close his eyes. His consciousness sank, plunging into the mysterious system space. The moment of harvest had arrived. A cold electronic panel unfurled rapidly in his mind, erupting in a dazzling cascade of golden sparks. Ding. Match and settlement initiated. Mission objective: enter as a substitute and change the game's momentum. Assessment result successfully completed. Personal stats: 3 assists, 1 goal. Due to the host's absolute dominance, this match's rating has been elevated to SSS level. Base reward triggered a doubling critical hit. Ding. Congratulations. You have earned 5 free attribute points. Without blinking, Sun Yang decisively invested all 5 precious points into stamina. The suffocating feeling of his lungs leaking air just moments ago was too agonizing. On the football field, without unyielding stamina as a foundation, even the most dazzling skills can only make you a half-game man. The panel flashed, and his stamina stat, which had been a pitiful 55, was forcibly pulled up to the passing line of 60. Sun Yang let out a deep breath, feeling that heavy soreness in his thigh muscles dissipate significantly. Then at the center of the panel, the coveted legendary blind box appeared, making his mouth water. A massive gift box wrapped in dazzling golden light spun rapidly in midair, its radiance growing ever more intense. With a crisp click, the box exploded open. The image of an English football star with his iconic golden middle-parted hair and a face sculpted like a marble statue slowly materialized in the dim space. He took a few steps, raised his left arm high, leaned his entire body at an extreme gravity-defying angle to the left, and struck the ball with the inside of his right foot, curving a deadly arc that left the goalkeeper hopeless. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully drawn the second resident mentor David Beckham prime form. Legendary skill panel unlocked Beckham's curve, also known as the Moonlight Blade. Staring at the handsome face of this Manchester United legend's son, Yang couldn't help but click his tongue. Jackpot. This was the most highly regarded right-footed crossing and free kick technique in world football. With this in his arsenal, he wouldn't need to dribble past defenders on the flank. One cross would be enough to shatter the opponent's aerial defense. Before Sun Yang could even wipe the smile off his face, the system's emotionless electronic voice cut in again. Ding. The host has shown his first brilliance. The main quest chain has been updated. New mission ambition for a Bundesliga start. Mission description: current physical attributes are still at the substitute level, severely limiting the host's technical ceiling. Within 1 month, raise the overall rating to the professional starting level of 75 or above. Additional challenge: in the next Bundesliga match against Cologne, use Beckham's curve to score a goal or provide an assist for the first time. Mission rewards 1 platinum tier talent blind box. 1 additional skill draw chance. Reading the new mission, gleaming with golden light, Sun Yang cursed inwardly. This system really knows how to manipulate people. A platinum blind box. In the next match against Cologne, even if he had to blow up the opponent's penalty area, he was determined to get that blind box. In a budget hotel room in Augsburg, Germany, an ashtray was already crammed with cigarette butts. Zhou Qiming, a correspondent for Titan Sports stationed in Germany, hammered away at his keyboard, his eyes bloodshot, yet his demeanor was as frenzied, as if injected with adrenaline. Just a few hours earlier, he had witnessed firsthand a 19-year-old Chinese face dominating the Bundesliga pitch. At the top of the document, a bold black title stood out: the loss of Chinese football, the outcast of England, the son of the Bundesliga. Zhou Qiming muttered while typing. A 30-meter ground pass just 9 seconds into the second half. This was no fluke. This is a god's eye view with full map vision. Which domestic midfielder could deliver such a pass? Not just domestically. Even in the top 5 leagues, this is top-tier playmaker material. He dragged the footage of Sun Yang's 40-minute touches back and forth, breaking it down frame by frame. In the article, he unsparingly exposed the ugly underbelly of Arsenal's youth academy, writing vividly of Sun Yang's broken leg and expulsion, then sharply pivoted, elevating Sun Yang's stunning Bundesliga debut to the level of a miracle. The report was quickly transmitted back to China, and combined with the viral highlight clips, it ignited the entire domestic sports circle. In the conference room of CCTV Sports Channel, the director stared at the projection screen showing Borussia Dortmund's goal highlights and slammed his hand heavily on the conference table. Buy it. Send someone to negotiate with Dortmund immediately. Secure the broadcast rights for all of Dortmund's upcoming matches. The director pointed at the screen showing Sun Yang's explosive goal. We must ride this wave of massive popularity. A half-Chinese kid becomes the midfield core of a Bundesliga giant. As long as he keeps playing, the ratings will explode. Meanwhile, in a study in a family compound in Beijing, an official in charge within the Chinese Football Association leaned back in his leather chair, holding a purple clay teapot. On his desk lay a freshly printed personal file of Sun Yang. His gaze swept over the document repeatedly. 19 years old, half-Chinese, mixed race. Father Chinese, nationality, mother British. The player currently holds a British passport, but has not represented any level of the England national team. The official, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, took a sip of hot tea, picked up the red landline phone, and dialed an internal number. Xiao Lu, follow up on Sun Yang, the one playing in Germany. Investigate his family background and connections. Since his father is Chinese, see if there's room for naturalization. The voice on the other end agreed repeatedly. The official hung up and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Within the Chinese Football Association, there were several factions, all vying for the quotas and benefits of naturalized players. A high-exposure big fish like this appearing out of nowhere. If he could be brought into their own camp, it would be a solid political achievement. This nail had to be hammered in early. The next morning, the entire Dortmund team returned to Dortmund, North Rhine-Westphalia. After the fierce battle the previous night, head coach Favre gave the first team a day off. But Sun Yang, barely having warmed his bed in the dormitory, was dragged straight to the physiotherapy room at the Brackle training ground by the team doctor. In a massive room stood a sci-fi-looking liquid nitrogen recovery chamber. Sun Yang, wearing only a pair of athletic shorts, was pushed in without ceremony by the team doctor. The chamber door closed and white ultra-low temperature nitrogen mist gushed out, enveloping Sun Yang's entire body in sub-zero cold. He shivered violently, his teeth chattering, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Favre and assistant coach Terzic stood outside the chamber, holding the physical load data report from the previous night's match. The old man's face was stern, showing no joy from the previous night's victory. Kid, don't think you can fly just because you created 4 goals yesterday. Look at your muscle load indicators. The energy you consumed in 40 minutes is far greater than what Hummels expended playing the full 90. Favre tapped the report paper heavily against the chamber's glass door. That Augsburg defender didn't break your leg, but his body impact. Your body couldn't handle it. Your muscle groups are too weak, like a piece of tender tofu. If you keep fighting in a league like the Bundesliga that emphasizes physical contact, your knees and ankles will eventually break down. Terzic chimed in. Son, your mother, Miss Diana, called last night and gave me a thorough scolding. She demanded that the club immediately conduct a comprehensive physical examination of your body. Good heavens, she even warned me on the phone that if the club can't guarantee your health, she'll buy a plane ticket tomorrow and come over to tear up our turf. Sun Yang, shivering in the icy mist, grinned wryly. That was exactly something his formidable British mother would do. After Favre's dressing down, Sun Yang's mind was completely sobered. The iron leg talent given by the system could have the damage, but it wasn't an invincible golden shield from a cultivation novel. Every Bundesliga defender was a 200-pound muscle-bound giant. Repeated collisions during each match would accumulate fatigue and hidden injuries deep in the bones. At this point, relying solely on extra passing drills wasn't enough. He had to use the most advanced modern sports science to reshape his frail body. The 3-minute cryotherapy session ended. Sun Yang climbed out of the chamber, wrapped himself in a thick blanket, and drank a large cup of hot black tea. Back in the player dormitory, he plugged in his phone and turned it on. The screen was immediately flooded with a barrage of notification pop-ups, freezing for a full half-minute. When he finally managed to open his domestic social media app, he found that every major sports section was dominated by his own name. Trending topic number 1, 19-year-old half-Chinese prodigy shocks the Bundesliga. 9 front flips break football record. Trending topic number 2, 9-second godly assist at the start of the second half. Who is Sun Yang? Trending topic number 3, the great sage's shin guard under torn socks. Oriental mystical power goes viral. Trending topic number 4, Arsenal blind fans line up to apologize. Countless domestic fans were already in a frenzy of sleepless celebration. That pass was too magical. I suspect the kid has radar installed in the back of his head. What does it mean to hit the nail on the head? Those big Augsburg guys were completely toyed with like wooden posts. Did everyone catch that fake shot and real pass? I watched the live broadcast last night. I thought he was going to blast a shot, but he pushed the ball with his right foot, threading it through the legs of 2 defenders and straight to Haaland. The imagination is simply unmatched, feeding it right into Haaland's mouth. Not only in China, but the entire European football media also exploded. Germany's Bild used a full-page color image of Sun Yang holding the corner flag, with one hand looking back over his shoulder. The headline was striking: Oriental sun shines over the Bundesliga, the magician of Westphalen and his mysterious tricks. Kicker magazine dedicated a full spread to analyzing the stunning scene. An expert column noted that 3 players under 20 years old scored all of Dortmund's goals last night. Sun Yang with 3 assists and 1 goal, Sancho with a solo goal, and Haaland with a sensational hat-trick on his debut. Dortmund was unleashing an unstoppable youth storm across Europe. This half-Chinese youngster, bearing the label of Arsenal's cast-off, elevated the Bundesliga's counter-attacking tactics to a new dimension in just 40 minutes. What drove foreign media even wilder was Sun Yang's goal celebration. The Munich Daily used a full-page illustrated breakdown of that stunning moment. The 19-year-old sprinted to the corner flag area and executed an incredible 9 consecutive front flips, breaking the world record for football celebrations. After the sequence, which European commentators hailed as a gymnast crossover, he held the corner flag with one hand and struck a pose with distinct Eastern aesthetics. Domestic netizens quickly explained that this was a classic Peking opera monkey-style move called the Great Sage Probes the Sea, or looking back at the moon. Moreover, high-definition cameras captured a startling detail. During the fierce battle, Sun Yang's torn sock revealed a hand-painted shin guard featuring a vividly colored Peking opera face of the Monkey King. This mysterious and visually striking Eastern element, combined with his devastating on-field performance, caused the name Sun Yang to spread virally across European social media. The news reached across the English Channel to Britain. The Fleet Street paparazzi, always eager for chaos, swarmed like sharks smelling blood toward the Coney Training Centre in North London. Arsenal's first team had an open training session that day. As head coach Mikel Arteta walked to the mixed zone by the pitch, a dozen microphones and cameras were shoved in his face. A reporter from The Sun was the first to attack. "Mikel, did you watch Dortmund's Bundesliga match last night? That half-Chinese midfielder you just let go is tearing up the German league." Arteta frowned and adopted a cold official attitude. "Sorry, I was studying the next Premier League opponent's footage yesterday and didn't have time to watch the German game. Youth team personnel changes are handled by the academy director. I have a training session to lead. Excuse me." With that, Arteta turned and walked away, leaving the reporters jeering laughter behind him. But the moment he opened the door to his office, the manager, known for his tactical discipline, tore off his mask completely. He grabbed the tactical board from the table and hurled it against the wall. "Damn it, get Edu in here." A few minutes later, technical director Edu rushed into the office, sweating profusely. Arteta pointed at the computer screen showing Sun Yang's elegant long-range pass, spitting as he spoke. "Edu, tell me, how could a midfield maestro who can thread a needle from 30 meters be thrown away like garbage?" Edu wiped his sweat and tried to deflect, blaming the youth team coach's assessment. "Bullshit assessment." Arteta slammed his hands on the desk. "He ran 7 kilometers in the first half last night. And they called him a defective product, unfit to play. You idiots are making Arsenal the laughingstock of Europe." Meanwhile, in the youth team training ground, not far from the main office building, the atmosphere was equally tense. In the corner of the locker room, local core player Rant sat on a bench staring at the screen of his phone, showing Sun Yang's majestic 9-flip celebration. The overwhelming sense of disparity, seeing the mediocrity he once trampled in the mud, now looking down from the clouds, drove Rant mad with jealousy. Fake. All fake. Go to hell. He hurled his phone against the metal locker, sending pieces flying. Just then youth team coach Buck pushed open the door, his face, pale as tie, askew, muttering, as if in a daze. It's over. All over. The higher-ups are furious and demanding an immediate investigation into the detailed report of Sun Yang's departure a month ago. They've made it clear no matter whose son it is, no matter how many buses their father donated, anyone suspected of maliciously driving away a player will be kicked out. A cold draft from the corridor swept into the locker room. Rant's arrogant expression froze completely, his legs suddenly gave way, and he collapsed heavily onto the cold bench. At noon exactly, Europe's authoritative transfer market website updated its data punctually. All fans and scouts following European football were refreshing the page. In the first-team player list of Borussia Dortmund, astonishing changes occurred beside the Asian face, marked with 19 years of age and British nationality. In the blank area originally marked free transfer free agent, a glaring green number suddenly appeared. 8 million euros. In just 40 minutes of playing time. 3 assists like surgical strikes, a thunderous shot that stunned the crowd, and 9 wild forward flips as celebration moves that shattered football history records. Sun Yang's market value skyrocketed like a rocket from 0 to 8 million euros. This figure was definitely a conservative estimate. The valuation system of the transfer market website has always leaned toward rationality. In today's European football market with severe inflation, a 19-year-old midfield maestro who can control the game's tempo. If he were truly put on the transfer list, no offer under 20 million euros would even get the Borussia Dortmund president to answer the phone. London, England, the Coney Training Center. The Arsenal club's press officer was sweating profusely. He kept typing furiously, trying to delete the highly aggressive comments. It was impossible to delete them all. Arsenal's official Twitter had just posted a preview for the next Premier League match. Within 10 minutes the comment section was completely flooded by enraged Gunners fans. The most liked comment came from a loyal Arsenal season ticket holder who had renewed for 30 years. Is that idiot Edu completely full of shit in his head? You let go of an absolute genius who can create 4 goals and a half in the Bundesliga. And this bunch of useless midfielders in our first team can't even pass a damn ball to the striker's feet. Below were all similar curses. A bunch of blind vampire executives. What about that murderer named Land? Kick him out of the club immediately. 8 million euros. You just threw 8 million euros into the Thames like garbage. That money could have paid your salaries for years, you bunch of idiotic pigs. Under the bombardment of online public opinion, Arsenal's official Twitter was forced to enable comment moderation mode, instantly becoming the laughingstock of all English media today. At the same time, at the Brackel training ground in Dortmund, Germany, Sun Yang finished his morning light recovery training. He had just taken a shower and was walking out of the locker room, drying his dripping hair with a towel. Sports director Zorc was already waiting in the corridor holding a thick file folder. This old German fox was smiling exceptionally brightly today, his wrinkles nearly squeezed into a pile. Son, how do you feel? Are you getting used to the German physiotherapy equipment? Zorc patted Sun Yang's shoulder warmly. Sun Yang hung the towel around his neck and got straight to the point. Excellent. But mister, Zorc came all the way here surely not just to ask about my recovery. You're a smart young man. Zorc raised the file folder and shook it. Last night's performance was incredible. The club's management held an emergency meeting overnight. We all agree that a base salary contract of 2 million euros is completely disrespectful to a genius who can dominate a half in the Bundesliga. Zorc wiped off his smile and put on a highly professional business face. Son, you need to find an agent now? Borussia Dortmund wants to sign a professional contract that truly matches your value. To be honest, early this morning Coach Favre's private phone was bombarded by scouts from the Premier League and La Liga. We need to tie you firmly to Dortmund's chariot as soon as possible. Sun Yang raised an eyebrow. He naturally understood what these executives were anxious about. A mere annual salary of 2 million euros. Those wealthy big clubs could easily poach him by paying a few €100,000 in buyout clause. I understand. I'll arrange someone to come for negotiations as soon as possible. After bidding farewell to Zorc, Sun Yang returned to his dormitory, unplugged the charger, and dialed the familiar international number. The phone was answered after 2 rings. His mother Diana's highly piercing loud voice came directly through the earpiece, completely drowning out the background sound of his father's son, Wu, practicing Peking opera vocal exercises. Oh my God, darling. When you were tackled down on the pitch yesterday, I almost had a heart attack. What did I warn you before you left? Protect your ankles. Listening to his mother's pure British roar, Sun Yang felt a sense of reassurance instead. I'm fine, I had shin guards on. There's something important to tell you. Sun Yang switched hands, holding the phone, opened the wardrobe, and searched for a clean jacket. Dortmund is eager to re-sign me to a big contract. Zorc told me to find an agent. Looking across Europe, no one is more suitable than you, my dearest mother. The other end of the line was silent for a couple of seconds. Sun Yang had absolute faith in Diana's business acumen. Over 20 years ago, his father Sun Wu had just arrived in London, England, and used all his savings to open a small theater specializing in peaking opera in the suburbs. Those arrogant Britons couldn't understand those melodious chants at all. At the worst times, there was only one elderly Asian man who had taken shelter from the rain. The theater was on the verge of bankruptcy, unable to even pay the utility bills. At the critical moment, Diana displayed an incredibly formidable business mind. She decisively renamed the theater the China-Europe Art Exchange Center, packaged it as a high-end Oriental cultural experience venue, and directly stormed into the local affluent neighborhoods to seek sponsorships. She even took Sun Wu on a tour across Europe, relying on her excellent eloquence and shrewd negotiation skills along with Sun Wu's solid foundation to revive that shabby theater into a local Instagram-worthy hotspot in London. Letting his mother deal with Zorc and those German sponsors was like a max-level player returning to the newbie village to dominate. Your father's theater has been slow lately, and I'm really bored to death. Diana's tone quickly shifted from a worried mother to a capable career woman. Listen, sweetie. Basic salary is just one part, signing bonus image right share ratio, and those gold bonus clauses. These are the real juicy parts. Don't sign a single letter over there. I'll call your Uncle Henry right now and tell him to drive to Cologne Airport to pick me up. I'll be sitting in the club's office before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At 2:40 p.m. In the executive conference room of Borussia Dortmund's main administrative building. Diana, clad in a tailored charcoal gray business suit and 7-centimeter stilettos, sat at the long table, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Sun Yang sat beside her, watching his mother engage in a fierce negotiation with the club's legal team. Across the table, sporting director Zorc kept wiping sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Ms. Diana, raising the base salary to €2 million. Please believe me, this is the highest level of sincerity Dortmund has ever shown to a 19-year-old newcomer in club history. Zorc tried to defend the club's salary baseline. Diana folded her hands on the table and leaned forward, creating an intense sense of pressure. Listen, Mr. Zorc, there's no need to beat around the bush. €2 million. That's barely the weekly wage of a relegation-threatened Premier League team's substitute player. Sun's full-field vision and pinpoint precision demonstrated yesterday are absolute rare resources in the entire European transfer market. Her tone was composed but unrelenting, not to mention the vast blue ocean of East Asia behind him. A flat rate too. €6 million base salary. Diana extended 3 impeccably manicured fingers and tapped lightly on the table. First clause, a buyout clause of €60 million. If he continues to shine, plenty of top clubs will be willing to pay that amount in 2 years. You'll make a guaranteed profit. Second, an appearance fee of €500 and a bonus of €300 for a goal or assist. Third, Sun must retain 70 of his personal image rights. Agree to these, and we'll shake hands now. This British-style commercial combo left Zorc defenseless. The conditions precisely hit the psychological baseline of Dortmund's top management, leaving no room for bargaining. 10 minutes later, both sides completed the signing ceremony in an extremely cordial atmosphere. The new contract was extended until 2024 with a base salary of €2.6 million and generous performance-based clauses. Sun Yang officially crossed the threshold into Europe's high-earning players. But this was merely the appetizer for Diana's work that day. As soon as the two stepped out of the club building, Uncle Henry parked the car by the roadside and rushed over, clutching a stack of documents. Oh dear sister, you're finally out. My work phone has been ringing off the hook since the game ended last night. All sponsor calls. Henry's face was flushed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Especially that shin guard with the painted face pattern in Sun's sock. Twitter has gone absolutely wild. Fans all over Europe are asking where they can buy this mysterious Eastern Great Sage gear. Diana pulled open the car door, slid into the back seat, and casually flipped open the top 2 offer sheets. Adidas and Nike. Adidas. €800 per year, 3-year deal, full equipment sponsorship. Diana read the figure aloud, scoffed, and tossed the document back into the storage compartment. Trying to fool me with a contract designed for youth academy rookies. Wanting exclusive exposure across all channels, but unwilling to pay even €1 million. These giants are disgustingly arrogant. Nike offered €2 million. What about that one? Henry asked while turning the steering wheel. Their exclusivity clauses are as restrictive as signing a slave contract. He must wear their specified shoe models and is not allowed to display any competitive logos on private social media accounts. Diana opened her tablet and called up Dortmund's sponsor list. We're not playing their game. Turn around. Head to Puma's Dortmund office. In a high-end business club in downtown Dortmund. Puma's marketing director, sitting across from Diana, was breathing a bit heavily, as Dortmund's main sponsor Puma had hoped to leverage the club connection to secure the recently skyrocketing Sun Yang. But the price on the other side exceeded their expectations. €2 million cash, 1-year short-term contract. This is a non-negotiable baseline. Diana took a sip of black coffee, her gaze sharp. And we only offer exclusive sponsorship rights for the shoes. That Great Sage shin guard is Sun's personal super IP. We take 80 of the profits from all related derivatives. She set down her coffee cup and dangled a sweetener, Agree to this, and as a bonus Sun will post a daily photo on Instagram, wearing Puma training gear. The marketing director took a deep breath. This starting price was fully aligned with the endorsement fees of first-tier European stars. Frankly, Ms. Diana, your demand is insane. Sun did play a great game, but he still lacks long-term proven performance. The uncertainty is too great. You lack boldness, sir. Diana slid a ratings report across the table. CCTV Sports has bought the full broadcast rights for Dortmund this season. If you want to tap into the Far East market of over 1 billion people, Sun is the only high-speed channel right now. Are you bold enough to go big? Seeing the director's hesitation, Diana played her trump card. Add a performance-based clause to the contract. If Sun scores a goal or provides an assist in the Champions League knockout stages this season, all shoe sponsorship bonuses double. If he doesn't, we'll take a 30% discount on the 2 million. Are you bold enough to bet? A Champions League goal, doubling the bonuses. The exposure on such a top stage was too tempting. If it happened, the commercial value of scoring in Puma shoes on that platform would be in the tens of millions. The director made a snap decision. Deal. But we must add an exclusive signature shoe clause. As long as Sun starts consecutively in 3 Bundesliga games and scores, will immediately launch the Great Sage Series signature shoe line. Both sides quickly reached an agreement. That evening back at the hotel, Diana took photos of the 2 contract copies and sent them directly to the family group chat. In London, at a small Peking opera theater, Sun was about to steep some goji berries in his chipped enamel mug. His phone vibrated twice on the table. He picked up the phone, opened the large image, brought it close to his screen, and counted the zeros and the figures 3 times. Clatter. The enamel mug hit the floor, scattering red goji berries everywhere. Trembling, he pulled out a calculator and frantically tapped in the latest exchange rate. Good heavens. 6 million euros annual salary plus 2 million in endorsement fees. Sun stared at the long string of RMB figures on the screen, feeling that his decades of hard work performing monkey shows had been wasted. That brat played 1 game in Germany and earned enough to renovate this shabby theater 100 times over. He grumbled under his breath, but his eyes reddened. From the day his son was unceremoniously let go by Arsenal, he had stood in the hospital corridor looking at the heavily plastered leg, thinking the hope of the Sun family had been destroyed for good. Who would have thought this sudden fortune would come crashing down? Not only had his son risen again, but he had also ground those snobs into the dirt. In Germany, in the player dormitory, Sun Yang let out a long breath as he saw the notification of the first €2 signing bonus hitting his mobile bank account. This was the law of the jungle in professional football. Money was the sole measure of true strength. Just then Uncle Henry sent a long voice message. Son, your mother has given orders. With your current status, you absolutely cannot stay in that cramped, hard-to-turn-around player dormitory. I found a friend who knows about a standalone villa with a private lawn. The yard is big enough for you to do extra training privately. I'll come pick you up now to sign the lease. Sun Yang casually replied with an okay emoji. He really did need a more spacious private space. The system's dream training camp required absolute concentration and privacy, and constantly worrying about a roommate's presence was not ideal. With money in hand, he could first secure the best logistics support. That afternoon in the southern suburbs of Cologne. This was one of Germany's most prestigious affluent neighborhoods. Towering plane trees lined the surroundings, and not a single fallen leaf marred the pristine roads. Henry parked the minivan before a white 2-story villa and stepped out of the car. He gestured toward the garden behind the wrought iron gate and began his tour. The house spanned 800 square meters, complete with a temperature-controlled garage and an indoor swimming pool. What pleased him most was the backyard, a natural lawn stretching nearly 200 square meters. Sun Yang bypassed the house entirely after stepping out of the car and headed straight for the backyard. The moment his foot touched the turf, he stomped down firmly. The soil had the perfect balance of firmness, and the grass blades were neatly trimmed. He bent down and plucked a blade of grass to examine it. A cool season variety specially cultivated for football pitches. He sprinted back and forth across the lawn twice, executing several sharp stops and directional changes. The traction and grip were exceptional. Exactly the private space he desperately needed. With this lawn, he could hone his ball control anytime without having to squeeze into the team's cramped single dormitory where someone might check on him at any moment. Diana walked into the living room in her high heels. She circled through the spacious interior, inspecting every outlet and surveillance camera hidden in the corners. After confirming the security system connected directly to the local police station, she nodded in satisfaction. The property manager, a portly German man, stood by the door rubbing his hands together nervously. The monthly rent is €15,000. That's the landlord's absolute lowest price. People who live here are all business elite, the agent insisted in accented English, trying hard to close the deal. Diana stepped forward and held up a single finger without hesitation. €10,000. 2-year contract signed at once, paid in full. The agent waved his hands frantically, insisting it was impossible. But Diana didn't give him a chance to argue. She pulled out her tablet and opened several documents. This property has been listed for half a year and still hasn't rented out. There are water damage stains in the second-floor bedroom, and the lawn maintenance alone costs at least €1,000 monthly. Most importantly, my son is one of Borussia Dortmund's rising stars right now. His presence here serves as the best free advertisement your residential area could ever have. 10,000 euros. Take it or leave it. We'll turn left when we exit. The agent wiped sweat from his forehead, stepped aside to make a phone call, and returned 2 minutes later with a freshly printed contract. The house was secured. The rent was deducted directly from the signing bonus that had just arrived in his account. For Sun Yang now, spending money to guarantee absolute privacy was a bargain he couldn't pass up. After finishing the paperwork, Diana stuffed the documents into her briefcase and checked her Rolex gold watch. She still needed to make it to Cologne Airport and fly back to London to handle affairs at that small theater. Sun Yang and Henry escorted their mother to the front door. Diana turned and pulled Sun Yang to the side of the road, lowering her voice. You're becoming valuable now. More and more people will be watching you. All those gossip reporters who pry into everything, plus all the peripheral models looking to ride your coattails. Keep your private life tightly wrapped up, except for training and matches. And stay away from banned substances completely. Don't go to those sketchy parties either. Your commercial value is just starting to take off. One scandal, and all those sponsors will vanish overnight. Sun Yang nodded obediently. He knew all too well from his past life how many gifted players had destroyed themselves through off-field excesses. Diana turned to Henry, who was holding the bags beside them. You, from today on, your son's full-time personal assistant and butler. Diana's gaze turned extremely stern. Grocery shopping, preparing nutritious meals, coordinating basic commercial shoots. You handle all the miscellaneous tasks. Beyond that, your primary mission is shielding him from all the questionable characters lurking outside. Sun Yang interjected. Uncle, the salary is set at 10,000 euros per month. Daily expenses will be reimbursed separately. Is that sufficient? Henry sucked in his breath sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. This salary equaled half a year's income from his job at the car dealership. He immediately stood straight and patted his chest with a vow. Don't worry, sister. I'll make sure son is well taken care of. Anyone who tries to lead him astray will have to step over my dead body first. I'll sign up for the advanced nutritionist certification tomorrow. Diana got into the car and departed with a satisfied expression. Sun Yang returned to the empty villa and poured himself a glass of mineral water in the open kitchen on the first floor. As darkness fell, the house grew quiet. Henry had gone to the supermarket to stock up on supplies, leaving Sun Yang alone on the spacious leather sofa, sorting through everything that had happened recently. A massive sum sat in his bank account, and he carried endorsement deals worth a fortune. He had transformed from a discarded nobody into the hottest rookie in European football. But his mind remained clear. Everything rested on his performance on the pitch. Without genuine goals and assists, these glories would vanish in an instant. He pulled up the system's attribute panel. His overall score sat at 65. Stamina had just barely passed at 60, while defense was a dismal 40. Only the passing stat, glowing a blazing 99 in golden red, stood out starkly. The proficiency of his signature move, Batagal, had reached 10, and the station guidance from the warrior god Batistuta had concluded. Sun Yang entered the master bedroom upstairs, locked the door behind him, lay down on the expansive soft double bed, and closed his eyes. He activated the dream training camp. The scene before him twisted and warped. When he opened his eyes again, he stood on a standard football pitch. There were no stands, no spectators. Towering floodlights illuminated the area like broad daylight. The air carried the scent of freshly cut grass mingled with earth. 17 meters in front of the goal stood 5 tall, human-shaped plastic barriers arranged into an impenetrable wall of defenders. 5 meters away from the wall, a man stood waiting. He wore a retro pure white long-sleeve jersey with a conspicuous red number 7 on the back. His golden half-long hair was pulled back with a headband, and his straight nose combined with his iconic handsome features made him instantly recognizable. David Beckham, Britain's heartthrob, a master who turned free kicks into works of art. Beckham turned around, his deep gaze falling on Sun Yang, a trademark charming smile playing on his lips. New lad, your physical coordination looks passable enough, Beckham said in a pure London accent. Sun Yang rubbed his palms together, struggling to contain his excitement. The Beckham curve, a devastating weapon that dominated world football. This intensely spinning ball could curve around the wall and drop sharply before the goalkeeper could react. If he could master this technique, the final third would become his hunting ground. Beckham didn't waste time with unnecessary words. He walked to the ball at his feet, flicked it up with a gentle tap of his right toe, and controlled it perfectly as it settled under his foot. If you want to learn the bending kick, brute force won't do it. Beckham pointed to the inside of his right foot. The angle of friction between your instep and the ball at the moment of contact determines its initial velocity. Your plant foot's position dictates the ball's trajectory. You need to feel the resistance when your ankle meets the ball. Beckham raised his hand and pointed toward the goal opposite them. Sun Yang followed his gesture. Hanging from a hemp rope in the top right corner of the goal, the theoretical dead zone, was a worn car tire. The opening in the tire was only slightly larger than a regulation football. Start with 10,000 shots at the tire, Beckham said casually, as if asking what Sun Yang had eaten for breakfast. Sun Yang's expression shifted. Shoot that tire. 10,000 times. The beloved David Beckham stood before him, practicing Bayes' arc in a dream. This requirement is simply absurd to the extreme. Even with an open goal and no wall, if you ask a top current striker to kick the ball from over 10 meters away and precisely pass through that swaying tire hole, he might succeed only 2 or 3 times out of 100. Not to mention that now there is a row of tall mannequin wall blocking the middle, and one must kick an extremely difficult curve to bypass it. This is a basic assessment. Xiao Bei pointed to a red rubber track at the edge of the field. Every time you kick off target or hit the wall, you run a 1,000-meter sprint around the field. In the dream, there is no absolute upper limit of physical strength. The system won't let you drop dead from exhaustion. But the soreness of muscles and the burning sensation in your lungs, you will experience them 100% here. Xiao Bei stepped back a few paces to make room. The turf on the ground squirmed, and a basket of brand new black and white balls appeared out of thin air. Sun Yang clenched his molars and walked to the ball. He had a sense of pride in his heart. With his max-level passing attribute of 99 points, his control of footwork had long reached the pinnacle. Shooting through a tire hole. What's so hard about that? He followed the classic action of Xiao Bei in his memory, took 4 steps back, and moved half a step to the left. He took a deep breath and began his run-up. His left foot heavily stomped 20 centimeters to the left of the ball, and his right instep forcefully struck the middle lower part of the ball. His arm swung back to maintain balance. A dull thud sounded. The ball soared high indeed, drawing a very exaggerated outward spinning curve that directly bypassed the wall. But then it flew higher and higher directly over the crossbar and out of the baseline. The force was too strong, turning it into a completely uncontrolled sky-high shot. Your supporting foot was too far from the ball. You didn't lower your center of gravity at all. Go run 1,000 meters. Without even looking at the ball that flew away, Xiao Bei directly issued the punishment order. Sun Yang stood frozen. Was the punishment starting already? The system's iron rule brooked no rebuttal. He could only walk to the start of the track and began to sprint. After the 1,000-meter sprint, the simulation of soreness in the front of his thighs was incredibly real. Just as he ran back to the penalty spot, gasping for breath, Xiao Bei expressionlessly pointed at the ball on the ground. Keep kicking. The second attempt. Sun Yang learned from the previous lesson. He moved the point of force slightly upward and held back a bit of strength, trying to lower the height. The ball had just lifted off, but because it didn't form enough upward arc, it slammed solidly into the head of the plastic mannequin wall. The ball bounced back and rolled right to Sun Yang's feet. Your leg swing was too slow. You didn't give the ball enough initial spin speed. 1,000 meters go run. Xiao Bei stood with his arms crossed, showing no mercy. Sun Yang gritted his teeth and walked to the track again. The next few hours turned into a hopeless nightmare. In the dream, there was no alternation of day and night, only endlessly repeated monotonous movements and the unceasing protest of his body. Every failure was accompanied by a 1,000-meter sprint. On the 30th attempt, the ball bypassed the wall, but didn't drop in the air, but hit the goalpost and bounced away. Go run laps. On the 75th attempt, the curve was perfect and the height was right, but it smacked into the rope hanging the tire. Continue running laps. On the 150th attempt, Sun Yang's leg muscles in the dream were already protesting violently, and every step felt like pulling on nerves. He was panting heavily, sweat dripping down his cheeks onto the turf, his jersey already soaked and clinging to his back. He kicked an extremely tricky curve. The ball flew, almost grazing the scalp of the mannequin wall, then sharply turned in front of the goal and headed straight for the tire hole. Just as it was about to go through, the ball grazed the rubber edge of the tire, slightly changed direction, and fell into the net. Scored. Sun Yang was about to raise his hands in celebration when Xiao Bei's cold voice rang out again. Touching the obstacle doesn't count as a perfect pass-through. Your left shoulder didn't drop naturally with the striking motion. Go run laps. Sun Yang's legs gave way, and he knelt on one knee on the turf. His chest heaved violently, and his breathing was terrifyingly heavy. He finally understood what kind of inhuman torment those superstars of his past life, who could still slot the ball into the bottom corner during stoppage time despite the boos of the entire stadium, had endured in private. He didn't know how many 1,000 meters he had run or how many balls he had kicked. Sun Yang's consciousness was even beginning to blur, sustained entirely by an instinct of refusal to give up. He staggered to his feet and walked to the 163rd ball. Feel the center of gravity of the ball. Your ankle must be locked. At the moment of striking, the weight of your whole body must follow. Xiao Bei looked at the tottering Sun Yang and finally gave the most crucial tip. Sun Yang forced himself to concentrate, staring at the black and white ball. Run up, plant the foot. His left foot firmly nailed into the turf. His right instep fiercely rubbed the ball. At the moment of contact, his body leaned sharply to the left, and his right arm swung out naturally. The ball rose with terrifying spin. This arc drew a perfect semicircle in the air, precisely bypassing the highest mannequin wall. Just as it was about to clear the crossbar, gravity seemed to suddenly increase, and the ball plummeted sharply, perfectly centered without any contact. The ball cleanly drilled through the gap in the middle of the tire. Scored. A flawless fatal strike. Before Sun Yang could catch his breath, a crisp electronic notification sound immediately rang in the depths of his mind. Ding. Achieved single perfect Bayes arc operation. Special skill Bayes arc. Current proficiency increased 1100. Only 1 point. Upon hearing this number, Sun Yang nearly spat a mouthful of blood on the grass. This inhuman hellish difficulty, after half a night of torment and running dozens of kilometers in the dream, he had only succeeded once. The proficiency only increased by a measly 1 point. This meant that to master this divine skill he would have to cycle through this torment a full 100 times. Before he could protest, the surrounding environment began to collapse. His vision quickly blurred, and a strong sense of weightlessness enveloped him. Because his mental exhaustion had reached the threshold, the system activated the forced expulsion procedure. The next morning, Sun Yang woke up with a start on the spacious bed of his new villa. Outside the window, it was broad daylight. The glaring sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the floor. He let out a long breath of stale air and turned over to get out of bed. The system's protection mechanism was very thorough. The physical fatigue from the dream did not carry over to reality, and there was no soreness in his thigh muscles. But the high-intensity study all night long still stirred a hint of sleep-deprived fatigue deep in his brain. Stepping into the spacious bathroom, Sun Yang looked up at the mirror and rubbed his swollen brow. A faint layer of bluish dark circles appeared under his eyes. He looked a bit listless, as if he had just pulled an all-nighter for 3 consecutive nights, playing ranked matches. After washing up and changing into his training clothes, he went to the first-floor dining room. Henry had already prepared a standard sports nutrition meal, roasted turkey breast with unsweetened oat milk. Seeing Sun Yang's slightly tired appearance, Henry, who was pouring milk, paused. "Good heavens. Son, what happened to your complexion?" Henry quickly came over and pulled out a chair. "Did you sneak out over the wall last night without telling me to go partying? You look a bit sleep-deprived." "Don't even mention it. This lousy house has bad feng shui. Ooh, I had nightmares all night." Sun Yang yawned and listlessly stuffed the turkey breast into his mouth. After a hurried breakfast, Henry drove Sun Yang to the Brackle training base. 830 M. The atmosphere in the locker room was buzzing. Most of the main players had already changed. Haaland, shirtless with his strong upper body, was facing away from the door, letting the team doctor apply relaxing ointment to his back muscles. This Norwegian beast was completely preoccupied with scheming how to make Sun Yang pass him more good balls. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Haaland turned his massive head. When he saw Sun Yang walking and yawning, and with faint dark circles under his eyes, his azure blue eyes went wide. Haaland pushed the team doctor aside, strode over the long bench, and leaned in front of Sun Yang. He grabbed Sun Yang's neck, winking and lowering his voice. "What the hell, buddy? Where did you go wild last night? Did you go to a nightclub in downtown Cologne and stay out all night? Or did you secretly call 4 hot German car models without me?" Haaland patted Sun Yang on the shoulder and teased in an experienced tone, "Listen, little brother, you're only 19. Even if you just signed a professional contract and have money in your pockets, you need to take it easy. Next time there's a good party like this, remember to call me." Several of the older brothers nearby heard the commotion and all looked over. Captain Mats Hummels was wrapping a bandage around his ankle. Seeing Sun Yang's somewhat listless complexion, he frowned. He stood up and walked over to Sun Yang, his tone carrying the severity of a captain. "Son, although you played well last game, don't mess around with your health as a young man. Mr. Favre is in the office next door. If he sees you going to the training ground with 2 dark circles under your eyes, he'll kick you straight out of the weekend roster. Go take a cold shower and get your condition back quickly." Sun Yang sat helplessly on the bench in front of the metal locker. He rubbed his somewhat heavy temples, unable to explain it all. He couldn't exactly tell these guys loudly that he had been forced by Beckham in his dream to shoot at a broken tire all night long. Sun Yang walked to the shower area and twisted the temperature knob all the way to the lowest setting. The freezing, bone-chilling cold water sprayed from the showerhead, drenching his head. This physical stimulus finally managed to dispel much of the foggy disorientation caused by overexertion in his mind. Though the system had protected his body, the neural fatigue from kicking a worn-out tire all night in his dream lingered. He closed his eyes, and the image of Beckham's demonstration move flooded his mind. The positioning of the left foot, the sensation of the right instep brushing the lower middle part of the ball. After changing into his training gear adorned with the BVB emblem, Sun Yang followed the team out onto the grass. At 9 in the morning, the sunlight at Brackle training ground was quite pleasant. The turf had just been mowed, carrying a pleasant scent of fresh grass. All 20-plus members of the first team gathered. Head coach Lucien Favre and assistant coach Edin Terzic stood at the front. Terzic blew the whistle hanging around his neck, directing everyone to start warming up and stretching. As usual, Sun Yang paired up with Erling Haaland. They sat facing each other on the grass, soles pressed together, pulling each other's arms. Haaland's large frame gave him immense strength. As he leaned back, he muttered in a low voice, "Bro, give me a straight answer. Where did you go last night? Don't try to fool me. Back when I was at Red Bull Salzburg, I had a teammate who looked just like this. He stayed up playing FIFA for a week straight, and his dark circles were identical to yours. Come the weekend match, he couldn't even control the ball." Sun Yang replied irritably, "Save your imagination. I just stayed home and slept. Just couldn't get used to the new bed." Haaland didn't believe a word, grinning widely. "All right. As long as you can still deliver those passes to me against Cologne this weekend like you did last match, I don't care if you go clubbing every night. I'm in amazing form right now. I'm going to score 2 more this weekend." The warm-up ended. Terzic began organizing ball drills. The squad was split into several groups. Some practiced passing combinations on the half field, others worked on crossing and header finishes, while another group drilled defensive positioning on the opposite side. Favre held a tactical board and called out a few names. Marco, Raphael, Jadon, Mario, Mats. You five go to the edge of the penalty arc in the center and practice free kick shooting. We need to add more set-piece scoring options for the weekend match. The named players, Reyes, Guerrero, Sancho, Götze, and Hummels, stepped forward. These were the best technical footwork players in Dortmund's squad. Favre glanced at the tactical board, then lifted his head to look at Son Young among the group. Son, you joined this group too. The lob pass you played to Jadon last match showed excellent technique. Try taking some shots yourself. Son Young, who had been thinking of how to find a chance to experiment with the Beckham curve he'd learned last night, immediately agreed. 6 players walked to the front of the penalty area. A row of red plastic mannequins stood in front of the goal, simulating a defensive wall. Each was 9 meters tall, with heavy bases perfectly replicating the height and width of a real opponent's wall. Dortmund's starting goalkeeper Roman Bürki wore thick gloves and flexed his wrists on the goal line. He shouted to the 6 players outside the box. Guys, don't think I'll go easy on you just because it's training. If you score more than 3 today, I'll call it a loss. The assistant coach pushed over a cart filled with official Bundesliga match balls. The drill required each player to complete at least 50 effective shots. Reyes, as the team's primary penalty taker and free kick specialist, naturally stepped up first. He placed the ball 25 meters from the goal, backing up, then a run-up. Bang! His right instep struck the ball with force, sending it with a dipping knuckling trajectory. Bürki reacted instantly, lunging off the ground and stretching his palm to tip the ball over the crossbar. Marco, not enough power today. Bürki shouted mockingly as he got up, brushing grass clippings off his shirt. Reyes smiled and shook his head, stepping aside. Next came Guerrero, the team's only left-footed specialist. His curled shot beat the wall with an inside-of-the-foot technique, but the angle was too central, easily gathered by Bürki. Sancho and Götze also took their turns. One hit the wall, the other flew over the bar. Hummels relied on power to strike a low-driven shot that curled wide of the post. Your turn, new guy. Bürki waved at Son Young. Let's see what trick you've got. Son Young stepped forward, picked up a ball from the cart, and placed it carefully on the grass. He rotated the ball so that the valve was facing him. As Beckham had instructed in the dream, he needed precise control of the contact point. He took 4 steps back, shifted half a step to the left, and stopped. Reyes, watching nearby, frowned. Son, your angle is too wide. It'll be hard to generate power in a real match. Son Young didn't reply. He took a deep breath, blocking out the surrounding noise. Only the ball before him and the top right corner of the distant goal remained in his focus. Run up. Plant. His left foot dug into the grass like a nail to the left of the ball, just as his right foot was about to make contact. His entire body leaned to an extreme angle. His left shoulder dropped severely, nearly parallel to the ground. His right arm swung wide to maintain balance. His right instep scraped forcefully against the lower middle part of the ball. Bang! A crisp, clean strike echoed across the training ground. The ball soared into the air. Its initial speed wasn't particularly fast, but it carried an incredibly fierce inward spin. As it passed the highest plastic barrier, there was still half a meter of clearance. In a real match, this would easily clear a jumping wall. The ball reflected the winter sunlight as it spun rapidly at altitude. Bürki tracked the trajectory. Off target was his first thought, because the ball's flight path was clearly heading toward the corner flag area. But half a second later, Bürki's expression changed. After clearing the wall, the ball traced a massive C-shaped curve in the air, then suddenly dipped at its apex. It swerved directly toward the top right corner, the theoretical perfect spot. Bürki didn't even have time to jump. He could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the side netting with a crisp snap. The training ground fell silent for a few seconds. Good heavens! What kind of magical shot is that? Haaland shouted from the other side, where he was practicing headers. Guerrero's eyes widened as he ran over to examine the footprint Son Young had left, then looked at the ball in the net. Is this even legal under physics? Leaning like that, and not falling over. Reyes was also stunned. He had seen countless free kick styles, but Son Young's striking motion was unique. That extreme body extension required immense strength and flexibility in the ankle and core. Son Young, observing the ball in the net, finally felt a measure of confidence. The system evaluation had indicated he could replicate over 50% of the signature technique's effect. Though this kick lacked the effortless perfection of Beckham's in the dream, his years of training in Chinese opera had given him an extraordinary sense of balance and flexibility, allowing him to execute the leaning motion flawlessly. Combined with his innate passing attribute of 99, the precision of this shot was remarkably high. Bürki retrieved the ball from the net and tossed it back to Son Young, shouting indignantly, "Lucky shot. Try again. I don't believe you can curve it like that every time." Without a word, Son Young trapped the ball, placed it, and set himself. The same run-up, the same extreme lean. Another crisp strike. The ball rose again with the same fierce inward spin and the same massive C-shaped curve. This time Bürki was prepared. He anticipated the landing point, leaped, and stretched his arm to the fullest. But the ball dropped too fast, sailed over his fingertips, and kissed the inside of the post before nestling into the net. Another corner. 2 for 2. Berkey landed on the grass, stood up, and stared at his glove in bewilderment. Damn it. The commotion was too loud. Players from the defensive drill, Akanji, and the passing drill, Witzel, all stopped what they were doing and crowded around. Favre didn't intervene. He stood at the sideline, next to Terzic watching. Terzic held a tablet connected to the high-speed training cameras, pulling up the data for the two shots. Mr. Favre, this kid's ball speed isn't top tier, but the spin rate is astonishing. The revolutions per second exceed everyone else on the team. He's mimicking David Beckham's technique. Favre nodded silently, his eyes fixed on Sun Yang. Third ball. This time Berkey finally grew serious. He watched Sun Yang's footwork intently. The run up, the lean, the swing, the strike. Seamless. As if replicated by a photocopier. The ball took off for the third time. The arc was slightly tighter this time, but the target was the left-hand corner of the goal. Berkey guessed the direction correctly, even brushing the ball with his fingertips. But he felt the immense spin force the ball carried, which pushed his fingers aside and burrowed into the net. 3 for 3. All in the most unforgiving corners. Even the usually composed Hummels couldn't help but curse. How the hell can a 19-year-old kick like that? Haaland rushed over and jumped onto Sun Yang's back, nearly sending him stumbling. Man, you're insane. From now on, when we face a parked bus, all we need is to draw a foul outside the box, and the game's over. The rest of the training turned into a one-man show. According to Favre's instructions, each player had to complete 50 effective shots. Reyes finished with 20 shots on target and 7 goals, an elite performance. Guerrero scored 5. Sancho scored 3. Sun Yang took all 50 kicks. The ball traced exaggerated crescent moon arcs. 7 hit the wall, 5 flew over the bar. The remaining 38 all landed within the frame. Half of them went directly into the corners, leaving even a goalkeeper of Berkey's caliber with no chance. After the 50 kicks, Sun Yang panted heavily, shaking out his slightly sore right foot. Without the system's infinite stamina, executing 50 such core-intensive shots in reality had drained his energy. His stamina of 60 points was still too limited. The other players who had initially been eager to train now lost their enthusiasm. Reyes walked over to Sun Yang, who was still catching his breath, and patted him on the shoulder. His gesture displayed immense generosity. Son, your free kick ability is above mine. For the weekend match against Cologne, if we get a free kick chance in the attacking third, you take it. I'll cover for you from behind. Reyes's words met no dissent from the other players. In competitive sports, strength speaks for itself. When someone can convert free kicks with the consistency of penalties, there's no reason not to let them shoot. On the sideline, Favre and Terzic exchanged a few words in low tones. Terzic blew his whistle, calling the team together again. Favre, hands behind his back, scanned the squad. It seems we've added another deadly weapon to our attack. For the home league match against Cologne this weekend, the original tactics need little adjustment. When Sun comes off the bench, we need to increase our penetration in the final third. If we can't get a direct shot, try to win fouls in dangerous areas. Favre flipped over the previous set-piece tactical board. From today onward, most direct free kick duties on the left side and center are handed to Sun. Marco takes the right side. Use this point to create tactical shifts on the pitch. Granted the green light, Sun Yang felt remarkably calm. This was the natural outcome of possessing real ability. He opened the system panel to check. After those 50 kicks, the proficiency of the Beckham curve had increased by 1 point. Added to the point from the dream, it was now 2,100. Real-life training also yielded experience, albeit slowly. But it was far more comfortable than running tens of thousands of meters in a dream every night. The morning training session ended. The entire team headed to the dining hall for a nutritious meal, then returned to their rooms for a midday rest or relaxation. 2 in the afternoon. Inside the high-tech indoor training facility at the Brackle training base. Having just concluded a high-intensity league match 2 days prior and a targeted shooting drill, that morning Favre canceled the afternoon outdoor scrimmage. The entire squad of over 20 players changed into indoor flat-soled training shoes and entered the futuristic venue. At the center of the floor stood a massive black mesh iron cage. 14 meters long, 14 meters wide. The 4 walls were assembled from 72 custom wall panels embedded with LED indicators. 2 pitch-black automatic ball launchers were mounted on each wall. 8 gun barrels in total, all aimed at the central circle of the cage. Sun Yang stood at the edge of the crowd, sizing up the iron box. During his time at Arsenal's youth academy, he had heard about this device called the Fbonot, rumored to cost several million euros, with only a handful of elite clubs across Europe equipped with the system. Haaland stood beside Sun Yang with his hands on his hips, rolling his eyes. Buddy, I bet you this piece of junk is an anti-human invention. Being inside it feels like getting mowed down by a machine gun. A big guy like me can barely turn around in there. If you've never tried it, make sure to protect your face when you go in. Those machines spit out balls faster than Berkey throws his water bottle when he's angry. Terzic walked up to the cage's control console, holding a tablet. He plugged in a data cable, entered the password, and activated the device. With a low hum of the motors starting, all 8 ball launchers lit up red, and the sound of conveyor belts echoed through the empty indoor venue. Gentlemen, perk up. 15-minute sessions. This thing can replace the passing work of 16 first-team coaches. Who wants to warm up first? Terzic raised the tablet and shouted. Reyes flexed his ankle, pushed open the mesh door, and stepped into the red circle at the center of the field. He was a regular user of this setup. Terzic swiped a few times on the tablet and pressed the start button. Beep. A sharp electronic tone rang out. A wall panel directly ahead flashed a blinding white light, and the next second a ball shot out from the launcher on the wall at over 100 kilometers per hour. It came at knee height with heavy backspin. Reyes reacted instantly. He half-turned to meet the ball, gently cushioned it with the inside of his right foot, and brought the cannonball-like pass to a stop less than half a meter in front of him. At the same time, another wall panel behind and to his side lit up green. Without even turning his head, Reyes relied on his muscle memory of the space, pushed the ball with his right foot, and it struck the center of the green-lit panel with precision. The scoreboard flipped, adding a point. Before Reyes could catch his breath, the launcher on the right fired again. This time it was a high ball at chest height. Receive, turn, locate the green target, release. The entire process was fluid and seamless. Inside the cage, Reyes was like a precise gear in a clock, methodically handling the tricky balls coming from all directions. His top-tier ball sense, honed through years of grinding in the top 5 leagues, was on full display. After 15 minutes, the signal ended. Reyes wiped his sweat and walked out of the cage. Terzic looked at the data on the tablet and announced loudly, "Marco, average reaction plus release time 1. 4 seconds. 3 errors. Not bad. Who's next?" Haaland trudged in with a grimace. The machine started again. Facing the rapidly incoming balls, Haaland's massive frame appeared extremely clumsy. His first touch was too rigid, the ball bounced off his instep and flew 2 meters away. By the time he stretched his long legs to chase it down, the green light had already gone out. For several consecutive balls, Haaland looked like a clumsy bear trapped in a cage, toyed with by the balls shooting from every direction. He waved his fists in frustration, drawing a burst of laughter from his teammates watching outside. Favre stood near the control console, holding a stack of reports. These were the youth training evaluation files of Sun Yan from his Arsenal days, which Favre had specifically asked his assistant to retrieve that morning. "Eden." Favre lowered his voice, calling Terzic over. "Arsenal's scouting report says Sun has strong tactical awareness, but rough static technique. Especially his ability to handle the ball in tight spaces under high press is extremely poor. His slim physique makes him very afraid of pressure." Terzic nodded. "That's normal, Mr. Favre. A 19-year-old can hardly excel in all aspects. His long passes and free kicks on the outdoor pitch are already impressive enough. But this Bonot device tests extreme neural reaction and first touch. If the fundamentals aren't solid, it will expose all weaknesses." Favre's gaze shifted to Sun Yang and the crowd. "We're playing Cologne this weekend. They'll definitely deploy heavy midfield pressure to neutralize Sun. I need to know his limits when he's man-marked with no passing space. Let him go in. Set the difficulty to the standard level for a professional league starter." Terzic understood and beckoned to Sun Yang. "Sun, your turn." The teammates automatically parted to make way. Everyone wanted to see what data the young Chinese talent, who had dominated free kicks that morning, would produce in the fundamental test. Sun Yang pushed open the iron door, stepped into the cage, and stood in the center circle. The space felt even more cramped than it had looked from outside. The high walls imposed a strong psychological pressure. The air smelled of burnt rubber from the conveyor belts. Terzic pressed the start button. Beep. The electronic tone had barely faded when the right wall panel lit up. A ball launcher emitted a deep, muffled roar. The ball shot out like a bullet from a barrel, heading straight for Sun Yang's abdomen. Too fast. Sun Yang had not anticipated the ball's speed to be even more terrifying than what he had witnessed from the sidelines. The command from his brain had barely reached his nerve endings when the ball was already upon him. Instinctively, he used his thigh to block it. Because his body was too stiff, his thigh muscles were tense. The ball struck his leg with a thud and ricocheted off the mesh wall 2 meters away. A clumsy first touch error. Then the second ball came from behind. Sun Yang turned hastily to receive it. His feet got tangled, and his right foot slipped on the rubber floor. Though he barely managed to touch the ball with his toe, the trajectory was completely off, missing the green-lit wall panel entirely. 3 consecutive failures to control the ball. Murmurs of discussion arose from outside the cage. Haaland clung to the mesh and shouted loudly, "Bro, don't tense up. This machine is a freak. Don't use brute force to block. Relax your body." Reyes also frowned. This kind of first touch was indeed quite poor. It didn't match his incredible long passing ability at all. At the control console, Terzic shook his head, making notes on the tablet. "Mr. Favre, it seems Arsenal's report was accurate. His first touch technique is very amateur. He has no idea how to use his body's joints to absorb the ball's impact. If Cologne deploys 2 defensive midfielders to double-team him in midfield, as long as his passing lanes are cut off, he won't even be able to hold the ball." Fafu remained silent, quietly gazing at the figure within the cage. At that moment, Sun Yang stood in the circle, gasping for breath. A sheen of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. The rhythm programmed into the machine was relentlessly fast, offering him no pause to think. The 4th ball was about to be launched. Sun Yang closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. He emptied his mind of all chaotic thoughts and pushed aside every standard ball control technique drilled into him at the youth academy. He recalled the beatings his father forced upon him since childhood, the scorn from foreign scouts during his Arsenal trial, who mocked his fragile bones. Since conventional techniques would not suffice, then he would rely on pure instinct. Beep. The serving machine directly ahead flashed red. A low-driven shot hurtling at 120 kilometers per hour came roaring toward him. Sun Yang did not lunge forward as a typical player would. Instead, his body folded sharply backward against all conventional logic, his lumbar spine arching into an extraordinarily exaggerated curve. His left leg swept through the air like a boneless serpent knee turned outward. In that precise instant, the ball met the inside of his foot. Sun Yang's ankle retreated 10 centimeters following the ball's rolling direction. That 10-centimeter withdrawal acted like a sponge, absorbing and neutralizing the full force of the 120-kilometer strike. The ball came to a dead stop beneath his foot, not bouncing a single millimeter. The moment control was complete. Sun Yang's peripheral vision caught the green light flickering ahead to his left. Blessed with 99 passing attribute, his divine touch worked passively, even indoors. He needed no adjustment whatsoever, did not even straighten his waist, and his right foot swept forward in one fluid motion. The ball struck the target wall with pinpoint accuracy. The scoreboard flipped, adding 1 point. Silence fell outside the cage for half a second. Hummels stared with wide eyes and instinctively stepped forward. As a top-class center back, he understood perfectly how extraordinarily difficult that move had been. What kind of movement was that? Flexibility gymnastics. Who controls a high-speed ground ball by arching backward like that? Before anyone could speak, the machine's mechanism triggered. Because the previous reception had been so swift, the fifth ball followed immediately. It was a wildly irregular half-height delivery. With violent side spin, it drove straight towards Sun Yang's chest. He did not even look. His ancient great macaque kung fu had been fully awakened. Without warning, his entire body leapt into the air. Mid-flight, he torqued his torso a full 180 degrees. With his back to the incoming ball, his right foot rose high, and with his heel, he deftly nudged the underside of the ball. The rapidly spinning ball's trajectory was instantly redirected by that delicate force. It never touched the ground, instead arcing over Sun Yang's head and obediently dropping at his feet after he had turned. The green light flashed. A casual touch with the outside of his right foot. Bang. Once again striking the target precisely. Holy shit. Several young players promoted from the youth team outside could not help but curse. Fafu-er's hand clenched the iron railing beside him violently. Terzic, standing before the control console, forgot to glance at the screen and stared unblinkingly into the cage. For the next 10 minutes, the entire atmosphere inside the cage transformed completely. Sun Yang was utterly immersed in this ultra-rapid reaction test. The high-pressure environment of sound, light, and electricity forced out the most terrifying potential buried within his body. He no longer resembled a professional footballer. He looked more like a Peking opera warrior performing acrobatic dances upon a stage. Facing a 130-kilometer-per-hour explosive drive, he could split his legs and cushion the ball beneath his crotch. Confronted with a bouncing ball at waist height, he used his knees to flick it upward, touching it 3 consecutive times in midair before threading it directly into the green frame. Once with his back to the target, he dragged the ball beneath his sole and executed a stationary 360-degree Marseille, turn to release it. Every move was utterly outrageous. Every single motion defied every textbook principle of biomechanics. Yet each time he touched the ball, it seemed to grow, eyes perfectly tamed by his will, and struck the green-lit zone with absolute precision. Not a sound came from outside the wire mesh. Only the machine's dull, rhythmic spitting of balls and the crisp crack of leather striking the wall panels. Haaland's mouth hung open wide enough to swallow a football. He scratched his golden hair and turned to Reyes. Marco, tell me honestly, is this iron box malfunctioning? How could he possibly know where the green light is behind him without turning around? Reyes swallowed hard, his gaze locked onto Sun Yang's feet. No, the machine is fine. This kid's ball sense is inhuman. His flexibility allows him to release the ball from any posture requiring zero preparation movement. I would say this is Chinese Kung Fu. 10 seconds remaining. The machine went into frenzied operation, 3 serving units spitting out balls in rapid succession within an extremely narrow time window. Sun Yang attacked from both sides. A left-footed instep push, a right-footed driven strike. When the final ball flew toward the dead corner, he dropped to the ground and executed a gloriously extended sliding tackle, guiding the ball precisely into the last green-lit frame. Beep. The shrill alarm blared. 15 minutes of devil training concluded. The lights in the cage returned to normal. Sun Yang rose from the ground and brushed the dust from his trousers. His chest heaved violently from overexertion, sweat dripping from his chin onto the rubber flooring. But he felt incredible. This was far more entertaining than jogging laps outdoors. He pushed open the iron door and stepped out. Teammates lining the corridor spontaneously parted, clearing a pathway over a meter wide. No one spoke. Every pair of eyes regarded him as though he were some alien creature draped in human skin. Haaland rushed forward and threw an arm around Sun Yang's shoulders. Brother, you must have trained in Chinese Kung Fu. That bicycle kick control you just executed was absolutely bloody brilliant. Teach me. Meanwhile, Terzic stared down at the final statistical report on his tablet. His hands were trembling. He refreshed the page 3 times in succession, confirming the system had registered no errors. Fafuer approached and leaned eagerly toward the screen. Ball control accuracy 97%. Target hit rate 98%. Average reaction to release time 0.8 seconds. 0.8 seconds. Since the cage had been commissioned, Borussia Dortmund's internal record stood at 0.95 seconds, set by Mario Götze. Sun Yang had not merely broken that record, he had brutally shattered human reaction limits by another 0.15 seconds. Even more terrifying was the fact that his touches were wildly unconventional, meaning defenders could never read his intentions through body language to anticipate where he would play the ball next. Fafuer's mind began racing. Arsenal's scouting report was an absolute joke. Possessing the ability to extract the ball from the most claustrophobic spaces combined with that heavenly half-field diagonal pass and that grotesquely curved free kick. Deploy this lad in midfield, and he would become a nuclear weapon capable of detonating any opponent's defensive line at a moment's notice. The next morning, in the tactical meeting room of Borussia Dortmund's first team, the projector displayed Cologne's match footage on the whiteboard. Favre pointed a laser pen at the red defensive line on the screen. Cologne's away strategy this season is clear. They will deploy 5 defenders and 4 midfielders. 9 men packed into the area from the top of the box to the goal line. The image froze. Cologne's 2 lines were compressed tightly, the center impenetrable. Favre looked toward Haaland, Reyes, Sancho, and Brandt seated in the front row. Forcing through the middle is not the smartest approach. If our wingers only charge to the byline and cross, the goalkeeper will be comfortable. Haaland leaned back in his chair, stretching his long legs out. Coach, comfortable for the keeper, not for me. I don't mind if someone bangs the ball onto my head. A few laughs rippled through the room. Reyes glanced at him. Erling, that's assuming the ball reaches your head. Cologne won't let you stand there and eat a buffet. Haaland shrugged. So we need a chef. His gaze fell on Sun Yang. Sun Yang didn't respond, just lowered his head and twirled a pen. But in his mind an image had already formed. 5 defenders. 9 men crammed into the box. Then we pry them out of their shell. Favre turned off the projector, walked to the tactical board, and picked up red and yellow magnetic markers. Today's training focus is not simply wide crosses. He arranged several yellow magnets into a front 4. First, early crosses. Second, short passing penetration through the half spaces. Third, large switches to the weak side. Fourth, second balls outside the box and cutbacks. Terzic added from the side. Attacking from multiple points. We want them to guess where the ball is coming from. Favre nodded. Son, today you start as right midfielder. Marco in the center, Sancho on the left, Brandt and Thorgan alternating in the half spaces. He pushed the number 9 magnet to the center of the box. Erling pressed the center backs. Götze, you'll come on with the reserve team later, specifically to pick up second balls in the area just outside the box. Götze, sitting in the back, raised his hand with a smile. All right, I'll pick up the scraps. You youngsters heat up the pitch first. Reyes turned his head and glanced at Sun Yang. The right wing is yours, but don't just look for Erling. Dortmund doesn't play in a straight line. Sun Yang looked up. Don't worry, captain. Whoever makes the run, I'll put it there. Haaland immediately sat up straight. Then I'll keep making runs. Sancho burst out laughing. Bro, that's not called making runs, that's called hogging the spotlight. The atmosphere in the room was light and cheerful, but everyone knew. Favre was testing this new blade, Sun Yang, in the fire of Dortmund's real attacking system. 20 minutes later. Outdoor training pitch number 1. Overcast, light breeze. The turf still held the morning moisture. Terzic handed out training bibs. Sun Yang received the yellow first team bib and pulled it over his jersey. The yellow team's front line was Sancho, Reyes, Haaland, Thorgan, Hazard, and Brandt. Behind them stood Witzel and Piszczek. The red team was tasked with defending. Hummels led the line with Akanji, Schultz, Delaney, and Götze inside. The goalkeeper was veteran Swiss keeper Hitz. Before Favre blew the whistle, he called out specifically, red team, defend like Cologne. 5 at the back for midfielders, prioritize protecting the box. Yellow team, don't just attack 1 point. Stretch the width and depth fully. Hummels clapped his hands. Hear that? Don't let this kid have an easy touch. Schultz, you man mark, son. I'll cover behind. Schultz nodded. I'll show him that the Bundesliga wing isn't so easy. Sun Yang heard it, lowered his head, and stepped on the ball. He smiled. Not easy. That's what makes it interesting. The whistle blew. The training pace was fast. The red team dropped deep, the box packed with bodies. The yellow team didn't rush to charge in. Witzel received the ball in the holding midfield position and first played a horizontal pass to Piszczek. The Polish veteran wasted no time, sending a driven ground ball to Sun Yang on the right. Schultz immediately pressed up. Sun Yang backed to goal, pinned the ball with his left foot, and gave a slight feint with his right shoulder. Just as Schultz lunged for the ball, Sun Yang flicked it with the outside of his right foot. The ball sailed over Schultz's shin and landed behind him. Sun Yang turned, accelerated, and slipped past along the inside of the touchline. Hummels immediately moved to cover. Sun Yang didn't force the breakthrough. Instead, he cut the ball back with his right foot and played it to the overlapping Piszczek. Piszczek met the ball without breaking stride, slotting it directly into the half space. Brandt received the ball between 2 defenders, stepped on it, and nudged it to Reyes. Reyes back to goal, didn't wait for Delaney to close in. He flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball returned to Sun Yang's feet. for quick short passes in the attacking third. The rhythm hammered against the red team's defensive line like drum beats. Haaland raised his hand in the center of the box. I'm here. Guys, I'm really tall. Akanji couldn't help cursing. You don't have to tell us, we can see it. Sun Yang looked up. In his field of vision, Haaland attacked the near post between the center backs, while Sancho diagonally ran to the far post. Thorgan Hazard lurked at the edge of the box ready to collect a cutback. This was elite attacking football, not a single line. A web. Sun Yang struck the lower side of the ball with the inside of his right foot. Thud. The ball soared into the air. It didn't travel in a straight line. Instead, it carried a fierce inward curve, drawing an exaggerated C-shape in the sky. Hummels judged the first landing point and stepped forward. But the ball didn't head for Haaland's position. It curved around the near post and bent toward the far post. Sancho emerged from behind. Schultz met the dropping ball and volleyed it first time. Hitz reacted quickly, diving to parry it away. But the ball didn't travel far. Thorgan Hazard followed up for the rebound, driving the ball toward the near post with his right foot. Goal. A chorus of whistles rang out from the sidelines. Sancho pointed at Sun Yang. Beautiful. I thought you only cooked for that Norwegian giant. Haaland was displeased. Jaden, don't steal my chef. Sun Yang spread his hands. I just serve the dishes. Whoever runs fast gets to eat. Reyes walked over and lightly patted his shoulder. That's the idea. Make them afraid to focus on just one man. Favre stood on the sidelines, jotting down a few words in his notebook. Early crosses. Weak side far post. Second balls. He looked up and called out again. Red team, drop your wide midfielder back to make it harder for them to whip the ball from the right. The second round began. The red team shifted their focus to Sun Yang's side. Schultz stuck tight. Delaney moved across to cover, and Akanji also pushed out. Three men formed a gate sealing off the right flank. Sun Yang didn't try to dribble through. He played the ball back to Witsel. Witsel had already scanned the entire field before controlling the ball, and he launched a long diagonal switch to Sancho on the left. The ball traveled across half the training pitch. Sancho chested it down, then stepped over it twice in quick succession, shaking off the defender covering Piszczek. Come on, don't just watch, son. Sancho drove into the left half space. Akanji was forced to tuck in. Sancho didn't get greedy, he played a cutback. Brandt received the ball near the top of the box. He shifted his body, feigned a shot, and slipped a pass to Reyes on the right side of the box. Reyes, without stopping, swept the ball across the goal mouth. Haaland had arrived. Thump. He bundled the ball into the net with his knee. Hitz stood on the goal line, utterly bewildered. This time it wasn't that kid who passed it. Can you all stop coming at me? Haaland charged into the goal, scooped up the ball, and laughed heartily. The Dortmund buffet is open, Marvin. You're just the cashier. Hitz angrily slapped his gloves on the ground. I'm collecting a fright fee. Terzic on the sidelines shook his head with a smile. This sequence was good. Right side attracts, switch to the left, cutback, near post finish. It can work in a match. But Favre wasn't satisfied. He blew his whistle. Continue. Defenders join in too. Mats Manuel, you red team, don't just sit back. Yellow team counter-press immediately after losing the ball. If you can't win it back within 3 seconds, drop back. With that, the tone of the session changed. It was no longer a simple attack versus defense drill. It felt more like a real match. Third round, Sun Yang received the ball on the right. This time Schultz didn't bite on the feint. He just blocked the inside channel. Sun Yang poked the ball with his toes, slipping it into Reyes in the half space. Reyes turned, but Delaney closed him down. The ball was poked away. Red team counterattacked. Götze collected the second ball and didn't rush forward. He looked up, then deftly distributed the ball to the overlapping Hummels. Hummels advanced with the ball, his pace unhurried, but his presence imposing. See lads, even center backs can play the organizer. He fired a long diagonal pass to Akanji, sprinting up the right. Akanji picked up speed like a truck merging onto the highway. The yellow team's defense was forced to retreat. Witsel directed his teammates. Don't overcommit. Block the passing lanes, force him wide. Sun Yang tracked back from the front, cutting directly to the inside of Akanji. Just as Akanji was about to cross, Sun Yang's toe intercepted the ball. It rolled out for a throw-in. Akanji, panting, turned his head to look at him. Weren't you just in the right forward area? How did you get back here? Sun Yang patted his chest. I'm not just a delivery guy. I do defense too. Hummels laughed and cursed from behind. Well said, youngster. Welcome to the Bundesliga. Even attacking talents have to track back. Favre nodded in satisfaction. This was what he wanted to see. Sun Yang could create surprises, but not outside the system. Borussia Dortmund is not a street performance troupe. They are a Bundesliga giant. Fast, ruthless, and disciplined. Fourth round. The yellow team reorganizes. Piszczek advances down the right flank, while Sun Yang cuts inside toward the center. The movement immediately drags Schultz out of position. The right touchline opens up. Piszczek makes a forward run to receive, and Witsel delivers the ball to his feet. The veteran looks up and curls in a low-driven cross, sweeping it toward the penalty spot. Haaland feints a run forward, drawing Hummels away. Reyes bursts in from the second line and slots a shot. Hitz finally gets a hand on it this time. He pins the ball beneath him and shouts at his teammates. Thank you all for finally giving me something I could save. Reese can't help but laugh. Marwin, don't worry. There's more to come. Hitz feels his scalp tingling. Half an hour later. The training ground is in full swing. The yellow team's frontline players take turns testing shots. Sancho drives forward with the ball on the left using consecutive changes of direction to completely destabilize the defender's balance. Brandt delivers a through ball from the half space, threading it between the two center backs. Hazard Jr. receives a cutback at the edge of the penalty area and curls a shot that clips the outside of the post. Götze comes off the bench to join the yellow team, specifically patrolling the top of the penalty arc. He's not fast, but he always manages to arrive at the second ball before anyone else. In one scramble, Götze controls the ball, but instead of shooting, he gently lays it off. Son Heung follows up with a low-driven shot. The ball schemes across the grass toward the far corner, only to be blocked by Hitz's legs. Hitz scrambles up and points at Götze. Mario, how could you help him too? Götze shrugs with a smile. I just think the young man needs some encouragement. Haaland adds salt to the wound beside him. That's encouragement. That's handing him a knife. Son Heung watches these teammates, feeling warmth bloom in his chest. This isn't youth team football. No one is hiding the ball. No one is deliberately freezing him out just because he's new. As long as he makes the right run, as long as he can deliver the ball into dangerous areas. These established stars are willing to play the game for real with him. This feeling, it's enough to make his scalp tingle. Favre blows the whistle again. Hold on. Everyone stops for water. Favre walks to the sideline, pointing at the tactical board. Cologne aren't fools. If we keep creating threats from crosses on the flanks, they'll drop their wingers back, maybe even push the center backs higher. He points to the center. That's when space opens up at the top of the penalty area. Son, you come into the middle. Marco and Brandt will set screens for you. Akanji holds the back post, Jadon maintains width, and Erling camps in front of goal. Haaland immediately raises his hand. I like this arrangement. Reyes takes a sip of water. You like any setup that puts you in front of goal? Haaland nods seriously. Of course. It's a striker's professional dignity. Berkey comes onto the pitch. The first-choice goalkeeper walks into goal and stretches his gloves. I've listened to Marwin complain for half an hour. Now let me see how ruthless you really are. Hitz stands at the sideline, relishing the moment. Roman, good luck. Really? Berkey turns to look at him. That face of yours doesn't look like a blessing. The red team sets up a 5-man wall at the top of the penalty area. Hummels directs the positioning. Don't give him the laces. Delaney, you press on the first move. Akanji watch Haaland's blind side. Training resumes. A tactical corner is delivered. Sancho receives the ball on the left flank and, facing the double team, doesn't force his way through. He plays it back to Brandt. Brandt clips a diagonal pass toward Reyes on the right side of the box. Reyes, with his back to goal, flicks it with his heel. The ball rolls toward the center. Son Heung moves on to it. Delaney has already rushed forward. The angle is narrow. Time is short. Son Heung plants his left foot into the turf and swings his right leg. Body goal, skill activated. He doesn't take a touch. His right foot's laces connect squarely with the center of the ball. Boom. A deafening, muffled explosion of sound. It sounds less like kicking a football and more like striking a heavy bag. The ball transforms into a streak of white light racing along the ground at breakneck speed. Delaney stretches out a leg to block. He doesn't even touch the leather. Hummels instinctively turns, but the ball has already whistled past his leg. Goalkeeper Berkey's vision is blocked by the crowd ahead. By the time he sees the ball flying out, it's already slammed into the net with brutal force. Swish. The net billows backward from the impact. The tremendous force rattles the iron fence behind the goal. Berkey crouches on the goal line silent for 2 full seconds. Then he strips off his gloves and roars toward the sideline. What the hell? This is training, not an artillery exercise. Laughter erupts from the bench. Hitz laughs the loudest. What did I tell you? Roman, welcome to the victims' union. Berkey shoots him a glare. Shut up. You didn't save it either. Terzic glances at the speed gun, barely suppressing a grin. 136 kilometers per hour. Favre, if this were a match, the keeper would struggle to catch it with his hands. Favre doesn't speak immediately. He stares at Son Heung, then turns to look at Reyes and Brandt. Again, don't just feed Son the shot. I want to see other options. Second attack. Son Heung receives the ball at the top of the arc, and every red team defender crowds toward him. He doesn't shoot. He feints right, then slips a pass to Sancho on the left. Sancho does a step over to burst into the box, drawing Akanji out of position, then cuts it back. Haaland lets it run through at the near post. Hazard Jr. taps it in at the back post. Berkey dives this time, pushing it wide for a corner. He scrambles up and shouts at the defense. Now that's football. That last shot was sheer nonsense. Son Heung hears this and grins. He loves passing, but he loves the sound of the net rippling from a thunderbolt even more. Favre tosses the ball to Terzic. Switch to set pieces. The free kick position is set outside the left side of the penalty area at a 25-degree angle. Berkey's expression changes. Again, Hitz shouts from the sideline, Roman, don't be afraid. At worst, it's just psychological trauma. Berkey curses in German and begins organizing the wall. 6 in the wall. Move. Delaney, you cover the outer edge. Mats, you're the tallest. Don't hide. Hummels leads the line. He reminds his teammates quietly. Boys, protect your important bits. This ball isn't going to be gentle. Akanji sighs. Mats, can you say something reassuring for once? Hummels watches Son Heung place the ball. I've been holding back. Son Heung levels the ball, pressing down the grass around it. He steps back 5 paces. Deep breath. This is muscle memory earned from enduring countless beatings from Beckham in his dreams. The whistle blows. Sun Yang begins his run-up. 3 short steps, then 1 long stride to open up. His body leans left, his right foot's inside sweeps broadly across the lower half of the ball. The ball lifts off. Hummels and Delaney jump simultaneously. Over. Hummels shouts midair. The ball soars half a body height above the wall, arcing toward the back of the goal. Berkey starts to relax for a moment. The next instant the ball begins its descent at its highest point. It doesn't drift. Instead, with heavy spin it drills into the top right corner. Berkey pushes off trying to make the save, but the ball has already crashed into the net off the inside of the post. Clang. The sound is crisp enough to make teeth ache. Berkey freezes halfway through his dive rooted to the spot. The pitch falls silent for 2 seconds. Then Haaland bursts out laughing first. He charges over and tackles Sun Yang to the grass. Beautiful. Play like this on the weekend. Feed me a couple first, then smash one like that into Colin's keeper. Sancho runs over and tries to pull Haaland off. Get off him first, Erling. He still has to pass to others. Brandt crouches beside Sun Yang studying him. Seriously, that curve is ridiculous. The keeper thought the ball was gone. Then it curved back on its own. Hazard Jr. nods. In a match I'll take the back post. As long as their keeper doesn't dare come out, the back post is mine. Götze strolls over, leisurely patting Sun Yang's shoulder. Young man, don't just focus on shooting. Your most terrifying quality right now is that you make everyone dangerous. Sun Yang sits up from the grass, wiping sweat from his face. Mario, I understand. He pauses, then glances toward Berkey in goal. But occasionally taking a crack at it myself is pretty satisfying too. Berkey hears this and hurls his gloves into the goal. I'm filing a workers' compensation claim. And after training today, who's buying me coffee? Hummels raises his hand. Make Sun buy. He's the one who battered you the worst today. Sun Yang stands up, brushing grass off his clothes. No problem. Coffee's on me. Haaland throws an arm around his shoulder. Then I want one too. Sancho immediately chimes in. You've already swallowed 3 goals and you want coffee. Bro, leave some for others. Haaland thinks for a moment. Then I'll have 2 cups. The group dissolves into laughter. Farr stands at the sideline, but he doesn't laugh for long. He closes his notebook and looks out at the players on the pitch. This is the Borussia Dortmund he wants. With Sancho's explosive dribbling. With Reyes' tempo control. With Brandt and Götze's creative spark from the half spaces. With Hazard's instinct for the back post. With Haaland's finishing in the box. And with Sun Yang, this freshly unsheathed blade. Capable of passing, of shifting play, of slicing through defenses. And also capable of detonating every tactical question with a thunderous strike from outside the box. Favre turns to Terzic. Cut together the clips from today's attacking patterns. Early cross from the right, weak side switch, second ball at the arc, set pieces. We use all of it against Köln this weekend. Terzic nods. Understood. If Köln only mark Haaland, they'll be torn apart by the others. If they rush Sun Yang, even more space opens up. On the training ground, Sun Yang picks up another ball. He plants it at his feet and looks up at the distant goal. Passing lets his teammates win glory. But the sound of the ball hitting the net, even more addictive. This weekend, Köln had better pack the penalty area, because he's already itching for it. The training ground buzzes with energy as Sun Yang lines up another set piece. His teammates watch with a mixture of anticipation and respect, knowing the thunderbolt could come at any moment. The coach's strategic adjustments have transformed the practice into a tactical showcase, each run and pass drawing appreciative murmurs from the bench. Sun Yang rolls the ball thoughtfully, weighing his next move. The afternoon sun casts long shadows across the pitch as he prepares to strike. His foot hovers over the ball, muscles coiled with potential energy, while his mind replays the sensation of that perfect free kick curve. He's ready for whatever comes next. Bundesliga Round 19. The press conference hall at Signal Iduna Park was packed with reporters from around the world. In front of the cameras, Cologne head coach Baumgart adjusted his tie, his expression carrying the stubborn pride typical of German coaches. A reporter from Kicker pushed the microphone forward. Mr. Baumgart, the 19-year-old Asian prodigy Sun Yang of Borussia Dortmund, was astonishing in the last match. Many media outlets believe he could become Dortmund's new midfield engine. Does Cologne have any specific defensive arrangements for him in today's tactical system? Baumgart sneered, leaning forward toward the microphone. A flash of brilliance, that's all. The Bundesliga is full of youngsters who suddenly explode for a match or two. You've built up this teenager who's only played 40 minutes of professional football far too highly. I will assign a dedicated marker, and Cologne's defense will completely freeze this Asian kid. He won't even have the chance to receive the ball comfortably. Rapid keyboard clatter erupted from the press area. Baumgart's words were brazen enough to be the headline story the media craved. But just 15 minutes later, inside the Cologne away dressing room, the door was locked. Baumgart's arrogance was completely gone, replaced by agitation. He kicked the base of the tactical board, dragging it to the center of the room. The screen above was looping footage of Sun Yang's over-the-top through pass from the previous match. See that clearly? Baumgart barked, pointing at the screen. You idiots, if you actually believed what I said outside, we'd be rolling back to Cologne with 3 or 4 goals against us today. Cologne captain and defensive stalwart Hector sat on the long bench, wiping sweat from his hands with a towel. Coach, we've watched his footage. His passing lanes are bizarre, impossible to predict or intercept. Then don't try to anticipate his passes. Baumgart strode over, slamming both hands heavily onto Hector's shoulders, then turning to glare at the other two center-backs, Chichos and Bornel. Listen, the tactic is simple. Dortmund's entire attacking linkage right now depends on this Asian kid called Son. As soon as he gets the ball, don't worry about where it goes. Just bring him down. Baumgart quickly walked back to the screen, using a tactical marker to draw a large red circle around Sun Yang's raised left hand. As soon as that 19-year-old lifts his left hand, stick to him immediately. At any cost, take him down with the ball. Even if you get a yellow card in the first 5 minutes, kick him so hard he dares not reach out for the ball again. This is professional football. Apply the pressure, and when the kid feels the pain, his courage will break. Hector stood up, flexing his thick thigh muscles, a grin spreading across his face. Understood, coach. I'll show him just how physical Cologne football can be. Meanwhile, in the Westfalen Stadium home locker room, Favre stood beside the Borussia Dortmund crest carpet, holding a fitness report. He looked up at Sun Yang sitting in front of the lockers. Son, those Cologne boys will never let you play as comfortably as in training. When a relegation-battling Bundesliga side faces a technical midfielder, their first instinct is to go physical. Favre walked over to Sun Yang and tapped the locker door beside him. I've reviewed your fitness test results. You've barely cleared the professional standard, but keeping up with these beasts for 90 minutes across the pitch is still a long way off. Sun Yang looked up, adjusting the shin guards on his legs. Coach, what do you need from me? Should I conserve half my energy for defending? No. Favre waved his hand decisively, quite the opposite. I don't want you to conserve energy. Your task is to push the entire engine to maximum RPM. Favre turned to address the whole team. Cologne will certainly look to drag this into a muddy battle, using fouls to shred our rhythm. Today we play 4-2-3-1. Erling leads the line, Jadon cuts inside from the left, Marco, you provide support in the right half space. He turned his gaze back, locking on to Sun Yang. Sun, you roam between the attacking midfield and the holding midfield. I'm giving you free rein. Both sides of the central and attacking third are your territory. When you receive the ball, accelerate and distribute immediately, without hesitation. If you're double-teamed, don't try to hold it off. Play it out and make your run. If an open channel appears just outside the box, the one we practiced this week, take a shot without second-guessing. Sun Yang tightened his bootlaces, rose to his feet, and stomped the studs, clicking sharply against the rubber flooring of the locker room. Pour every ounce of energy you have into the first half. Leave nothing in reserve. Favre's voice cut through the locker room din. In these 45 minutes, break them mentally. Run those loggers until they collapse. When your tanks are empty, I'll sub you off for ice and rest. Hearing this, Haaland beside him was fired up, throwing an arm around Sun Yang's neck. Did you hear that, brother? 45 minutes. If you dare hold back on your passes, I'll be the first to come after you. Feed me more crosses today. I need headers. Cologne's center backs move like wooden stakes. Sun Yang shoved off the Norwegian giant, grinning as he shook out his arms. Don't worry, Erling. I'm more concerned my passes will be too quick for those long legs of yours to catch up. Reyes walked over, clapping his hands. Right, lads, time to go out. Let these Cologne country bumpkins see what Dortmund possession football is all about. Thousands of miles away in China, the CCTV sports studio was brightly lit. After securing the official Bundesliga broadcasting rights, CCTV mobilized promotional efforts with impressive speed. Major domestic sports forums erupted with excitement. Dortmund matches had become the must-watch event for Chinese fans each week. The broadcast screen displayed both teams' starting lineups. Duan Xian adjusted his earpiece excitedly. Viewers, welcome to the 2019-2020 Bundesliga Round 19 clash between Borussia Dortmund and Cologne at home. I'm Duan Xian. Tao Wei picked up beside him. I'm Tao Wei. This match carries extraordinary significance for our Chinese fans. When we received the starting lineup, Duan Xian and I were both thrilled in the control room. Sun Yang, this 19-year-old with half Chinese blood in his veins, is making his first ever Bundesliga start for the powerhouse club Borussia Dortmund. The bullet comments on the streaming platform had become so dense they obscured the video feed. Holy crap. He started. He actually started. Favre is a legend. Daring to put a substitute who's only played one match directly into the starting 11. This is father-level treatment. Cologne is in trouble tonight. My Monkey King is marching into battle, leaving nothing alive. Don't get too excited too soon. Teams like Cologne play dirty. They're definitely going to target Sun Yang with cynical fouls. That's the real test for him. In the studio, Duan Xian studied the tactical board. Coach Tao Dortmund have set up a highly attacking formation today. Haaland leads as the sole striker with Sun Yang positioned just ahead in midfield. What do you think Favre's reasoning is? Tao Wei nodded in agreement. It's clear. He's handing complete control of the attacking build-up over to Sun Yang. Sun Yang's godlike vision in the last match stunned everyone. But the situation he faces today is completely different. Against Augsburg, Cologne played their substitutes due to poor fitness. Today, Cologne's players are fully fresh, and Baumgart has definitely set up a counter-tactic. It all comes down to whether Sun Yang's slight frame can withstand the brutal physical battles of the Bundesliga. Night view of Dortmund's home ground, the Westfalen Stadion. Looking down from high altitude over the city of Dortmund, The Ruhr River, the largest tributary of the Rhine, winds like a silver thread cutting through the rugged outline of this heavy industrial city. The undulating canopy of Westfalen Park gently embraces the colossal steel beast, the Westfalenstadion. The four stands rise like towering ring-shaped ridges, layer upon layer, cradling the central pitch within. There is no dome, but 11,000 black photovoltaic panels like the scales of a black dragon sternly cover the stands. The perspective plunges downward. Sweeping past the giant sponsor billboards on the periphery, through the fluttering team banners, it arrives inside the stadium that holds 80,000 souls. The fervent home fans, all clad in the yellow and black two-tone jerseys, wave their scarves in unison, as if at a festival, turning the arena into a boiling sea of colors. The gaze pierces through the carpet like turf and dives into the dim players' tunnel. The air is thick with the minty scent of deep muscle relief balm mingled with potent male hormones and the volatile smell of gunpowder ready to ignite. Before the graffiti on the walls that chronicle Dortmund's century of storms, the 22 starting players have formed two lines shoulder to shoulder with barely half a meter between them. The lens focuses on Sun Yang's left hand, which hangs naturally and sways slightly unconsciously. Perhaps it is his first entry into this renowned first hellish home ground in Europe. Beneath his calm exterior, his heart is pounding wildly. Cologne's captain Hector stands in the middle of the line. He does not look at Reyes, who is at the front. His gaze leaps over several men and locks directly onto Sun Yang behind Reyes. Hector's eyes trail downward and fix on Sun Yang's left hand. Sun Yang keenly senses this unfriendly stare. He turns his head and meets Hector's provocative glare. Cologne's center back Bornal mutters in a low voice in German beside Hector, "Captain, is this the kid? Soft-skinned and tender. Will he fall apart on the field with just a little contact?" Sun Yang, who grew up in England, understands every word of this German thanks to the system's multilingual language pack. He does not back down. Instead, he raises his left-hand palm, facing Hector, spreads his 5 fingers, and slowly curls them into a fist. Then he shrugs at the two Cologne butchers and flashes a provocative grin. "Come on, try me." Haaland at the back immediately notices the commotion ahead. The Norwegian giant, towering over 1.9 meters, steps sideways like a wall, blocking Sun Yang. "Listen, keep your eyes in check, buddy. If you dare touch a hair on him today, I swear I'll ram you into the medical station in the box." Hector grits his teeth and snorts, forcing his head back to the front. Reyes reaches out from the front, pats Haaland's broad, sturdy back, pulls the hot-tempered giant back into line, and then turns to look at Sun Yang. "Son, get used to it. The more they stare at you, the more they fear you inside." Sun Yang flexes his ankle, producing a crisp crack of joints. "Captain, I don't care about them." Reyes suddenly points at the ground. "Stand firm, feel it." Sun Yang is startled. The next second he feels it. The concrete floor beneath his feet is trembling. Not the roar of machinery, but a violent primal resonance like an earthquake. The shockwaves travel up through the customized steel studs of his boots, all the way into the muscles of his calves. "Feel it." Reyes lifts his head, his gaze fixed on the dazzling light at the end of the tunnel. "Welcome to Europe's top Devil's home ground. Here, don't think it's just 11 of us playing. We have 12 men fighting on the field. Every ball you kick, 80,000 people on site will roar with you." The sound wave outside the tunnel multiplies exponentially. The referee picks up the ball and leads the team toward the exit. Sun Yang follows behind Reyes, stepping forward. The moment he steps out of the shadow, dozens of floodlights above shine down, making him squint instinctively. Just as his vision clears, the first wave of overwhelming sound crashes against his eardrums. The entire Westfalenstadion is packed so tight that not even a needle could fit. There is not a single trace of any other color on the stands. A pure torrent of yellow and black rolls and roars in every direction. Especially the southern wall, the world-famous fanatic stronghold. 25,000 die-hard fans stand shoulder to shoulder. No seats, only the purest frenzy. These 25,000 become a giant human sound system, jumping and waving their arms in unison. Without any conductor, an ancient team anthem pierces the sky above the stadium. "You'll never walk alone. You will never walk alone." At first, it is a low, suppressed chest resonance, suffocatingly heavy. At the climax, the 25,000 tear their throats open, the sound waves reverberating and colliding under the photovoltaic roof. Sun Yang feels that under his feet is not turf, but a live volcano about to erupt. Even the air he inhales is scorchingly boiling. Blood rushes to his head, his body trembles with uncontrollable excitement, every pore dilates desperately. The on-site DJ, microphone in hand, roars near the sideline, with a voice nearly out of breath, to warm up the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, next up, the new brain of our midfield, the miracle boy from the east." Above the stadium, the giant screens encircling the field cut the ad simultaneously. Sun Yang's portrait, wearing the yellow and black jersey, eyes resolute, dominates the center of every screen. The DJ drags his final note, shouting into the microphone with all his might. Wearing the number 29 jersey, Sun Yang. The entire 80,000, like a well-drilled army, perfectly catch the DJ's cue. Sun. The extreme blast from 80,000 vocal cords simultaneously produces a sharp distortion from the stadium speakers. This is the treatment Dortmund gave him. A rookie who had only played for 40 minutes starting for the first time at home, receiving a welcome fit for a king. Sun Yang feels a slight sting in his nose, but deep inside the urge to destroy every opponent burns like wildfire, consuming him completely. He does not shy away like other newcomers. He strides to the center circle, turns to face the frenzied south stand, and raises both hands high above his head. Under the gaze of the entire stadium, his left hand and right hand clap together heavily. He responds to the 80,000 believers with his applause. At the very same instant of the clap, boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen brilliant yellow fireworks erupt from all around the stadium, bursting in the night sky of Westphalen. The ear-splitting chain of explosions mixed with thick smoke pushes the already boiling atmosphere to its true peak. It is a dual storm of sight and sound. Across the ocean in the broadcast room of CCTV Sports, Duan Xin's voice is completely hoarse, trembling with uncontrollable excitement. Dear audience, listen to this sound, look at these fireworks. Such a grand treatment, such an aura. This moment belongs to Sun Yang, and also to the pride of us Chinese fans. The live comments flood the screen like an avalanche, densely covering every frame. This is insane. The sound wave alone gives me goosebumps. This is the true core treatment of a big club. Those country bumpkins from Cologne are doomed today. Damn, so epic I got about a Sun Yang tonight. The perspective switches back to the fervent green pitch. Warm-up ends, handshake line completed. Sun Yang stands on the grass outside the center circle. Not far ahead, Haaland has one foot on the ball like a coiled leopard ready to spring. On the opposite half, Cologne's captain Hector and several defensive stalwarts have already lowered their center of gravity. Their eyes are not on the ball, they are all fixed on Sun Yang. The referee glances at his watch, puts the whistle to his lips, and blows hard. A long whistle cuts through the boiling air of the stadium. Haaland flicks his ankle, gently tapping the ball back. The ball rolls along the grass straight towards Sun Yang. Just a second before Sun Yang touches the ball, Hector charges at him like a completely uncontrollable bull with full brawn and relentless ferocity. With a crisp long whistle from the referee, Haaland dragged the ball backward with the inside of his right foot and strode at full pace into the open space upfield. The ball rolled along the turf directly towards Sun Yang. At the same moment, Cologne captain Hector, number 14, completely ignored the trajectory of the ball. His eyes locked on Sun Yang, his thick thighs tensed, and he charged forward at full speed with overwhelming ferocity. The order he had received in the locker room was clear on the very first challenge: break this Asian kid's bones. That violent acceleration kicked up a gust of wind, and it looked as though he would crush both Sun Yang and the ball to the ground. Sun Yang did not yield. Instead, he ran forward to meet the oncoming force. The moment his right foot touched the ball, the suppleness forged through years of Peking opera child training was fully displayed, a rhythm practiced countless times within the team's high-tech enclosed training pod. Engaging his core, he arched his upper body backward in an extreme dodge, while his feet deftly nudged the ball toward the right, where number 28 Wielding was making a forward run. Hector could not stop his momentum. He failed to even graze Sun Yang's jersey and slid straight past him, carving a long trail across the pitch. The Dortmund fans in the stands erupted into derisive laughter. On the sideline, Cologne manager Baumgart, enraged, barked at his players to defend. Sun Yang ignored the fallen Hector and immediately sprinted forward after playing the ball, driving straight into the heart of Cologne's half. Once Dortmund's attacking machine started, it operated with ruthless efficiency. Wielding received the ball on the move, and facing two closing Cologne midfielders, did not slow down. With a gentle push of the inside of his right foot, the ball slipped past the defender's toes and found number 19 Brandt ahead. Brandt held off the Cologne defensive midfielder with his back to goal, then executed a perfectly weighted through pass that split the defense and found the already positioned captain number 11 Reyes. Dortmund's attack flowed like water, a sequence of crisp one-touch passes. The Cologne thugs, intent on grinding opponents physically, were left chasing shadows, unable to close the distance for a single tackle. Reyes glanced up to assess the situation. He subtly played a layoff backward to number 7 Sancho, who was preparing to make a run down the left flank. Sancho drove toward the left edge of the penalty area. Cologne center back Borneau and left back Ishib finally found an opportunity for physical engagement. Flanking him left and right, they launched vicious challenges to close him down. It was an obvious attempt to block Sancho's passing lanes. Sancho, however, was no fool. He did not force his way through the gap. He stopped abruptly, turned, and deftly flicked the ball backward with his left heel toward the edge of the penalty arc. That was precisely the running channel Sun Yang had been making at full speed. Meanwhile, Hector, already infuriated by Dortmund's quick passing combination, was boiling over. Turning his head, he spotted Sun Yang receiving the ball, and the locker room command, "Do not let him take a shot," completely overrode his reason. He exploded from Sun Yang's side and rear at top speed, utterly disregarding the ball's position, dropping his right shoulder and launching himself directly into Sun Yang's fragile back. Sun Yang had already sensed the danger from his peripheral vision. He lifted the ball with his toes, sending it toward Haaland, who was making a run into the box. The instant the ball left his foot, the brutal force slammed into his back. A massive impact knocked Sun Yang off his feet. However, the damage reduction talent granted by the system activated. Sun Yang's body carried forward by the momentum, he expertly rolled across the turf 3 times to dissipate the remaining force. Aside from a slight numbness in his back, he was unharmed. The referee's whistle blew. Haaland, seeing the incident, went absolutely wild with rage. He abandoned any pursuit of the ball Sun Yang had delivered, spun around, and strided toward Hector. Grabbing the Cologne captain by the collar with both hands, he literally lifted him off the ground. "Is this football or rugby, you idiot?" Haaland spat his saliva, nearly reaching Hector's face. Dortmund players poured onto the pitch, surrounding Hector completely. Reyes shoved away Borneau, the Cologne defender who was trying to intervene, and pointed at the referee, shouting, "That was a retaliatory tackle with no regard for the ball. Where's the card?" The referee charged into the crowd, separated the players without hesitation, and directly produced a yellow card from his jersey pocket, raising it high toward Hector. The stands exploded with a deafening chorus of boos. In the CCTV studio, Duan Xin spoke with excitement. Only 1 minute into the match, and Hector has already picked up a yellow card for a malicious challenge. Cologne's strategy is crystal clear. They refuse to let Sun Yang receive the ball comfortably and organize attacks. However, this defending is too savage. It looks like they are trying to injure him. Tao Wei frowned deeply. Sun Yang is very smart. He executed a protective role after releasing the ball. Judging by the way he got up, he should not be injured. But this foul gives Dortmund an extremely dangerous free kick opportunity. Just outside the penalty area, slightly to the left. This is a highly lethal zone. On the pitch, Sun Yang brushed grass from his kit, rolled his ankles, and walked toward the white marks sprayed by the referee. Reyes carried the ball over, bent down, and placed it on the line. Leaning close to Sun Yang's ear, he whispered, "Those savages are marking me tightly. Give their goalkeeper a lesson." Sun Yang took a deep breath and nodded. Inside the Cologne penalty area, tension was at its peak. Goalkeeper Horn number 1 stood on the goal line, nervously clapping his gloves and shouting hoarsely at his wall. Tall players formed the front row. "Seal off the left side completely. Leave no gaps." After organizing the wall, Horn jogged to the right side of the goal and planted his feet. His eyes fixed on the 2 figures at the spot. One was the renowned Reyes, the other a young, inexperienced rookie. Horn bellowed at the defensive line, "Don't be fooled by that Asian kid. He's just a decoy. Keep your eyes locked on Marco's movement." Horn sneered inwardly. A rookie who had only played half a match. How could he possibly take the free kick over a star like Reyes? Just then, under the gaze of all 80,000 spectators, Sun Yang slowly straightened his body. He did not look at the ball. Instead, he raised his left hand and extended his index finger. To the astonishment of the Cologne players, that finger pointed arrogantly toward the absolute top left corner of the goal. The crowd was electrified by the gesture, and the stadium fell into an eerie silence, every spectator holding their breath in anticipation. Horn ground his teeth in fury. Internally, he cursed the arrogant young player for being such a showboating clown who loved to play to the crowd. Peep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the kick. Horn's eyes widened, his focus locked entirely on Reyes. But as Sun Yang began his run-up, Reyes stood with his hands on his hips, not even faking a single step. Horn's heart skipped a beat. Is this Asian kid really taking the shot? Sun Yang adopted an unconventional curved run-up. His final step planted his left foot heavily on the turf, half a meter to the left of the ball. His body leaned severely to the left, and his right foot using the inside of the instep, as the fulcrum generated upward force like a coiled spring, striking the lower middle section of the ball with devastating friction. Bang! The deep, crisp impact resonated through the stadium's microphone system. The ball rose into the air with intense inward spin. From Horn's perspective, the ball had clearly cleared the wall by a wide margin, appearing to be a mis-hit blast destined for the stands. He did not even jump immediately. But at the precise moment the ball crested its apex and passed over the wall, it traced an exaggerated, dramatic C-shaped curve in midair. With violent downward dip, it hammered brutally into the top left corner. The legendary Beckham banana kick reborn. Horn's scalp went numb. Roaring, he unleashed every ounce of power in his thigh muscles and launched himself into a full-stretch dive toward the upper left. His arm extended to its absolute limit, but his fingers grasped only empty air. Swish! The crisp sound of the ball rubbing against the net echoed loudly in the silent penalty area. Goal! Only 1 minute and 12 seconds into the match, Dortmund had taken the lead at home. For a split second, there was stunned silence. Then Westfalenstadion erupted. 80,000 fans roared in unison from the depths of their chests, unleashing a terrifying sound exceeding 120 decibels, like the shockwave of a jet taking off, striking the stadium's photovoltaic roof and causing the entire ground to tremble violently. The South Stand's most fanatic supporters descended into absolute ecstasy, as several ringleaders pulled a massive pre-prepared tifo unfurled from the top of the stand, like a magnificent waterfall cascading downward. In the image, Sun Yang, wearing the yellow and black number 29 jersey, his black hair whipping in the wind, stood like a god descending upon the pitch, pointing forward with his left hand in an imperious gesture. The bold German text at the bottom of the display stabbed into the eyes of every Cologne player: "Follow him and tear everything apart." The colossal tifo prepared by Westfalenstadion for Sun Yang. Goal! The ball whirled violently into the top left corner of the goal frame, sending up a cascade of white netting. Cologne goalkeeper Horn collapsed heavily onto the turf, lying motionless, drained of all strength, to even stand, his face etched with the bewilderment of humiliation. The referee decisively blew a short whistle to signal the goal. GOL. The stadium DJ, clutching a microphone at the sideline, roared hysterically, "The scorer is our number 29. Sun Yang." Sun Yang saw the curving banana shot nestle precisely into the net, excitement surging through his blood like fire. He sprinted straight toward the south stand. Reaching the high wall of pure yellow and black under the fervent gaze of 25,000 diehard fans, he launched himself with explosive force, arcing cleanly through the air, landing solidly to complete a front flip. This time he did not repeat the outrageous sequence of 9 consecutive front flips from the previous match. Just yesterday, after training, a small incident had occurred in the Borussia Dortmund locker room. The team's chief physician Schmidt, holding a thick stack of MRI reports, cornered Sun Yang by the physiotherapy bed. The old doctor's expression was extremely grave as he pointed at the sheets and issued a warning. "Your knee meniscus and ankle ligaments have just recovered from a severe injury. Their current strength cannot withstand the impact of such repeated acrobatic flips. If you dare pull that kind of inhuman multi-rotation stunt again during a match, if your foot slips or your force is uneven, you'll immediately suffer a devastating secondary injury. After scoring, just keep it simple and avoid the flashy tricks. Don't force the club to bench you for half a year." Sun Yang knew his barely adequate physical reserves still needed time to consolidate, so he wisely chose to play it safe. This body had to be used sparingly in the meat grinder of the Bundesliga. Just as he landed and steadied himself, a gust of wind swept up behind him. Haaland, electrified, charged up to Sun Yang. He bent down, wrapped his arms around Sun Yang's waist, and hoisted the younger teammate onto his broad shoulders. "My God, you insane kid." Haaland's booming voice completely drowned out the stadium noise. "I knew you'd put that damn curving free kick in training into the net. Did you secretly hide a GPS in your boots?" Sancho, captain Reyes Witzel, and many other Dortmund players swarmed over, encircling Sun Yang, tousling his black hair with abandon. Reyes laughed heartily, slinging an arm around Sun Yang's shoulder. "Well done, son. I knew when you raised your left hand something good was coming." That opposing goalkeeper's legs are probably shaking like jelly now. In stark contrast to the Dortmund players' celebration stood Cologne's head coach Baumgart, his face ashen. At the pre-match press conference, Baumgart had made bold claims. He had confidently assured the media that he would use the tough old-school tactics of a Bundesliga veteran to teach the new Dortmund prodigy a lesson in physicality. He had specifically arranged a rough man-marking strategy, instructing his defenders to stick tight, even at the cost of yellow cards. Then, just 1 minute into the match, his vaunted brutal tactics were shattered by that audacious curving shot. Baumgart kicked a water bottle in fury. He paced furiously in the technical area and sprayed saliva while shouting at his assistant coach. Facing Sun Yang's ability to score from any distance with set pieces, if Cologne continued to foul frequently in the front court, giving Dortmund free kicks on the edge of the box, it would be suicide. In Baumgart's eyes, awarding Sun Yang such a free kick was no different from a penalty. But if they didn't foul, how could they stop this midfield orchestrator whose passes were as accurate as a cheat code? Baumgart waved his arms resentfully, shouting onto the pitch, "Everyone drop back. Clean up your tackles. Compact the defense and lock down the 30-meter zone." After the match restarted, the Cologne players were clearly treading carefully, especially Captain Hector, who had already received a yellow card. He completely held back on his petty fouls when marking Sun Yang in midfield. Even his close marking became hesitant. Cologne's defensive retreat played right into the hands of Dortmund's technically gifted midfielders. Witzel and Reyes began to pass the ball around with impunity, showing off their footwork. The ball moved swiftly among the yellow and black jerseys, but once it reached the edge of the box, the Cologne players formed an impenetrable double-decker bus in the penalty area. They chose to sacrifice their attacking chances, gritting their teeth and using their bodies to block Dortmund's forward passing lanes. The two sides engaged in a brutal tug-of-war in Cologne's defensive half. By the 15th minute, the game remained deadlocked. Sun Yang, roaming in the attacking midfield position, had his mind racing. With his maxed-out passing attribute of 99, he keenly perceived that Cologne's mid and back line had become increasingly compressed. He decisively dropped deep to the midfield line, near the right touchline, gesturing to center-back Hummels behind him for the ball. Hummels understood immediately, sending a crisp ground pass to Sun Yang's feet. Cologne's defensive midfielder Skiri, seeing Sun Yang receive the ball, rushed up to block his cutting inside route. Everyone expected Sun Yang to play a short 1-2 with Witzel or Sancho. Sun Yang merely glanced up at the opponent's penalty area positioning. He raised his left-hand high index finger, pointing toward the far post of Cologne's goal. The maxed-out passing attribute under God's vision ignited fully. Combined with the golden technique honed by David Beckham in the dream training camp, the two merged perfectly in this moment. The Beckham-esque banana shot. This was not just a lethal weapon for set pieces. In open play, it was an unstoppable long-range guided missile. Because the distance was a bit far, Skiri's pressing challenge was inevitably half a beat late. Sun Yang had only needed those brief fractions of a second. his left leg planted like a steel spike into the turf, providing solid support. The inside of his right foot struck savagely, rubbing fiercely from bottom to top against the ball's underside. Thud! With a dull explosive sound, the ball soared into the air, carrying a visibly intense inward spin, tracing a highly aesthetic, violent parabolic arc over the Westfalen Stadion. This 45-degree diagonal long ball successfully bypassed all the congested defenders in the middle, like a guided missile, precisely clearing the head of Cologne's number 5 center-back Chichos. Just as the ball reached its apex, it began to plummet at an eerie sharp angle. The landing point was aimed directly at the far post. There, Haaland, with his top striker's instinct, had already started his run a step ahead. His massive frame stretched to its full extent in midair, leaping over the 191-meter-tall Chichos. Poor Chichos couldn't even reach Haaland's chin with his jump. Haaland met the rapidly descending ball with a gentle nod of his forehead. The pass Son Heung had delivered was so comfortable, with perfect pace and spin. With a dull thud, the ball smashed into the back of the net. Goalkeeper Horn stood rooted to the spot on his line, not even having time to make a dive. In the 16th minute, Dortmund led by 2 goals. Haaland sprinted half the field after landing, heading straight for Son Heung. He grabbed Son Heung's neck and shouted joyfully, "That's the taste, brother. This pass was so satisfying. Don't stop. Keep feeding me like this all night." Before he finished, left winger Sancho ran over with a look of utter grievance. He squeezed past the big man Haaland and protested loudly, "Hey big guy, you can't hog all the good meat. Don't be a greedy Norwegian pirate, okay?" Sancho tugged at his own jersey, complaining to Son Heung, "Son, look at me too. I've been running my legs off on the left wing, and it's wide open there, not a soul in sight. I'm starving too. Next time pass that banana shot to my feet, and I swear I'll round the keeper and put it in." Son Heung laughed heartily and patted Sancho on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Jadon, as long as you get into position, the ball will find you." The match continued, and Son Heung fully implemented head coach Favre's special pre-match tactic: leave no energy in the first half, burn all the fuel completely. He became a tireless midfield generator. His runs in the front court were elusive. One minute he was on the left playing 1-2s with Sancho, the next he was sprinting to the byline to support a cross. His figure was everywhere in the final 30 meters. This completely tormented his designated marker Cologne captain Hector. Hector had been carrying a yellow card since the first minute, so he dared not engage in any physical contact. Whenever he approached, Son Heung either made a quick pass or used his exceptional flexibility to turn and escape. Hector was dragged back and forth across the half by Son Heung, looking as pathetic as a dog being walked. After just 20 minutes, the 30-year-old Hector was exhausted. He leaned over with hands on his knees, gasping for breath, sweat dripping down his face. He turned to Baumgart on the sideline and shouted in agony, "Swap the marker, coach. This kid's runs aren't human. I can't even catch his tailwind." Baumgart, his face dark, could only reluctantly wave for defensive midfielder Skiri to take over this hot potato. But it didn't matter who took over. Faced with the maxed-out passing attribute, Cologne's defense collapsed completely in the 30th minute. Son Heung, with a series of feints, shook off Skiri in the center, and with a very subtle outside-of-the-foot flick, played a low-through ball. The ball precisely sliced through the defensive blind spot between 2 defenders. Sancho, sprinting high on the left, arrived on time, drove into the box, and calmly slotted the ball into the far corner past the advancing goalkeeper. 3-0. Before halftime, the home side Dortmund had completely blown away Cologne. Time flew by, and the first half was about to enter stoppage time. Trailing by a large margin, the Cologne players' mentality was on the verge of total collapse. Their minds were now fixated on one obsessive thought: no matter the cost, they absolutely could not let that Asian kid deliver another killer pass. In the 43rd minute, Son Heung received a square pass from Reyes in the central area 35 meters from goal. The moment he stopped the ball and looked up, the defensive positioning in front of him made him laugh. 2 Cologne defensive midfielders and 1 center-back simultaneously abandoned their markers, spreading out to both sides. Each spread their arms, blocking the running lanes of Haaland and Sancho. They sealed off the passing routes to the flanks airtight. To prevent being carved open by a pass, these men had inexplicably left the central corridor leading directly to goal completely open. 30 meters from goal, right in the middle, there was a clear path with no one coming out to press or block. Son Heung looked at the completely unguarded goal and raised an eyebrow. "Are you playing like this because you have no respect for my cannon?" He pushed the ball forward with his right foot and strode after it. Every muscle in his body suddenly tensed and exploded with power. His left leg planted into the turf like a 1,000-pound solid iron pillar. His right leg, like a black whip brimming with violent energy, swung through the air with a whistling wind. When else to use the cannon technique, Petigo, if not now? 30 meters of open plain lay before him. Though Cologne's center-back and a central midfielder stood ahead, their focus was entirely on cutting off passing lanes, not on closing in. They were a full 4 or 5 meters away from Son Heung, directing their defensive teammates to mark Haaland and Sancho's forward runs. In their eyes, this kid was bound to deliver another lethal through ball. Facing this defensive vacuum, Son Heung didn't look at Haaland or Sancho, who were making runs on either side. Since the Cologne defense had thrown the gates wide open, he would show them what absolute destructive power meant. His right leg pulled back fully, instep taut, like a drawn bowstring. The turf was torn up by the studs, a chunk of soil exploding into the air. Captured by the stadium's high-definition audio equipment, a thunderous boom echoed across the field. The sound was less like kicking a ball and more like a heavy bomb detonating on the spot. The ball struck at its central point of force, devoid of any superfluous spin, only pure savage linear power. It tore through the air, trailing a clear afterimage hurtling straight for the center of the Cologne goal. Only then did the two defending Cologne players react. Their scalps tingled as they threw their bodies forward to block the shot. But the ball's speed was terrifying, not even granting a blink's time. By the time they hit the ground, the ball had already transformed into a streak of white light violently grazing past their scalps. Cologne goalkeeper Horn stood on his line with an unobstructed view. This was a one-on-one duel across 30 meters. At first, Horn sneered inwardly. This kid's curving banana shot was indeed tricky, but with such a slender frame, taking a direct shot from 30 meters. Even if he somehow got it on target by the time it reached the goal, it would be a spent force. He planted his feet, spread his arms to meet the trajectory, ready to show off his fundamentals by catching the ball cleanly into his chest, deflating Dortmund's arrogant momentum. But as the ball roared into the penalty area, Horn's expression changed. The ball hadn't slowed down at all. Instead, it carried a wind noise that seemed to tear the air itself. Fast. Too fast. Horn had no time to adjust his technique to punch with both fists. He instinctively raised his gloved hands, trying to parry the ball above his forehead. The moment his fingers touched the racing leather, a brutal physical force slammed through his fingers and into his forearms. The cartilage in his wrist let out a jarring crack. His entire arm went numb, sharp pain shooting straight to his brain. This damned power was not something hands could catch. The ball bullishly forced through his fingers. Due to the block, the ball's angle shifted slightly, grazing past his scalp. Just as Horn thought it was going out for a goal kick, a violent clang exploded over the stadium. The ball slammed into the underside of the white crossbar. The thick aluminum reverberated with a spine-chilling hum, the white paint chipping off on impact. Rebounding off the crossbar, the ball plunged into the net. The net stretched to its limit as if the anchor pegs might be torn from the turf. The referee blew his whistle arm, pointing to the center circle. Goal. Before the first half ended, Dortmund had already crushed Cologne 4-0 at home. The south stand of Signal Iduna Park fell into 2 seconds of eerie silence. All the hardcore fans were stunned by this impossible world-class strike. The next moment, 25,000 fans simultaneously stomped their feet onto the concrete steps. The entire stadium trembled as if struck by a magnitude 5 earthquake, the broadcast camera shaking violently. The stadium DJ roared into the microphone, "Goal. My God, this is the Bundesliga goal of the year. Look at this meteor tearing through the sky. Remember this name. He is the rising sun from the east. Tell me who scored." 80,000 home fans threw open their arms and roared in unison, "Sun." "Louder. I can't hear you," the DJ continued. "Sun. Our sun." The waves of sound crashed against the roof, and the corner pyrotechnics ignited simultaneously, sending yellow smoke billowing into the sky. Fans embraced like it was a festival. Some stripped off their shirts and swung them wildly. Sun Yang watched the ball hit the net and let out a long breath. With maxed-out passing stats and the power boost of Batistuta's style, the feeling was exhilarating. He turned and sprinted toward the boiling south stand. Stopping, he turned his back to the 25,000-strong yellow and black wall, grabbed the collar of his shirt, and forcefully displayed the number on his back to the entire stadium. Above the huge number 29 were 3 prominent letters Sun. Today he had delivered an impeccable first-half performance. He assisted Haaland's poacher's goal, assisted Sancho's tap, and scored a Beckham-esque curling shot in the first minute, and capped it with this heavy cannonball before halftime. 2 assists, 2 goals. He had executed the first-half exhaustion tactic set by coach Favre to perfection. He had completely broken the spine of the Cologne giants. Haaland, with his long strides, was the first to charge over. The Norwegian beast wrapped an arm around Sun Yang's neck and rubbed his black hair vigorously. "My God, brother. You did brilliantly. If that damn ball had hit me, I'd be seeing an orthopedist tomorrow." Sancho also ran over, joining Captain Reyes to surround Sun Yang. Reyes laughed, pulling Sun Yang's neck and shaking his fist toward the south stand. "Look at the opposing keeper. I saw him clutching his wrist and wincing. So decisive. From now on, we can take turns torturing them with free kicks and long shots." In the Cologne penalty area, goalkeeper Horn sat slumped on the turf, staring blankly at his red, trembling hands. The bones in his palms still ached. He turned to look at his defense. Captain Hector had hollow eyes, hands on his hips, staring at the grass. The remaining defensive midfielder and center back were pushing and blaming each other. How could they defend? If they pressed tight, he could turn and drag the ball. If they double-teamed, he could deliver a lethal long pass across half the pitch. And now, if they gave him just a little space, he could kill you from 30 meters out. In the technical area on the sidelines, Cologne's head coach Baumgart kicked the tactical board off with such force that it slammed heavily against the windshield of the substitute bench. His face was ashen, veins bulging on his neck as he roared at the assistant coach behind him. Where on earth did Dortmund unearth this monster? Are the scouts at Arsenal all raised on dung? They called this guy a discarded academy reject. Good heavens. He's torn our entire midfield spine to shreds. The tactic is ruined. completely ruined. In stark contrast, the home team's dugout was jubilant. Dortmund's head coach Favre, beaming with excitement, turned and high-fived his assistant coach Terzic with vigor. Unbelievable. My God, he's a born midfield maestro. Favre could barely contain his excitement, waving his hand grandly. Sub Son off in the second half. His stamina has just reached the safety threshold. We need to protect this priceless gem. Go get Mario to warm up. At that moment, the massive screen, occupying hundreds of square meters in the center of the stadium, lit up. The director, with keen instinct, cut to a slow-motion replay of the goal just scored. 80,000 eyes in the stadium locked onto the big screen. The image froze on Sun Yang's striking motion as his foot connected with the ball. His left leg stood straight as a pillar planted firmly into the turf for support. His upper body tilted sharply due to the immense force generated, and his right leg swung in an exaggerated wild crescent arc. Then the director pulled off a masterstroke that sent chills through the stadium. On the left side of the screen, the official Bundesliga logo, a human figure kicking a ball, appeared in red and white. The silhouette of the red and white figure, and the frozen frame of Sun Yang striking the ball. The two images slowly moved toward each other on the giant screen, eventually overlapping perfectly. The angle of motion, the tilt, the muscle tension, the body flexibility. Exact match. 100% one-to-one live recreation. The crowd fell silent for a second, then erupted in a roar that nearly tore off the stadium's photovoltaic roof. My God. Is he kicking the ball according to the league logo? Extreme aesthetics of violence. I swear I've never seen a more perfect shooting posture in my life. That's childhood training. The newspapers said he practiced Chinese opera acrobatics as a child. His flexibility defies the laws of biomechanics. The big screen display wasn't over yet. A vivid red number flashed beside the frozen image of Sun Yang. The high-definition radar speed measurement equipment on the field transmitted real-time data on the strike. Ball speed 130 km/h. The entire Westfalen Stadion was set ablaze by this figure. In the broadcast booth, the CCTV live camera clearly captured the moment. Commentator Duan Xian's voice cracked slightly. 130 km/h. Dear viewers, a heavy artillery worldie at 130 km/h. What does this mean? In football history, long-range shots at this speed are all from explosively built European cannonballers or African beast defensive midfielders. And today the player who delivered this figure is our 19-year-old Asian youngster. Who says Asians can't play violent aesthetics? Who says Asian physiques can't handle heavy artillery? Sun Yang has smashed all prejudices with this goal. He used the perfect Bundesliga logo pose to shatter Cologne's goal to pieces. Beside him, Tao Wei was equally flushed, quickly drawing arrows on his tactical board. Sun Yang's goal was incredibly clever. Look at Cologne's defensive positioning just now. They were terrified by Sun Yang's unpredictable passes earlier, so the two defensive midfielders actually abandoned the middle to cover the runs of Haaland and Sancho on the flanks. That gave Sun Yang a full 2 seconds of uncontested time at the top of the arc. Facing such absurd defense, the kid exploded his core strength and just blasted it. Horn misjudged and tried to catch it. If he hadn't pulled his hand back, his wrist would have been shattered by the force. Back in China, the online live stream had already surpassed 10 million viewers. Barrage comments flooded the screen like a torrential rain. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. I don't know what else to say. Is this even playing football? This is a direct ground-to-ground missile launch. A live recreation of the Bundesliga logo. This clip is enough to feature in a decade of Bundesliga promotion. Cologne goalkeeper bro, you're supposed to be a technical midfielder. How come you're moonlighting as a human cannon? How can anyone handle that? Arsenal management should be lining up to jump into the Thames now. Letting go of this monster. They're the biggest philanthropists in football history. Is Sun the Great Sage's leg made of titanium? Weren't the media running articles a few days ago saying his fracture hadn't healed? This is not healed. The Cologne defender had the audacity to leave 30 meters of space for him to wind up and shoot. That's some serious nerve. The referee checked his watch and decisively blew the whistle to end the first half. The Cologne players walked with their heads down, hurrying toward the tunnel. They just wanted to escape this hell of 80,000 voices mocking them. Dortmund's players, on the other hand, had their arms around each other's shoulders, chatting and laughing as they headed to the locker room. Haaland threw his arm around Sun Yang's neck and shouted, "Bro, you were too brutal today. After the game we have to go eat those sausages at that place. My treat. I'll use meat to replenish that long leg of yours." As soon as he stepped through the locker room door, a crisp, electronic, synthesized voice rang in the depths of Sun Yang's mind. Ding. Detected that the host completed the special tactical mission for the first half: keep a clean sheet and lead by 3 or more goals. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the additional challenge, scoring a goal and providing an assist using Beckham's curve for the first time. Calculating mission rewards. Sun Yang sat down in front of his locker, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. He regulated his breathing and quickly sank his mind into the system panel. The extreme physical exertion of the first half had finally ushered in the harvest moment. Significant improvement in Batty Geo practical application, reward of 3 proficiency points. Current 13,100. successfully executed a Beckham-like curling shot in the match and provided an assist proficiency increased by 5 points. Current 7100. Congratulations host for obtaining a platinum grade talent blind box. Congratulations host for obtaining an additional skill extraction chance. Congratulations host for obtaining 5 free attribute points. Unlocked special achievement logo replicator perfectly replicated the league logo bonus speed attribute 5. Sun Yang looked at the panel, his breathing growing hot. 5 free attribute points plus an extra 5 in speed. That meant his most critical weakness, stamina, was finally about to see a qualitative leap. System allocate all 5 free attribute points to stamina. Then open the blind box and skill extraction. The panel data flickered rapidly. Stamina 60 to 65. You can now run for 75 minutes under high intensity pressure. Speed 68 to 73. You can now handle tall, slow turning defenders with ease. A warm current spread from his spine to his limbs. The muscle lactic acid accumulated from the first half sprint miraculously faded by half. Then a golden flash. Ding. Platinum talent blind box opened successfully. Obtain top tier physical talent candies. Endless engine lungs fragment 13. Extra skill extraction complete. Obtain passive skill magician's outside foot beginner. When using the outside of the right foot to pass the ball, speed and concealment increase by 20 with a built-in strong outward spin. Awesome. With this outside foot enhancement combined with his maxed out pinpoint passing, his future through balls would be absolutely unstoppable. Sun Yang clenched his fist. This feeling of controlling everything on the pitch, grinding the opponent's defense into the dirt, it was truly addictive. Favre pushed open the locker room door, strode in, and clapped his hands forcefully to get everyone's attention. Great job, lads. The first half was pure art. Now announce the substitution for the second half. Favre turned his gaze to Sun Yang, his eyes full of protective affection. Son, go take a hot shower. The rest of the time, leave it to your reliable teammates. The 15-minute halftime break passed in a flash, and the second half kicked off. Sun Yang had taken a hot shower, slipped into a thick black Borussia Dortmund down coat, and sat calmly on the bench at the sideline. With the referee's whistle, Borussia Dortmund, missing Sun Yang as their tactical pivot, saw their forward attack visibly slowed down by a notch. Gone was the cross-field long pass that could precisely deliver the ball to the striker's feet from 30 meters away. Gone was the terrifying orchestration that seemed to command a god's eye view. Substitute Götze, plagued by injuries this season, had barely played for half a season. He merely paced around the edge of the penalty area, unwilling to engage in even slightly vigorous physical contests. The Cologne players keenly sensed that the freak No. 29 who had toyed with them was gone. Their defensive tackles immediately grew bolder. Cologne revived their brutal physical pressing tactics, using dense and aggressive fouls to shatter Dortmund's smooth ground passing into fragments. The most frustrated man on the pitch was undoubtedly Haaland. In the 50th minute, Haaland, relying on his formidable core strength, muscled off a Cologne center back and carved out a huge sprinting gap in the central defense. He raised his right hand, desperately demanding the ball, while sprinting into the box for a one-on-one chance. On the left wing, Sancho spotted the opportunity and swung his left foot for a powerful diagonal cross. But the ball's trajectory was half a meter too high and its pace was sluggish. Another Cologne defender, Chichos, abandoned his marker, made a diving header, and cleared the ball out of the sideline. Oh damn, Jadon, that pass of yours was as soft as a pile of rotten mud. Haaland stomped on the spot in fury. God, if Son were on the field, he could have smashed that bloody ball right onto my forehead, even with his eyes closed. Your accuracy is driving me crazy. Sancho, drenched in sweat, threw his hands up and yelled back in frustration. Big man, be reasonable. I'm just a winger. Only Sun Yang has a GPS system installed in his foot in the entire Bundesliga. You can't hold all of us to his passing standards, okay? On the bench, Favre witnessed this, and instead of getting angry, he grinned broadly. See that? Favre turned to Sun Yang and patted his knee heavily. You've only played 45 minutes with them, and these lads are already spoiled by your service. You are now the irreplaceable brain of our tactical system. The 80,000 Dortmund fans in the stands also sensed the awkwardness on the pitch. Someone started it in the south stand, and over 20,000 diehard fans began rhythmically slapping the concrete railings. They shouted at the top of their lungs, singing a newly improvised chant. We don't want dull passing. We want missile-like long balls. Son, the magician of Westphalen. This unified, thunderous wave of sound penetrated the live broadcast microphones and clearly echoed into millions of TV sets across the country. The match reached the 65th minute. Cologne capitalized on a Dortmund backline passing error, and No. 23th sneaked in a long-range shot to score. Until the 87th minute, Haaland finally executed a successful 1-2 with Sancho muscled into the box and scored his second goal of the match. 5 minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle. Each side scored a goal in the second half, but thanks to Sun Yang's overwhelming first-half performance, Borussia Dortmund won the home game against the traditional club Cologne with a staggering score of 5-1. The post-match press conference hall was packed with media. The flashing cameras clicked incessantly, their blinding white light all focused on the front row speaker's podium. Favre deliberately brought Sun Yang, the undisputed man of the match, to the presser. As soon as Cologne's coach Baumgart sat down, his pent-up frustration boiled over. Facing a German journalist's question, he grabbed the microphone and didn't even glance at Favre beside him. "I don't see any brilliance in Dortmund's tactical arrangement today." Baumgart snorted. "They didn't win through tactical sophistication. They were just lucky to have a freak who plays football completely ignoring the laws of physics. Those exaggerated curved long passes and utterly unreasonable 30-meter shots completely destroy the defensive balance that should exist on a football pitch." The dozens of reporters below were in an uproar. This was clearly a sore loser's tantrum. Favre's face darkened, and just as he was about to slam the table and retort, a hand stopped him and pressed the microphone. Sun Yang leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing the livid Baumgart. "Coach," Sun Yang's voice, steady yet devastatingly sharp, resonated through every corner of the hall via the speakers. "If you think my passes are ruining the game's balance, I'm truly sorry. But rest assured, next time we visit Cologne's home ground, I'll try to hold back a bit. After all, conceding 4 goals in the first half isn't really kind to your defenders' mental health." The hall fell silent for a second. Then an uncontrollable burst of laughter erupted. The reporters were absolutely loving this young Easterner. Not only did he deliver brutal output on the pitch, but he also gave no quarter at the presser, going straight for the jugular. Baumgart's face turned a shade of purple. He glared at Sun Yang, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal, and finally pushed back his chair in disgrace, leaving the press conference prematurely with a dark face. Amid the commotion, a veteran German journalist from Kicker stood up and posed a sharp transfer question. "Some of the talent you've displayed today has conquered the Bundesliga, and it's said that Arsenal's management has taken notice. Their youth team is mired in a dismissal crisis, deeply regretting letting you go for free. If Arsenal offers an irresistible astronomical contract next season, would you consider returning to the Premier League?" Countless microphones were thrust towards Sun Yang. This question was a dagger to the heart. But Sun Yang didn't hesitate. "When I was severely injured and discarded like trash by Arsenal, Borussia Dortmund gave me the chance to stand here. I am now their untouchable asset. As for Arsenal," Sun Yang leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands casually. "Their arrogant management thought I was worthless. Now, even if they turn the entire Emirates Stadium's turf into pure gold, I wouldn't spare them a glance. I stand here with only one purpose. That is, in future Champions League or other competitions, to utterly shatter that blind youth management and their entire team." The journalists gasped, and the keyboard clatter was deafening. Then another Bild reporter stood up, excitedly throwing out the next question. "Son, according to current Bundesliga statistics, the assist leader is Bayern's Thomas Müller with 12. Second is your teammate Sancho with 10. But those are over half a season, 19 games. You, however, have already recorded 5 assists in just 2 matches. Do you have confidence in topping the Bundesliga assist chart by the end of the season?" Hearing this question, Sun Yang raised an eyebrow. "I couldn't care less about the assist leader," Sun Yang replied into the microphone. "What I'm curious about is who is the current Bundesliga top scorer. How many goals has he scored?" The reporter paused, then answered instinctively. "It's Bayern Munich's Robert Lewandowski with 18 goals so far." Sun Yang smiled, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, and began to calculate for the entire media. "My good buddy Haaland scored a hat-trick on his debut. The first player in Bundesliga history to score 3 goals in his first match, and he bagged a brace today. 2 matches, 5 goals. We have 15 matches left until the end of the season." Sun Yang's gaze swept across the stunned reporters. "Since you think my passes are ruining the balance, I'll keep feeding this Norwegian striker. Why don't you guess if in the remaining 15 games Haaland can pull that pole you mentioned off the top scorer's perch?" The hall was dead silent. What kind of godly statement was this? A rookie, after just 2 games, not only claimed to dominate the midfield, but also vowed to feed his striker teammate to the golden boot. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. The Bundesliga was about to be turned upside down by these 2 arrogant young men. The 19th round of the Bundesliga came to a close. The front pages of every major sports media outlet were dominated by the German top-flight matches. 2 lopsided high-scoring routes became the hot topic among fans. Bayern Munich, the Southern Giants, thrashed Schalke 04 5-0 at home, while Borussia Dortmund, the Yellow and Blacks, swept Köln 5-1 at the Westfalenstadion. The latest Bundesliga standings were officially released. RB Leipzig topped the table with 39 points. Bayern Munich followed closely with the same tally, and Borussia Mönchengladbach ranked 3rd with 38 points. With this emphatic 2-game winning streak, Dortmund secured 36 points and surged straight into the top 4, fighting their way back into the Champions League places. They were only 3 points behind the summit. With the season just past its halfway point, the title race had already descended into utter madness. Yet the focus of all sports newspapers and television programs today was not the razor-thin standings, but that 19-year-old Eastern youth. Bild and Kicker devoted 3 full pages to dissecting Sun Yang's godlike performance in the clash against Köln. Just 1 minute into the match, his perfect Beckham-esque curling strike smashed into the top corner, igniting the home crowd. He then transformed into a midfield weapon of mass destruction, activating a full-map radar and delivering inch-perfect cross-field passes that set up goals for Haaland and Sancho. Before halftime, his thunderous 130 km/h rocket perfectly replicated the shooting pose from the Bundesliga's official logo. That snapshot had already become the wallpaper of countless fans' phones. When these highlights reached England, they triggered an earthquake. At the London Coney training base, Buck, the head coach of Arsenal's youth team, stared at the German newspapers on his desk, then furiously hurled his scalding hot teacup and all onto the ground. Glass shards flew through the air. Several academy executives stood nearby, their faces uglier than if they had swallowed a dead fly. To curry favor with a locally born mediocrity who had entered through the back door, they had cast out a midfield core with Ballon d'Or potential. Once Arsenal fans caught wind of this report, the executives' spines would surely be broken by the backlash. Some were wallowing in regret, while others were hopping mad. The German media, however, showed no mercy to newcomers. Sun Yang's post-match comment at the press conference yesterday, "I'll knock Lewandowski off his throne," had ignited the fury of Bayern fans. Münchner Merkur plastered a photo of Robert Lewandowski roaring after scoring on its front page beside a glaring bold headline. An Asian rookie's delusion. He actually dreams of dethroning the Polish striker's reign in half a season. Twitter and every major football forum exploded. Twitter and football forums went absolutely berserk. Countless Bayern fans swarmed Borussia Dortmund's official account, unleashing a barrage of abuse. Is this Eastern kid off his meds? Does he think assists are child's play? He's just handing the Bundesliga golden boot to that Norwegian bear. Lewandowski has scored 18 goals. 18. That Haaland kid only has 5. How the hell is he supposed to catch up? Dortmund staff better check their drinking water. This guy must have been drunk when he showed up at the press conference. Faced with this overwhelming mockery and abuse, the entire Dortmund squad remained remarkably quiet. Not a single player responded on social media, because they had no time for the internet. At Dortmund's Brakel training ground, there was no laughter, no sound of balls rolling on the grass, only heavy breathing and the harsh shouts of coaches. Today the team would not do any ball work. The club's chief, Dr. Schmidt, and his massive medical team had taken over the entire training ground. The pitch was covered with all kinds of complex electronic instruments and portable computers. "Hurry up, zip up, stop dawdling like a weaning girl," assistant coach Terzic bellowed from the sidelines. The players, grimacing, all wore vests resembling black sports bras. These were the most advanced GPS motion tracking analysis suits in Europe. Schmidt, tablet in hand, walked among the players with his stern German face. "Gentlemen, the data from yesterday's match has been fully extracted. To cope with the pressure of multi-front battles in the second half of the season starting today, every one of you will strictly adhere to a personalized fitness plan." Schmidt stopped in front of Sun Yang. He reached out and gave his shoulder a firm pat. "Especially you, son. Your poor lactate metabolism rate and physical endurance are a disaster for professional matches. If we don't quickly repair this fragile foundation of yours, you'll soon end up in the operating room due to muscle overload." Sun Yang took a deep breath. The system had given him 5 points of stamina, allowing him to survive 75 minutes of high-intensity combat. But that was only a statistical foundation. In reality, his muscle fibers and cardiovascular capacity could only fully absorb those attributes through grueling no-holds-barred training. He was like a car equipped with a top-tier Ferrari engine, but with a chassis that rattled and wobbled. "Let's get moving." With Schmidt's whistle, the hellish training regime officially began. For Sun Yang's extreme lack of both aerobic and anaerobic endurance, the medical team's prescription was the most torturous method in mainstream football today: HIIT, or high-intensity interval training. Sun Yang was put on a treadmill with an incline resistance. 4 minutes of all-out sprinting followed seamlessly by 4 minutes of low to moderate jogging. The constantly shifting heart rate zones perfectly mimicked the tormenting rhythm of sprinting forward and immediately dropping back to defend. For full sets in total. By the third set, Sun Yang's sweat had already soaked through his black test vest. He felt as if a blazing furnace were burning in his chest, every breath threatening to sear his throat dry. The muscles in his legs began to ache and swell beyond his control. It was a sign of massive lactate accumulation. "Run, son. Your oxygen uptake is dropping. Lift those knees." Schmidt shouted instructions, his eyes glued to the heart rate data on the screen. After the accursed treadmill torment ended before Sun Yang could even catch his breath, he was dragged by the fitness coach to the strength training area. In front of the squat rack, heavy barbell plates were loaded on both sides. This was to strengthen the explosive power of his lower body and the core stability needed for rapid direction changes. "Squat down. Drive with your glutes. Push this pile of iron up," the coach roared, clapping his hands. Sun Yang clenched his jaw, hoisted the barbell, and slowly descended. As he rose, his thigh muscles trembled with pain. Immediately after, he was rushed to a half-meter-high plyometric box for a series of explosive jumping drills. 3 full hours of devilish torment. Even Haaland, renowned for his freakish physique, was exhausted to the point of rolling his eyes during the shuttle runs and agility ladder drills. At noon, all training came to an end. The group of stinking, sweaty millionaires was herded into the club's state-of-the-art recovery center. It housed a row of upright, transparent chambers, Europe's finest liquid nitrogen cryotherapy recovery pods. The temperature inside was maintained at around -110 degrees Celsius. The extreme cold caused capillaries to contract rapidly, and then quickly dilate, accelerating blood flow to flush out the metabolic waste accumulated in the muscles. The corridor of the changing room echoed with inhuman wails. Haaland, that nearly won. 95-meter Norwegian beast, stumbled out of the cryo chamber bare-chested, crawling and scrambling. He hugged his arms, hopping around the hallway, shivering breath puffing out in white clouds. God, this place is colder than an ice cave in Norway. I swear I'd rather be hacked down by 10 defenders in the box than spend 3 minutes in this damn ice bucket. Haaland roared. Sancho followed, shivering as he scrambled out, wrapping himself in a large towel like a mummy. Damn German technology, my legs don't belong to me anymore. One by one, they took hot showers, changed into dry training gear, and collapsed onto the sofas in the recovery lounge, gulping down special sports recovery drinks. Everyone harbored a burning resolve this weekend's league match they would silence the entire German football world. Haaland sat barefooted on the carpet, legs crossed, in a most casual manner. The ferocious man-eating intensity he displayed on the pitch had vanished entirely, leaving behind the appearance of a shy, awkward young man. An energy bar in hand, he chewed with evident relish a few freshly delivered sports newspapers lying scattered beside him. After swallowing his food, he scratched his tousled blonde hair and turned to glance sheepishly at Sun Yang, who was applying an ice pack to his thigh. Brother, I watched everything you said at last night's press conference. Haaland picked up a newspaper, gave it a wave, and lowering his voice asked, "Be honest with me. Were you just messing with those German journalists, or did you actually mean it?" Sun Yang leaned back against the sofa, tossing a small rubber ball idly in the air. Mess with them? Do I look that bored wasting my time entertaining them? Haaland's blue eyes widened in disbelief. Good Lord, that's Robert Lewandowski. The man has been an emotionless goal-scoring machine this entire season. He's already bagged 18 goals, and I've only managed 5. How in the world are we supposed to close a gap that big? For a young man freshly arrived in the Bundesliga, daring to challenge Bayern Munich's absolute talisman was sheer unadulterated madness. Sun Yang tossed the ball aside and reached casually for a marker pen on the tactical board nearby. Erling, I've realized your math must have been taught by a physical education teacher. Try putting a few numbers in that head of yours instead of just muscle. Sun Yang uncapped the pen and wrote a string of figures directly on the glass surface of the coffee table before him. Come, let me walk you through some arithmetic. The Bundesliga has 34 matchdays total. 19 have been played so far. Correct. Haaland nodded eagerly in perfect cooperation. The Polish striker has 18 goals. In the remaining 15 matches, even if he stays healthy and plays every single game without rotation. Assuming he scores a goal per game on average, he'll finish the season with a maximum of 33. Being generous, let's give him 40. How does that sound? Sun Yang tapped the pen against the glass. Haaland rushed over eagerly, thick fingers splayed as he began calculating alongside him. 40, yes, that's right. And what about you? Sun Yang pointed at Haaland's broad chest. Me? 5 goals in 2 games. Exactly my point. Since I managed to comfortably serve you goal after goal in just 2 matches, I can do the same for the remaining 15 games. As long as your legs hold up, I guarantee you'll get the same scoring opportunities. Sun Yang scrawled a large 15 on the glass. 2 to 3 gilt-edged chances per game. That's child's play for me. 15 matches averaging 2 goals per game. 30 goals plus your current 5. 35. And if you stumble upon some incredible luck and bag a hat trick, or even a 4-goal haul in a few games, breaking 40 goals becomes a cinch. Surpass 41 goals, and not only will you claim the Golden Boot, but you'll also shatter the single-season scoring record left behind by the legendary Gerd Müller. Haaland sat frozen on the carpet, utterly stunned. The nerve in his brain called reason had short-circuited completely. The guy was simply a guileless, hot-blooded fool off the pitch. His mind had already begun replaying images of himself sprinting through on goal, the entire stadium chanting his name. 30 goals, averaging 2 per game. Haaland murmured these words like a man under a spell, his eyes practically blazing with excitement. Just as he was about to be completely seduced by this magnificent illusion, a thoroughly unwelcome voice intruded from the side. Wake up, you big lug. Stop daydreaming. Sancho approached from the water dispenser, clutching a cup of foul-smelling protein powder, and without ceremony, slapped the back of Haaland's head. Jaden, you've completely broken my train of thought. I was just calculating how I'd surpass 40 goals and lift the Golden Boot trophy. Haaland waved away Sancho's hand indignantly. Sancho rolled his eyes dramatically and perched on the arm of the sofa beside Sun Yang. Your thought process is absolutely baffling. Do you actually believe those defenders earning millions of euros a year are just tree stumps? That you'll be allowed to pass and shoot freely in the penalty area? Sancho took a long gulp of protein shake, grimacing at the taste, and continued his tirade. 40 goals, possibly 50 in a single season. How ambitious. Looking at European football over the past decade, who on earth has managed such absurd numbers? Don't forget that Argentine shorty, that monster called Messi. He racked up 73 goals in a single season at Barcelona, but that tally included all Champions League and Cup competition matches. If you're counting league goals only, you need to be at peak fitness every single match. No colds, no hamstring pulls, no red cards. Slip up even slightly, and those numbers go up in smoke. Winning the Bundesliga Golden Boot with 30 goals is already an astronomical achievement. You actually think you can break 40? Sancho's coldly objective analysis struck like a bucket of ice water, dousing the small flame of excitement that had just ignited in Haaland's heart. The Norwegian giant slumped dejected. He stuffed the remaining half of his energy bar into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly, "I suppose you're right. What if those guys resort to dirty tricks and clip me from behind? What have you got to fear from dirty tackles? With me on the pitch, no one at Borussia Dortmund will back down." A steady voice suddenly rang out at the entrance of the treatment room. Captain Reyes walked in cradling a cup of Americano, his eyes warm with laughter as he gazed at the young players, though a sharp glint lurked beneath the surface. On the massage table nearby, defensive stalwart and Vice-Captain Hummels rolled over and snorted heavily. "Jaden, your courage is far smaller than your dribbling skills." Hummels squeezed his thick calf muscle and jerked his chin toward Haaland. "Don't listen to him, Erling. Son's got your back with the assists, and we've got your back with the defense. This bunch of old bones will be your shield. If any defender dares to clip you, I guarantee they won't walk back to the dressing room standing up." Midfielder Witzel casually grabbed a tactical board and flung it over. "Take a look at the league table. We're a mere 3 points off the top." Witzel thumped his water bottle. "The points we dropped in the first half will claw them all back in the second. Since Son has the audacity to boast like this, Borussia Dortmund will run with you on this mad venture. The attacking fireworks up front, those are your department. The dirty defensive work, leave it to us." The attitude of these senior players in the locker room was like an injection of cardiac stimulant flowing directly into Haaland's veins. The Norwegian's eyes reignited with that ravenous fervor to tear apart the opponent's net. Watching the atmosphere reach its boiling point, Son Young wearily tossed the marker pen onto the table. He stood up and walked over to Haaland. "Erling, lift your head." Haaland obediently raised that face marked by traces of ferocity and bewilderment. With hands stuffed in his pockets, Sun Yang gazed down at this future world-beating striker and delivered an Eastern philosophical maxim that left every veteran and newcomer in the room utterly speechless. If a person doesn't even possess dreams, then what the hell distinguishes him from a salted fish on a cutting board waiting to be sliced apart? The night was deep and the southern outskirts of Cologne lay in tranquil silence. Sun Yang dragged his leaden legs open the villa door. After a full day of intense training at the club, he barely had the strength left to change into his slippers. A deep soreness swelled in his thighs, the backlash of lactic acid buildup, launching a full-scale assault. The moment he stepped into the living room, he saw his Uncle Henry standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor, clutching a thick manual while directing a few German technicians who were tinkering with some equipment. The leisure area that once housed a billiard table had been thoroughly overhauled. At the very center of view stood a massive, transparent, temperature-controlled pool, 4 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. Embedded at the bottom of the pool was an exaggeratedly styled treadmill track, while an array of water inlets and complex metal gauges lined its sides. "My God, you're finally back." Henry waved excitedly and strode over, patting the metal casing of the instrument panel. "Jan, come take a look at this beast. I had to tear down half the side wall just to get this thing into the house." Sun Yang dragged himself over and stared in amazement through the transparent acrylic glass at the track churning beneath the water. "So this is the underwater recovery training pod Mom mentioned on the phone. The same model Cristiano Ronaldo has at his place." "You bet, buddy," Henry said, raising an eyebrow with pride. "It's a piece of black tech from Portugal's top sports medicine lab, and less than a handful are produced in Europe each year. This one was originally ordered by Juventus for their big star. I bypassed the middleman, went straight to the manufacturer, and paid a €2 premium over the original €5 price to intercept it and fly it straight to Cologne." €700,000. Sun Yang gasped. "Uncle, your balls for splashing cash have really grown. Money is meant to be smashed into value." Henry dropped the grin and said seriously, "Your agent mother is right. Your greatest asset right now is this body of yours. Your left leg was badly injured by that bastard from Arsenal. Sure, your recovery rate is astonishing, and even Dortmund's team doctors can't find any lingering issues, but high-intensity running and cutting on hard turf still puts tremendous strain on your knee, meniscus, and ankles." Henry pointed at the water current generator inside the glass chamber. "That's where this machine's core advantage lies. Water resistance is 12 times that on land. One step in there costs 3 times the energy of a normal step. It will blow up your aerobic metabolism and cardio capacity to the limit. And the best part, thanks to water's buoyancy, the landing impact on your ankles and knees is less than a tenth of what you'd feel on flat ground. You can sprint 10 kilometers in there, and the next day your knee cartilage will still be as smooth as ever. This is a career-saving piece of god-tier equipment that can keep you playing until you're 38. By now Sun Yang fully understood, and his eyes were gleaming with hunger. The physical attribute points from the system were certainly sweet, but in reality muscles had to fuse with those numbers through brutal, relentless training. The club's extreme training was effective, but it wrecked his joints. This machine was practically tailor-made for his ferocious extra sessions. "I'm trying it right now." Sun Yang stripped off his training clothes in a few quick motions, pulled on tight swim trunks, and descended the metal ladder to the bottom of the pool. The 28-degree constant temperature water rose just past his chest, feeling incredibly comfortable. Henry pressed a red start button on the control panel. A low rumble vibrated through the pool floor as 4 powerful booster pumps began to roar, sending turbulent currents slamming straight into Sun Yang's thighs and core. The widened track beneath his feet began rolling in sync. Track speed is 8 kilometers per hour, water resistance level 4. Run 10 minutes to get a feel for it, Henry shouted, staring at the real-time feedback on his tablet. Sun Yang took a deep breath and started striding. The very first step sent a warning through his thigh muscles. An 8-kilometer pace on flat ground was no different from a stroll, but in this countercurrent environment, the immense water resistance gripped his legs like an invisible giant's hand. With every lift of the leg, the quadriceps at the front of his thighs had to explode with tremendous force just to shove through the thick wall of water ahead. 5 minutes later, Sun Yang's chest was heaving violently. He couldn't feel sweat underwater, but the calories inside him seemed to be ignited like a gasoline barrel, his heart rate spiking straight to 140. This mode of training, one that didn't punish his knees with body weight, but instead forced his core and thighs to wage war against the water's relentless pull, had Sun Yang thoroughly hooked. He sliced his hands rhythmically through the water to keep his balance. Every time his soles rolled over the track, his calf soleus muscles felt an intensely deep stretch. It was incredibly gentle, with none of the harsh jarring of sudden stops on turf. Not exciting enough. Crank the speed to 10 kilometers and raise the resistance to level 6. Sun Yang roared through the churning spray. Henry swiped his finger. The track shot up in speed, and the force of the oncoming water surged exponentially. Sun Yang gritted his molars, his 8-pack abs hardening into a solid slab of iron. Like a raging bull, he charged wildly through the torrent, his chest pressing against the surging waterline as every breath had to be forcibly seized through alveoli stretched to their absolute limit. 30 minutes of high-octane torment finally came to an end. The pumps shut down, and the track slowed to a stop. Sun Yang draped his arms over the pool edge, gasping for air. His thighs were flooded with a tingling numbness laced with an utterly satisfying release, a world apart from the agonizing tearing sensation he endured at the base during the day. There was zero burden on his joints, and the powerful massage effect of the water pressure had crushed and metabolized more than half of the knotted lactic acid in his calves. Uncle, this 700,000 euros was money well spent. Sun Yang ran a hand through his soaked hair, offering a perfect score. This is just the beginning. Henry smiled mysteriously and pressed another switch. The support platform at the bottom of the pool began to slowly sink. The waterline rose steadily, climbing past Sun Yang's neck and creeping up to his chin. This is a hydraulic adjustable floor. Tomorrow I'll get you a diving mask, and you can go all the way down to 2 meters deep for resistance squats and full-range core rotations. We'll unlock the new routines tomorrow. For now, go take a hot shower and get some sleep. If you dare show up late for tomorrow's club practice, you're dead meat. Sun Yang climbed out of the pool, rinsed off, and flopped onto the big bed. The overwhelming exhaustion radiating through every limb plunged him into deep sleep within seconds of closing his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the bedroom ceiling had vanished, replaced by the vast, boundless dream stadium. The stands were empty and silent, and the grass was so green it almost stung the eyes. At the top of the penalty arc, the man was already waiting. Dazzling blonde hair, world-renowned handsome features, and the iconic red United No. 7 jersey. David Beckham casually rolled his right foot over the ball, arms crossed, watching Sun Yang approach with visible amusement. Good evening, David. Sun Yang rolled his shoulders, a hint of cockiness from his recent victory in his eyes. Did you see that bending shot into the top corner against Cologne? The feel at the moment of contact was so insane, even I couldn't believe it. Beckham let out a light chuckle, one eyebrow raised slightly. What are you trying to take credit with me, rookie? You did find the right contact point, and the dipping curve followed the script. Using that star player Reyes's name to bait the goalkeeper was a decent mind game too. Beckham suddenly shifted gears, flicking the ball up and catching it in his hand. But honestly, your current lethality only works from set pieces at that range. David Beckham lifted the ball into the air with his foot, cushioned it on his knee, and it obediently bounced onto his thigh before settling. Setting the ball before kicking. That's the greenhouse teaching of the youth academy. Beckham flicked the ball down with his right foot and pressed it into the turf. He turned and walked toward the center circle. In a real top-tier league, those butchers won't give you the luxury to measure your steps comfortably. Long passes and long-range shots in open play are where the real deal is. Follow me, rookie. Let me show you the iconic scenes that can make you a legend in the Premier League. Sun Yang followed with a puzzled look. They stood at the center circle kickoff spot. The goal was a full 50 meters away. See the position of that virtual goalkeeper. Beckham pointed to a dummy goalkeeper near the far goal. He's positioned very forward to guard against offside runs, almost at the edge of the penalty area. The wind blew from the left, and the corner flag flapped noisily. For this kind of ultra-long distance lob, you need to observe the wind direction, predict the ball's trajectory in the air, and calculate the goalkeeper's retreat distance. But the core is your leg explosive power and the rotational strength of your waist and abs. If you only have technique but can't kick beyond 50 meters, it becomes nothing but a soft back pass. Beckham stepped back 2 paces. No unnecessary run-up. He abruptly swung his left arm backward, leaned his entire body sharply to the left, and drove his left foot deep into the turf behind the ball's side. His right leg swung like a heavy steel whip. His calf muscles tensed and contracted, and the inside of his foot struck the ball's lower middle with brutal force. Bang! An extremely dull thud of impact exploded across the empty stadium. Sun Yang clearly saw that at the moment of contact, Beckham's waist and abdomen folded into an incredible angle. All the power of his body was channeled into his right leg. The ball shot into the sky. It didn't travel in a straight line but traced a massive arc with a vicious rightward spin crossing the midfield and the 30-meter defensive line. Just as it seemed about to fly beyond the end line, a heavy topspin caused the ball to plummet sharply. The dummy goalkeeper at the edge of the 6-yard box had no time to retreat. The ball grazed the underside of the crossbar and slammed into the net. A goal that made a name. This was exactly the legendary half-field lob by David Beckham against Wimbledon over 20 years ago. It was this very shot that propelled that blonde-haired boy into the ranks of the world's top superstars. Sun Yang stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. He had clearly heard the sharp whistle of the ball cutting through the air. That perfect fusion of absolute power and exquisite curvature, even on the pitch, exuded a pure sense of brutal aesthetics. See that? Beckham turned around, clapped his hands. Don't think that smashing a heavy shot from 30 meters outside the box makes you invincible. True art is killing the goalkeeper from the halfway line. Sun Yang swallowed hard. This scene was 10,000 times more stunning than watching it on TV. How can I kick a ball like that? Sun Yang asked eagerly. You need extremely twisted core strength, Beckham said, snapping his fingers. Several heavy squat racks slammed onto the turf. Your thigh muscles are too brittle now. If you forcefully kick a spinning ball like that while running, your waist will break on the spot. Beckham pointed at the piles of barbell plates on the ground. From today, besides practicing ball skills, spend all your physical training time here. Weighted torso rotations and core anti-rotation. Do 1,000 sets first. Sun Yang didn't waste a word. He walked over and directly heaved the heaviest barbell onto his shoulders. In the dream, he didn't have to worry about muscle tears or lactic acid buildup. He could recklessly challenge the limits of his explosive power. This was the most heaven-defying aspect of the cheat training camp. Heavy breathing echoed across the field. Sweat dripped onto the grass. After grinding through 400 sets, Sun Yang set down the barbell, leaned on his knees, and gasped for air. Suddenly a thought struck him. David Sun Yang wiped the sweat from his eyes. That talent item called Kant's perpetual motion lungs on the system panel. What exactly does it do? And what does that 1/3 fragment progress mean? Beckham kicked aside a few training cones and strolled over to Sun Yang. I know this one, Beckham said, dropping his playful tone. This is an absolutely heaven-defying God-level talent. Right now you only have 1/3 of it, so it can only be used as a single-match trial card. Trial card. Exactly. Beckham snapped his fingers. Your current stamina limit is 75 minutes. If you're fighting in a match and reach the 80th minute, your stamina bar is completely drained, your legs feel like lead, and you can't even take one more sprint. You can choose to actively activate this 1/3 fragment. Sun Yang's breathing slowed as he listened intently. Once activated for the next 5 minutes, your heart, lungs, and oxygen supply system will be forcibly boosted to the peak level of N'Golo Kante. That's like directly refilling your stamina to full. Beckham stared at him. During those 5 minutes, you can run all over the pitch recklessly, making the highest intensity sprints, tackles, and counterattacks. There is no stamina depletion limit. Sun Yang gasped. This was a blatant physical cheat. In the nail-biting knife-edge moments of the game, when both sides are out of gas, suddenly he's back at full strength, charging across the field with the ball devouring the opposition. That would be absolutely insane. Don't get too excited. Beckham poured cold water mercilessly. Know the law of conservation of energy. Those 5 minutes come at the cost of depleting all the glycogen reserves in your muscles. When the time's up, you'll enter an extremely terrifying period of weakness. For a full 24 hours, you won't have the strength to get out of bed and pour a glass of water. If the card expires before the match ends, you'll have to lie down on the spot and wait for a stretcher. Sun Yang nodded silently. That was the price a do-or-die trump card should carry. This 5-minute window was a card to gamble with for a goal with your life. So how do I get the remaining fragments? To synthesize the complete version of the perpetual motion lungs. Sun Yang asked the key point. The complete Kante lungs. That would be the ultimate passive skill covering the entire 90 minutes without side effects. What fragments? Simple. Beckham pointed at the field beneath his feet. Create a world-class iconic moment, recognized by the system in an official match. Ordinary goals and assists don't count. It has to be a play that can be recorded in league history, make the annual highlight reel, and go viral across the internet. For example, the shot you recreated against Cologne, the one that mirrored the Bundesliga logo. That was a standard iconic moment. That very action earned you the first fragment. What you need to do is keep going crazy on the pitch, make the whole stadium scream for you. Execute those signature moves of superstars that they never even dare to dream of. Sun Yang clenched his fists tightly. Iconic moments. In his mind flashed the next opponent, Union Berlin. A Bundesliga iron-blooded team known for its rough style and a defense line like a meat grinder. Those lumberjacks love nothing more than crushing technical players with muscle. Want to create an iconic moment over the heads of these beasts. Sun Yang grinned, the wild fighting spirit in his bones surging to the max. He turned and walked toward the cold, heavy metal equipment. Let's keep training, David. Sun Yang hoisted the barbell back onto his shoulders. In that match this weekend, I don't want to be carried off the field by those lumberjacks. Iconic moment, you say? I'll give them a proper lesson on home turf. At 6:30 in the morning, Cologne was not yet fully illuminated. A thin mist shrouded the streets with scarcely a pedestrian in sight. A black Range Rover had already roared onto the highway leading to the Brackel training ground in Dortmund. Sun Yang gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Last night, in the 700 euro underwater recovery chamber on the first floor of the villa, combined with the hundreds of grueling squats and anti-rotation exercises that Xiao Bei had forced him to do in his dream, the muscles throughout his body erupted with terrifying vitality after being restructured. At this moment, his waist and abdomen felt like a steel plate tempered by fiery flames brimming with explosive power eager to be unleashed. Before 7 o'clock, the Range Rover executed a sharp drift and came to a halt outside the base gate. Old Hans, who had just stepped out of the guardhouse with a hot coffee, nearly dropped his cup in shock. He rubbed his eyes and stared at Sun Yang jumping out of the car, his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. Hey kid, are you here to steal the turf? Hans teased as he approached. Even the cleaning staff are still snoring in their beds. Good morning, Mr. Hans. I'll go warm up first. Sun Yang waved at the old man, grabbed his equipment bag from the trunk, and slipped through the side gate into the training ground. The empty green field was still covered with dew. Standing alone in the center circle, Sun Yang lined up a dozen soccer balls and began practicing long passes and long-range shots. He was eager to experience the new feel of his explosive power. Each time he struck the ball, the dull thud of the leather hitting the net echoed across the empty facility. By 8 o'clock, the first team stars of Borussia Dortmund began arriving one after another in their luxury cars. When Haaland and Reyes pushed open the locker room door ready to change, they turned and saw Sun Yang sweating profusely on the pitch through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. This guy is always grinding, Haaland said, tousling his messy blonde hair and tossing his bag onto the bench. Didn't he just sign a €2 million shoe sponsorship deal? Instead of hitting the bar to celebrate with some blonde German beauties, he's here, training at dawn. Old veteran Hummels shook his head with a smile while changing into his cleats. That's why this kid can tear apart the opposing defense in just half a game. Do you think geniuses just fall from the sky? Erling, you should learn from him. Stop just thinking about the chances he creates. The teammates chatted while quickly changing into their training gear and filed out of the locker room to join the warm-up. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, Favre blew the whistle hanging around his neck and summoned all the players who had finished their morning training to the tactical multimedia room at the base. The conference room door was tightly shut, not even a fly could get in. The atmosphere turned extremely serious. Favre, shedding his usual easygoing demeanor, wore a stern expression as he strode to the tactical blackboard. He yanked off the cloth covering it and turned on the projector beside him. A long string of glaring red data appeared on the big screen, accompanied by a red and white team logo. Union Berlin. Gentlemen, put away all the pride you gained from beating Cologne. Favre leaned on the podium, his eyes scanning everyone present like a hawk. This weekend at the Westfalen Stadion, we will face a bunch of absolute thugs. The entire team fell silent. Everyone stared at the match footage playing on the screen. In the video, a Union Berlin defender executed a brutally vicious tackle. Two tall defenders, one on each side like lumberjacks felling a tree, brutally chopped down the opposing winger, charging with the ball, sending man and ball tumbling. What's even more absurd is that the referee actually spread his arms wide, signaling to play on. See that clearly? Favre pounded the table heavily. They have 20 league points, currently sitting in 11th place. No pressure of relegation, no burden of chasing European qualification. This team doesn't talk about fancy passing combinations or ground infiltration tactics. Their core survival competitiveness is physical confrontation and ferocious midfield interceptions. Assistant coach Terzic flipped open the thick tactical manual in his hands and immediately added, their physical reserves are extremely exaggerated. Their head coach Fischer prefers the 5-4-1 ultra-defensive formation. Terzic quickly drew several distinct defensive zone circles on the board. 3 center backs stay deep to guard the penalty area. 2 defensive midfielders with superb interception ability sweep back and forth at the top of the box. This system completely cuts off all central penetration routes. When Bayern Munich's top striker Lewandowski faced them, he was man-marked the entire game, and even his shooting opportunities were extinguished by this group. The media calls them the toughest iron-blooded team in the Bundesliga. Facing a team that parks the bus and plays with such extreme toughness is the most torturous for attacking players. Favre tapped the blackboard to refocus everyone. This means our usual quick short pass penetration will likely crash directly into a wall of flesh on Saturday. We won't be able to break through at all. So, our tactical focus for this match must shift completely. Favre raised 3 fingers. First, increase the running distance up front, use more wide area switching long passes to stretch their defense. Second, the midfield must dare to take long shots. Use heavy artillery to breach their turtle-shelled goal. Third, once we get a direct free kick in the front court, immediately look for a scoring opportunity. As soon as this tactical arrangement was laid out, everyone in the conference room, without exception, turned their eyes to Sun Yang sitting in the corner. Everyone knew it clearly. These 3 points from the coach were tailor-made according to Sun Yang's arsenal, weren't they? Extremely precise long-range switching passes, curling free kicks like a crescent moon blade, and a violent cannonball shot at 130 kilometers per hour that could perfectly replicate the Bundesliga logo. With this Chinese kid on the field, Union Berlin's bus would definitely be blown to pieces. Just when everyone thought Favre was going to establish Sun Yang as the core starter, the head coach's next sentence exploded like a bombshell in the room. Son, for Saturday's match, you'll be on standby from the bench. Haaland shot up from his chair like a spring, shouting in protest at the podium. Boss, what kind of international joke is this? Haaland's eyes turned red with urgency, pointing at Sun Yang and yelling, "Put him on the bench." Without him supplying ammunition on the right flank, how am I supposed to tear through that lumberjack's iron wall? Their defenders are all built like bulls. Oh, without someone feeding me, I can't even find the goal frame. Captain Reyes, sitting in the front row, whipped around and smacked the back of Haaland's head with the tactical notebook in his hand. Sit down, Erling. You Norwegian donkey, who only knows how to eat the finished product. Let the boss finish speaking. Haaland rubbed his head in pain, reluctantly flopping back into his chair, muttering under his breath, "Other than him, who else can put the ball right on my plate?" Favre was not angered by Haaland's outburst. He stood with his hands behind his back, quietly staring at Sun Yang in the corner. "And your thoughts? Son, any objections?" Sun Yang sat in his chair, casually spreading his hands, not a trace of emotion on his face. "I'll follow the arrangement." This crisp answer actually stunned Favre for a moment. But he quickly recovered and gave a very serious explanation. These Berliners are in absolutely peak physical condition in the first half. They will make reckless, overly aggressive tackles. Although your leg injury has healed in such high-intensity muscle collisions, it's extremely easy to suffer serious injury. Favre's tone carried strong pressure. Putting you on the bench is not to suppress you, but to protect you. After we endure the first 60 minutes, when these butchers' physical levels drop dramatically, their turtle-shelled bus will inevitably develop fatal gaps. That will be the perfect time for you to take the field and take over the game. Strike later to win. Do you understand? Sun Yang nodded firmly. Of course he understood, and he understood it thoroughly. In fact, he was already elated inside. To synthesize that ultimate cheat, Kante's perpetual motion lungs, the only way was to continuously create maddeningly iconic moments on the field to obtain fragments. If he started the match and engaged in physical combat with a group of fully energized behemoths, stamina consumption would definitely be a big problem. When both sides' stamina bottomed out in the second half, he would come on fully charged and devour the opponent's defense with his physical advantage. The thought of that scene was thrilling. The iconic moment of a winning strike would surely make the system drop reward fragments. This was simply a tailor-made script for farming points. After finishing the midday nutrition meal and a brief rest, the main squad immediately marched out to the outdoor No. 1 turf training ground. They were preparing to rehearse the tactics for breaking down the dense defensive formation of Union Berlin. Favre and Terzic deliberately divided the team into 2 groups of starkly contrasting strength. The yellow vests represented the absolute starting lineup. The front line was spearheaded by the terrifying trident of Haaland, Reyes, and Sancho. In the midfield holding positions stood Witzel and the extremely tenacious De Hout. The backline was marshaled by the veteran Hummels, a lineup entirely composed of national team caliber players. This firepower could rival any top club across Europe. Opposite them, the substitute side wearing red vests was a patchwork of misfits. Apart from Sun Yang, the forward was the young prodigy Makoko, just promoted from the youth team. The midfield consisted of several benchwarmers who rarely played, while the goalkeeper was the second-choice hits. Sun Yang, draped in a red vest, stood at the center circle of his own half, acting as the single holding midfielder and conductor. "Lads, get fired up." Hummels clapped his broad hands vigorously in his own half and roared at the substitute side. "Show those rookies some real intensity. Don't let them have it easy." The whistle blew for the match. The main yellow team gave the substitutes no chance to breathe, launching a storm-like offensive pressure from the very first moment. Sancho received a through ball from De Hout on the left flank. Facing 2 defenders, he executed a series of flashy stepovers. The substitute fullback was dizzy and disoriented. Sancho instantly changed direction, charged down the byline, and delivered a low cross into the box. Inside the penalty area, Haaland was like a heavy bulldozer, forcefully shoving aside the double team of 2 substitute center backs. He cushioned the ball with his right foot, altering its trajectory toward the goal. Fortunately, second-choice goalkeeper Hitz reacted swiftly, read the ball's flight path, scooped it into his arms, and crouched down to pin it firmly beneath his body. The substitute side had dodged a bullet. Hitz sprinted out of the 6-yard box, but instead of hoofing the ball long for the players to contest, he directly tossed it to Sun Yang, who had dropped back to receive. Sun Yang had just turned and brought the ball under control when a burly figure bore down on him like a tank. It was starting holding midfielder Witzel. The Belgian international aimed to intimidate Sun Yang, unleashing explosive power, lowering his center of gravity, and lunging to dispossess both the man and the ball. Sun Yang didn't even glance at Witzel's movement. The system's max level 99 passing attribute was fully activated in that moment. The God's Eye View radar in his mind covered the entire pitch, how all players' runs were as clear as red and yellow dots of light. He completely ignored the muscular wall about to collide with him. His right foot elegantly nudged the ball to the outside. The ball traced a tiny arc on the turf, deftly evading Witzel's viciously outstretched toe. At the same instant, Witzel lost his balance and lunged into empty air. Sun Yang leaned his entire body to the left, his abdominal muscles unleashing ferocious power. His right instep, like a steel whip loaded with force, struck the lower middle part of the ball. Thwack! A profoundly crisp and heavy sound of striking the ball exploded across the training ground. The ball soared upward, even tearing a piercing whine through the air. It didn't follow the usual high parabolic arc, but instead carried a terrifying violent descent, drawing a staggering 40-meter diagonal across the sky. The entire yellow team's main defensive line had no time to react. All their defensive focus was still clustered on the right flank. The ball landed with pinpoint accuracy on the vast open turf on the left. Substitute winger Hazard was sprinting at full speed. He was astonished to find that he didn't need to decelerate to adjust to the landing point. This crossfield pass spanning half the pitch had a speed and placement so perfect it was as if someone had placed the ball ahead of him. Hazard took a single touch to carry the ball past the unsuspecting fullback Akanji, who couldn't recover in time. Get back. Everyone drop back and defend. Hummels roared frantically from the back, sprinting back with all his might. Hazard drove into the penalty area and crossed for Moukoko, who was making a central run. Unfortunately, the young Moukoko was a fraction late in his run, and the ball skimmed past the far post. On the sidelines, Favre's eyes twitched violently. Beside him, Terzic, holding a data board, let out a long, sharp intake of breath. My God, Terzic stared at the pitch, that no-look switch of play. I've only seen it from Pirlo in his prime. This dazzling moment was merely the beginning. In the next 20 minutes of the practice match, the substitute ragtag team, which should have been pinned in their own half and tormented by the main yellow squad, completely rewrote the game's script. All the variables stemmed from the Chinese kid standing in the center circle, barely moving. Sun Yang had transformed into an unstoppable midfield distribution machine. He never dawdled on the ball. As soon as it landed at his feet, before the yellow team's players could even close in for a double team, the ball was already gone. And every pass, whether a driven through ball with the inside of the foot or a lofted over-the-top ball executed with fluid grace, somehow insidiously tore apart the main defense's empty spaces. The yellow team's defenders were running around like headless flies, exhausted. Hummels was panting heavily, large beads of sweat streaming down his cheeks. Bloody hell. Can't you smother that passing point? Get on him. Don't let him have a comfortable yard of space. Hummels pointed at Sun Yang's position and bellowed at his midfield teammates. Up front, Haaland was furious, hopping with frustration. Damn it. If I were on the red side, I'd have already taken a shot from that through ball. Why doesn't he pass to our starting team? Hearing their captains roar from behind, Witzel and De Hout were thoroughly enraged. The two physically imposing, rugged midfielders exchanged a glance. They decided to put an end to this absurd situation. The substitute side won the ball again in their own half. The center back played a low pass to Sun Yang, who had dropped into midfield to receive. The opportunity arrived. De Hout sprinted from the left to block the passing lane, while Witzel charged in from the right like a bull. Double pivot pincer. Their long legs formed a despairing door-closing iron lock, completely sealing off all of Sun Yang's turning options and passing angles. It seemed Sun Yang would be knocked over in the next moment. But then he moved. He didn't even attempt to turn away. Facing the ball on the ground, his upper body twisted into a wildly unnatural arc that defied human biomechanics. The monstrous core torsional power forged from hundreds of squats the night before erupted. Without turning in the split second before the two collided, his right outside foot swept heavily under the ball. The passive skill magician's outside foot was triggered. Ball speed increased by 20%. The ball didn't lift off. It hugged the smooth turf, carrying a furious, bizarre outward curve like a snake flicking its tongue. It shot directly through the legs of the charging afro-haired Witzel. This nutmeg through ball. The wildly eccentric outward curve somehow curved around the sliding Hummels like a razor-sharp scalpel, slicing through the yellow team's last line of defense. Substitute striker Moukoko finally woke up, sprinting diagonally to beat the offside trap. One-on-one. A clear one-on-one. Moukoko burst into the box, and as the flustered starting goalkeeper Burki rushed out, he calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. The ball billowed the net cleanly. The pitch fell into a deathly silence. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Witzel and De Hout remained frozen in their aggressive pressing poses, stiffly turning their heads to stare blankly at the ball still rolling in the net. Their expressions were as if they had seen an alien in broad daylight. On the sidelines, Favre was completely petrified. The tactical notebook slipped from his hand and fell with a thud onto the turf. Time advanced to February 1st. The Bundesliga's 20th matchday had arrived. Fine rain drizzled relentlessly over the Ruhr district from dawn, and the temperature plummeted. But this could do nothing to extinguish the fervor of the fans gathering outside Signal Iduna Park. Over 80,000 Dortmund supporters clad in yellow and black raincoats surged toward the stands like a tidal wave, their voices rising in chorus as they sang the club anthem. At the pre-match press conference, Fischer, head coach of Union Berlin, sat before the microphones with an air of supreme arrogance. The German coach dripped with condescension as he launched into a torrent of words for the dozens of media outlets gathered below. That Chinese kid named Son may have played 2 decent matches, but he has never faced genuine defensive pressure. Dortmund's flashy passing combinations will mean absolutely nothing against us. Fischer slammed his palm against the table, spittle flying. I have issued a dead order to my midfield. Today we will turn this match into a meat grinder. No matter how he moves off the ball the moment he dares to receive it, my players will show him what real physical confrontation looks like. I will cut off every single passing lane, ensuring that Norwegian giant up front cannot so much as lay a finger on the ball all match long. The journalists behind him clicked their shutters furiously. This was without a doubt the most explosive pre-match declaration of the season. Fans across the entire European continent sat glued to their television screens, eager to witness this clash of sword and shield, to see how Union Berlin's loggers would hunt down Dortmund's rising star. 1 hour later, the starting lineups were announced. The moment Fischer took the team sheet in hand, he froze dead in the Dortmund locker room. Starting midfield, Weserson, De Houdbrand. Substitute bench, Sun Yang. It was not only Union Berlin staff who were dumbfounded, if fans across the continent watching in breathless anticipation were equally stunned. On the opposite side of the globe, inside the CCTV sports studio, Duan Xian stared at the newly faxed starting formation, his brows drawing together in a deep frown. Dear viewers, the Dortmund starting lineup is out. Regrettably, Sun Yang, who shone brilliantly in the previous match, does not feature among the starters. Tao Wei, seated beside him, immediately picked up the thread, concern evident in his tone. This defies all logic. Could the intense physical demands of last week's match have left him with an underlying issue? Or did he suffer an injury during midweek training? Union Berlin have made it abundantly clear they intend to park the bus. Without Sun Yang's creative distribution, Dortmund's attacking structure will struggle to break through such a compact defensive wall. The director, remarkably perceptive, instantly cut the feed to Dortmund's substitute bench. In the frame, Sun Yang sat at the far end, wrapped in a thick long-down jacket. Chewing gum lazily, he turned his head and shared a laugh with Götze beside him, showing absolutely no sign of injury. The two commentators finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. It appears to be Favre's tactical arrangement. Fair enough. Union Berlin play with such physicality, and the rain has made the pitch slippery. Physical contact will inevitably increase. Resting a young player for the opening stages is simply prudent protection. The referee's whistle blew and the match was underway. The light rain continued to fall from the gray sky. Yet Signal Iduna Park, one of Europe's premier purpose-built stadiums, had its underground heating and drainage systems running at full capacity. Not a single puddle marred the immaculate turf, a stark contrast to the mud baths some domestic pitches became after a downpour. The grass quality was nothing short of perfection, but the scenes unfolding on the pitch were so brutally vicious they sent chills down the spine. From the very first minute, Union Berlin had no intention of playing football at all. Their starting 11 fully embraced Fischer's instructions, transforming what should have been a football match into something resembling an American football showdown. In the 3rd minute, De Houd, Dortmund's defensive midfielder, had just brought the ball under control when he hadn't even had time to lift his head and scan for runs. Union Berlin's number 30, O. Andrich, launched himself like an enraged bull, sliding across the slick turf in a massive, reckless tackle. His studded boot kicked up a spray of turf and mud. De Houd jumped to evade, but the ball was brutally swept away for a corner. The referee indicated a fair challenge with both arms extended horizontally. Play continued. That call only emboldened the visitors further. The match descended entirely into a street brawl. Every short passing move by Dortmund was met with 2, sometimes 3 pressing bodies. Midfield engine Weserson, with his distinctive bouffant hair, engaged in savage physical duels against Union's number 10, Sebastian Andersson, near the edge of the arc. The two grabbed and tugged at each other's jerseys, elbows driving into ribs in the darkness, neither yielding an inch. Thud. Another brutally dull sound of flesh colliding with flesh. Right back Guerrero was bundled violently into the advertising boards, clutching his shoulder and gasping through clenched teeth. The essence of the parking the bus tactic lay in destruction. Union Berlin's 3 center-backs sat deep inside their penalty area, refusing to step out, fighting for every square meter just beyond the box. The wet conditions had quickened the ball's pace across the turf. Dortmund's celebrated short passing combinations saw their error rate soar. Possession changed hands relentlessly. The player suffering the worst was the one spearheading the attack, Haaland. The towering Norwegian powerhouse, over 1.9 meters tall, found himself drowning in a jungle of muscle and bone. Kevin Schroederbeck, Union's center-back, clung to Haaland like a piece of sticky tape. Whenever Dortmund launched long balls forward toward Haaland, Schroederbeck would mercilessly yank and haul from behind, shamelessly exploiting every loophole. Even when he couldn't win the aerial duel, he made certain to drive his knee hard into Haaland's thigh, thoroughly destabilizing the striker's balance. The clock ticked forward. The match reached the 40th minute. The scoreboard displayed the brutally dull figure of 0-0. Those 40 minutes had contained pitifully little actual football. Whistles blew almost every 2 minutes. The pitch was a chaotic landscape of sliding tackles, sprawling bodies, and players flying through the air. Seated on the bench, Sun Yang impatiently unzipped his down jacket, his brow knotted in frustration. Teammates around him shouted curses at the opponent's barbaric challenges. Favre stood in the rain, half his suit drenched. He turned and beckoned sharply toward the bench. "Son, get to the warm-up area. Move your body now." Sun Yang ripped off his jacket and tossed it onto the seat, donning his training vest before striding purposefully to the touchline warm-up zone, launching into shuttle runs and high knees. Raindrops struck his face and a fierce excitement surged through him. He could clearly see that Union Berlin's brutes were already running on empty. 40 minutes of relentless physical warfare in the rain had drained them. Now their backline players were gasping for air so visibly that even distant spectators could see the exhaustion etched across their faces. Their tracking back had grown disjointed, their defensive shape no longer as compact as in those opening frantic minutes. The script for a second-half counterattack was already written. Just then, a dramatic turn of events erupted on the pitch. 43rd minute. Hummels won the ball deep and dispatched a long diagonal ball forward toward Haaland. Haaland thundered toward the byline, turning to shield the ball with his chest. It dropped perfectly onto the touchline, barely 5 meters from where Sun Yang waited in the warm-up zone. The moment the ball hit the ground, Schröderbeck, pushed past his breaking point by Haaland's dominance all afternoon, sprinted in from a tight angle. He didn't even check the ball's position. With a guttural, animalistic roar, Schröderbeck launched himself feet first through the air, using the slick conditions as momentum, and went straight for Haaland's standing leg. A monstrous foul. Haaland let out a blood-curdling scream as the impact knocked him sideways like a truck strike. His massive frame crashed onto the turf and slid helplessly toward the sideline. Covered in mud and torn turf, his body came to a stop mere feet from Sun Yang's feet. Haaland curled into a fetal position, clutching his lower leg. His yellow sock had been slashed open, revealing 3 deep, bleeding gashes carved by studs. Above that, his outer thigh bore a massive, horrific bruise, a patchwork of purple and blue, the visible legacy of repeated knee drives. The 80,000 souls packed into Signal Iduna Park erupted in pure fury. A deafening wall of boos and vitriol crashed down upon the pitch. Captain Reyes roared and charged toward Schröderbeck as players from both sides began shoving and grappling near the touchline. The referee sprinted and separated the combatants, and without hesitation produced a yellow card for Schröderbeck. Favre stormed along the technical area, furiously protesting to the fourth official that such a cynical challenge deserved a red card, not a mere caution. Sun Yang paid no attention to the chaos unfolding around him. He crouched beside Haaland, pressing gently along the shin to check for fractures. Satisfied that no bone was damaged, his own tense shoulders dropped slightly. Haaland gritted his teeth and pushed himself upright with the trainer's assistance, inhaling sharply through the pain as the medic sprayed copious amounts of cold spray onto the injury to numb the nerve endings. "Thanks, brother." Haaland slapped Sun Yang's shoulder, his eyes burning with unspent rage. "These animals aren't even playing football. When you come on, stay far away from that flat-top bastard." Sun Yang rose to his full height. His gaze pierced through the touchline and locked directly onto Schröderbeck, still muttering curses after receiving his yellow card. The German, relying on his imposing frame, actually tilted his chin upward in a gesture dripping with mockery. Something primal and fierce ignited deep within Sun Yang's chest. His fury reached its zenith. "You hurt my brother." Sun Yang fixed his eyes on Schröderbeck 10 meters away. "You love tackling people, don't you?" Schröderbeck paused, studying the half-breed's prodigy. Everyone was talking about a sneer, curling his lip. "Boy, go back to mommy's teat. This is men's game." Sun Yang did not flinch. His voice was low but carried with crystal clarity to every word reaching the German's ears. "Save that pathetic reserve of energy you have left. In the second half, I will personally tear your defensive sector apart, and I'll take your pride with it, ripping your goal net to shreds in the process." The referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. 0-0. Both sets of players trudged toward the tunnel on exhausted legs, the sound of ragged breathing echoing through the concrete passage. The Dortmund locker room door swung open with force. Sun Yang followed the main group inside, peeling off his soaked training vest to reveal a sculpted, powerful core built for explosive bursts. Favre stood before the tactical board, the marker in his hand, creaking under crushing grip. The head coach turned his gaze toward Sun Yang, breathing steady, eyes blazing with fierce competitive fire. "Warm-up complete, son. Ready to dismantle them, sir." The rain showed no signs of relenting as fine streaks of downpour blanketed Westfalen Stadium. The second half was about to commence. Players from both sides emerged in orderly fashion from the tunnel. The stadium DJ gripped the microphone, drew a deep breath, and let his voice boom through every corner of the stands via the amplification system. Substitution for Borussia Dortmund. He comes from the east. He has pointed the way to victory with his incredible passing. replacing number 13 De Hud, bringing on number 29. All 80,000 Borussia Dortmund fans surged to their feet at once. They had endured 45 excruciating minutes of suffocating frustration, and their pent-up rage finally found an outlet in this moment. 8,000 arms swept through the air in unison, thunderous roars piercing the rain. Son, son! A tidal wave of adoration echoed above the pitch. The Dortmund faithful welcomed their young midfield maestro in the most fervent manner possible. Even as the team found itself in dire straits and the opponents brazenly wrecked the contest, the yellow-black diehards in the south stand kept their chant alive. Sun Yang stood by the sideline and pressed palms forcefully with the off-going De Hud. Watch out for number 34. De Hud wiped the rain from his face and panted heavily as he offered his warning. They are coming for bodies, not the ball. They have no intention of playing football today. They only want to tear this match apart. Sun Yang clapped De Hud on the back and stepped onto the slick turf, making his way directly toward the heart of the midfield. Berlin Union head coach Fischer stood on the touchline with his arms folded across his chest. Seeing Sun Yang enter the field, Fischer turned and bellowed toward the pitch. Gentner, follow him. Stick to him like glue. Do not give him a single second to think. Berlin Union's number 34 defensive midfielder Christian Gentner immediately understood the assignment. The 34-year-old German veteran, renowned for his physicality, lunged across half the midfield and ghosted on his Sun Yang's shoulder. The two men were separated by less than half a meter. Welcome to the big leagues, kid. Gentner drove his chest into Sun Yang's shoulder while murmuring in a low voice designed to weigh on his mind. Heard you've got a great passing game. Today you won't even have the chance to turn around. Sun Yang completely ignored the veteran. The referee blew his whistle and the second half began. Inside the CCTV Sports broadcast studio, Duan Xin studied the live feed and delivered his analysis at breakneck speed. The second half is underway. Coach Favre made a substitution during the locker room talk. Sun Yang comes on. This is an extremely bold, almost gambler-like decision. Tao Wei nodded repeatedly beside him and added tactical detail. Exactly right. Berlin Union's tactical intent today is painfully obvious. They are here to disrupt. They've buried numbers in their own half. Look at the screen. Gentner has already wrapped himself around Sun Yang. Sun's previous match footage has been dissected by every Bundesliga side. Everyone knows his weapon is that heavenly perspective long pass. But Berlin Union are denying him any room to even lift his head and look up. Within a 2-meter radius of Sun Yang, 2 or 3 defenders are always waiting to swarm him. This places enormous demands on his stamina and his ability to resist interference. The on-field situation mirrored the commentator's analysis precisely. In the first 3 minutes after the restart, Sun Yang barely touched the ball, because he was constantly darting between the middle and attacking thirds. The dream training camp sessions over recent weeks, combined with self-funded underwater treadmill workouts, in reality had noticeably deepened Sun Yang's aerobic engine. Though his stamina attribute had increased by only 5 points on his system panel, his breathing rhythm in actual matches was completely transformed. He was making expansive off-ball runs across the left, center, and right zones of the forward area. His unpredictable bursts of acceleration and deceleration made life miserable for pursuing Gentner. The 34-year-old veteran had hoped to exhaust Sun Yang through physical duels, but the young man eluded him like an eel, refusing to engage in any direct contact. The waterlogged pitch under the dreary rain was sapping the stamina of every defending player. After tracking Sun Yang for a full 5 minutes, Gentner's breathing grew audibly ragged. His footsteps grew heavy, and his recovery pace lagged half a beat behind. The match reached the 51st minute. Dortmund defender Hummels read an opposing long ball in his own half and headed it clear toward the fullback Ashraf. Ashraf collected the ball and raised his head to survey the forward field. Berlin Union's defensive line instantly collapsed inward, locking into an impenetrable low block. And in that split second, Sun Yang executed a violent opposite direction run, completely shaking off Gentner, who had been momentarily stunned by fading fitness. He appeared in a 2-meter patch of open space near the right touchline. Here, Sun Yang raised his right hand. Ashraf did not hesitate. His right foot guided the ball along the slick turf, sending it rolling rapidly towards Sun Yang. The pass was quick. Gentner frantically chased from behind. Berlin Union's back line immediately raised the alarm. They knew too well that once this boy received the ball in comfort, he would thread a lethal through ball that would slice their defense open. Press. Foul him if you have to. Fischer jumped up on the sideline, desperate. Berlin Union's left-back Sabatic decisively abandoned his zone, storming into attacking territory and launching himself ferociously toward the rolling ball and Sun Yang's receiving path. A pincer movement. Everyone assumed Sun Yang would revert to his usual habit, turning his back to receive and playing a quick one-touch pass, or simply laying it off to the overlapping Ashraf. Even the broadcast cameras were already panning to locate Haaland up front, anticipating the landing zone of a long diagonal. But no, Sun Yang had absolutely no intention of controlling the ball. As Sabatic bore down on him, Sun Yang shifted his weight with extraordinary lightness to the right, opened the outside of his right foot, and gently nudged the ball forward. The ball skidded 2 meters ahead on the water-slicked grass. What? Subotic lunged through empty air, his massive frame unable to arrest his momentum. Then came the moment that drew a collective gasp from all 80,000 spectators. 1 second after playing the ball forward, Sun Yang's legs exploded with savage power. The 5 speed points awarded by the system the previous match, combined with his naturally exceptional agility, were displayed in full breathtaking magnificence. He did not play a pass on the spot. He chose to carry the ball forward. This profoundly illogical decision completely dismantled Berlin Union's meticulously prepared defensive arrangements. They had studied every highlight reel of Sun Yang and concluded that the boy possessed zero ability to advance with the ball at his feet. Fischer's eyes on the sideline bulged, his jaw practically dropping to the ground. What was this? Had the scouting report been falsified? Sun Yang's speed was not exceptional among top wingers, with an absolute velocity of merely 73. Yet for the Berlin Union defender, who had been mired in the midfield quagmire for half a match and was inherently clumsy in turning, this was already a lethal acceleration. The ball seemed to carry a tracker beneath Sun Yang's feet. He tore down the right flank like a whirlwind, while behind him Gentner flailed his arms desperately, only to find himself unable to even brush the hem of Sun Yang's jersey. The distance between them visibly widened. Raindrops splattered against Sun Yang's face, and he felt his body completely open up. The adrenaline surge from this long-distance sprint with the ball was an unparalleled thrill compared to static passing. The path ahead lay wide open. After Subotic was bypassed, Berlin Union's entire left flank defense shattered like glass, smashed by a heavy hammer, leaving a massive gaping hole. Sun Yang raced forward with the ball, charging straight into the outskirts of the penalty area near the byline. Chaos erupted completely within Berlin Union's box. Goalkeeper Rafał Gajkiewicz bellowed commands from the goal line, directing his defenders to cover the gap. The center-back Schlotterbeck, who had been tightly marking Haaland in the middle, saw his zone about to be breached and could no longer afford to focus on the Norwegian giant. His eyes reddened, he roared, and his massive frame charged towards Sun Yang like a wall of flesh. This was the very man. The ferocious slide tackle that nearly crippled Haaland in the first half had been the work of this number 31 or Schlotterbeck. Sun Yang slowed his dribbling advance. He glanced at the goal, planted his left leg firmly on the turf, swung his right leg high, and stretched his abdominal muscles to an exaggerated arc. This was a distinctly clear shooting motion. Schlotterbeck had no other option in his mind. Relying on his massive frame and the slippery rain-soaked ground, he launched himself into a slide tackle from 2 meters away. A wide, vicious sliding tackle. His studs churned up mud and water, aimed directly at Sun Yang's ankle. Get out of the way. Favre on the bench gasped in shock. But at that critical moment, Sun Yang checked the force of his raised right foot, and with a remarkably flexible inward flick of his ankle, the ball obediently changed direction. Schlotterbeck's slide tackle skimmed past Sun Yang's sock, and the immense inertia carried him 2 meters across the grass, completely losing his defensive position. A clean beat. Sun Yang didn't even glance at the sliding Schlotterbeck. As he completed the feint, his left foot had already adjusted the supporting stance. The familiar God's Eye radar in his mind fully activated again. The defensive positioning in the central penalty area was a complete vacuum. Schlotterbeck's reckless advance had left a deadly open space near the penalty spot. There stood the furious Haaland. Sun Yang's right foot pushed the ball to the side and back. An extremely subtle, perfectly executed cutback pass. The ball skimmed the turf, nimbly threading through the gap between 2 retreating defenders. Its pace was neither too fast nor too slow, carrying a rotation that felt satisfyingly precise as it rolled to the penalty spot. Everything happened too quickly. Berlin Union's defenders could only turn their heads in despair, watching the ball slip beyond their control. Haaland met the rolling ball without needing to adjust his stride. The pass was so comfortable it seemed directly placed onto his preferred foot. The Norwegian giant's normally boyish face was now completely twisted. The anger from being repeatedly tugged, maliciously barged, and slide tackled in the first half all converged into his right leg. He didn't even stop the ball. Using the momentum of his sprint, he swung his right leg and unleashed a full power drive at the ball. Bang! A terrifying thud. This wasn't kicking a ball, it was detonating a bomb. The football turned into a white lightning bolt, tearing through the air with a ferocious gust. Goalkeeper Rafał Gajkiewicz couldn't make a save. He only felt a blur before his eyes and a gust of wind brushing past his cheek. The net bulged violently from the immense force, even emitting a grating sound. Goal. Just 6 minutes into the second half, Berlin Union's seemingly impregnable defensive fortress was brutally dismantled by Sun Yang's unexpected flank burst and a lethal cutback pass. Borussia Dortmund led 1-0. After half a second of silence, the entire Westfalen Stadion erupted like a volcano that had slept for a century. 80,000 fans let out hysterical cheers. Beer raincoats and scarves flew everywhere in the stands. All the frustration and bitterness dissolved in that explosive strike. Goal! The stadium DJ's cracked roar blasted through the speakers. Haaland didn't perform his trademark lotus-seated celebration after landing. He was now completely frenzied, flinging his arms wide, roaring skyward, and charging toward the corner flag like a mad beast. The broadcast camera captured the lightning-fast counterattack. In the commentary booth, Duan Xian's voice rose an octave. Beautiful. A beautiful goal. Dortmund breaks the deadlock. Tao Wei took over his tone, full of admiration. The goal is scored by Haaland, but most of the credit goes to Sun Yang. What a surprise. Sun Yang didn't choose to pass after receiving the ball, he dribbled directly. This kid has evolved again. That feint and acceleration completely caught everyone at Berlin Union off guard. Subotic was easily bypassed and Schlotterbeck's slide tackle looked like a clumsy clown. This cutback pass was a textbook assist. On the pitch, Dortmund players swarmed the corner flag, embracing Haaland tightly. Haaland pushed away the teammates surrounding him, searching the crowd with his eyes. When he saw Sun Yang jogging over, the Norwegian beast laughed widely, opening his arms to lift Sun Yang up. Well done, brother. Haaland pounded Sun Yang's back with his fist, shouting, that pass was incredible. Let's smash them. Break them into pieces. Sun Yang patted Haaland's shoulder, signaling to be put down. Meanwhile, Schlotterbeck, who had slid several meters after missing the tackle, was propping himself up on the grass, preparing to stand. His pride in his rugged defense had turned into a complete joke before that deft feint. Sun Yang walked over to Schlotterbeck, looking down at the mud-splattered thug. Rain dripped from Sun Yang's jaw. His face showed no extra emotion, only undisguised contempt. Is this the adult game you mentioned? Sliding on the ground like a worm. Schlotterbeck's half-raised body froze. His face flushed with shame and anger. He wanted to retort, but couldn't squeeze out a single word. Sun Yang showed no mercy. He bent slightly and continued in a voice only the two could hear. I told you earlier, save your energy. This is just the beginning. In the next 40 minutes, I'll turn your defensive zone into a real nightmare. With that, Sun Yang straightened up, turned, and walked toward the center circle. His silhouette in the rainstorm of Westfalenstadion was exceptionally arrogant and flamboyant. Schlotterbeck knelt on the grass, his hands clutching the mud, staring at the glaring 1-0 on the scoreboard. A fear he had never known crept up his spine through his soaked jersey. That 19-year-old Chinese kid had no intention of stopping there. The referee blew his whistle to resume the match. Union Berlin kicked off from the center circle. Being a step below didn't make the newly promoted side abandon its original tactical system. Head coach Fischer stood on the sidelines, hands cupped around his mouth, shouting onto the pitch. Get back. Keep the formation compact. Don't push too high. Andrich, help Gentner. The two of you mark that number 29 together. Absolutely no letting him turn with the ball. Union Berlin's entire squad immediately fell back into a compact defensive shape. They were well aware of the formidable atmosphere at the Westfalenstadion. If they opened up against Borussia Dortmund and created space, Haaland and Reyes would absolutely inflict a double-digit defeat. Number 30 Andrich sprinted directly to Sun Yang's right side, and together with veteran Gentner formed a two-man pressing trap from both flanks. Sun Yang observed the two defenders treating him as a serious threat, but chose not to force his way through. Instead, he expanded his movement deeper toward the center circle, drawing the midfield orchestrator Witzel into play. Axel, hold the ball for me. I'll control the tempo, Sun Yang signaled with a gesture. Witzel understood immediately. For the next several minutes, the match devolved into a patient build-up sequence from Dortmund's deep positions. With Union Berlin refraining from pressing, Sun Yang took care not to attempt risky forward passes. He leveraged his perfect passing ability, delivering every touch with precision and sound judgment. Whenever Andrich lunged to intercept, he immediately played one touch and recycled the ball to Hummels or Ashraf in the backline. Fischer grew increasingly agitated on the sideline. This young player displayed the composure of a 30-year-old veteran, never forcing risky plays or seeking glory. Such disciplined possession football was systematically draining Union Berlin's patience. By the 10th minute of the second half, the rain over the Westfalenstadion intensified suddenly. Large drops hammered the turf, spraying water and obscuring visibility. Union Berlin's players had been running through much of the first half in the rain, their stamina severely depleted, which inevitably created slight gaps in their defensive positioning. Sun Yang had been waiting for precisely this moment. Dortmund defender Hummels intercepted the ball and immediately threaded a through pass through midfield, the ball skidding across the waterlogged turf directly to Sun Yang's feet. This time Sun Yang didn't look back. He stepped into the ball and drove it through Gentner's legs with the inside of his right foot, finding Reyes, making a run back toward the penalty area. Dortmund suddenly accelerated. Marco, on the right, Sun Yang called out as he exploded into space, slashing toward the edge of Union Berlin's penalty area like a blade. Reyes controlled the ball with his back to goal, without even glancing at the defender, then casually flicked it backward with his heel. The ball rolled toward Witzel. Witzel played a low, diagonally driven through ball on the first touch. 3 players each making one touch. The ball threaded past Union Berlin's entire midfield line and settled calmly in the dangerous zone about 25 meters from the penalty area. Sun Yang arrived just in time to meet it. Union Berlin's defensive shape was in disarray. Andrich saw Sun Yang about to receive the ball comfortably and knew that allowing Dortmund to build from this central area would be catastrophic. He surged diagonally from the side at full speed, using his physical strength to try and block Sun Yang's path. Veteran Gentner also closed in from the opposite flank. The two formed a clear two-man marking trap. Sun Yang swung his right leg as if to play a long diagonal pass to the left, a feint. Andrich quickly stuck out his leg to block the passing lane. But just before making contact, Sun Yang's right foot suddenly altered its trajectory, flicking the ball outward with the instep. At the same moment, Sun Yang dropped his shoulder and kept his body extremely low, preparing to drive through the gap between the two defenders. Andrich completely lost his balance. His leg was already extended and couldn't be retrieved. The tackle struck Sun Yang's shin hard, but his shin guard protected him, and the system's 50% damage reduction ensured no injury. Instead, he went down smoothly, sliding over a meter across the turf. The referee's whistle blew sharply. He jogged over and issued a verbal warning to Andrich before pointing directly to the center of the penalty area. Dortmund had been awarded a highly dangerous free kick in a prime attacking position. The rain continued to fall. Sun Yang climbed to his feet from the muddy puddle and brushed the grass off his jersey. Captain Reyes approached, picked up the ball, and placed it on the white foam line the referee had sprayed. The two cupped their mouths and turned their backs to Union Berlin's players to confer. "Son, this free kick is too close. It's also directly in front of the penalty spot," Reyes said, gesturing toward the goal. "There's no angle for a curved shot. If we try to curl it into the top corner, it won't get enough height, and we'll just hit the wall." This type of direct free kick from about 24 meters out has always been every taker's most troublesome spot. Without sufficient distance for the ball to dip, it's nearly impossible to clear the wall and find the corner. Sun Yang nodded as he studied Union Berlin's players forming the wall. "Marco, stand on the left to draw the goalkeeper's attention," he said, lowering his hand. "I'll take this one." Reyes patted Sun Yang on the shoulder and moved aside. In front of Union Berlin's goal, goalkeeper Rafa Gajkiewicz was extremely tense now. He kept shifting laterally on the goal line, slapping his rain-soaked gloves together. He clearly remembered that vicious strike from Sun Yang in the previous match against Cologne, a shot traveling over 130 kilometers per hour. The ball had gone straight in from 30 meters out. What chance did he have now with only 20-plus meters between them? "Close up." Andrich moved left. "Schroederbeck, cover the middle." Gajkiewicz roared instructions to the wall. Schroederbeck wore a grim expression as he took position at the center of the wall, directly aligned with Sun Yang and the ball. He'd been fooled by Sun Yang moments earlier, costing his team a goal, and now frustration burned within him. He was prepared to block the free kick with his hands if necessary. Meanwhile, Gajkiewicz was still calculating his safe strategy in his head. The wet conditions made the ball slick and heavy. He had made up his mind. If this lad dared to strike it with full power again, he absolutely wouldn't catch it with his palms. He'd heard the unfortunate Cologne goalkeeper had suffered soft tissue damage to his hands after that match and would miss the next round through injury. Gajkiewicz took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly in front of his chest. He decided to punch the ball away with both fists. The referee checked the wall's distance, raised his arm, and blew the whistle, signaling the kick was allowed. Sun Yang looked at Schroederbeck directly ahead, his large head particularly prominent in the downpour. He began to step backward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He retreated a full 10 paces. The extraordinarily long run-up immediately silenced everyone in the stadium. This was not the setup for a curved shot. This was a direct strike. In the commentary studio, Duan Xin shot to his feet. Sun Yang's run-up is way too long. He's going for maximum power. Union Berlin has packed the wall tightly. If this connects with a player, it'll be brutal. Sun Yang didn't hesitate. He began his run-up. His legs exploded with power as rain sprayed from his boots. On his final step before the ball, his left leg planted firmly into the mud-caked turf like a steel spike. The body-go technique activated. Core power transferred perfectly through to his right leg, and his instep struck the ball just below center like a sledgehammer. Boom. A thunderous, jaw-rattling crack echoed over the Westfalen Stadion. Even viewers outside the broadcast cameras could hear it clearly through the audio mics. The ball left the ground with zero spin. In that instant, it seemed to ignore the rain-soaked air, entirely streaking toward the top right corner like a white blur. Gajkiewicz had guessed right. It was indeed a thunderous strike. Facing such impossible velocity, the goalkeeper had no time for any secondary decision-making. However, Schroederbeck in the wall reacted. Watching the ball barrel toward his face, he gritted his teeth, chose not to dodge, and instead exploded upward with both legs to meet it. He'd intended to deflect it with his chest, but he'd severely underestimated the shot's speed and upward trajectory. The ball cleared the wall and met him at the peak of his jump. Thud! A sickening impact reverberated across the stadium. The ball, traveling at 130 kilometers per hour, struck Schroederbeck squarely on his balding head. Most of the kinetic energy dissipated instantly. The ball changed direction, dramatically bouncing high into the air before arcing out over the goal line. Corner kick. Dortmund won a dangerous set piece. Hummels and Ashraf immediately pushed forward from midfield, preparing to storm the box. The referee was about to point toward the corner flag when Union Berlin's goalkeeper Gajkiewicz suddenly burst out of his penalty area, frantically waving his arms at the official and shouting until his voice cracked. "Stop! Stop the match immediately!" Everyone turned to look. Schroederbeck had been struck mid-air and lay rigid on the rain-soaked turf like a fallen log. He lay on his back with arms and legs splayed out, completely motionless. Seeing this, the referee immediately blew his whistle to stop play and signaled for Union Berlin's medical staff to enter the field. A deathly silence fell over the stadium. The only sound was rain drumming against the roof. Two Union Berlin medics rushed onto the pitch with emergency kits. They reached Schröderbeck and one medic immediately knelt supporting his neck to prevent movement, while the other shone a pinlight into his eyes. A full minute passed before Schröderbeck's chest showed any sign of movement. He managed 2 weak coughs and stared blankly at the gray sky, his face expressionless. The medic exhaled in relief and waved his hand in front of Schröderbeck's eyes before holding up 2 fingers. Nico, look at me. Can you hear me? How many fingers? Schröderbeck stared blankly at the 2 fingers, his mouth moving uselessly before he finally spoke. Mom, bring me my sausage. The medics exchanged a glance. The one with the flashlight stood without hesitation and signaled to Fischer on the sideline for a substitution, then pointed to his own head. A mild concussion, possibly with temporary memory loss. Union Berlin's starting center-backs day was over. 80,000 Dortmund fans at home saw the medic signal. For half a second there was silence, then the stadium erupted. This was far from schadenfreude toward an injured player. On the football pitch, supporters are never reserved toward the away team. Moreover, these die-hard South Stand supporters had already taken a dislike to Schröderbeck. The vicious boot-on-foot challenge on Haaland in the first half was something Dortmund fans hadn't forgotten. The referee had shown leniency with just a yellow card, then despite protests from the stands. Now they felt Sun Yang's thunderous strike had delivered poetic justice. Go home to your mama, Baldy. This isn't your playground. Haaland jogged over. Glancing at Schröderbeck being carefully loaded onto a stretcher, he immediately turned to Sun Yang. The Norwegian giant couldn't contain his laughter. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Good lord, that was a real cannon. He probably can't even remember what he had for dinner yesterday. Brilliant work. Even though it didn't go in, that was more satisfying than a goal. Their defense is completely broken now. Sun Yang listened to his teammates' teasing and glanced over at Union Berlin head coach Fischer, who followed the stretcher with a frustrated expression. Sun Yang shrugged innocently, spreading his hands wide with an expression of utter helplessness as he addressed the referee beside him. Sir, can you blame me for that? If he hadn't jumped so high, that ball would have gone straight into the corner. On the sideline, Fischer, the head coach of Union Berlin, kicked a water bottle away in fury. The spray soaked the fourth official's trousers, but he was in no position to offer an apology. Sure, Aldo, take off your jacket. Hurry up. Fischer turned and roared toward the bench. Becker, who had barely finished his warm-up, yanked off his jacket and sprinted to the sideline. He was a black forward with explosive power and boundless stamina, renowned as one of the fastest wingers on the pitch. Fischer grabbed Becker by the shoulder, his spittle flying onto the player's face. Listen to me. That Asian kid wearing number 29 is giving us trouble. Dortmund are desperate to score, which means their center-backs will push high up the field. You stick to the right wing. As soon as you get the ball, charge forward like a mad dog. Tear their defense to shreds. Understand? Becker nodded vigorously, his eyes blazing with restless excitement. Don't worry, boss. I'll show them what real speed looks like. I'll run them into holes. Amidst a unified chorus of boos from the crowd, Schlotterbeck was carried off on a stretcher into the tunnel. Becker stepped onto the waterlogged turf and ran onto the field. The match resumed with a corner kick for Dortmund's attack. The rain showed no sign of letting up. Fog hung heavy over Westphalen, and even the powerful floodlights struggled to pierce through. Captain Reyes placed the ball near the corner flag and pressed his toe firmly into the puddle beside it, ensuring his plant foot would not slip. He raised his right arm and signaled a tactical play. Chaos erupted inside the penalty area. Union Berlin's defenders treated Haaland like some kind of monster. 3 towering men descended upon him at once, hemming him in from every direction. They tugged at his shirt and stomped on his toes, resorting to all manner of dirty tricks. The whistle blew. Reyes took 2 steps and curled a soaring arc with the inside of his right foot. The ball sailed past the near post and arrowed toward the far post. Haaland dug into the ground and launched himself upward. At that very moment, 2 Union Berlin center-backs gripped the hem of his jersey and dragged the Norwegian Titan back to earth. He missed the highest point. An Union Berlin defender anticipated the ball half a step earlier and unleashed a thunderous header clear. Bang! The ball rocketed high above the penalty area and dropped near the center circle. It landed perfectly at Becker's feet. Akanji, Dortmund's deep-lying center-back, closed him down immediately, hoping to head the ball back into attack. But the deluge at Westphalen proved too much. When Akanji planted his foot to stop and accelerate, his cleats slammed into the waterlogged turf, and he lost all balance, crashing hard into the mud. Danger! Duan Xian's voice shot up in the broadcast booth. Akanji has slipped. Dortmund's back door is wide open. Hummels and Hakimi are both up in the opposition box and won't be back in time. Tao Wei frantically pressed his pen against the desk. This is fatal. The rain is working against us. Becker has nothing but open grassland in front of him, and the lad is Union Berlin's fastest horse. On the pitch, Becker controlled the ball with his chest and pushed it forward. He lifted his head and saw only one player standing between him and the goal, Erkki, Dortmund's goalkeeper, 50 meters away. Not a single defender remained in sight. An ideal one-on-one breakaway. Becker's heart leaped with elation. He pushed his pace to the limit, his cleats sending huge sprays of water flying as he thundered down the pitch like a high-speed supercar heading straight for Dortmund's half. Coach Favre jumped up on the sideline in despair and screamed, "Get back. Everyone get back. But Dortmund's towering center-backs had been packed deep inside the penalty area and now turned to jog back, unable to even catch a glimpse of Becker's taillights. At this critical moment, a figure in a yellow and black number 29 jersey exploded outward from the edge of Union Berlin's penalty arc like a hunting leopard. It was Sun Yang. He had just come on as a second-half substitute, his stamina nearly at full capacity. The 5-point speed attribute granted by his system bonus was about to reach its zenith. Becker was carrying the ball, which naturally slowed him down. Sun Yang, meanwhile, was sprinting at full tilt with no ball to control. With his speed attribute maxed out at 73, Sun Yang pounded the turf, his arms pumping furiously. The gap between them shrank visibly with every stride. Run, catch him. The stadium announcer howled into the microphone at the top of his lungs. All 80,000 fans at Westfalen held their breath, their eyes locked on the 29-year-old chasing desperately backward. Hearing the rapid footfalls behind him, Becker glanced over his shoulder and his heart sank. What the hell? How is this Asian kid so fast? Gritting his teeth, Becker drove the ball forward with a massive stride, attempting to leave Sun Yang behind with sheer pace. The two of them raced head to toe along the right touchline for fully 70 meters. Gasping for air, Sun Yang calculated his defensive options in his mind. He was well aware of his pitiful 40-point defensive attribute. If he reached in for a tackle, there was a 100% chance this towering black striker would simply glide past him with a change of direction. Do not commit to a challenge. Only press him body to body. Sun Yang quickened his pace once more and slammed his body against Becker's inner side. Relying on his excellent balance, he absorbed the shoulder charges and forced Becker toward the dead corner near the baseline. Get lost. Yellow-skinned kid. Move. Becker grew desperate and tried to elbow Sun Yang's ribs in secret. Sun Yang refused to budge. He absorbed the elbow and clung even tighter, sticking to Becker like a patch of stubborn glue and completely cutting off every route inward toward the center. Tracked all the way to the touchline. With the sidelines closing in, Becker had no choice but to stop abruptly and swing his right leg around to force a cross into the box. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Sun Yang hesitated for not a single instant. He launched himself into a textbook sliding tackle from behind on the slick turf. Swish. Water exploded in all directions. Sun Yang's right sole skated perfectly along the ground and cleared the ball decisively over the goal line before Becker could execute his pass. The tremendous momentum sent Becker crashing into the advertising boards on the sideline. Sun Yang slid another 3 meters across the turf, his face and hair drenched in mud and water. The entire sequence had unfolded in less than 10 seconds, from Becker's counterattack to Sun Yang's game-saving tackle. Westfalen fell into a stunned 2-second silence. And then, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the ground. All 80,000 home fans, whether diehard ultras in the south stand or casual spectators in the upper tiers, rose to their feet spontaneously. They raised their hands and showered the young Chinese player with the most thunderous applause he had ever heard, as he had just thundered back from the attacking third to defend. The applause was deafening and would not cease. The Dortmund supporters were completely conquered. In their minds, technical midfielders were always fragile players who cared only for offense and shunned the dirty work of defending. But today, this 19-year-old had sprinted over 70 meters across half the pitch to thwart a fatal counterattack, without a second thought about throwing his body into the mud. What kind of spirit was that? This was an absolute tough guy willing to sweat his last drop of blood for his team. On the pitch, Sun Yang lay sprawled like a starfish in a puddle, his chest heaving violently. His lungs worked like a battered bellows, wheezing with every ragged breath. That 70-meter sprint had drained nearly every ounce of energy from his body. Now even lifting a finger felt like an impossible task. Haaland jogged over from the attacking third, gasping for air. The Norwegian giant grabbed Sun Yang by the arm and hauled him up from the mud. He slapped Sun Yang hard on his grass-strewn back. Bloody hell, brother. Did Bolt possess you, or what? What a fucking strike. Haaland bellowed. That was better than any goal I've ever scored. Sun Yang's legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed, gulping down air. I'll cut it out, fucking stop it. Sun Yang could barely form the words, his voice raw and broken. Captain Reyes arrived and ruffled Sun Yang's hair, giving him a thumbs up. Good work, son. You just saved our bloody lives. In the broadcast studio, Duan Xian's excited voice rose above the TV's roar. That's absolutely electrifying. Textbook recovery defense. Sun Yang's relentless pursuit cut through Berlin Union's breakaway attempt. Listen to that thunderous applause from 80,000 fans at Westfalen Stadion. That's how you conquer an away stadium. Tao Wei nodded approvingly. The key thing is this kid's football intelligence is exceptional. He knows his defensive weaknesses, so instead of blindly lunging in, he cuts off the inside passing lane and forces the attacker toward the sideline. Calm as a veteran commander. On the pitch, however, the danger wasn't fully neutralized. The clearance to the byline had gifted Berlin Union a prime attacking corner. With the match hanging in the balance, Berlin Union's coach Fischer was throwing his arms around like a maniac on the touchline. Push forward. Give me everyone into the box. Win the aerial duels. We're getting that goal back. At his signal, every Berlin Union player, including the towering defenders, swarmed into Dortmund's penalty area. To counter any long ball counterattacks from Dortmund Berlin Union's goalkeeper Gikiewicz stepped far outside his box, casually strolling to the edge of the penalty arc. His calculation was precise. The wet slick pitch gave him the advantage. If Dortmund cleared it, his advanced position would allow him to launch the ball clear immediately. The box was packed tight, a jostling mass of bodies like sardines in a can. Before the referee even blew for the corner, elbows were flying and shirts were being tugged in the shadows. Sun Yang stayed out of the chaos. He knew his heading was weak and his defensive attributes left something to be desired, so he simply positioned himself just outside the box. Bent double with his hands on his knees, he gasped in great lungfuls of cold rain-soaked air, trying to calm the burning in his chest. But his eyes tracked the ball's trajectory. If an opportunity presented itself, he was ready to launch another 40-yard sprint. The referee's whistle pierced the storm. Berlin Union's corner whipped in with vicious in-swing curling toward the 6-yard box as bodies collided and tangled in the chaos. Mine! A ferocious roar erupted from the box. Haaland used his impossible height and stride to muscle past 2 defenders and launch himself skyward. He connected with a thunderous header, driving the ball downward with crushing force. The ball was cleared desperately from the danger zone, sailing toward the right side of the penalty area. The ball landed squarely in Reyes' zone. The captain got ahead of it, controlling it dead with his chest. And the moment Reyes touched it, Sun Yang, who had been bent double gasping for air, suddenly straightened with fierce determination blazing in his eyes. His legs coiled like springs wound to their limit. Exploding forward with everything he had left, Sun Yang poured his remaining energy into those legs, launching himself toward the halfway line like a bullet from a barrel. "Marco, pass it to me." Sun Yang's scream cut through the downpour. Reyes glanced up to see that yellow and black streak surging forward. Without hesitation, Reyes lofted a long ball into the air. The ball soared upward as the rain at Westfalenstadion intensified, heavy drops hammering the pitch. The ferocious wind made the ball's trajectory unpredictable. Sun Yang tracked that white blur in the sky, adjusting his steps continuously. The instant before the ball was about to hit the ground, Sun Yang casually lifted his right instep and gave it the gentlest of touches in midair. The ball seemed to stick to his foot, shedding all pace and settling obediently at his feet. Perfect first touch. As he prepared to accelerate, his peripheral vision caught the entire half of the pitch ahead. Both Berlin Union's dropping defenders were still at least 10 meters back, while goalkeeper Gikiewicz was scrambling desperately from outside the box back toward his goal. He'd pushed way too high up the pitch. Sun Yang's heart skipped a beat. The scenes from the system's dream training ground flashed through his mind like lightning. The blonde man who could play violin with his right foot stood at the center circle, a charming smile on his lips. Sun watched closely. When a goalkeeper thinks he's safe, that's when he's most vulnerable. The wind, direction, the rain. They're not obstacles, but the ball's greatest allies. Strike the bottom of the ball with your laces, give it a perfect rising parabola. Send that ball flying like a missile. Reality snapped back into focus. Sun Yang looked up at the torrential rain driving with the wind, a gift from heaven. He didn't dribble forward. He threw his entire body far to the left, raising his left arm high for perfect balance. No hesitation, no pause. Sun Yang's right instep, like a hammer charged with tremendous force, struck the lower portion of the ball solidly. Boom. The thunderous crack echoed across the entire stadium through the rain curtain. The moment the ball left Sun Yang's foot, it had absolutely no spin whatsoever. It defied all conventional long ball trajectory, climbing rapidly against the violent wind. Higher and faster it soared. Even the broadcast director hadn't registered what was happening. The cameras were still fixed on Sun Yang's striking motion. 2 full seconds passed before he snapped out of it and frantically switched to a wide-angle shot. All 80,000 fans at Westfalenstadion watched that white streak of lightning arc through the sky. It crossed the halfway line. It cleared the 30-meter central zone, past every panicked defensive gaze. By now, Gikiewicz had completely lost his composure. When he heard that explosion and turned around, he saw the ball hurtling toward his own goal with terrifying momentum. What the fuck? Gikiewicz let out a wail, scrambling and sliding toward the goal line. Rain streamed into his eyes and the pitch was as slippery as ice beneath his feet. Near the penalty spot, his feet slipped out from under him and he crashed hard into the mud and water. Ignoring the pain, he dragged himself up on hands and knees, launching himself backward in a desperate leap, stretching his arms to their absolute limit. It was no use. Riding the massive force of the wind, the ball reached its apex and then began a breathtakingly rapid descent. It was a rainbow arc so perfect it was flawless. The ball brushed past Gikiewicz's desperate fingertips and slammed into the back of the net with unstoppable force. Swoosh! The net erupted upward with the tremendous impact, sending a spectacular spray of water flying. Rain from the Westfalenstadion dripped from the net, the ball spinning at its base. Thunderous cheers shook the stadium roof, sending water droplets cascading down. Sun Yang watched that goal of fire igniting fiercely in his chest. He turned toward the south stand and sprinted forward in long strides. Mud sprayed up with each stud-filled stride. 10 meters from the goal line, Sun Yang dropped to his knees and slid forward across the waterlogged turf. 2 deep furrows were carved into the grass as mud splashed outward on both sides. He slid nearly 9 meters before stopping beneath the south stand. Tilting his head back, he spread his arms wide, letting the heavy rain pelt his face. This was his Westphalen. Haaland came charging like a bull in rut, sprinting all the way from the center circle. He dropped to his knees and turned his massive frame, sliding far through the mud before crashing heavily against Sun Yang's shoulder. Fuck, son, you're an absolute monster. Every goalkeeper in Europe is gonna piss themselves against you. The Norwegian giant laughed boisterously, ruffling Sun Yang's mud-caked hair with his large hand. Reyes arrived, Hummels arrived, even goalkeeper Berkey crossed half the pitch to join them. Borussia Dortmund's starting 11 lined up neatly beneath the south stand. All mimicking Sun Yang's celebration, they slid on their knees across the turf, leaving long muddy streaks behind. From the substitutes bench, Gotza led a pack of replacements onto the field, piling atop Sun Yang in a writhing human tower. On the touchline, Favre held his head in his hands. The tactical mastermind barely noticed his rumpled suit or crooked tie as he turned and barked at assistant coach Terzic. Eden, did you see that? Where exactly did he shoot from? How far away? Favre's voice trembled in the rain. Terzic clutched a tablet, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Boss 2 meters behind the center circle arc. A full 60+ meters. With a headwind of force 6, no cushion from the ball, just a pure knuckleball from a standing start. Physics simply ceased to exist today. The two exchanged a glance, both eyes blazing with the fervor of discovering a treasure beyond price. In stark contrast, the Union Berlin coaching area resembled a hellscape. Head coach Fischer slumped in his seat, his stare locked on the celebrating corner flag area, unable to utter a word for a long time. When his assistant approached to offer a towel, Fischer swatted it away. It's over, all over. These young lads' mentality has been shattered by that goal. He muttered, his unruly hair plastered to his forehead, despair etched across his face. In the penalty area, Union Berlin goalkeeper Gajkiewicz remained sprawled in a mud puddle near the spot. He lacked the strength to get up. Defender Friedrich ran over and reached down to help him. Come on, Raffel, get up. The match isn't over yet. Gajkiewicz slapped his teammate's hand away and buried his face in the turf. Leave me alone, let me die here. Tomorrow's sports headlines will all feature me as background. This goal could be replayed for 50 years. I'd rather go home and grow potatoes. He beat his fists despairingly against the water, mud splattering across his own face. Over in the Westphalen stands, cheers rose in ever taller waves as beer rain poured down from the terraces. Just then a peculiar natural phenomenon occurred. The fierce gale and torrential rain, which had raged for nearly half an hour, ceased without warning. Vast sheets of black clouds split apart, tearing open a great rift. A brilliant shaft of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell directly onto the pitched turf. The beam of light moved slowly across the grass and settled precisely beneath the south stand. The Dortmund players began to rise. Sun Yang walked at the forefront. He brushed aside the hair clinging to his forehead and wiped the mud and water from his face, looking upward. The sunbeam fell squarely upon him, enveloping his entire figure. His yellow and black number 29 jersey shimmered brilliantly within the halo. The rising moisture caught in the sunlight formed a faint rainbow encircling him. Sun Yang bathed in sunlight. The devoted fans in the front row of the south stand stood dumbfounded. The portly fan leader on the command platform stared fixedly at the Chinese youth immersed in that golden light. This was a god of war forged in desperation. The portly man wrenched a hoarse melody from his throat. It was an old song carved into the bones of every European. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. At first, only the leader and the dozen or so around him sang. 3 seconds later, all 25,000 souls in the devoted terrace joined in. 10 seconds later, the entire Westphalen stadium, 80,000 Borussia Dortmund fans, rose to their feet of their own accord. No one organized it. No lyrics scrolled on the giant screen. They simply clapped in unison and tore into the song with all their lungs. You make me happy when skies are gray. When the skies are gray, you make me happy. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. You'll never know, dear, just how much I love you. The singing surged straight into the heavens, scattering the last clinging clouds. Sun Yang stood rooted to the spot. His heart felt as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer. The humiliation of his broken leg, the resentment of being mocked, and scorn, the despair of struggling through pain. All of it was utterly swept away in that moment by the voices of 80,000 people. His eyes burned with heat. Clenching his fists tight, he hammered his left pectoral over the club crest. Bring it on. This is my home. Sun Yang tilted his head back and roared into the sunlight a cry that was entirely his own. He bowed deeply toward the south stand, then raised his right arm, pointing his index finger skyward. The crowd's response was an even more feral thunder of screams. The entire stadium was lost. Television signals broadcast this scene across the globe. At the center of the frame was the back of that Chinese youth standing in the sunlight. Far away on the other side of the planet in China, late-night barbecue stalls and bars erupted into chaos. Countless bare-chested men smashed their bottles, beer foam swirling through the air. Fucking brilliant. I can only say 2 words. This is prestige. 80,000 Germans singing for our Chinese lad. Who's ever experienced this? In the CCTV studio, Duan Xian completely lost control. He swept his notes aside, loosened his tie, and shouted into the microphone. A perfect echo. This is an inheritance spanning 23 years. In 1996, at Wimbledon under the sunshine, the English playboy David Beckham unleashed a half-field lob that cemented his one-ball legacy. Today, amid the storm and wind at Dortmund, Sun Yang gave the very same answer. Tao Wei beside him pushed up his glasses, his own voice trembling with excitement. Duan Xian, we must consider the value of this goal. Beckham had clear skies and dry turf, steady wind. What environment did Sun Yang face today? Tao Wei gestured at the replay footage. 70 meters of brutal defensive sprint just completed. His lungs were about to explode. Downpour crosswind force 6 or 7. In this state of extreme oxygen deprivation and exhaustion, he still managed to whip a rainbow knuckleball with his instep, its parabolic arc utterly absurd. Abnormal balance. God-tier anticipation of wind speed. This is our Chinese-Swedish genius. Deservedly the midfield anchor of Borussia Dortmund. The broadcast cut to an apartment in London. Sun Yang's mother Diana sprang from the sofa and flung a cushion she was clutching against the wall. Oh my God. My son is a pitch deity. Henry, did you see that? That's your nephew. The usually formidable woman's eyes were red as she jumped up and down. Her uncle Henry held a coffee cup, his hand trembling so badly that coffee spilled onto his trousers without his noticing. He stared blankly at his nephew's silhouette on screen, repeating only one word. Madness. All madness. On the other side, father-son, Wu covered his face, his shoulders shaking violently. It was an ecstasy long suppressed. Wife Yang has made it through. He's truly become a man. The broadcast cut back to the stadium. Union Berlin restarted play from the center circle. These so-called iron-willed tough guys now couldn't stop their calves from cramping. Their defenders took the ball, without even daring to lift their heads, terrified of meeting the gaze of that number 29 devil across the pitch. A trivial short pass was played. The Union Berlin midfield's technique was severely distorted, the ball rolled straight out for a throw-in. The opposition had been completely shattered out of their shadows.